This is a world of superpowers, where social hierarchy is dictated by the color of your ring. Upon turning 8, every child must undergo an ability assessment, and the color of the ring distinguishes the rank of those powers. Those who awaken a gold ring possess terrifying strength and are apex predators at the top of the food chain. At the very bottom, living like rats in the sewers, are those who bear the black ring. But there is an existence that surpasses even the gold rank, the god tier. And our protagonist is the true-born son of a god. Despite wearing a mere black ring, he possesses overwhelmingly powerful telekinesis, capable of sending his silver ring to the afterlife without even lifting a finger. His dark powers can obliterate everything in his path. His manipulative powers can control the minds of his enemies. It turns out his true ability is replication, a power that surpasses even the gods. Without further ado, let's begin. The story begins in the exile zone. A scrawny boy, barely a teenager, stands before a glowing sign, repeatedly reading the information on it. Living Dead Club. Death is hope. Time-limited elimination. 7 enter. 1 survives. Winner's prize, 3 million. Stackable. A battle of hope gambling the lives of black rings. Broadcast live across the management zone. Seeing the 3 million figure, a glimmer of hope sparks within him. If I can win this tournament, the prize money will be enough to buy that for him. Lost in his thoughts, another boy suddenly jumps out of nowhere, slapping him on the back. What are you looking at? The scrawny boy, afraid of being caught, hurriedly steps in front to block the other boy's view. And nothing. The Living Dead Club? The boy leans over, frowning as he reads the board. Death is hope? Bullshit. What hope is there if you're dead? This kind of propaganda was definitely thought up by those silver ring bastards. At the end of the day, they just treat our lives like a game, making us slaughter each other for their own entertainment. Suspecting his younger brother might be tempted by these words, the older boy asks doubtfully, "You're not getting any crazy ideas, are you?" Without a second of hesitation, the scrawny boy shakes his head vigorously. Good. That's good. It wasn't easy raising you. Suddenly remembering something, the younger boy asks, "Right? Did you get our supplies?" "Of course," the older boy smiles back. "We can have a full meal tonight. Look." He slightly pulls back his cloak, revealing 2 supply boxes secured to his body, along with his severed arm temporarily fitted with a mechanical prosthetic. The moment the scrawny boy sees what's under the cloak, his bright face instantly pales. Thuan's arm. It can't hold out much longer. Thuan glances around cautiously and quickly pulls his cloak tight. If anyone else sees our supplies, we'll be in big trouble. All right, let's hurry home, he says, quickly grabbing his younger brother by the collar and dragging him along. On their way home, they suddenly hear a scuffle. A man's weak voice pleads, "No, that's mine." It is met by the aggressive tone of a thug trying to snatch the item from his hands. "You want to die? Let go." "Old man, your teeth are all gone. What are you even eating for? Why cling to these supplies? You're better off dying early and saving us the trouble." Ignoring the old man's pleas, they casually hop onto their bikes and speed off. "Want to get it back? Bring some cash to ransom it." They then toss his supply box into a pile with dozens of others. Thuan and his younger brother stand hidden in an alley, quietly observing everything. "Looks like we can't take this route anymore. Thuan, let's go another way." Just as he turns to leave, Thuan speaks up, "Wait." Before he even does anything, the scrawny boy realizes Thuan's intention and tries to stop him. But Thuan says nothing. He simply shoots his younger brother a glance, then tosses one of his own supplied boxes to the old man, advising, "Take this. Hurry home and don't loiter in the streets." The old man, seeing the food box, instantly scrambles over like a dog, clutching it tightly to his chest as he scurries away. "Mine. This is my food. This is the exile zone. People constantly fight for food, and those who can't defend themselves are merely waiting to die." After giving the old man the food, Thuan turns and tells them to leave quickly. As for the old man, he hurriedly runs into a house to hide. However, the moment he takes a few steps up the stairs, several thugs are already waiting in ambush. Their leader snaps, "I saw everything. You still have food, don't you? Hand it over if you don't want to die." Humanity, kindness, trust. In this crime-ridden exile zone, none of them are worth a dime. On the way home, the 2 boys have a little chat. "What you just gave away was your share, Thuan. Come on, let's split the rest half and half, stingy." "I refuse. You can keep the title of Starving City Hero all to yourself, Thuan." "Sam Gwit, my good brother Ngwit, are you seriously pulling this again?" For surviving kids like them, they are all children abandoned by God. The scene shifts to their rundown house. Sam Gwit puts away their things while chatting. "Thuan, I looked into going to the management zone. Once you get your new prosthetic, you'll be eligible to apply and live there as a laborer. Even though we won't see each other as much, but are you even listening, Thuan?" Seeing that his older brother isn't responding, Sam Gwit leans over to look, only to realize that Thuan has already fallen asleep. He walks over gently and pulls the blanket over his brother, then stands silently, looking down at the mechanical arm on the table. Sam Gwit slowly lifts it, a painful memory throbbing in his chest. Back then, they hadn't known each other long. Arriving at the supply distribution area, Sam Wit told Offwan to wait while he squeezed through the crowd to get food for both of them. Before leaving, he repeatedly warned Offwan to be careful, not to go anywhere, and to stay right where he was. But less than 3 seconds after taking his eyes off him, a long, dark hand silently reached out, violently grabbing Offwan's mouth and hair, dragging him into the adjacent alley. By the time a dirt-covered Sam Wit returned, beaming with joy to show his new brother what he'd got, he discovered Offwan was no longer there. Sam Wit anxiously looked around, searching for him, until he heard sickening chewing sounds echoing from the alley. Paralyzed with fear, he peered deep into the shadows, and was so shocked that he dropped the supply box onto the ground. Thuan was deathly pale, lying in a pool of crimson blood, sobbing and pleading, "Nuget, save me." Right next to him, a strange man with a blood-smeared mouth grinned in twisted delight. Like a maniac, he held up Thuan's severed hand in front of Sam Nuget and cruelly asked, "You want a bite too?" What followed was a sheer nightmare. Terrified and in tears, Sam Nuget let out an agonizing scream. Thinking back, the terrifying reality of that moment still grips his heart. Looking down at the machinery in his hand, Sam Nuget bites his lip, his face darkening. If I hadn't left Thuan alone back then, everything would be different. Sitting quietly on the opposite bed, Sam Wit thinks for a long time, then gently places the mechanical arm back in its place. "Thuan, wait for me. I owe you this arm, Thuan. I will return before dawn." With that, Sam Wit opens the rolling door without hesitation, steps outside, and slams it shut behind him. Ultimately, he has made up his mind. He will join the Living Dead Club, defeat all of his enemies, and absolutely secure that 3 million. This is the management zone of his superpowered world ruled by rings. Every child upon reaching 8 years old must undergo an assessment for their abilities, powers, and class. Based on the results, they are given a ring containing their personal info and corresponding abilities. Depending on the ring's color, society is divided into 5 tiers. The special tier, gold. The high tier, silver. The ordinary tier, bronze, and the low tier, gray. And the lowest, most despised tier of all, the malignant tier, black. That night, at the Living Dead Club registration point, participating contestants must have their ring info scanned before boarding the bus. Very soon, it's Sam Nguet's turn. But the moment the scanner reads his ring, it immediately flashes an error, causing the 2 guards to stare at each other in confusion. An error warning. Yeah. Seeing this, Sam Nguet frantically waves his hands to explain, "It shows that message every time I pick up supplies, has for years, but it doesn't affect anything." The 2 guards, looking suspiciously at his face, lean in and whisper, "Has this ever happened before?" "Never heard of it. It's fine in the exile zone, but if he wants to enter the management zone, it's better to be careful. Scan it again." "Yeah." After discussing it briefly, the guard in the hat scans it one more time, but the machine still gives the same error. Seeing the delay, the impatient crowd behind begins to shout complaints. "Hey, if you can't register, get the hell out of the way, will you? Damn it, there are people waiting back here." Despite the curses ringing in his ears, Sam Nguet completely ignores them, not even bothering to look back. Suddenly, a thug aggressively walks up and smacks him hard on the back of the head, looking for a fight. "I'm talking to you. You playing deaf?" Everyone's attention is instantly drawn, all eyes locking onto them. What the hell is that guy doing? Sam Nguet's face darkens. Emotionless, he slowly turns his head to glare at the bulky thug behind him. "What the hell is with that look, you little brat?" Sam Nguet doesn't pay him any mind. He quickly ignores the guy and turns back to the 2 guards. "Please scan it one more time." "I absolutely must join thee." But before he finishes his sentence, he senses movement from behind. He swiftly bends his body, dodging to the side, causing the thug's kick to miss completely, ending up in a painful split right on the spot. Meanwhile, Sam Nguet casually finishes his sentence. Watching this unfold, the crowd can't help but feel amused. "This kid isn't half bad, huh?" Yeah. "You little shit." The humiliated man awkwardly clutches his crotch and stands up. "Looks like I underestimated you." With that, he pulls a dagger from behind his waist, ready to attack. But the guard quickly steps in to stop him, letting Sam Nguet board the bus first, then smirks darkly at the thug. It won't be too late to kill him once you're in the arena. He snorts coldly, his treacherous Sampaku eyes glaring up at the guard. "What are you showing off for? You're just an ordinary tier. Aren't you still just a lapdog for the silvers?" Watching the group board the bus one by one, some guys standing outside the station voice their jealousy. "They really have no eyes, leaving me out to pick that sickly, wet-behind-the-ears monkey. No matter how you look at it, I'm stronger, right? Matches are only interesting when there's a mix of strong and weak. Just imagine a pretty boy dying tragically in the arena. Ratings will definitely skyrocket. Ha ha ha, I can't wait to see him beaten to a pulp." Finding their words grating, the long-haired man sitting among the crowd suddenly spoke up. It's because there are too many idiots like you that those without abilities are labeled as the trash tier and left to be mocked by ability users. After saying that, he stubbed out the cigarette in his hand and stood up, walking toward the bus. You guys should feel lucky you weren't chosen. Thanks for that, you get to breathe a little longer, you fools. Harshly insulted by the man, the group angrily cursed back. What did you just say? Hey, what are you showing off for? You're just a reject too. Don't you walk away, explain yourself clearly. The man leisurely clasped his hands behind his head and strolled away. I just happen to want to smoke a cigarette here. Suddenly, one of the two men vaguely realized, wait, he looks a bit familiar. The man smirked and slowly turned his head. Still haven't remembered. It seems the number of matches I've won still isn't enough. How about this? With that, he ran a hand through his hair, pushing it back to reveal his handsome face and cold demeanor. As soon as they saw that familiar face and posture, both men realized in panic. He's the consecutive win record holder of the Living Dead Club. Tun Tien. The two wardens also quickly reminded him. Tun Tien, don't miss this bus again, get on quickly. Just like that, Tun Tien casually boarded the bus along with the contestants for this match. You should rejoice at temporarily staying alive. This is a one-way trip. No matter what you do, you cannot escape the fate of death. Cutting to the management zone in the database room, a mysterious figure was frantically typing on the computer, searching for someone's information. After identifying his prey, the man couldn't contain his joy, his lips curling up. These eyes truly look exactly like hers. Son of God, could it be you? At the same time, San Wheat sat absent-mindedly on the bus, looking out the window and thinking, as long as I get back before dawn, a Fuan won't find out, right? Otherwise, I'll get scolded again. I'll definitely get beaten to a pulp, and I can't even dodge. Just then, a silhouette suddenly appeared in the reflection of the bus window, startling Sam Wheat. Right as the guy was about to stab down with a knife, Sam Wheat quick-wittedly pulled the lever on his seat and leaned all the way back, his foot conveniently kicking the knife out of the guy's hand, sending it flying straight into the roof of the bus. You want to fight here? Saying that, he jumped out of his seat to fist the guy in yellow. Tun Tien didn't say a word, calmly observing everything. The guy in yellow aggressively threatened. Great. It'd be boring if you didn't fight back at all. Let me finish you off nicely before the match even begins. Sam Wet's face darkened, his breathing a bit heavy as he tried to figure out how to handle the situation. Damn it, I can't waste too much energy on him here. I have to finish this quickly, or I won't have any strength left for the match later. But if I make a move now and my true strength is seen, I'll become a thorn in everyone's side. What should I do? The guy in yellow roared furiously. I'll kill you! But before he could finish, Tun Tien rushed forward and punched him in the face, knocking him out cold on the spot, to Sam Wet's bewilderment. The warden wearing a hat immediately gave a thumbs up in praise. Nice, Tun Tien. Before we arrive, we'll leave him to you. Tun Tien jokingly raised 2 fingers and replied, Leave him to me, he won't be waking up. Sam Wit broke into a cold sweat, looking at the older man in front of him with horror. Just one punch. Took down a huge guy like this. If I meet this guy in the same match, I absolutely stand no chance of winning. He timidly said thank you. Tun Tien immediately teased back, saying thank you to an opponent? You really are a naive kid. But you're very lucky. You won't be clashing with me for the time being, unless you win tonight's match. But right after that, the dagger Sam Wit had previously kicked into the ceiling unexpectedly fell, hitting Tun Tien on the head and leaving him completely embarrassed. A few minutes later, the bus arrived in front of a massive gate, then passed through a long tunnel. In the blink of an eye, an extravagant city appeared before their eyes. Sam Wit was immediately captivated by its magnificent beauty. He leaned forward, his eyes sparkling as he stared without blinking. A cityscape entirely different from the exile zone appeared before our eyes. This is the place of high-class living, the management zone. Looking at the giant statue right in front of him, Sam Wit couldn't help but exclaim, so magnificent. The warden, after finishing the head count, loudly called for everyone to follow quickly. The space quickly transformed into a scorching hot arena, with dozens of people crowding around cheering boisterously. Sam Wit and the people who boarded the bus earlier entered a long corridor, where he suddenly saw a chilling sight. 2 wardens were pushing a cart piled high with human corpses. Looking at the bloodstains and skin color, one could tell with the naked eye that they had just died a moment ago. Sam Wit stood there quietly watching them. Those are the participants who lost their lives. The 2 wardens grimaced as they approached a rolling door, then removed the cloth covering the corpses. They quickly opened the door, coldly dumped all the now valueless corpses down below. They were treated just like garbage, thrown into the pitch-black abyss of the earth. At a certain manner, a female housekeeper stood before a large door, notifying the person inside, young master. The day of prophecy has arrived. You can depart now. In the waiting room, the atmosphere was incredibly quiet and suffocating. Sam Wheat carefully observed each of his opponents. His weapons are a sword, brass knuckles, and a dagger. Those 2 are using a staff and a baton. Ha! Everyone has a weapon except me. Number 4 really isn't a lucky number. The rules for the qualifiers. There are 7 participants in total, but only 6 weapons. The order to choose a weapon is determined by the win rate predicted by the audience. The one with a higher win rate gets priority to pick first. The one with the lowest win rate can only enter the arena empty-handed. That's fine too. No one will be on guard against an opponent with a 1.2% win rate entering the arena bare-handed. Most people will only focus their attention on the one with the highest win rate. Suddenly, at that exact moment, Sam Mweet accidentally caught the gaze of Tun Thien walking right outside. He leaned his back against the wall, following the man's figure with his eyes. I'm a bit curious about that old guy. He's very strong. With that kind of strength, surviving in the exile zone probably wouldn't be too hard, right? So jealous. Suddenly, a guy appeared out of nowhere and asked, "Are you and Tun Thien close?" "I'm asking you, number 4. Do you know Tun Thien, the guy on an 8-match winning streak?" Sam Nguyen immediately raised his guard and replied, "I don't know him." Hearing this, the guy seemed a bit surprised and raised his voice. And yet he helped you on the way here. I didn't expect him to be such an enthusiastic guy. Could it be that you're hiding your true strength? From what I know, that Tun Thien only respects the strong." Sam Nguyen coldly crossed his arms over his chest. "You're overthinking it. I don't even have the right to get a weapon, see?" Number 3 suddenly pressed close to Sam Nguyen, quietly shoving a gun against his lower abdomen and whispering, "You better not be lying to me, otherwise I won't let you off." Caught in this situation, although Sam Nguyen's face remained calm as if nothing was wrong, inside he was extremely agitated. Hey, a pre-match threat. Just then, a beep sounded, signaling the start of the match. Number 3 smirked, withdrew his gun, and said to him before entering the arena, "Good luck." Before they stepped into the arena, 2 wardens suddenly stopped them to announce an additional rule. "Contestants, to ensure the entertainment value of the match, please put on the equipment we have prepared in advance." After speaking, they pulled out mini bombs and held them out in front of the group of contestants. Number 3 scoffed coldly and stepped up first. "You guys really have a lot of tricks. You never mentioned this act before. Just consider this a special gift, everyone." Hearing the warden's tone, the crowd all grumbled in dissatisfaction. What kind of joke is this? Very quickly, it was Sam Nguyen's turn to enter the arena. Amidst the excited cheers, a massacre was about to begin. Drones flying all around broadcast the MCS commentary. There can only be one survivor in this match. Before the 15-minute countdown ends, give it everything you've got to kill the others. If you hold back, you'll be blown to pieces. In the King's League waiting room, higher-ranked contestants were excitedly observing the juniors battle and placing bets. Take a guess. Who will die first? Number 4, of course. That kid doesn't even have a weapon. Look at number 5 locking right onto him. So pitiful. I bet 10,000 on number 4. You degenerate, I'm betting on him too. But as they sat waiting for number 4 to die, absolutely nothing happened. On the contrary, their expressions suddenly turned grim and scrunched up. Hey, it seems a bit wrong, doesn't it? Up in the arena, number 5 gradually felt dizzy because he couldn't hit Sam Nguyen even once, not even a graze. Ugh. How is this possible? Why is he able to easily dodge all of my attacks? Feeling his pride hurt, number 5 roared and swung his weapon wildly. Don't mess with me. Just like that, the two kept up a cycle of attacking and defending that dragged on for several minutes. Sam Nguyen coldly looked straight into his opponent's eyes. You're too slow. And easily closed the distance, ducking to dodge number 5's horizontal swing. He dodged everything. As soon as the opportunity arose, Sam Nguyen immediately threw a punch, landing it square on his cheek, causing him to stagger backward off balance. Everyone below the arena and watching through the screens was incredibly surprised by this display. That kid's reflexes. They are by no means ordinary. Meanwhile, Sam Nguyen's hand swelled up immediately after punching number 5. He shook his hand to ease the pain. So painful. As expected, I still can't use full force. Number 5 quickly regained his senses, swinging his weapon and pointing it straight at his face. What was that? It didn't hurt at all. Ha ha ha. Sam Nguyen awkwardly scratched his head, trying to talk back. That's because you're too thick-skinned. Hearing that, number 5 flew into a rage again, roaring. Don't get too cocky, you little brat. I'll kill you. Suddenly, another guy appeared behind him and spoke up. Who are you trying to kill? He's mine. With those words, he sent number 5 to the afterlife in the blink of an eye and approached Sam Nguyen, putting him on high alert. His breathing grew heavy and the atmosphere became eerily suffocating, several times worse than before. Number 2 wiped the blood from his face, a clear smile in his eyes as he looked at Sam Nguyen. You humiliated me on the bus, and I haven't settled that debt yet. If someone else kills you, who will I take my anger out on? 5 minutes into the match, 2 out of the 7 contestants had already been eliminated. Unable to bear it any longer, one of them cried, clinging to the fence and begging the guards. I give up. I want out. I don't want the prize money anymore. Please, let me out. Open the door and let me out. But in the very next second, the hat-wearing guard didn't say a word, simply pressing a red button on his keypad, detonating the mini bomb on number 6's neck, blowing him to pieces and killing him instantly. Number 1, standing right next to him, collapsed to the ground, screaming hysterically at the headless corpse before him. Number 3, sitting on a guy he had just killed across the arena, grumbled in dissatisfaction. They're stealing all my glory, damn it. Blew him to bits, huh? With that thought, he violently ripped the mini bomb off the neck of the dead man beneath him. Meanwhile, number 2 and number 4 were locked in a relentless fight. Sam Guyet quickly realized his opponent's true strength. His speed and power have both increased. He was definitely holding back on the bus. Damn it, if I just keep dodging, I'll only waste my stamina and drag this out. It won't accomplish anything. What should I do, Afwan? To survive and protect themselves in the exile zone? Sam Guyet and Afwan had never dared to let their guard down, not even for a moment. After a few sparring sessions, Afwan had noticed his younger brother's special talent. Less than greater than. This incredible observation skill. It's just like an ability user. Sam Guyet, I admit your reflexes are great, but when facing danger you can't win just by dodging. Attacking is the only way to win. From today on, you have to train even harder. And so, even though Sam Guyet was exhausted and panting, Afwan continued to charge at him, forcing him to fight and build his stamina. But Sam Guyet's body seemed to be cursed. Even though his dodging and reflexes had improved significantly, his strength hadn't increased at all. As Afwan put it, fighting like this, an enemy would die of old age before Sam Guyet could land a fatal blow. Although it felt strange, the two kids couldn't think too deeply about it. Afwan suddenly thought of a possibility and whispered to Sam Guyet, Hey, do you think your lack of progress has something to do with that woman you always dream about? Don't you keep dreaming about a woman wearing a god-tier ring? After a moment of silence, Sam Guyet scratched his neck and replied, It's just a dream. What god-tier? How could it have anything to do with me? It's okay, Sam Guyet. Afwan laughed loudly, throwing an arm around his shoulder. Don't get discouraged. At least the enemies can't hit you. If you ever face danger in the future, just run fast. Sam Guyet muttered in dissatisfaction. Thanks for the comfort. That's really helpful. Having to hide behind a one-armed Afwan all day, Sam Guyet hated his own weakness and uselessness. He wanted to become strong. He refused to bow down to fate. He couldn't be a runaway forever. Carrying that will, Sam Guyet took a stance for a direct confrontation with number 2, charging straight at his enemy. The man also rushed forward with burning intensity. Bring it on. Sam Guyet easily dodged one of his punches, then slipped past and lowered his body. So many openings, I have a chance. However, the moment the punch was thrown, number 2 easily blocked it with one hand without breaking a sweat. A grin stretched from ear to ear across his face. What is this? This punch. Are you trying to scratch an itch for me? With those words, number 2 effortlessly tossed him aside, sending him rolling across the ground several times. Ha ha ha. You really don't know your place. Turns out you're just a filthy rat who only knows how to run. Number 2 looked down smugly at Sam Guyet's miserable state, unable to hide his glee. The spectators watching the match in the VIP room stared blankly at number 4. What's with that kid? He's weak, yet somehow strong? How strange. Could it be he still has some sort of hidden trump card? Meanwhile, at Afwan and Sam Guyet's place, a strange man had arrived and knocked heavily on the door a few times. Clueless, Afwan naively called out, Who is it? Sam Guyet? Is that you? Thinking it was all over, number 3 suddenly threw something high into the air towards number 2 and number 4. Noticing it, Sam Guyet immediately looked up and realized it was the mini bomb that had been attached to their necks. His face darkened as he turned toward number 3 just in time to see him pull the trigger. An explosion erupted, instantly sending the entire crowd into an uproar. Number 3, that's so despicable. No wonder he has the highest win rate today. Number 2, covered in burns, clutched his face and staggered to his feet, groaning in pain. Number 3 suddenly peered into the smoke and smirked. Well, how about that? I was aiming right at that brat and he still managed to dodge it? Who the hell is he? While he was lost in thought, number 2 suddenly used his remaining strength to lunge forward and smack number 3's gun hand, sending his gun flying right in front of Sam Guyet. Meanwhile, he engaged in a fierce struggle with the man, but since his strength was nearly depleted, number 3 quickly gained the upper hand, pinning number 2 down and forcefully driving a knife toward his heart. The gun. Pick up the gun. Number 2 screamed in desperation, locking eyes with Sam Guyet. Shoot him. I get it, just save me first, and I'll let you win. The money. That's 3 million we're talking about. Idiot. But his pleas would never be answered, as number 3 coldly plunged the knife in, ending number 2's life. His body gradually went silent, growing deathly cold as he lay motionless on the floor. Finishing off another opponent, number 3 stood up wearily and grumbled, Damn it, look at the mess he made of me. Next is, but before he could even celebrate, a deafening bang rang out. Number 3 broke out in a cold sweat as he slowly looked down at his blood-soaked chest. Immediately after, another gunshot rang out. Number 1, who had approached unnoticed and picked up the gun, instantly shot number 3. That 3 million is mine. In a flash, there was yet another corpse in the arena. Now only 2 contestants remained, number 1 and number 4. At the same time, just outside the area, screens broadcasting their match were lit up everywhere. The young man who had been called Young Master earlier, dressed in a sharp all-black suit from head to toe, was casually strolling down the street. He paused in front of a screen and whispered softly, "Don't die, Black Ring." Right after, a current of purple electricity ran along both his hands. All the streetlights shattered in an instant, creating a long chain reaction that spread out on both sides. Very quickly, everything connected to the power grid across the entire city overloaded and exploded abruptly. In a split second, all power in the vicinity of the Living Dead Club was wiped out, sparking countless miniature explosions everywhere. The man's lips curled up in amusement, the crackling sound of electricity echoing behind him. Back in the arena, Sam Nguyen gradually regained his senses and staggered to his feet. "That 3 million. I won't hand it over to you." Number 1 smirked, confidently pointing the gun at his face. "Huh? It's just the 2 of us now, and I have a gun. You don't have a single weapon on you, so how are you going to take it from me?" Sam Nguyen gritted his teeth, enduring the pain to stand up. "It's true, in my current state, I don't seem to have a chance of winning, but this isn't the time to give up. I've fought too hard to make it this far." The crowd's continuous cheering rang in his ears. "The game is over. Number 1, just shoot him and end this." Following their cheers, he immediately pulled the trigger and fired. Sam Nguyen didn't dodge right away. He took a deep breath, sensing the trajectory of what was coming. "A Thwan is still waiting for me to come home. I can feel the bullet approaching." In this scorching airflow, there's even the smell of rust. Too slow. Just like that, with intense focus, Sam Nguyen easily tilted his head to the side, dodging the bullet fired right at eye level. Number 1 was so terrified his body went stiff. Up in the stands, the audience's curses echoed again. "Hey, Number 1, what the hell are you doing? How could you miss from that close?" Number 1 was so shocked he dropped his gun, stammering, "You? How could you dodge a bullet? Are you really a Black Ring?" "No, it's impossible. We're obviously all lowlifes." However, not a single word he said reached Sam Nguyen's ears. His head was growing increasingly dizzy and disoriented from the explosion beside him earlier. Like a madman, Number 1 roared, "Die. Just die. Die." He quickly pulled out a knife and charged forward. Sam Nguyen exploited an opening and dodged it, and retaliated with a fierce uppercut. "With my strength, I can't take him down in one hit, but Number 1 isn't that strong either. As long as I'm fast enough, I can use momentum to win. There's no time left, I have to aim precisely. I can't kill him." In just a few simple moves, he disarmed the knife and pressed it against Number 1's neck. At that moment, Sam Nguyen felt chills run down his spine. His intuition warned him that a terrifying power was rushing toward him. With only 4 short seconds left in the match, Tun Thien and everyone in the VIP room stared anxiously at the screen. "Time's up. Why is he just standing there? That pink-haired kid. The match is almost over." Right then, everything suddenly went pitch black. Someone yelled in surprise, "What's going on?" A blackout. Tun Thien quickly realized, no, this isn't a normal power outage. It's an ability user. At the same time, the arena was completely plunged into darkness. The mini-bomb on Sam Nguyen's neck instantly fell off. He furrowed his brows and looked around cautiously. "This is no time to let my guard down. Someone is approaching." Suddenly, the instructor opened the door and called out, "Hey, Number 1, Number 4, there's an issue with the power supply. The match is paused. Retreat to the waiting room with the audience and wait for further instructions." Number 1 trailed behind, asking, "So who wins? We fought so hard. Where's the money? Who gets it? I almost died. Should we just split it? Just give me 1.5 million. As for the prize money, the higher-ups will give you an answer after their discussion." Walking with them, Sam Nguyen abruptly stopped. As he turned his head, he saw a strange man speaking to him. "You look pathetic, Black Ring. Aren't you going to thank your savior?" "Save me? Why?" With one eye completely covered in blood, Sam Nguyen looked at him hazily and suddenly fainted. The man stayed silent, clicking his tongue in frustration. "He's too weak." He casually tossed Sam Nguyen over his shoulder and walked straight toward the main road without any hesitation. A supervisor saw him and immediately shouted to stop him. "Who are you? Put him down right now. Participants are not allowed to leave the club." "Are you deaf? He is the property of our club." Just as the supervisor laid his filthy hand on the man threw a punch that slammed him into the wall, killing him instantly. Then he calmly walked on as if nothing had happened. Not anymore. Tun Thien stood nearby, witnessing everything in silence until his friend asked, "What are you thinking about?" "The winds are changing," Tun Thien muttered softly. "Perhaps that kid with the black ring is the key to changing this world. I hope we'll meet again." Outside the club, an expensive white car parked right by the main gate drew the greedy eyes of thugs. In the blink of an eye, a crowd surrounded it. "Boss, that car looks ripe for the picking." Could this be the legendary Land Rover? Inside the car, the man sat in boredom, hopelessly waiting for Sam Wit to wake up. It's just a small injury. How long are you going to stay unconscious? Out of boredom, he released some sparks to entertain the thugs outside the car, and casually zapped Sam Wit with a bit of electricity to wake him up. Smelling the faint scent of grilled meat, Sam Wit groggily sat up, then stared wide-eyed at the man beside him. It's him, the guy who just threw the club into chaos. You're awake. Seeing him speak so familiarly, Sam Wit asked cautiously, "Who are you? Why did you bring me here?" Even as he asked, Sam Wit had already realized the man in front of him was an ability user. His face paled in fear. At this distance, the pressure radiating from him completely paralyzes my limbs. He is absolutely a high-tier ability user, maybe even beyond high tier. But why would an ability user save me? I see with my own eyes how this world casually tramples and toys with the lives of black rings. Although I have so many questions, instead of satisfying this damn curiosity, it's best not to get involved with an ability user. Just as he was about to sneak away, the man introduced himself. My name is Liu Chi Swin. Hearing that name, Sam Wit froze as all of his knowledge flashed back in a second. Liu. The Liu family? The third-ranked family among the 8 great special-tier families. In other words, the ring under his collar is gold. As if to confirm his thoughts, Liu Chi Swin gently pulled his tie to reveal the ring and pointed at him. I suggest you don't even think about running away from me, because from now on, I am responsible for your life. Son of God. Legend has it that there is an even higher tier above the gold special tier, the God tier. One God tier user can rival hundreds of gold special tier users. It is an existence infinitely close to a true God. Sam Wit nodded as he recalled, I've heard this legend before. I remember that God tier's name was Liu Tung. Liu Tung Din. As my great-grandfather, Liu Chi Swin quickly added. But those words made Sam Wit completely misunderstand. Son of God equals son of Liu Tung Din. Son of Liu Tung Din equals Liu Chi Swin's grandfather. Thus, he deduced that he was Liu Chi Swin's grandfather. Hearing this assumption, Liu Chi Swin wished he could strangle Sam Wit right then and there. He flicked him on the head and explained, the version of the God tier legend you heard isn't entirely accurate. 3 people. Since the appearance of the first ability user, a total of 3 God tiers have been born. My great-grandfather Liu Tung Din, Lord Vu Nwit, who holds the powers of precognition and immortality, and a man who disappeared shortly after being confirmed as a God tier. And you are the son of the immortal ability user, Lord Vu Nwit. Hearing this, Sam Nwit confusedly pointed at himself and asked, so not a low tier. Stop messing with me. Son of God? That's ridiculous. But just as he said it, a startling realization hit him. Wait, that dream. Could the woman in that dream be my mother? Seeing Sam Nwit's pale face, Liu Chi Swin calmly explained everything and promised to protect his life. Your face has already been broadcasted all over the management zone, and soon it'll spread into Heavenly City. I'm sure the people who want you dead will start showing up one by one. A brand new war is about to begin. On the way back to Sam Nwit's home, the atmosphere was completely silent. Liu Chi Swin occasionally glanced at his facial expression. Is reality really that hard to accept? He then broke the silence. Why did you risk your life entering the qualifiers? You should have been well aware of your own strength. Sam Nwit replied awkwardly, because I need money. Money. Suddenly, he asked him to pull over and stood in front of a cheap used prosthetic shop. Recognizing Sam Nwit, the owner immediately said, You're back. Well, did you bring the money this time? Sam Nwit nodded, then turned to stare at Liu Chi Swin so intensely that his face grew hot. Why are you looking at me? Do I look like money? He shamelessly guilt-tripped him. Didn't you say you'd be responsible for me? Left with no other choice, Liu Chi Swin had to comply and told the shop owner, give him the best one. While waiting for the owner to pack the item, Sam Nwit explained, I have a childhood friend in the exile zone named Eighth One. He's a lower mid-tier and didn't have to stay there. But because I'm here, he used his disabled arm as an excuse to stick around and not leave. I wanted to win the competition to buy this arm for him. That way, Eighth One could move normally and get a legal job in the management zone. Liu Chi Swin listened silently, just quietly observing Sam Nwit. But do you realize how many people's fates the match you participated in will change? Leaving the shop, he warned him carefully. Anyone who comes in contact with you could become their target. If you truly care about him, you need to stay away from him as soon as possible. Clutching the prosthetic arm box tightly, Sam Nwit nervously replied, Let me go back and explain the situation to Eighth One first, then we can talk about the rest, okay? Besides, I still have a lot of questions for you. Arriving at Eighth One and Sam Nwit's place, Liu Chi Swin didn't want to intrude, so he decided to wait in the car. Meanwhile, Sam Nwit happily ran inside. Eighth One will probably be so mad seeing me this beat up, but getting scolded is worth it. No, now's not the time to worry about getting scolded. I need to tell him about the special tier and my identity first. I wonder what expression he'll make when he hears all this. And this too. I can't wait to see his reaction when he gets this. In an incredibly high and joyful spirit, Sam Wheat gently pushed the door open and slipped inside. A fun, wake up. Look what I brought back. Also, you would never guess. However, mid-sentence, Sam Wheat's foot stumbled against something. When he looked down, he realized it was a Thuan's prosthetic arm. Not only that, but a pool of blood had somehow formed on it. A strange man's voice rang out, instantly making the atmosphere suffocating and terrifying. You're finally back. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Sam Wheat. If I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I really wouldn't have believed it. Hiding in this filthy place where no ability user would ever bother stepping foot in. Quite a smart idea. As he finished speaking, the man snapped his fingers, turning on all the lights in the room. It is an absolute honor to meet you, son of God. The scene before Sam Wheat was absolute chaos. Blood splattered everywhere. Ignoring the man's buzzing words, his eyes only reflected the cold image of a Thuan lying alone on the floor. Sam Wheat completely lost his mind, his face ashen and drained of blood as he repeatedly murmured a Thuan's name. The man stood up in ecstasy, spreading his arms toward the ceiling with pride. I am the first one to find you. I am the closest one to a god now. But Sam Wheat had no reason left to listen to his words. His breaths grew ragged, his heart feeling as if thousands of knives were repeatedly slicing into it. He was completely shattered, dropping the gift box he had treasured and wanted to give to Ah Thuan his entire life. A choked, throat-tearing scream escaped Sam Wheat's mouth. Seeing his hysterical reaction, the man glanced down at the small, already cold corpse at his feet. Oh, this guy. He casually stomped on Ah Thuan's body and asked nonchalantly, Someone you know? Sam Wheat stumbled forward and collapsed beside his older brother, shaking him in sheer desperation. Ah Thuan, I'm home. Please wake up. Seeing Sam Wheat's pathetic state, the man was somewhat surprised. You're crying? Are you kidding me? Over this low-tier piece of trash? You useless piece of garbage. The man impatiently grabbed Sam Wheat by the collar. Does someone like you really deserve to be a descendant of a god? You truly disappoint me. He then punched him, sending him flying into the wall. He didn't stop there, immediately using his ability to forcefully drag Sam Wheat back and tightly choke his neck. Hey, I didn't find the wrong person, did I? Are you seriously this weak? At this moment, Sam Wheat's mind went completely blank. Tears streamed down his face. His most precious treasure had been destroyed. I could have dodged it, but nothing matters anymore. Every image and bright smile of a Thuan continuously flashed through Sam Wheat's mind. Paired with that purity was a cruelly ironic and ruthless fate. Sam Wheat painfully asked himself, why? Wasn't I the one who died? The man's hands suddenly tightened, violently snapping Sam Wheat back to cruel reality. Right as his eyes rolled back and he slowly lost consciousness, his hand dropping in utter helplessness. Sam Wheat's entire being felt as if it were falling into another dimension. Confused about where he was, suddenly from behind, two pale arms reached out and forcefully pushed his entire body backward. A voice both strange and familiar coldly rang out, "Get out of the way." Just like that, they were one, yet not one, swapping places with each other. Coward. That was the last thing Sam Wheat heard from someone who looked exactly like him, before the white door completely slammed shut. And that was also the moment the man felt a terrifying change in the person whose neck he was tightly squeezing. Sam Wheat unexpectedly woke up, suddenly grabbed the man's wrist, and threw him far away. He let out a long breath, coughed a few times, and walked straight toward the man. By now the man was completely battered, with one arm crushed and broken. As soon as he looked up, Sam Wheat was already standing before him, radiating furious anger. The terrified man changed his tone. I didn't mean to. Please spare me. At the same time, his mind was utterly bewildered. What is going on? His aura, it's completely different from before. The man trembled and begged, I know I was wrong. The atmosphere suddenly fell into a dead silence, only to be shattered by the man's sudden treachery. Like hell I meant it. Go to hell. He aggressively lunged at Sam Wheat, but before he could even touch him, his entire body suddenly froze. He stared at the boy with wide, fearful eyes. My arms, they won't obey me anymore. This is telekinesis. Every object surrounding Sam Wheat was lifted up, floating midair. Sam Wheat coldly delivered a straight punch to the man's face, sending him flying far away once again. Crashing heavily into the wall and coughing up blood, Sam Wheat followed up by hurling all the floating objects at him, leaving him no chance to escape. Again and again, he relentlessly threw everything without stopping. Terrified, the man ignored his severe injuries and desperately dodged for his life. He gritted his teeth and glared back at Sam Wheat. I let my guard down because he wore a black ring. Damn it, I should have killed him in an instant earlier. Wait, telekinesis has a distance limit. I just need to widen the gap between us. Once I reach the open field outside, he won't be able to do anything to me. However, that beautiful thought vanished in a split second, Liu Qi had appeared out of nowhere, blocking his path with a heavy, murderous aura. You messed up this place, and now you think you can just leave. The man stepped back in despair. Lightning attribute. The scar on his face. A gold ring. It's Liu Qi. But while he was worrying about Liu Qi, Sam Wheat was already upon him. By the time he realized the boy was right behind him, it was too late. Oh no.
No, please don't! Sam Nuet coldly manipulated the man's own hand to choke his own neck, while his other hand raised up and struck the choking hand hard, instantly snapping his cervical vertebrae and killing him. The man's lifeless body dropped to its knees on the ground. Irritated, Sam Nuet kicked his corpse to the side, then glared over at Liu Qi. He crossed his arms and chuckled. What, you want to fight me too? But right after those words, Sam Nuet lost all his strength and collapsed, and the chilling aura surrounding his body gradually dissipated. Liu Qi fell silent for a moment before muttering, "This seems a bit different from the Son of God in the prophecy, doesn't it?" A little while later, Sam Wit woke up only to face the true nightmare of reality. Panic-stricken, he called out Thuan's name as soon as he opened his eyes. But this time, no one answered his call. Sam Wit suddenly remembered and looked at the corpse covered in a white cloth opposite him. He then noticed Liu Qi standing at the main door smoking, who turned around and asked him, "You awake?" Sam Wit had no strength left to reply. He limped over to his brother's bed, trembling as he pulled back the cloth to look at Thuan's incredibly gentle and pure face, now frozen in an unchanging, rigid expression. Despite his own body being riddled with wounds, Sam Wit could only pull the corpse into a tight embrace, wanting to carry it to somewhere more beautiful, but he had practically no strength left. As soon as he lifted him up, he tumbled to the ground. Liu Qi couldn't and didn't dare to intrude on this heartbreaking moment. He took a deep drag of his cigarette, his eyes lowering heavily, watching Sam Nuet's frail silhouette carrying Thuan outside. At this moment, Sam Nuet absolutely did not cry. In a daze, he held his brother tightly in his arms, then laid him to rest under the most beautiful tree outside their home. Grabbing a handful of damp soil, Sam Nuet unwillingly let it fall, gradually covering Thuan's beautiful face. Just like that, without uttering a single word, he sat there quietly, from dawn until dusk, burying his face in his sleeves while looking down at the simple grave he had built with his own hands for his brother. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, "How long are you going to stay depressed and crying?" Sam Nuet slowly looked up, and once again saw Thuan's radiant, encouraging smile. "Pull yourself together." Thuan was his little son, incredibly warm and kind-hearted. Even upon leaving this world, he still couldn't bear to see his little brother hurting. One teardrop, then another, fell and soaked into the ground. Sam Wit could no longer hold it in, breaking down and sobbing like a child before Thuan's grave. A long while later, Liu Qi, who was sleeping in the car, suddenly heard a knock on the window. He hurriedly rolled it down and was shocked to see Sam Wet's swollen face. "You cried that much?" Unexpectedly, Sam Wet said, "Thuan died because of my identity." Liu Qi nodded and replied, "Yeah, that's right. I'm not going to try and comfort you. It's the truth that he died because of you, but your destiny wasn't something you chose. Besides, now is not the time to blame yourself. In the future, things like this will probably happen again. If you don't want them to, then be strong. Become strong and change your own destiny, change everyone's destiny. Get in the car." Looking back at the place where he and Thuan had grown up over such a long time, Sam Nuet suddenly envisioned himself and Thuan as innocent children playing in the yard. On their faces was pure, unadulterated joy despite their life of poverty. Both children gently looked towards Sam Nuet with big, round eyes, then tightly held each other's hands to bid him farewell. At that moment, time seemed to stand still. A part of Sam Wit was forever buried there, unable to leave. He tried to suppress the dull, bleeding pain in his heart, but his eyes couldn't lie, gazing back with a layer of sorrowful mist. "Goodbye, Thuan. Farewell." At that time, I could clearly feel my body being possessed by someone else. I could only watch his actions helplessly. He had a face exactly like mine, but possessed a terrifying power that would make even mutants tremble in fear. If only I had been him from the beginning, then maybe Thuan wouldn't have died. Sam Wit jolted awake from his dark reverie. He clenched his fists tightly on his thighs, his head bowed. How could I have such useless thoughts? Very soon, Liu Qi car entered a bustling street. Sam Wit curiously looked around through the hazy car window. "Where exactly are we going?" Liu Qi replied, "Picking a spot." "Picking a spot?" He nodded as he drove. "Picking a building with a good vantage point to act as our main base. Besides, you need to change into some clean clothes." Suddenly, the car slammed on its brakes, causing Sam Wheat to pitch forward. Liu Qi looked with satisfaction at a massive red building. "This place will do for now. Get out." As soon as the two approached the gate, two aggressive thugs with weapons threatened them. "Hey, which gang are you from? State your names." Sam Wheat grabbed his jacket and whispered, "Liu Qi.
This is the territory of the Black Bear Gang. Maybe we should find another place. The Black Bear Gang was a syndicate surviving off smuggling supplies and the illegal trade of human cybernetic parts.
Liu Qixuan confidently released small sparks of lightning across his body. What's there to be afraid of some sun bears? Sam Nui looked at him, speechless. They're called black bears. Wait here for me, Liu Qixuan said. Your mission is to protect yourself. Got it? As soon as he finished speaking, he charged straight into the Black Bear Gang's base, shattering their gates at a dizzying speed. Sam Wyatt stared in awe at the electric sparks shooting out from every crack in the building. His eyes widened and his jaw dropped, having no idea where Liu Qixuan currently was. But the very next second, everything exploded right in front of Sam Wyatt's eyes. Everyone in the Black Bear Gang was scorched pitch black, pushing and shoving each other in panic. Run! It's a power user! Sam and Gwet coughed violently from the thick smoke inside the building. Suddenly, Liu Qixuan's voice rang out, Hey, come up here. He stood on the upper floor, waving him over. Sam and Gwet had no other choice but to obediently comply, stepping into their new hideout. At the same time, outside the alleyway, a group of people silently watched them. That guy is a special grade, right? A special grade appearing in the exile zone. Is something huge about to happen? No shit. Didn't you see how he attacked? Lightning. That's definitely the guy mentioned on the management zone's news. What about the guy following him? That's absolutely a black ring. I couldn't have misread it. I've never seen a power user accompanied by a demon grade before. Hurry, let's find the boss to discuss a countermeasure first. At the management zone, the Living Dead Club. A group of men dressed in black surrounded a house, then ordered a small child to step out of the car. At first glance, she looked like a young girl barely hitting puberty, a demon grade. They brought her close to a corpse, then forced her to use her ability on the stiff body of the man. A woman wearing a silver ring stood from behind and asked, How is it? Did you clearly see the attacker's appearance? The girl gasped for air and replied, A purple-haired gold ring user. A rare lightning ability. When he left, he brought a teenager with a black ring along. A black ring? The woman was skeptical, but the girl immediately confirmed, Yes, there's no mistake. Hearing this, the woman waved her hand, ordering, All right, take her back to the lab. The group immediately dragged the girl away without a shred of pity. Hurry up, don't dawdle. But as she looked back, her face was deathly pale. She stared in terror at the previously bloodless corpse, which was now stained with a large patch of crimson. I'm sorry. As for the woman, she went over to another man to exchange information. The young master of the Liu family is publicly opposing the 8 great families. And what's with the black ring he took away? I don't know, just report the situation to the higher-ups first. I'm afraid those fallen clans are waiting for a chance to make their move. You mean Voon Guyet's loyalists? Meanwhile, Sam Guyet continued to suffer from the same terrifying nightmare over and over again. The entire dream was engulfed in red, everywhere reeking of a sticky, foul stench of blood, accompanied by the sounds of death. Save me. And Guyet, save me. Sam Guyet kept running in an endless loop, unable to break free. Then suddenly, he was grabbed by the silver ring man from before. Useless trash. You worthless piece of garbage. You are a useless burden who got your friends killed. As he spoke, his neck snapped and twisted to the side, his face quickly turning demonic, with a wide grin stretching from ear to ear. Sam Guyet woke up with a jolt, panting in sheer terror. Was it a dream? As he tried to calm himself down after that horrific nightmare, a familiar voice suddenly rang out. You're awake? Sam Guyet snapped back to reality, looking at the man in front of him. Are you watching TV on mute? Is it not obvious enough? Saying that, Liu Qixuan turned up the volume for both of them to hear. The incident of the power user attacking the arena is currently under investigation. Let's take a look at the situation at the scene. Sam Guyet stared blankly out the window. It's already dark. Just how long was I asleep? It's fine, you can sleep a little longer. After all, you won't have much time for a good night's sleep in the future. Hearing that, Sam Guyet asked with a hint of exhaustion, The people hunting me down will be here soon, won't they? Who knows, Liu Qixuan casually replied, toying with the buttons on the remote. At the earliest, another second. At the latest, a day or 2. Are you scared? Of course I am. Living in the exile zone, I never expected to live long anyway. I only knew how to fight for tomorrow, never daring to dream about the day after. The desire to survive is a terrifying, greedy thing. But there's always something beautiful that sparks the will to keep living. Lost in thought, Sam Guyet was suddenly pulled back by Liu Qixuan's voice. What are you spacing out for? Sam Guyet scratched his head and sheepishly said, Liu Qixuan, I know you're very strong, but if there are too many enemies, what do we do then? I don't want to drag you down. Hearing his voice trail off, Liu Qixuan couldn't help but chuckle. He leaned forward, the corners of his lips curving up slightly. Who said I'm the only one by your side? Right then, his phone screen displayed a message in a temporary group chat.
Along with the location he sent, it showed that 4 people had read it. But I'm really curious about what those 4 will choose. Will they honor the pact from 18 years ago to protect you, leave you to die, or have they already sworn allegiance to the Lamb family? Choose. Sam Wyatt was confused. What do you mean? Aren't those 4 our comrades? At this point, Lu Qishuyan's mood slightly darkened, his eyelids drooping. Back then, Lord Vu Nguyet had a total of 6 loyal families by her side. Besides my Lu family, there were the Han, Chu, To, Bui, and Ha families. Lord Vu Nguyet's faction believed that the rings intensify the evil within human hearts. She wanted to create a society where power users and ordinary humans could coexist peacefully. But the others didn't think so. They fiercely opposed this idea. Tear down the walls? On what grounds should those lowly scums share the same land with us? What sheer stupidity. In a fit of anger, the Han family spoke out against them. This is the council hall, not a place for you to vent your anger and act recklessly. Standing opposite them were the most powerful group, especially the Lamb family. The one acting recklessly. Who is it really? Vu Nguyet. After that, the Lamb family allied with many unranked families to wage war. Lord Vu Nguyet foresaw the impending danger. She summoned the patriarchs of the 6 families, and that was the first time they saw you, Sam Nguyet. Vu Nguyet cradled her child in her arms, her beautiful face looking at everyone. I know this request is incredibly selfish and dangerous, but I beg of you, do not forget our mission. Once we compromise, power users will become an existence that destroys the world. 18 years from now, the bullying, oppression, and disregard for human life by power users will be even more cruel and heartless than the era we live in right now. Inside and outside those walls are 2 entirely different worlds. This is the exact consequence of allowing the authority of power users to expand unchecked. Today, I leave the choice in your hands. I only hope that your descendants will save this child when war breaks out again in the future. He is about to fall into a deep sleep, but I assure you, when he awakens, he will undoubtedly be the one to restore order to this society. I am counting on all of you. After the First Generations campaign failed, the Special Grade faction tightened their control over the rings day by day, and Lord Vu Nguyet was taken away by the Lamb family. They burned everything that bore her presence. Tianman City underwent earth-shattering changes. The 8 grade families' rankings were completely overhauled. The Lamb family divided all the loyal families of Vu Nguyet's faction, surveilling every move of the 6 families. So, for the past 18 years, the descendants bearing this immense mission, like the 6 great families, had to pretend not to know each other, even when crossing paths in public. We couldn't have any contact with one another. We absolutely couldn't let the Lamb family catch wind of our intentions. Lu Qizhuan recounted everything with a hint of frustration. 18 years have passed. Those who still remember this protection plan, how many are even left? Either way, no matter how many come, I can handle it. After a moment of silence, Sam Wyatt suddenly asked, I've disappointed you, haven't I? Lu Qizhuan replied playfully, Ah, yes. I really wanted to see what the child the gods spoke of, the one who could change the world, actually looked like. It turns out you're quite ordinary, so I'm a bit disappointed. But I don't regret coming here. Hearing that, some color returned to Sam Wyatt's ashen face. He smiled softly and stood up to leave. Thank you. You must be hungry. I'll go find some food. The scene shifted to a storage warehouse somewhere in the base. Sam Wyatt sank down tiredly, leaning his back against the door. He tightly gripped his trembling wrist, thinking of his mother's words. I assure you, when he awakens, he will undoubtedly be the one to restore order to this society. But recalling his entire life, filled with nothing but running away, being used as a test subject, being beaten and starved, Sam Wyatt lacked any courage to face this reality. Mom, I'm not the child who can save the world like you said. I can't even protect myself. But I really can't accept this. As he spoke, Sam Wyatt's eyes shifted. He pursed his lips and clutched his chest tightly, thinking about how this world treated Afwan. Who knows how many power users are still targeting me? I have no time to be a coward anymore. I need to pull myself together. Just as that thought crossed his mind, a sudden tremor struck. Sensing something, Sam Wyatt immediately rolled away from where he was sitting. The next second, a massive pillar of fire fiercely erupted. Sam Wyatt broke out in a cold sweat in sheer panic upon seeing it. Fire. At the same time, Lu Qizhuan also realized the situation. You're here Bui Tin Hoa, so you'd become an enemy. The flames frantically chased after Sam Wyatt, putting him at a massive disadvantage. This fire is obviously aiming straight for me. What should I do? How could they find my location so fast? I haven't even seen the attacker appear. Is this a tracking flame with aura locating abilities? That fireball. It can actually split apart. I have to hold out until Lu Qizhuan gets here. No. Am I just going to blindly rely on someone else's protection? Always doing nothing but running away. Damn it. I had enough. In an absolutely foul mood, Sam Gwiat dashed straight out to confront those fireballs. He calmed himself down to analyze his surroundings. The flames are tracking my movements. I have to make it impossible for them to sense my aura. I just need to conceal my aura. If I seize that fleeting moment and trace the fire back to its source, I can catch the one controlling it. Bring it on. Just like that, Sam Gwiat stood frozen in place, glaring intensely ahead. Without even blinking, he stared at the flames rushing straight toward him. Athuan, you were right. I can't win by just dodging. Come at me! A loud explosion violently erupted immediately after. On the opposite building, a dark silhouette stood waiting unhurriedly. She suddenly sensed it. His presence disappeared, but the very next moment she was startled by a voice right behind her. Covered in burns with a deathly pale face, Sam Gwiat lunged forward, his voice hoarse. Found you. The two of them stood in heavy silence facing each other. The bizarre atmosphere sent shivers down his spine. He felt a surge of anxiety. But I haven't even thought about my next move. The girl's face drew closer and closer, her aura radiating a terrifying intensity. Unexpectedly, she smiled and said, "You pass," leaving Sam Gwiat completely dumbfounded. At the same time, Lu Chi-Zuyen, who was sitting inside, smirked with a hint of amusement. Sam Gwiat stared blankly at the woman in front of him. Pass. Then he struggled to push himself up despite his exhausted body. I can barely stand, but I absolutely cannot collapse in front of her right now. That's too pathetic. I just earned her approval. Suddenly, Lu Chi-Zuyen jumped out of nowhere, grabbed Sam Gwiat by the scruff of his neck and lifted him up, striking him hard on the nape before he could even say thank you. Waiting until Sam Gwiat passed out, Lu Chi-Zuyen spoke to Bui Tin Hua. Let's talk. She softly replied, fine. Back inside the base, Bui Tin Hua laid out the cruel reality, super senses. To put it bluntly, it's just having slightly faster reflexes. Being Lady Voon Gwiat's son but inheriting such a trash ability. Our future is truly brimming with hope, huh? In going home. Hearing her tirade, Lu Chi-Zuyen thought to himself, such a venomous tongue, before offering a different view. I don't think so. Earlier, when facing your sneak attack, he was able to conceal his presence the exact moment the flames swallowed him, and then pinpoint your exact location. Such a reckless judgment. Someone else might not have been able to pull it off. That's just because I went easy on him. Bui Tin Hoa crossed her arms and probed. You seem to rate him quite highly. Did something happen before I arrived? Right then, the image of Sam Gwiat brutally killing the Silver Ring assassin flashed through Lu Chi-Zuyen's mind. He chuckled softly and brushed it off. There was indeed something quite interesting. Like what? Nothing. He continued, we haven't seen each other in 16 years. Looking at you, it seems you've been training fiercely. Just the usual, Bui Tin Hoa replied, reaching up to touch the massive scar on her neck. Hee, someone with a scar on their face has no right to judge me. It's almost dawn. I wonder if the next one to arrive will be friend or foe. Lu Chi-Zuyen teased her. Hopefully, it's someone without such a venomous tongue. Who are you talking about? Meanwhile, in Celestial City, at the Council Hall of the 8 Great Families. Looking down at the vibrant convoy below, 2 silver rings in the building whispered to each other. This council hall hasn't seen any visitors in years. Reopening it today. I'm afraid something huge is about to happen. Humph, I still remember the era led by Lady Voon Gwiat. Back then, this hall was incredibly glorious. Everyone who came here was the absolute strongest of their families. But now, look at the trash showing up. A few delusional monsters wanting to represent the 8 great families. Shh, those demons are also ability users. Walls have ears. The demons are appointed by the 8 great families, tasked with tracking down Voon Gwiat's descendant and handling sudden acts of sabotage caused by rogue users. At that moment, the ones dubbed as demons quickly arrived, all heavily cloaked from head to toe. A scar-faced one turned to the woman beside him. I really want to rip out the tongues of those gossiping fools. That's what you're thinking, isn't it? She placed a hand gently over her lips and replied, how annoying. Did I say that out loud? She furiously thought to herself, if you dare eavesdrop on my thoughts again, I'll kill you. Minutes later, all 7 were present, standing in a circle surrounded by dozens of holographic images of Lu Chi-Zuyen and Sam Gwiat. The leader spoke up, all right, let's get down to business. They then began compiling their reports, despite their clear mutual disdain. This is Lu Chi-Zuyen. I'm sure everyone here knows him. His ring examination results caused quite an uproar back then. In terms of pure strength, he is the only ability user approaching the god tier. I definitely don't want to cross paths with him. One of them looked at the screen, caressing Sam Gwiat's face, and said, then deploy the hybrids. Did we raise those low-class species precisely for a day like this? It's a shame, really. I genuinely wanted to taste what the Son of God is like. The trouble we have to deal with isn't just Lu Chi-Zuyen, but also her coming as backup. Another person said while opening a file. As soon as Bui Tin Ho's bloodthirsty face appeared on the screen, the group immediately froze, simultaneously turning their gaze toward their leader. He coldly issued the command, send our forces to capture Sam Gwiat. I want him alive. As for her, kill her. Suddenly, someone else chimed in. What about Lady Voon Gwait's remaining 3 loyalist families? They haven't made a move yet. The master inventor. Dad disappeared 10 years ago without leaving any descendants. The Tu family is nothing to fear. Among the Han family's descendants, there is a prodigy named Han Thu, but he's bedridden year-round. He has 0 combat capability. As for this Chu He, after that battle, the Chu family sent him to cultivate at a temple and drew a clear line with him. I think he's the one we need to be most wary of. Go warn them. If they continue to be obedient little cowards, well, spare their lives. But if they harbor any intent to assist Lu Qi's Yuan, slaughter them all. Carrying out the orders, the demons quickly dispersed to their respective targets, leaving only 4 behind. One of them stared silently out the window, watching a bird take flight. Very soon, it flew toward a grand temple. Beneath a waterfall, Shu He sat meditating in perfect tranquility. The little bird gently perched on his shoulder and chirped twice by his ear. Shu He quickly grasped the situation. I see, the Lu family's heir has regrouped with An Muet. Tin Hoa has also set out. After receiving the update, he swiftly stood up and turned away. Let's go. I can handle this alone. At the same time, a demon had already arrived. He slowly surfaced from beneath the water, his chilling gaze locked tightly on Chu He. Over at the Tu family estate, everything was dead silent. The massive house didn't have a single soul in sight. A wisp of smoke appeared and phased right through the wall as another demon successfully infiltrated the house. Shifting to the hospital, Han Bus's life was also on the verge of being snatched away. Even though he was a bedridden patient, the demons had no intention of sparing him. Back at Sam Guet's base, Bui Tin Hua and Lu Qi's Yuan rushed to the window to check the commotion outside. Sam and Guet groggily woke up and trotted after them. Are they enemies, Lu Qi Suin? They don't even count as enemies. He looked down at the crowd in sheer annoyance. Does everyone in the exile zone lack self-awareness like this? So annoying. Coming with just a handful of guys and expecting to take their turf back from me. Suddenly, a man with a megaphone yelled, Hey, you up there. How about we sit down and have a little chat? Sam and Guet was startled to recognize Uncle Tan Thien from the club. Lu Qi Suin suddenly caught on and quickly covered his mouth. Talk. I have absolutely nothing to say to you people. Not you, Tan Thien chuckled softly. I want to talk to the pink-haired kid you kidnapped. A conversation between us black rings. Minutes later, Bui Tin Hua and Lu Qi Suyin were locked outside, waiting for Sam Guet and Tan Thien to finish their talk. Looking at his gloomy demeanor, she spoke up. Could you look a little less disappointed? Is it that obvious? Extremely. Lu Qi Suyin whined like he was on crazy pills, sparks of electricity crackling around him. My hands are itching so badly right now. Where are the real enemies? Hurry up and get here. Bui Tin Hua rolled her eyes in exasperation. Someone control this guy, please. Meanwhile, inside the room, Tan Thien broke the ice. I didn't expect us to meet again so soon. When I heard the building was taken over by an ability user, I knew it had to be you. Sam Guet awkwardly looked down and mumbled, I'm sorry, uncle. I didn't mean to steal your turf. That doesn't matter, Tan Thien laughed. I'm not here to take the base back. I just want to know why a special grade is looking for you. After a moment of silence, Sam Guet looked away and replied, Even if I told you, you probably wouldn't believe it. Outside the base, Tan Thien's subordinates gathered in a corner gossiping. I wonder what Boss Thien is talking about for so long. My stomach's rumbling. All you do all day is eat. Boss Thien hasn't even complained, so shut your mouth. The boss really has no mercy, making Boss Thien run back and forth between the management zone and the exile zone. Back in the room, having heard the whole story, Tan Thien finally understood. So, to sum it up, you're Lady Voon Gwait's descendant, and in the future, you'll have to face every single ability user in Celestial City, and your current teammates are just those 2 outside. That's about right. Sam Guet nodded. But how do you know my mom? I never even mentioned her name just now. The day you joined the arena was your first time leaving the exile zone, wasn't it? Tan Thien suddenly asked. People in other areas all know her name. It's just that over the years, your mother's name has become a forbidden word. It is absolutely banned from being mentioned under any circumstances. I'm quite surprised by your honesty, but we've only met once. I could walk out that door and immediately sell out your location to the people hunting you. Aren't you scared? The atmosphere in the room suddenly lightened, feeling much easier to breathe as he looked at Sam Guet's gentle yet incredibly resolute face. You wouldn't do that. My intuition tells me you're someone I can trust. I might not look like much, but my intuition is pretty spot on. Is that so? Tan Thien's lips curled up in a smile, his eyes lowering to look straight at the boy. In just 2 short days, this kid's gaze has changed so much. He suddenly said, as a gift in return for your honesty, I have a clue about your mother that I want to share with you. Hearing this, Sam Guet froze in sheer shock. My mom. Tan Thien began recounting a chapter of his life. 20 years ago, I interviewed for a job and went to the management zone to work on a construction project. Location and purpose of the construction were kept strictly confidential. We absolutely could not remove our blindfolds until we arrived. As time passed, I slowly realized that what we were building might be a prison. I accidentally walked past a room and saw inside. It was a prison designed to hold exactly one person. When I walked past a group of gold rings, I overheard them spilling the beans like this. It must be finished as soon as possible. The God's Cage. I'm guessing she is very likely imprisoned there right now. Of course, this is just my speculation. But if it's true, your mother is still alive. Meanwhile, at the Toe family estate, the demon couldn't sense the breath of any living soul and was about to turn back and leave. Suddenly, while passing by a room, he accidentally sensed a very weak energy source inside and immediately used his power to phase through the door. Seeing a child inside, he burst into a loud laugh. Ha 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 ha. Is this a joke? Didn't they say the Toe family had no descendants left? What the hell are you? Hearing the voice, the boy instantly opened his eyes. Seeing this, the demon stopped laughing. Oh, did I wake you up? The boy stared at him and began analyzing. Unknown entity. Updating data, 20%. The demon leisurely walked closer and asked, No ring. Even we didn't know you existed. Who exactly are you? What's your relationship with Toe Da? Hey, are you deaf? I'm talking to you. Did you hear me? Suddenly, the boy's eyes lit up brightly, displaying the number 100%. And right after, a name was unexpectedly uttered, Tren known. Hearing this name, the demon immediately froze, his eyes wide with shock. How do you know my name? Answer me. Right after speaking, he instantly teleported behind the boy to attack, but with just one move, the boy raised his hand. Tren known's entire body was seized by an invisible force, causing it to explode. Fortunately, he managed to phase through the wall and escape death. At the same time, all the cables attached to the boy's body were released. Tren Nagon clutched his wound, frantically trying to find an escape route. How is this possible? That shockwave shot from his palm. It's the ability of a dead man, La Tan Quang. How can a descendant of the Toe family have it? This is bad. This completely contradicts the intel we gathered. I must report the situation here immediately so the others can be on guard. Quick, the remnants of Vu Nuit are not simple at all. Suddenly, a thick fog surrounded him. Tren Nagon cautiously looked around, searching for anything unusual, when unexpectedly, a hand was placed gently on his back. He didn't know when the boy had appeared. With a single boom, Tren Nagon was instantly killed. At the same time, the battle on Chu He's side had also begun. The woman manipulated water into spheres and hurled them straight at him. Go to hell! Chu He remained completely unfazed, gently reaching out his hand to stop the torrent of water, condensing it, and turning it into beautiful birds that soared through the air before dissipating into a gentle drizzle. He spoke, If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for choosing to face me. The demoness gasped in shock. What? You easily reduced my attack to nothing. Suddenly, Chu He kicked his weapon up into the air, and in the blink of an eye, he appeared right below her, delivering a merciless beating. She was like a stone skipping across the water, sinking and floating over and over again, completely powerless to retaliate against Chu He's fierce and relentless assault. With a final blow, he punched her far away, causing her to cough up a mouthful of bright red blood. As for him, he swiftly caught the weapon he had initially tossed into the air. Chu He firmly pinned her down, drawing his sword and pressing it against her neck in a lethal threat. Terrified, she gaped and asked, You, what kind of ability are you using? In response to her question, Chu He revealed an utterly condescending truth. When fighting the weak, I never use my ability. At an ancient temple, there stood a towering and majestic Buddha statue, where dozens of ascetic monks sat in meditation every day chanting sutras at his feet, hoping for a pure heart to transcend the mortal world. Chu He was the child sent here by his family since he was young, intended to devotedly practice the way. When the mind is pure like water, no reflection goes unseen. It always appears before you. But for those born with turbidity in their hearts, the Dharma body of the Tathagata remains invisible. However, the seal restraining those teachings had now gradually shattered as the wheel of fate began to turn. Chu He was drenched in blood, his eyes narrowed without the slightest tremor. He quietly looked down at the blade in his hand, a slender sword that had been washed by a 1,000-year waterfall, retaining its absolute purity. Streams of sorrowful blood washed away with the water, dyeing the whole area red, merging into the freezing stream to form a large, terrifyingly thick puddle. At the hospital, the demon had also made his move. He controlled vines to lift Han Thut's frail arm to evaluate. It seems the intel was right. Hantu is indeed a living corpse, completely incapable of action. Then he playfully prodded and toyed with his unconscious body. The demon leaned in closely, admiring Hantu's face that was as delicate as a forget-me-not, and then made a light slice on his bicep. It's a pity you're just lying here, Hantu. You are a special grade after all. Drip, drop, as the blood fell. The demon absorbed an amount of life force from Hantu's blood to enhance his own power. Thrilled, he tilted his head up and laughed maniacally.
Ha ha ha! Truly worthy of special grade power! How nostalgic! Suddenly, a noise echoed behind him. He instantly snapped his head back, humming in question. Who's there? Emerging was a young girl whose figure heavily resembled Han-Tu. She roared furiously. Release my brother at once! The demon couldn't care less, lazily replying, and if I don't? But immediately after, all of his vines were seized by the girl. Startled and unable to react in time, the demon was instantly thrown out the window, flying straight out into the yard. The girl quickly and carefully approached her brother to check on him. But right then, a thick branch shot forward and pierced her right shoulder, pinning her firmly to the wall. Too careless, little sister, the demon's teasing tone echoed again. Right before the girl's eyes, he swiftly wrapped up Han-Thu's entire body and dragged him outside. Ignoring the pain, the girl immediately rushed out onto the balcony to pursue him. Stop right there. But the moment she stepped down into the yard, she saw a group of people already there. It was none other than her and Han-Thu's mother. She casually walked up to the guy and started talking. A demon comes visiting, yet didn't inform us in advance so we could open the doors to welcome you. Why did you have to put yourself in such a miserable state? The demon wasn't fooled by her polite, smiling face. He sneered coldly. Stop putting on an act in front of me. You are Voom Wee-et's subordinate. You should be the one who knows best what the Liu family is doing right now. I am ordered to warn you. If you want to live, do not interfere. Voom Wee-et's descendant. We must have him at all costs. Saying this, he deliberately tightened his grip on Han-Thu's body right in front of her as a warning. Her face darkened as killer intent radiated from her. She replied, I don't care about someone else's descendant. Put my son down immediately. Just a soulless corpse anyway, the demon shrugged, and hurled Han-Thu high into the air. Catch him if you can. The girl froze, watching the situation unfold before her. Suddenly, her mother screamed, Olay. Olay rushed forward to catch her brother, while the demon took the opportunity to vanish. Her mother quickly ordered the subordinates, no need to pursue him. Take a Thu back to his room first. Olay hugged her brother tightly, ignoring the chatter around her. She resentfully cried out, were the words you just said the truth? You don't care about other people's children. Is our Han family really going to just stand by and watch? My brother once said that abilities appeared to make this world a better place. I don't understand the rest, but right now, nothing is better at all. That ugly monster hurt my brother so badly. Why did you have to be polite to him? Looking up at her mother, who remained silent, Li had no choice but to follow the servants back to treat her injuries. She lowered her head, wrapping her arms tighter around Han-Thu, as if to relieve and suppress her own agony. Suddenly, Li's determination surged, and with resolute eyes, she declared, I want to fulfill his duty in his place. After bringing Han-Thu back to the hospital room, Li's mother said to her, during the clash earlier, you made two mistakes. First, you were distracted before confirming if the enemy was dead, giving him a chance to wound you. Second, when you needed to save someone, you failed to make a precise judgment immediately. Li dismissively asked back, why does any of that matter? After a moment of silence, her mother's eyelids drooped, heavy with sorrow, and she softly spoke, no, this is my answer to you. Scene transition to the base. Sam Wit asked Tun Thien to describe in detail the room where his mother was imprisoned. Kin Tien, sitting opposite him, asked in return, you mean the god's prison that person mentioned? That room really did look like a cage. Several pillars surrounded a sleeping pod, and beneath it was a pool of liquid. The fluid in the pool looked like magma. I still clearly remember the smell, a pungent, nauseating stench. Noticing his sudden silence, Kin Tien looked up and called out, Sam Yu? At this moment, Sam Yu's mind went completely blank, everything familiar fading away. Replacing it was a ground of molten magma, and Qin Tian's words echoing endlessly in his head. That room really did look like a cage. Several pillars surrounded a sleeping pod, and beneath it was a pool of liquid. The fluid in the pool looked like magma. I still clearly remember the smell. Terrified, Sam Yu stared blankly down at his feet, his entire body drenched in a cold sweat. Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out. What can you possibly achieve on your own? Startled, Sam Yu looked up, and softly called out, Mom. But shockingly, she replied, Hand your body over to me. Sam Yu instantly realized the person standing before him was absolutely not his mother, and the entity had no intention of hiding it either. It brought a hand to its mouth, a delighted smirk curling on its lips. That's right. I am Sam Yu. As it spoke, its shape shifted back into his exact likeness, holding a black gun in its hand. Without a second of hesitation, it fired a direct shot, straight through Sam Yu's forehead, plunging his consciousness into a completely different realm. Seeing things go south, Qin Tian hastily threw the door open and yelled for Pei Xinghuo and Liu Jichuan. Hey, get in here. The pink-haired kid, he's really not looking good. The three of them rushed in, violently shaking him as they constantly called out, Sam Yu. Sam Yu. But at this moment, Sam Yu couldn't hear a single thing. His face was blank and lifeless, just like a corpse. Meanwhile, deep within their shared inner space, the entity relentlessly oppressed Sam Yu, demanding that he surrender his body.
The crushing pressure of its power was too immense. His body couldn't move even a single finger. Suddenly, the entity knelt, gently placing a hand on the back of Sam Yu's neck as it whispered in his ear. "Don't you remember? You were the one who summoned me first. When your friends died tragically, when facing enemies you were utterly powerless against. I was the one who stepped in to replace the weak coward that you are. Only I can win the battles to come. Hand over the body. I swear I won't let their expectations down." Sam Yu was trapped in a dire corner. He furrowed his brows, desperate to speak, but under the entity's overwhelming power, he couldn't even make a sound. Gradually losing its patience, the entity forcefully gripped Sam Yu's wrist, yanking him close to force eye contact. "Come on, open your mouth. Say that you willingly surrender this body to me, you coward." Suddenly, the white door beside them began to rattle violently. He clicked his tongue in deep disgust. There really are way too many pests interrupting us. Sam Yu then slowly regained consciousness. Qin Qian, Pei Xingguo, and Liu Zhichuan had him surrounded, bickering back and forth. "I told you compared to fire he prefers my lightning. Let's figure out if your shock fried his brain to a crisp first. Sam Yu, are you all right? Can you hear us? We will meet again very soon." The moment those words faded, Sam Yu completely escaped the illusion, snapping back to the real world. Startled, he reached out and tightly grasped Liu Zhichuan's hand, catching everyone by surprise and freezing them in their tracks. Suddenly, Sam Yu called his name, Liu Zhichuan. "What is it?" Thinking he had done something wrong, he immediately threw the person next to him under the bus. "It was Xingguo who told me to shock you." But even more shockingly, Sam Yu abruptly proposed a spar, scaring the two of them into rushing over to examine him. Damn it, did I really shock him too hard? His body temperature is totally normal. Realizing their misunderstanding, Sam Yu had to speak up himself. "I am perfectly normal. I need my abilities and only life or death combat can awaken them. Please, fight me." The atmosphere instantly fell dead silent. The three of them stared at each other in sheer bewilderment. Then Xingguo and Zhichuan huddled in a corner, desperately stifling their laughter. He really doesn't know his own limits. It's worse than that. This is honestly an insult to me. But practicing with him isn't exactly a bad idea. At least show him the harsh cruelty of reality. Just keep in mind that the enemy is coming, so don't burn too much stamina. Burn whose stamina? Mine? You think it actually wastes energy on him? He's so weak, the match will be over before I even break a sweat. Mortified, Sam Yu gently reminded them, I can hear everything you're whispering." Unexpectedly, Qin Tian spoke up. "Everyone, I actually know a place that's perfect for a brawl." Just like that, the four of them moved out to a massive cargo yard. Pei Xingguo stood quietly watching from the sidelines, then warned Sam Yu, "Be careful not to actually let him kill you." "Having Liu Zhichuan push me to the brink of death is exactly what I want," Sam Yu replied with a hard, unwavering expression. "Only when death is looming over me can I possibly achieve what I need. I have to become stronger." Sensing his fierce fighting spirit and absolute resolve, a profound wave of relief washed over Pei Xinghuo's heart. It seems I really did make the right choice. The battle commenced in a flash. In stark contrast to Liu Zhichuan's calm and arrogant demeanor, Sam Yu's mind was in utter turmoil. He was highly strung, anxiously on edge. Where will his attack come from? From above, ranged, or close quarters? Calm down, Sam Yu. Just focus a little and you'll definitely be able to read his movements. I need to grasp Liu Zhichuan's attack patterns first before I can figure out a countermeasure. An idea sparked in Liu Zhichuan's mind, his lips curling up into a devious smirk. Let's give this place a bit more of a battlefield atmosphere. He raised a single hand into the air. Suddenly, countless glowing pentagonal blocks materialized and interlocked in the sky above them. In the blink of an eye, a massive geodesic dome formed into an impenetrable barrier, trapping Liu Zhichuan and Sam Yu inside. Pei Xinghuo gasped in alarm. This is bad. She lunged forward, throwing a fierce punch against the barrier's surface, but the violent electric current radiating from it mercilessly repelled her. Pei Xinghuo frantically screams Sam Yu's name. As for him, entirely clueless as to what was happening, he could only stare at the man in front of him in sheer bewilderment. Highly amused, Liu Zhichuan tilted his head and burst into laughter. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely what a real ability user looks like. I am simply not on the same level as the rest of that trash. Are you ready to get skinned alive? Sam Yu tensed his entire body, locking his piercing gaze onto Liu Zhichuan, but the very second he blinked, that crackling, electrified hand had already materialized right in front of his face. Startled, Sam Yu's eyes widened in horror. When did he? Instantly, a devastating jolt of lightning blasted straight into his body, launching him violently through the air. Sam Yu's entire body was scorched black, tiny arcs of residual electricity still crackling over him and leaving him completely paralyzed. With my current level, I fundamentally cannot track Liu Zhichuan's movements at all. He even only used one single hand. Smirking, Liu Zhichuan strode forward with heavy, thunderous footsteps. Hey, try to stay on your feet. My warm-up hasn't even begun yet. Outside the barrier, Pei Xinghuo was still fiercely trying to shatter Liu Jichuan's force field, but couldn't leave even the slightest scratch on it. Xin Tian shuddered as he stepped closer. I've crossed paths with quite a few ability users in my time, but encountering a monster as terrifying as Liu Jichuan, this is truly a first. Pei Xinghuo fell silent for a moment before replying, yeah, you're right. After all, he is the man who stands closest to being a god. 16 years ago, on the day of the rank evaluation, Liu Jichuan's apocalyptic power left everyone present in absolute trembling awe. Even without knowing who he was, they had no choice but to bow to that sheer, overwhelming might. Which ability user is that? The pressure is suffocating. It's leaking out of that room. The one taking the test was none other than Liu Jichuan. They nervously awaited the results to flash on the screen. What's the situation? There's no way a god tier would actually appear, right? How could that be possible? But look, even the ring system can't measure a conclusive result. Everyone, shut up and maintain order. Just be patient and wait. It's a gold ring. I told you there's absolutely no way it could be god tier. Thank goodness it's not god tier. Otherwise, how the hell would the Lin family even compete with him? Shut your mouths, he's coming out. Door number 97 slowly rumbled upwards. Everyone held their breath, waiting for Liu Jichuan to reveal himself. The very first thing to violently pour out was thick, suffocating plumes of pitch-black smoke. Liu Jichuan walked out, his entire body radiating an impossibly heavy aura as wild arcs of lightning snaked relentlessly around his arms. The deafening, crackling sound of raw electricity filled the air. Pei Xinghuo's soul-echoing thought when she laid eyes on him at that moment was, he's incredible. Soon after, it was finally Pei Xinghuo's turn to enter for her evaluation. She resolved with absolute certainty that she would never be inferior to Liu Jichuan. Hearing that story, Qin Tian couldn't help but wonder aloud, according to you, he's such an overwhelmingly powerful ability user. So wouldn't that mean Sam Yue won't be able to last even a single second? But Pei Xinghuo didn't answer his question. Gazing up at the sky, she suddenly blurted out, I have another concern weighing on me. The enemy could arrive at any given moment. I have to stand guard here. If they show up before those two finish their fight, the consequences will be unimaginable. Hearing this, Qin Tian immediately volunteered. Leave it to me. I'll go guard the main entrance. If any ability users show their faces, I'll contact you right away. Why are you going out of your way to help us? Qin Tian's expression remained perfectly stoic as he honestly spoke his mind. So many high-tier ability users have swarmed the exile zone because of Sam Yue. Whether they want to aid him or slaughter him, it's enough proof that he's going to flip the fate of this world on its head, right? Black rings like us also want to witness a different future for this rotting world. But perhaps placing all our hopes on this kid is still a bit of a naive stretch. I'm off. Contact me by phone if anything happens. Meanwhile, Sam Yu was still being relentlessly beaten down until he physically couldn't move. The residual electric shocks fortunately dissipated quickly. He thought to himself, thank God. At least Liu Jichuan is not an enemy. Suddenly, his entire field of vision plunged into total darkness, and that sinister voice echoed once again. You can clearly feel it now, can't you? If you don't surrender your body to me, you can't accomplish a damn thing. Sam Yu scowled, pressing his lips tightly together as he glared up at the entity pinning him down. It's him again. The entity leaned down, burying its face into Sam Yu's neck, as if it wanted to tear his throat out and devour him alive. It incessantly rambled into his ear. I know exactly what you're thinking. You've had more than enough of living like a pathetic, insignificant ant. You want power. You desperately crave power just like Liu Jichuan's. Beg me for it. You're just a pitiful wretch who doesn't even dare to face reality. What's the point of you continuing to resist me? Try thinking about it. If those elite ability users manage to capture you, what exactly do you think they'll do to you? You will suffer a hellish fate far worse than death. They'll treat you exactly the same way they treated your mother, chaining you up while countless vultures line up to drink your blood and gorge on your flesh. Come here. Surrender it to me, and I will tear everything down for you. I will slaughter every last one of those ability users. Every last one of them. That single phrase suddenly violently triggered a forgotten fragment buried deep within Sam Yu's memories. He opened his mouth, his voice bold and unwavering. You are fundamentally not me. Otherwise, you never would have forgotten the exact words he once said. That day, a massive roaring fire broke out. Far away from that area, people didn't seem to care and kept partying as usual. Everyone was dancing and singing happily around a bonfire. Athuan's eyes reflected that joy, but he didn't feel a hint of excitement. Suddenly, an old man walked up and handed them a loaf of bread. Come here, take this to eat. Athuan asked cautiously, if we eat your portion, what about you? The old man smiled, rubbed both their heads and said, I'm old, so I can't eat much anyway. Take it. You can pay me back once you join the cross gang later. Thuan smiled, thanked him, and accepted it. Suddenly, Sam Nguyen asked timidly, Thuan, should we stay here? No. Seeing his older brother reject the idea, he immediately got curious. Why? It's so nice here. Nice? Listen closely. The agonizing screams have never stopped. Honestly, I feel like these people are even scarier than the bandits outside. If we stay here, will we turn out like them too? I don't want to turn into someone like that. Thinking about it, Sam Nguyen said in disgust, the world turning out like this is all because of those ability users. Hey now, I'm an ability user too. As he spoke, Thuan focused and made the piece of bread in his hand float to prove it. Sam Nguyen startled, quickly turning to correct himself. Except you. Thuan kept talking as he chewed. Nguyen, let me ask you. If there were a parallel world where people had no abilities at all, do you think there wouldn't be any bad people there? How is that possible? Hearing that, Thuan immediately continued. That's why I'm saying even the food in your hand was sent to the exile zone by kind-hearted ability families who bore so much pressure to do so. Abilities have never been the standard for judging good and bad. Saying that, Thuan quickly grabbed Sam Nguyen's bread and stuffed it into his own mouth, ignoring his brother's complaints. The two leaned on each other to survive a miserable life. Thuan said softly, after this meal, let's go back to the real world. Waking up from those past memories, Sam Nguyen was finally able to confront the dark creature clinging to him. A faint light ignited in his chest. I have to return to the real world. With a shatter, the dream world broke apart like pieces of glass, bringing Sam Nguyen's body back to reality. Liu Qizhuan suddenly sensed a surging energy rising from his opponent. Sam Nguyen, his body battered, staggered to his feet while leaning on his knees. Liu Qizhuan, this isn't over yet. Seeing his beast-like gaze hunting for prey, his whole body went numb, and the electric charge inside Liu Qizhuan instantly exploded. He couldn't hold back a loud shout. Now this is getting interesting. Scene shifts to the gate of the management zone. A group of people dressed entirely in white walked out one by one. The exile zone. So nostalgic. It's so damn loud. There were 6 of them in total, perfectly matching up against our side. On the highway, an ambulance was speeding away. A person inside was hurriedly reporting to someone, yeah, we've rescued him. Quai's injuries are more severe than expected. Furthermore, we found no traces of anyone else at the scene. I suspect the attackers have likely reached the exile zone. Our next step is... Before you could finish, a voice on the other end cut in. They won't make it. The hybrids will stop them. At the gate of the management zone, the group of hybrids was already there, grumbling back and forth. This door opens so slowly. How embarrassing, could you just shut up? Right, we'll hold those 2 off. Suddenly, a guard looked at them and thought to himself, are they prisoners? Why don't I recall the management zone having a prison for black rings? The black-haired woman suddenly spoke up. Hey. Then she vanished in a flash, appearing right in front of the guard with her sword pressed against his neck, threatening. What are you looking at? Think I don't know? Ignoring the fact that the man was terrified out of his wits, she glared at him, heating up the device worn on the man's face and making it explode right on the spot. She angrily trampled the man under her feet. Keep looking at me. Do you still dare? Seeing this, the other guard immediately pulled his gun and aimed at her, but it completely failed to work. The girl glared back at him, only to be reminded by a handsome guy in the group. Stop playing around, Thea. Get down to business. The situation has changed. We need 2 people to head to the management zone to stop the special grade from reaching the exile zone. The leader, with his hands cleanly tucked in his pockets, asked, who's going? Thea sheathed her sword and trotted off alongside another guy with his face wrapped in bandages to take the mission. First come, first served. The purple-haired woman looked at them and said, youth is truly full of energy. So they divided their forces, turning in 2 different directions, heading to their assigned spots. Scene shifts to the district area. Shuhei was urgently rushing towards the base to regroup with everyone, his footsteps speeding along. Passing through the experiment and research zones. Suddenly getting a bad premonition, Shuhei stopped in his tracks, then decisively drew his sword, getting into a highly alert stance. At the same time, in a distant building, the black ring guy was crouching on the ground drawing something. Only an idiot would fight a special grade head-on. It was hard enough to get out for once. What if I die? I just need to stall for time. It's just killing a black ring after all. If they acted a bit faster, I wouldn't have anything left to do. Every scribbled line took shape until he finished speaking, and the drawing suddenly lit up. The tall buildings outside unexpectedly collapsed, everything crumbling in the blink of an eye. Chuha startled, slightly bending his knees to brace against the sudden tremor. Did it come from underground? The people inside the building looked around in terror. Did you all see that? Was it an earthquake? That's not an earthquake. The building is moving. Chuha tensely darted his eyes around to pinpoint the enemy's location. Not this side. Not this side either. His expression darkened, narrowing his eyes in annoyance. The buildings moved faster and more violently, forming 4 walls in a split second, entirely surrounding Chuha. He instantly realized their intent, crouching down to gather his strength. Trying to trap me? I don't have time to play hide and seek with you here. In a flash, he broke out of the encirclement and escaped. But just as he was about to move, the Black Ring guy modified his drawing, controlling another building to block Chuhe's path. He quickly let himself drop, swinging along the walls to dodge as buildings kept abruptly appearing, making it somewhat difficult for Chuhe to avoid them all. By the time he neared the ground, his mind was somewhat dizzy and exhausted. Chuhe breathed a sigh of relief and touched down. He looked up in frustration. Act 2. The starting line. Meanwhile, on the bridge, the boy from the Two family was also on his way to the meeting spot. Suddenly, a notification popped up warning. Energy core in the legs has malfunctioned. Please land immediately. He had no choice but to stop, looking down beneath the bridge. Thea was already standing there waiting. She waved cheerfully and called out, "Come down here." A robot, huh? At the same time, at the base, Bui Tin Ho received a call from Tan Thien. "Yeah, thanks for the heads up, Tan Thien. Find a good place to hide. It's okay, you don't need to come back to help me." After hanging up, the atmosphere around her instantly grew heavy. Bui Tin Ho irritably pulled a hairpin from her head. So damn annoying. I hate looking up at others the most. I'm talking to you guys. Who wants to die first? Or do you all want to come at once? It'll take you all on. Hearing this, the purple-haired woman laughed. Hee hee, you sure talk big. Bui Tin Ho glanced toward the barrier and thought, I need to stall for time until Sam Gwiat's ability awakens. But even if he succeeds, it's highly likely Sam Gwiat will be like his mother, possessing a telekinesis-type ability. The weakness of this kind of ability user is very clear. Lord Voon Wiet was the same. If a real fight breaks out, it will still just be me and that guy named Liu. While Bui Tin Hoa was vigilantly calculating her next move, the hybrid group was casually chatting among themselves. It's been so many years since we returned. Why does this place seem even worse than I remember? It's always been like this. Can we not discuss the exile zone with such a nostalgic tone? It's bringing back a lot of bad memories for me. After observing for a while, Bui Tin Hoa suddenly realized, now that I think about it, are they all black rings? It's exactly as my father said. 14 years ago, at the Bui family estate, after a grueling day of training, on her way back to her room, Bui Tin Hoa was surprised to see her father's room still lit. Curious, she walked over, knocked on the door, and entered. Seeing his precious little girl, old Bui immediately reminded her, "You're still growing, don't train day and night like this. You need to balance work and rest, understand?" Here he goes again. Bui Tin Hoa sighed inwardly, then reminded him in return, "I'm still young, so I recover pretty fast. You, on the other hand, should really cut back on staying up late. I don't want to lose my dad at this age." Hee hee, what a sharp tongue, he chuckled. She continued, "Tea is meant to be drunk hot, Dad. Every time I come in, the tea on your desk is ice cold. How many times do I have to say it before you listen?" But as Bui Tin Hoa brought the tea over to her father, her eyes fell upon the pile of documents. They were all files detailing the great families. Bui Tin Hoa lowered her gaze and whispered, "Where on earth have they hidden Lady Voon Wit? We've been investigating for so long." Hearing this, old Bui set his teacup down. His voice was hoarse and tinged with sorrow. Indeed, where could she be? I'd very much like to know the answer to that myself. Right now, being able to sit here in peace, drinking a hot cup of tea poured by my daughter, this happiness was paid for with Lady Voon Wit's freedom. The room quickly sank into a heavy silence. Suddenly, old Bui stood up and turned on the projector. "Right, take a look at this. Do you recognize the insignia on this vehicle?" Bui Tin Hoa quickly replied, "That's a specialized transport from Celestia City, but these images look like they were taken in the exile zone." "Exactly. These are intercepted images from the exile zone." Old Bui nodded grimly and added, "The 8 great families have been making frequent moves lately. They are relentlessly capturing black rings. In just 2 short weeks, they've taken away over 1,000 people." Bui Tin Hoa froze in shock. Over 1,000. What are they planning to do with those children? After a moment of silence, old Bui voiced his concern. "I've considered many possibilities, and they all lead to one conclusion. They are being used to deal with your generation." Back in the present, the hybrid leader called out, "You guys are so rude. Don't just ignore our target like that." "Who was the one dodging the issue first, huh?" the handsome young man retorted, kicking the leader straight in the butt. Then he charged into battle. "He'll handle this." But the purple-haired woman swiftly stopped him. "If Dao Quang takes the field, it's a bit like bullying. I don't want to see a beauty die a tragic death." With that, she leaped straight down to face Bui Tin Hoa. "But I'm different. I'll grant you a truly beautiful death." Bui Tin Hoa was instantly provoked, her face darkening. "Oh? Why don't you give it a try?" The 3 people above watched the match, then glanced at the nearby barrier. Liu Chi Swin and our target, Sam Wit, are probably in there. What cowards. Want to go break it and see. Why waste the effort? Wait until Ha Mai beats Bui Tin Hoa half to death. They'll naturally crawl out. When that happens, Sam Wit is yours. I just want Liu Qi-Swin. I also want to see just how strong the man rumored to be closest to a god really is.
Or if we, the ones who devoured gods, are even stronger. Meanwhile, inside the barrier, Sam Nwit had awakened his latent ability. Battered and bruised, he let out a heavy sigh of relief. That was dangerous. My body was almost taken over by that guy who looks exactly like me. But thanks to him, now I can see everything crystal clear. Come to think of it, I should give that guy a name. Let's call him TL Hack. The moment that thought crossed his mind, Sam Nwit's hand suddenly moved on its own, slapping his face twice and leaving Liu Qi-Swin frozen in shock. What the hell are you doing? Through that action, Sam Nwit realized that the entity within his body absolutely hated that name. But having gained this new power, his spirits quickly lifted, and he shouted, "Bring it on, Liu Qi-Swin. I'll block every single one of your attacks from now on." As soon as the words left his mouth, Liu Qi-Swin transformed into a bolt of lightning and lunged at him. But Sam Nwit swiftly dodged the strike, just as I foresaw. Normally, with my current strength, dodging Liu Qi-Swin's attack would be absolutely impossible. But if I know his attack trajectory beforehand, it's a completely different story. Hey Teal Hack, you're actually right. I really am just an insignificant ant. But don't you forget. If it weren't for my desperate struggle to survive these past 18 years, you never would have seen the light of day. If we're talking about who has better survival instincts, you wouldn't necessarily beat me. Don't just show up and dismiss me however you please. And this is also the first time someone other than A Fun has stood by my side. Lost in thought, he suddenly realized Liu Qi-Swin was already right in front of him. Liu Qi-Swin delivered a brutal kick to his stomach, sending him flying. But there was no fear in his eyes. Sam Nwit confidently declared to Teal Hack, "Not because of you, but because of me. I blocked all of Liu Qi-Swin's attacks. Just sit quietly in the corner and watch, Teal Hack. I'll show you how much I've grown." With that, Sam Nwit lunged at Liu Qi-Swin to counterattack, but Liu Qi-Swin quickly manifested a protective barrier. Sam Nwit agilely slipped behind him, aiming to land another strike. The moment Liu Qi-Swin turned around, Sam Nwit suddenly changed direction, reaching out his arm, attempting to grab him. But Liu Qi-Swin was one step ahead. He tilted his body slightly, caught his opponent's wrist, and slammed him to the ground. Boom! An explosion erupted, sending dust and debris flying everywhere. When the smoke cleared, Sam Nwit was completely restrained by Liu Qi-Swin, bound tightly by chains manifested from the void. If your power hadn't awakened, there's no way you could have dodged that. You can see the future now, can't you? Ha Mi smiled brightly and struck up a conversation with her opponent. Wu Tin Hua, right? Before we fight, could you answer a question for me? I refuse. Don't be in such a rush to refuse, you haven't even heard my question yet. We received 2 missions. First, capture the god-tier descendant Sam Nwit alive. Second, take your life, Bui Tin Hua. Satisfy my curiosity. Secretly tell me, why do the 8 great families want a high tier's life so badly? You're not even special tier, just a lowly silver ring. You have some grudge against them. Or rather, is there something else special about you? The moment she asked that question, the air around Bui Tin Hua seemed to thicken. She muttered through her teeth, lowly. Then her flames erupted violently, fueled by her rage. Just a lowly silver ring, you say? Seeing her reaction, Ha Mai's tone became even more playful. Oops, looks like I touched a nerve. Bui Tin Hua didn't waste another word. She launched a massive fireball straight at her enemy, singeing a chunk of Ha Mai's hair. No matter how strong she was, taking a direct hit like that would be fatal. She gulped, sweat beading on her forehead, and glanced at the path the fireball had scorched. You just ruined a perfectly good conversation. Bui Tin Hua couldn't care less. She glared at her prey as if wanting to eat her alive. How strange, I distinctly aimed right for your head. Without missing a beat, they instantly charged at each other. In that case, let's cut the crap. Bui Tin Hua waved her wand, unleashing wave after wave of relentless flames at Ha Mai. Come on, let me see just what level you people are at. But unexpectedly, the woman slithered like a snake, dodging all her attacks with fluid movements, and even closed the distance. You need to work on your accuracy, Silver Ring. Bui Tin Hua was already thoroughly pissed off. Hearing that drove her over the edge. She ground her teeth, her eyes bloodshot with fury. She swiftly raised her arm to block Ha Mi's punch, completely unaware that the woman had planned this all along, lightly grazing Bui Tin Hua's arm. Then Bui Tin Hua grabbed her wrist and twisted it aside. With a dark expression, Bui Tin Hua threw a punch downwards, but Ha Mi was no slouch either. She broke free and kicked hard at the right side of her opponent's head. While somersaulting toward the ground, Ha Mi's hand once again lightly brushed against Bui Tin Hua's ankle. Before Bui Tin Hua could even react, Ha Mi leaped back, creating a safe distance between them. Bui Tin Hua gave her enemy no chance to escape, unleashing a relentless barrage of fire. But Ha Mi still dodged easily, even running up to pat her on the shoulder.
I understand you, that feeling of being looked down upon. After all, in the eyes of the special tiers, every other color is just inferior trash. Bui Tinhua growled in anger, "Shut your mouth." But Hami reveled in her rage, grinning playfully like a mischievous child as she continued to dodge. Suddenly, Bui Tinhua heard the distinct click of a gun being cocked. Without hesitation, she summoned a fiery vortex above her head, then caused massive pillars of fire to erupt from the ground, shielding her from all sides. I don't appreciate cowards who sneak attack from behind, especially the one up there in the stands. The hybrid leader burst out laughing. She blocked it all. Ha ha. Dao Quang, looks like your little trick was busted. Dao Quang said nothing, his eyes darkening as he lowered his gun. Hami continued to dodge the attacks with masterful agility. She closed the gap again, lightly touching Bui Tinhala's waist. There must be an unforgettable memory behind these two scars. Why don't you tell me about it? As she spoke, her hand reached out to touch Bui Tinhala's face. Bui Tinhala instantly erected a wall of fire to separate herself from her enemy. For a moment, Hami couldn't see her and looked around. Where did she go? Suddenly, she felt a scorching heat from behind. Gusts of north wind blew, but none brought any relief. Bui Tinhala abruptly appeared behind Hami and asked coldly, "Are you done with your last words?" She raised both hands, the wand hovering between them, emitting a blinding light. "Sorry, Sam Nwet, I was planning to stall for you, but now I have to end this quickly." She's thoroughly pissed me off. Suddenly, thousands of other wands materialized around Bui Tinhua. She swung her hand, aiming everything straight at Hami, shooting them directly at her. A series of consecutive explosions erupted, filling the air with thick, blinding smoke and dust. Bui Tinhua retracted her wand, looking down at the person kneeling at her feet. "How is it? How does it feel to be beaten so badly by a lowly silver ring like me, that you can't even stand?" Battered and filthy, Hami panted and glared at her, then suddenly smirked. She laughed maniacally with twisted delight. "Ha ha ha. It's been a long time since I had this much fun playing around, Bui Tinhua. I have to admit, you deserve your title as one of the top silver ring users. I think I'm starting to like you even more." Bui Tinhua remained silent, her eyelids lowering as she stared intently, like a bullet ready to fire, at Hamai's terrifyingly excited face. Above them, the remaining three hybrids watched. The youngest huddled against Dao Quang, murmuring, "Sister Hamai." Dao Quang gently patted the boy's head to reassure him. "Don't worry, do. This is Hamai's favorite performance." Suddenly, a loud voice blared out. "You rotten brat, who exactly are you worried about? That Bui Tinhua is already a dead woman." A long time ago, a massive kidnapping of black rings swept across the land. Deep underground, in a place where escape was impossible, red alarm lights blared everywhere. A man in the control room checked the monitors and immediately reported to the others. "The surveillance camera in West Zone B313 is down. Send someone to check it out." "Be careful, that's the kid who successfully mutated." Tasked with a mission, two burly men headed to Zone B313, walking down a long corridor, and arrive in front of the cell with a red alarm, calling out to the child inside, "Hey kid, wake up." Seeing no reaction from him, the two men exchanged a look, signaled each other, and opened the door to enter. But the moment one of them reached out to touch him, the boy's eyes snapped open wide, and he lunged forward, attacking one of the men. The other man, startled, raised his gun and pointed it straight at the boy. "What the hell are you doing?" "Let go of me." Ignoring the struggling man, the boy savagely bit off half of his ear and demanded of the other, "Hand over the access card." Surprisingly, the other man compliantly pulled out the card and calmly replied, "All right, here you go." Trembling, the boy thought he had gotten what he wanted and reached out to grab it, but a second later, the only thing that rang out were gunshots, accompanied by splatters of blood across the wall. The cycle of life in this place was just like that. Kidnapped, trying to escape, failing to escape and being killed, and ultimately wrapped in a body bag, reduced to nothing but a corpse. There were some people here whose only job was to transport the bodies in and out. The cremator, upon receiving the corpses, checked the barcodes on the back of their necks. "Hey, is this the result of the mutation experiment? West Zone B313 really is an unlucky room. Burn it quickly. Are they crazy? Hundreds of black rings died just to produce one successful mutation, and they just kill him like that." Hearing the young man's question, the old man beside him sat down and slowly explained, "Do you know how long this incinerator in basement level 2 has been running? Since the day this building was built, for over 10 years. It's been burning day and night without ever stopping. The people here have long gone mad, trapped in an endless frenzy of slaughter. At the end of the day, black rings are just too naive. They think that getting a superpower will change their destiny, that they can escape this place and seize their freedom. But a black ring will always be a black ring." Back in the present, Hami was trapped inside Bui Tinhoa's cage of fire. She looked down coldly and commanded, "Fight me with your ability." But then she inadvertently noticed the overlapping old scars on the fragile body of the woman in front of her. Ha-mai smiled, tilting her head to the side, her tone as nonchalant as ever. Who said I wasn't using it? Wei Tin-ho waved her hand, deliberately provoking her. No wonder I smelled bad breath in the air. Is that your superpower? Just then, a sharp pain shot through her body. Wei Tin-ho froze, her voice abruptly cutting off. Suddenly, her shoulder felt as if it were being pierced by spider legs. A second later, everywhere Ha-mai had touched her erupted in agonizing, life-threatening pain. The toxin had spread throughout Wei Tin-ho's entire body. Shocked and bitter, she glared at her. How is this possible? Unable to withstand the torment, Wei Tin-ho's body gave out, and losing her senses, she crashed heavily to the ground. Unable to keep her grip, her weapon slipped from her hand. Poisonous flowers bloomed and surged through the air. As Ha-mai staggered to her feet, letting out a long breath, then walked up to Wei Tin-ho and kicked her wand aside. You made me kneel for so long, I guess it's your turn now, isn't it? Writhing in pain, Wei Tin-ho's veins bulged visibly before she coughed up a mouthful of bright red blood. Only then did she recall all the times Ha-mai had seemingly both accidentally and intentionally touched her. Is this your ability? Paralyzing the body through physical contact? No, Ha-mai instantly replied. If it were just paralysis, how could I boldly claim to take your life? My ability is. It was something unique and exclusive to Ha-mai. A fatal superpower. Dao Quang still remembered clearly the first time he met Ha-mai. She sat across from him in a large room, her long hair ruthlessly chopped off. All around them echoed the sobbing of children, but she absolutely refused to shed a single tear. After cutting their hair short, the higher-ups dragged the children away to be scrubbed down, splashing cold water on them like a herd of animals. Upon seeing Ha-mai's body, a manager sneered in disgust. Hey, you aren't carrying any infectious diseases on you, are you? How disgusting. Ha-mai's entire body was covered in deep, indelible scars. With nothing she could do, she just hugged herself tightly and kept her head down, enduring it all. Then she suddenly shot a glare of pure resentment toward Dao Quang. Congratulations on being chosen to participate in the Advanced Rebirth Project. This is Black Ring, where destinies are changed. The mutation experiment will awaken your potential and unleash your truest selves. This is your one and only chance to escape your lowly status. Those who excel and successfully mutate will earn the right to enter Celestial City. This kind of video, one could tell at a glance it was meant to brainwash the Black Ring kids stepping into hell. But not everyone was smart enough to realize it was all a lie. Dao Quang sat next to a boy who was staring at the screen with an incredibly excited expression and softly called his name, Thin Lang. Then he accidentally caught sight of another familiar figure. It's that girl again. I think her name was Ha-mai. Perhaps destiny began to shift right here, in the cafeteria. As Dao Quang and Thin Lang were walking together, an arm suddenly reached out and grabbed his shoulder. Like a young, cornered wild animal, Ha-mai swung a knife at him in a fit of absolute rage. You think I'm a monster, don't you? Look at me one more time and I'll gouge your eyes out. Just as the sharp object was about to pierce Dao Quang's eye, Thin Lang swiftly reached out to block it, and a stream of dark red blood gushed forth. Seeing the commotion, a cafeteria staff member immediately came over to reprimand them. Don't cause trouble here, before violently shoving a stun gun into the back of Ha-mai's neck. He looked down coldly. The experiment will begin in 1 hour. Don't waste your energy right now, just eat up and be full. Can't believe you still have the mind to fight. After he turned and walked away, Dao Quang still gently knelt down to check on Ha-mai. Can you stand up? But the moment he touched her, she snapped and slapped his hand away. Don't touch me. With that, Ha-mai gritted her teeth in humiliation, turned around and bolted away. Tien Lang and Dao Quang watched her retreating figure, speculating. Looking at her face and reactions, before coming here, she was probably from the Silver Fox Gang. Stop staring, I'm starving. After stuffing themselves with that meal, they dragged the children to another room to administer injections. Rows upon rows of children, packed as densely as an ant colony, filed into their assigned rooms according to their sequence numbers. Dao Quang's room unexpectedly turned out to be right across from Ha-mai's. As he passed her by, he mustered up the courage to say, the reason I was staring at you earlier was because I thought you were incredibly resilient. I'm sorry for touching you without permission. Seeing that Dao Quang genuinely harbored no ill intentions like the others, Ha-mai simply looked back at him and softly muttered a single phrase after turning her head. Stay alive. That was perhaps the kindest thing that could be said to those children in such a situation. Dao Quang understood her and she understood him. Yeah, I hope we can all survive this mutation. As time slowly passed, the higher-ups began to doze off. They returned to the monitoring room and sat listening to the agonizing screams of the children being brought in. The fragile, innocent cries, the warm tears gradually turning ice-cold, and the desperate moans and scratching echoed everywhere. The children were forced to endure terrifying augmentations to their bodies, sacrificed for a filthy project, receiving nothing in return. No matter the horrors displayed on the screens, the higher-ups were rotten to the core with callousness and cruelty. They nonchalantly muted the audio because the kids' cries were too piercing and loud. A few hours later, the first survivor to speak was Thien Lang. He walked up to the glass pane humming Dao Quang's name. He kept calling it over and over, Dao Quang. Dao Quang, are you dead? Hey, Dao Quang. Dao Quang was currently drenched in sweat, exhausted and panting heavily. His eyes flickered with a faint light, then instantly darkened again. Dao Quang sluggishly sat up and replied, I'm here. Hearing his friend's voice, Thien Lang cheerfully raised his tone. If you died, it'd seriously look down on you. Dao Quang, I'm here. I'm not dead, but your annoying voice is going to kill me. Dao Quang stepped his bare feet onto the cold floor and slowly walked toward the glass window. He looked at Thien Lang's radiant face,
Then knocked on the glass, calling out to the person opposite him. Hey, Ha-Mi, are you there? Ha-Mi, completely covered in blood and curled up face down on the ground, heard Dao Quang's voice. Her hand twitched slightly to signal that she was still alive. Dao Quang breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. Suddenly, a noise from outside made him snap his head around in shock. He didn't expect the staff to arrive so soon. This sector's results are quite good. 3 survived. 310, 312, 313. Yeah, the 2 adjacent blocks are completely wiped out. Tianlang, Dao Quang. Oh, that little girl Ha-Mi is still alive too. They walked straight into room 313, bent down to check on Ha-Mi, and rolled her over. Is she the first girl to survive this quarter? Let me see. Indeed she is. The previously cold-hearted higher-up looked down at Ha-Mi's frail, sweat-drenched body, his beastly urges taking over. He ordered his companion to wait outside despite the others' warning that they still didn't know what ability she possessed. Consumed by lust, he ignored all reason and forcefully kicked the man out. The atmosphere then sank into an indescribably bizarre and heavy silence, each stuck in their own corner. The vast room now held only 5 living souls amidst a pile of corpses. Thien Lang, having awakened his ability, sat there playfully experimenting with it. But Dao Quang was different. His room was directly opposite Ha-Mi's, allowing him to witness every disgusting detail without missing a thing. His expression grew darker, his fists clenching so hard they trembled. We survived the mutation, but we still couldn't change our destiny. As expected, it was all a lie. After doing unspeakable things to Ha-Mi, the man adjusted his belt and walked out. But upon seeing him, the other staff members screamed, hey, what's wrong with your face and your neck? That was the very first time Ha-Mi's ability erupted. The man shrieked in terror, staring down at his body now completely ravaged by toxins. He withered away in an instant, like a flower rapidly blooming and decaying. Remaining higher up panicked and frantically called for help. Base, this is West Sector B313. I repeat, this is B313. We need immediate backup. Immediate backup required. Back in the present, Ha-Mi held Bui Tin Hua in her arms, her hands slowly pressing closer. Next, the moment my palm touches your chest, your heart will instantly stop beating. Goodbye, Bui Tin Hua. At the Han estate, determined to fulfill the mission in place of her sick older brother, Ao Lei tiptoed to the garage, intending to destroy the security camera and sneak out. Hiding in a blind spot, she tried to aim precisely at it. Gently. Just a little gently. But due to her overwhelming superhuman strength, even a light toss was enough to obliterate the obstacle in front of her. Ao Lei screamed internally, rushing over to catch the collapsing pillar. Yet the camera coincidentally dropped right in front of her face. Flustered, Ao Lei tried entering the garage password, but after multiple wrong attempts, it locked her out for 10 minutes. Frustrated, she cursed, "Damn it," and punched the garage door hard, then directly grabbed a cable and pried the door open with her bare hands to enter. Suddenly, her shoulder throbbed. Ao Lei winced, touching her unhealed wound, but knowing this was no time to dwell on it, she swallowed the pain and continued her task. Inside Gaj, Ao Lei looked all around, randomly searching for a car to take, completely unaware that her every move was being watched. In Madame Han's room, a maid paced anxiously. The young miss stole a phone and now wants to steal a car. She's dead set on heading to the exile zone to regroup. The exile zone is so dangerous. I have to go to the garage and stop her right now. What's the rush? Ao Lei doesn't even have access. Hearing the madam's words, the maid breathed a sigh of relief. I panicked and completely forgot. These cars have a smart recognition system designed by Mr. To. Only you and the young master can drive them. Madam, don't tell me. As soon as the words were spoken, the madam pressed a button on the keyboard. While Ulei was still struggling to hotwire the car by crossing 2 wires like she saw in movies, the door of the car next to her automatically popped open. Muenda system initiated. User changed from Hantu to Han Ulei. Startled by the voice, she turned around. Is this my brother's car? So cool. The moment Ulei sat down, the car's voice spoke again. Detected user under 18 years of age. Muenda will switch to autopilot mode. Passenger seat occupancy confirmed. Ule, please fasten your seatbelt. Hearing this, she obediently complied, then pulled out the stolen phone to check the location her brother received in the group chat. But the car interjected. Detected a preset destination. Would you like to view it, Ule? After checking the location on the screen, Ole quietly realized, the exile zone? Did mom set this up? The car asked for confirmation. Do you need to change the destination? Ole replied firmly, no, just go there. Understood. It is a pleasure to serve you, Nguyen Da. With that, the car immediately shifted gears and zoomed off like a tornado, even bragging that it possessed a vast wealth of knowledge and a beginner's driver's license version 1.0. Watching the car drive off with her daughter, the maid anxiously asked, Madam, are you truly not worried at all? The young miss has never left your side, not even once. The madam didn't say a word, her beautiful yet exhausted eyes lowering. She recalled the years spent beside Vumwet, hearing her hum softly, little tree, bathe in the sun. Grow your little branches and quickly grow up. Madame Han laughed joyfully, cradling her pregnant belly, and asked, Where did you learn that nursery rhyme? Vumwet, holding a bronze drum, smiled and replied, It's trending online. Little tree, bathe in the sun. Grow your little branches and quickly grow up. You must come into this world safely. Your godmother is always waiting for you. Everything was so incredibly peaceful back then. Being with Vumwet felt like being bathed in the morning sun, so warm and gentle. But then, that dreaded moment arrived. The two of them had a massive argument. Vumwet's once gentle and pure face was now tainted with darkness. All the beautiful things from the past seemed completely erased. Madame Han only remembered that at that moment, she had slapped Vumwet hard across the face. Then, unable to bear it any longer, screamed, I will hate you forever. Sinking into that awful memory, Madame Han's mood plummeted. But soon the maid's voice pulled her back. Madam, are you all right? I'm fine, just reminiscing about the past. Madame Han gazed into the distance and whispered, The future can be changed. It absolutely must. I believe in O Li. A long while later, O Li finally left the heavenly sector, arrived at the gates of the exile zone. The city here was a stark contrast to the luxury she was used to. Having never stepped out of her house before, the solitary O Li found everything absolutely fascinating and thrilling, but she quickly reminded herself that she wasn't out here to play. Furthermore, this place was no longer a managed zone like before. It was now the territory of dangerous criminals. Ao Lei held her phone and hit the record button. Are you guys there? My name is Han Ao Lei. I'm 14 years old and am Han Thu's younger sister. Due to special circumstances, my brother couldn't come, so my mom sent me to assist everyone. After finishing, she nervously sent the message. She looked out the window, thinking to herself, they'll probably forgive me for leaving without saying goodbye, right? On the way to the designated coordinates, Ao Lei sat and waited anxiously, but not a single reply. Suddenly, Nguyen Da's voice rang out. The group chat shares user locations by default. Nguyen Da advises you to check their locations directly. She nodded shyly. Please help me check. Immediately, Nguyen Da detected two people quite close to Ao Li, one of whom Nguyen Da found very familiar. At that moment, a sudden sizzling sound erupted, and the display screen seemed to split into 2 or 3 overlapping layers. Just as Ao Li reached out to tap the screen, Nguyen Da suddenly spun the car around and sped off at full speed. It was heading straight for the address displayed on the screen. Meanwhile, at the building where another member of the hybrid group was hiding, Koi-tu sat silently in the building, continuously texting the group chat but receiving no replies. Dao Quang, I have completed the mission you gave me. The special class was easier to deal with than expected. Guys, hello? Is anyone going to chat with me? He broke into a cold sweat as he sensed his surroundings. I've been feeling a chill down my spine this whole time. It's fine, he's still there. But how long has it been since he moved? Suddenly, a deafening noise erupted from the window next to him. Koi-tu startled and looked over, discovering dozens of birds frantically crashing into the window. He froze in terror, staring at the sight. What the hell? The very next second, Chu-hee kicked through the glass, shattering it and making a spectacular entrance. He stood before his opponent, the atmosphere instantly growing heavy and oppressive. Koi-tu looked down in confusion at the scribbled chalk lines he had drawn on the ground. You. How did you get out already? Chu-hee slowly drew his sword and said, You chose to block my path in the factory area filled with people without abilities, so I guess the matter you manipulate can only sense the flow of abilities. So I did a little experiment, and reality proved it. I guess right. Koi-tu trembled and backed away. So the thing that's still over there. Chu-hee finished his sentence. Is my clone. In the room where Chu-hee had just charged through to meet Koi-tu, where all the walls had huge holes smashed through them by him, the gathered citizens peeked out one by one. Did something just rush past? Can we go out now?
I want to go home. You're just going to walk out like that. Back to the present, Shu-hee pressed his sword against Koi-tu's neck and interrogated. Now it's your turn to answer my questions. How many of you came here in total? Why are you the only one here? Where are the others? Why can a black ring use abilities? Do I have to answer just because you ask, idiot? Koi-tu thought to himself, then feigned a harmless, panicked look. Monks don't kill, right?
Annoyed, Shu-hee pressed the blade closer and growled, "Answer me." Koi-tu gulped, sweating profusely. I know. With a blade at my throat, how could I not answer? Let me think about which question to start with. I'm more than willing to tell you all the answers. However, do you have the time to listen? As he said this, his expression suddenly changed and his foot swiped across the floor, erasing the scribbled drawing. In the blink of an eye, a high-rise building behind Shu-hee instantly collapsed. Koi-tu seized the opportunity to use his ability, making the ground sink so he could escape. Monk, are you going to chase after me for the answers, or will you choose to go back and save those black rings? Make up your mind quickly. Time waits for no one. Bye-bye. Shu-hee stood still for a moment, watching Koi-tu's retreating figure. Then he decisively turned back towards the window. At the same time, Koi-tu successfully escaped outside and immediately called someone else. Fac A, the situation has changed a bit. I'm heading to your location now. Hearing this, Fac A on the other end, who was currently fighting a robot, replied, changed. If you ran away, just say you ran away. Stop making it sound nice. Come if you want, but don't interrupt my fun. She then hung up and stared intently at the figure in front of her. Come to think of it, you're still holding up? You machine. Meanwhile, Shu-hee was urgently rushing back to the collapsed building. He commanded the flock of birds, go and guide the black rings, and counting on all of you. As soon as he spoke, the soaring birds began to gather, diving down toward the crumbling building. Shu-hee tore through the hallways like a gust of wind, across various flights of stairs. Inside the room, everyone was desperately trying to push the door open from the inside, but because it was jammed tight on the outside, the door simply wouldn't budge. The people sank into absolute despair. We're completely trapped in here. No, I don't want to die yet. What about the windows? No use. They're completely blocked too. We're out of time. Suddenly, someone pressed their ear against the door and accidentally heard a sound from outside. He startled and alerted everyone. There's birdsong outside the door. The next second, the door burst open and dozens of birds swooped in, leaving everyone both overjoyed and shocked. Birds. Are the birds here to save us? They split up, with 4 or 5 birds picking up each person and carrying them all outside one by one. Before long, the empty dirt courtyard outside was packed. After almost everyone had been brought out, the building collapsed even further. Shu-hee carried a child over to a young man, asking him to help look after them. He accidentally overheard the sobbing of a woman in the distance. Tu-thu. Where is Tu-thu? I have to find Tu-thu. He's still inside the factory. Hearing this, someone nearby loudly scolded her. Didn't I tell you not to sneak your son into the factory? The woman angrily shouted back. What else could I do? Was I supposed to leave him alone in the exile zone to wait for death? As soon as she finished speaking, the building in front of them sank even deeper. The woman cried out in agony. Tu-thu, where are you? Suddenly, Shu-hee's voice rang out. Where is your son? The woman startled, then quickly replied, the utility room in the first basement level. Without waiting for her to finish, he immediately dashed away. Then he heard the chirping of the flock of birds in his ears. Shu-hee smiled gently, stroked one of the birds, and whispered, It'll be fine. In the utility room, everything was now in complete ruin. The door was completely blocked with no way out, and the innocent voice of a little boy echoed continuously. Is anyone out there? Tu-thu was submerged in a sea of water. He struggled, trying to cling to a hole in the ceiling to escape. If this keeps up, he'll drown in here. I have to find a way to the first floor. Mom is still waiting for me. But because he was so young, Tu-thu didn't have enough strength. Just as he managed to grab onto the wall, it collapsed. The boy flailed around, water continuously rushing into his nose and mouth. Help, Mom. Someone, please save me. At what seemed like the very end, Shu-hee arrived just in time, slicing the door in half to let the water rush out. He gently caught Tu-thu, carried him up, pulling him away from death's door. Out in the empty courtyard, everything had turned into a pile of ruins. The woman waited in agonizing desperation, staring unblinkingly at the building ahead. With a loud crash, Shu-hee, utterly drenched and covered in dirt, successfully escaped outside, carrying a coughing Tu-thu in his arms. He gently held the boy and asked, What is your name? Tu-thu. My name is Tu-thu. Shu-hee set him down and softly said, Don't be afraid, the danger is over now. Tu-thu timidly looked up. Mister, thank you. Shu-hee smiled, placing a hand on the boy's shoulder and said quietly, Tu-thu, can you walk out to the open area and find your mom by yourself? I have to go now. Yes, I can do it. Tu-thu is so brave.
Chu-hee affectionately patted the boy's head, then vanished in a flash like a gust of wind, leaving Tu-thu standing there bewildered amidst the rustling sound. He absent-mindedly called out, "Mr." Scene shifts to the bridge. In front of the robot's eyes, warnings blared continuously. External malicious tampering detected, restoring data. He continuously emitted stiff mechanical sounds, repeating, priority mission. Faka irritably jumped back. Damn it, he's really tough.
Then let's try this. As she spoke, she pulled out a gun strapped to her leg. The robot immediately spoke up. Tram warns the obstructor. Cease your attack and leave. Warning complete, will not repeat. Aside from Sam Gwyet and Lady Voon Gwyet, all other ability users may be eliminated. After speaking, Tram attempted to fire energy from his hand, but the energy core failed to activate. He continuously activated the functions, but they all returned failure warnings. Puzzled, Tram began analyzing the obstacle's ability. Faka stood there laughing gleefully. He. Pointing her gun forward, she said, "It's useless. Aim your natural enemy. My ability is machine deactivation." The warning beeped again, unable to move. Forced shutdown imminent. Faka took the opportunity to fire. Robot. Boom boom. Before completely shutting down, he managed to catch the enemy's bullet with one hand. His purple eyes turned pitch black, and he vented gas as he completely shut down. Faka froze in sheer amazement, truly worthy of being Master Tada's secret weapon. The weapon master wouldn't mind if I dismantled you to study your structure, right? But how could a dead man mind anyway? He. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Win-da, open the door." Win-da detects strong signal interference, not recommended to advance. Ali ignored it and demanded to accelerate, heading straight toward the enemy. But being too close to Faka, Win-da couldn't maintain autopilot. Understanding the situation, she apologized to it, then threw the door open and stepped out of the car. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Lu Chi-zuin was pinning Sam Gwyet's entire body to the ground. If your ability hasn't awakened, you couldn't have dodged. "You can see the future now, right?" Sam Gwyet laughed dryly, then suddenly paused and muttered, "Lu Chi-zuin. Possible." Sam Gwyet's vision went dark. The image was incredibly vivid. Lu Chi-zuin's body being pierced by sharp objects right before his eyes, dying suddenly. After seeing that vision, Sam Gwyet's eyes darkened, his breathing heavy and erratic. He sprang up in terror and screamed, "You can't go out. You absolutely cannot go out." Covering his ears and frowning, Lu Chi-zuin asked, "Did you see something again?" Sam Gwyet trembled and stuttered, "I saw." "Lu Chi-zuin, you're going to die." Disbelieving, Lu Chi-zuin punched the younger boy on the ground. "Keep talking nonsense. Seems your ability still hasn't awakened." Thinking he was joking, Sam Gwyet seriously reaffirmed, "I wasn't mistaken, even if I only saw it for a moment." "You absolutely must not go out." As those words were spoken, the corners of Lu Chi-zuin's lips suddenly curled up. He slowly stood up, removing the chains binding Sam Gwyet. "Oh, really? What are we waiting for? I'm eager to go out and see for myself." A few minutes earlier, far from Bui Tin Hua and Ha Mai's battlefield, a subordinate of Tan Thien who had been hiding there called him. "This is evil, damn it." "What is it, Aliep?" "Brother Thien, the battle has completely reversed. That silver ring is being beaten by a black ring with no power to fight back." "Where did I go wrong? Why did it turn out like this?" "Hurry, Brother Thien. If you don't come soon, something terrible is going to happen." Meanwhile, on Tan Thien's side, it was a chaotic battlefield. Seemingly executing a plan, they continuously threw supplies to the crowd chasing them. Tan Thien replied before hanging up, "Got it. If things go south, hold them off for now. We're on our way." Another person beside him chipped in, using a megaphone to announce to the pursuers, "The Black Bear Gang has prepared more supplies for everyone at the port container area. Free of charge, first come, first served. Follow us if you want them." Driven by hunger and misery, the people frantically pushed and shoved to chase after them. "Food, give me some." Not only them, but thugs from other gangs also secretly tailed them to see what was happening. The guy in the hat sitting next to Tan Thien frowned in fear. "Brother Thien, if we leak the supply location like this, Big Sister will definitely kill us if she finds out. She'll chop off our heads and put them in her display cabinet." Tan Thien smirked and smacked his subordinate's head. "Us? It's just you." He desperately accepted his fate, sitting obediently aside, muttering to himself, saying, "We went to back up an ability user. Big Sister wouldn't believe that excuse anyway. I'm dead either way. Dead if I go to the port. Dead if I return to the gang. This must be a dream. It's just a dream." Meanwhile, Tan Thien was even more puzzled about Bui Tin Hoa's fight. He thought silently, Bui Tin Hoa couldn't defeat a black ring. This is truly too bizarre. Could their black rings just be a smokescreen? If even a high tier had to yield, going there would only result in one outcome for us. Thinking about something, Tan Thien slammed his hand on the dashboard and yelled, "Full speed ahead!" Then, clutching his head recklessly, he added, Fuck it all. Cutting back to the port, Hami gently stroked Bui Tinhoa's hair, laying her down as she monologued to herself. I always feel that the moment before a person dies is the most beautiful. Because only this moment is fair to us, after all. No matter how strong ability users are, there's no way to change their own death. Am I right? Oh, sorry, I forgot you don't have the strength to speak anymore. Bui Tinhua whispered weakly, struggling to make a sound. You. Hearing this, Hami leaned in closely, curious, and heard the opponent's broken question. What is your name? Bui Tinhoa's vision gradually darkened. The enemy's face faded from her sight. The last thing she heard was her perplexing reply. Why would a dying person ask this? Sinking into darkness, Tinhua suddenly heard her father's voice calling her name. Like a child, she looked around searching for his silhouette. Father? Father, where are you? Then the scene shifted back to a long time ago. Bui Tinhua was lying on a hospital bed, staring up at the familiar ceiling, then slowly sat up. The first thing she felt was the sharp pain all over her body. Bui Tinhua stared blankly toward the light, then saw a messy pile of things on the table. They don't bandage wounds for the dead in the afterlife. Seems I survived. She quietly got out of bed and walked over to the table, picking up the chopsticks that had been snapped in half. Bui Tinhua gently caressed and cherished them in her hands, then suddenly heard a voice outside the door. Shy man, did you fertilize my vegetable garden today? Startled, she slowly tiptoed to the door and eavesdropped on their conversation. Bui Yin, you're lazing around here, why don't you go work in the field yourself? No, I'm waiting for the kid to wake up. If she wakes up and sees no one around, she'll be very anxious. Stop using the kid as an excuse. You're clearly just being lazy. You've only tended to that garden once this week. Curious, Bui Tinhua stood at the door and cracked it open. Before her were a man and a woman constantly bickering, but looking closely, Bui Tinhua was startled to realize, then wondered, a gold ring is being scolded by a silver ring. Seeing her, the man immediately turned to look. Oh, you're awake. He flashed an incredibly cheerful and friendly smile that Bui Tinhua could never forget. She looked at him with some vigilance. The second thing Bui Tinhua felt after waking up was that she had never seen such a bizarre gold ring user. On the way with Bui Yin, he was overly friendly, talking non-stop. I'm not bragging, but I'm quite a pro at growing vegetables. All the veggies in the house were planted by my own hands. I'll let you taste them for dinner. Bui Tinhua quietly looked into the distance. The golden fields reflecting the colors of the sunrise were breathtakingly beautiful. She raised her weak voice and asked, Why did you save me? Bui Yin replied without turning his face, leaving this interesting world at such a young age. Don't you feel it's a pity? But Bui Tinhua said something that deeply pained him. I have no reason to live on. Hearing those words from a child not even 10 years old, the smile on Bui Yin's lips vanished and his eyes fell. He slowly took off his hat, turned back with a smile and said to her, I have no children, if you don't mind. From now on, how about becoming the daughter of Bui Yin? Forget the past and become a member of the Bui family. You don't need to live in fear anymore. No one will realize you're still in Tianman City, I guarantee it. Actually, besides growing vegetables, my ability to keep secrets is quite good too. Bui Tinhua looked at the person before her skeptically. Are you afraid I'll bring trouble to your Bui family? If I cared about that, I wouldn't have brought you here. Tinhua knew everything came with a price, so she asked softly, What do you want me to do for you? Bui Yin realized she was too defensive, so he used his sincerity to slowly earn her trust. After a moment of silence, he said, Do I absolutely have to have an ulterior motive for you to stay? Then, it's to protect a child just like you, a child with infinite potential in the near future. Just like that, Bui Tinhua followed Bui Yin everywhere, helping him with his crops. One day, she accidentally heard a chirping sound behind the bushes. Bui Tinhua found a small bird with an injured wing, unable to fly. She gently picked it up and stared at it. It looked like it was in immense pain. Don't be afraid, the pain will go away soon. Seeing Bui Tinhua about to do something foolish, Bui Yin quickly ran over. Hey now, seriously, hand it over to me. She asked curiously, What are you going to do, father? Burn it to death? Of course not. Bui Yin started and coughed. Then, right before his daughter's bewildered eyes, he warmed his hand, and a gentle flame poured out. Bui Tinhua was astonished, staring wide-eyed at her father's hand. He smiled and said softly, Metal, wood, water, fire, earth, wind, lightning, yin-yang, and even sound. Any high-level esper can control a certain element to varying degrees, and in the city of heavenly beings, high-level espers are countless. But do you know why only a select few can become special great among all the espers? I believe the key lies in comprehending the duality of one's ability. Bui Tinhua attentively watched everything,
The bird that was heavily injured just moments ago was now fully healed, spreading its wings and flying away. Never before had she seen anyone who could create a flame like that. Was it the flame of resurrection? Wu Tinhua excitedly looked closer. A flame that doesn't burn but instead can heal. Bui Fimian grinned and chuckled. It doesn't heal to such an exaggerated extent. It just made its condition a bit better. If you consider fire as an attribute of absolute destruction, it will be your lethal weapon. But where there is destruction, there is life. Saying this, a flame suddenly burst out beside Bui Tinhua. Using his power, Bui Fimian created an enormous tree. If you see it as a symbol of life, it can also save you in times of peril. How an ability takes effect depends entirely on the user's heart. Fire of the heart. Bui Tinhua murmured. Oh, that name isn't bad at all. Let's call it the fire of the heart from now on.
Bui Tinhua watched the silhouette of the little bird, vitality surging within her once again. That sparrow is just like me. We both received a second chance at life. She told her father straightforwardly, I want to learn. He smiled and replied softly, then shall we give it a try? Afterwards, Bui Finian took Tinhua to a private training room, with Chi-Man assisting to enhance her abilities. Bui Tinhua shyly greeted Sister Man, and saw her looking back with an incredibly gentle demeanor. Then, Bui Finian officially began training his daughter. But due to his passionate nature, he nearly burned her to death on their very first try. July 19th marked the first milestone of Bui Tinhua's training. Even though everything was incredibly difficult, she was overflowing with passion for it.
Time flew by. Training was never easy. Bui Finian's teachings constantly echoed. Fire is not your innate ability. If you want to catch up to others, your only choice is to train day after day. Understood? Carrying those teachings, Tinhua ignored everything else and diligently followed her father's words. I have to let my body get used to the pain of burning. Seeing her perseverance and effort, Shi-Man, standing by, was worried but constantly cheered her on in silence. You can do it. You can do it, eldest miss. That period was truly wonderful. It could be said to be both the most exhausting and the happiest time of Bui Tinhua's life. She had people by her side to care for her, protect her, and have fun with her. More time passed. After a hard day's work, Bui Tinhua went to the chair and covered his sound asleep Chi-Man with a blanket. Thank you for your hard work, eldest miss. Tinhua sat down, looking at the woman's gentle face as she murmured in her sleep and whispered back, You too, sister. Thank you for staying by my side. Before long, the fire of the heart no longer hurt Tinhua. Bui Finian gently patted her head and advised, Don't force yourself. Even if you don't master the fire of the heart, you can still become an outstanding esper in the future. Hearing this, Tinhua's mood sank. Is this something only special grades can achieve? And I am fundamentally unqualified to comprehend its mysteries. But even so. At this thought, Tinhua's mindset instantly shifted. She clenched her fists and told Bui Finian, It's still too early to talk about giving up. Please continue to teach me, father.
He grinned cheerfully and replied, Of course. From then on, Bui Tinhua's entire life was solely focused on training, day and night. No matter how much time passed, even during meals or while bathing, Bui Tinhua still trained passionately. To the point where Chi-Man had to remind her, Eldest miss, you've been bathing for a long time. Any longer and your skin will peel off. Even right before bed, Bui Tinhua still focused her mind on practicing the fire of the heart, to the extent that her bedsheets caught on fire, making her rush outside and scream, Sister Man! Fire extinguisher! Because of that incident, Bui Tinhua's training room now had more than 30 fire extinguishers bought by Chi-Man. The training grew increasingly rigorous, but Bui Tinhua absolutely loved it.
The only phrase she kept repeating after every failure was, Again. Again. Father. One more time. In a pitch-black space, the only radiant thing was a single candlelight. Bui Tinhua stared blankly at the birthday cake in front of her, then looked up at Bui Finian and Chi-Man, who were laughing and chatting happily. Today marks exactly 1 year since you came to our home. Look, it's the strawberry cake you love. Obviously, you're the one who likes it, sir. Now is not the time to bicker with me. Fair enough. They popped the party poppers at the same time and shouted, Happy 1-year anniversary. Happy 10th birthday, eldest miss. Bui Tinhua widened her eyes, looking up at the air filled with colors, then looking down at her father. He smiled gently, holding a bright red box in his hands and presenting it to her. A gift for you. Didn't the twin weapons you used to carry around break? I asked a friend to make an identical pair. He's the best weapon forging master in the city. I had to beg him for ages to get this done. Do you like it? After a moment of silence, Bui Tinhua lowered her head and whispered, I won't let you down, father. I will definitely protect that child well. Bui Finian's lips curled up, mixed with a hint of sorrow. You silly child, it's for you to protect yourself. Come here, take it quickly. Chai Man also happily chimed in, that's right, eldest miss, take it quickly. Pick it up. Eldest miss, you can't hesitate any longer.
As soon as those words fell, only an empty table remained before Tin Hala's eyes, and darkness began to descend. Terrified, she stumbled to her feet. Sister Man. No. Her father's image gradually faded away. He hurriedly told her, don't be afraid, all of this is just an illusion. There's almost no time left. Even as his daughter cried and screamed, Father, please don't. Boy Femian still repeated with that resolute gaze, catch it, Tin Hala. Just as her small hand reached out for it, her father's silhouette vanished entirely. Boy Tin Hala was terrified, clutching her head and screaming, no. Her entire body collapsed to the ground, then she slowly crawled back up. Don't. Suddenly, right before her eyes, amidst the absolute pitch black, a bright red color appeared. Bu Tinhua roared, struggling free from the binding threads and reaching out toward that light. Don't run. She tried to break free, running headlong with all her might. She ran and ran, chasing after that gift her father had given her, and finally caught it in her hand. Bu Tinhua panted heavily, her body drenched in sweat. Then she looked down at the object she was holding. What is this? The red rod suddenly turned into a silk thread. Tinhua stared blankly down at her own feet. Where am I? Suddenly, a sharp pain shot through her, and Bu Tinhua screamed as she collapsed to the ground. She tightened the red string, embracing her chest. Like a fire scorching the prairie, impossible to approach. Tinhua, your destiny is now in your own hands. How is it? Do you like this name? Yes, I love it. Returning to reality, having confirmed she had killed Bui Tinhua, Ha Mai turned and said to Dao Quang, Hey, you want to confirm the kill, right? Dao Quang was startled and yelled, Ha Mai. The very next second, a hand suddenly gripped her ankle. Ha Mai abruptly spun around, but the pillar of fire erupted faster, burying them both in a sea of flames. Inside the barrier, Lu Chi Zuyan and Sam Wit could seemingly still feel the tremors. Tin Hoa's side might have started fighting already, it sounds like it. Sam Wit frowned, briefly glancing at the person in front of him. I absolutely cannot let Lu Chi Zuyan die because of me. Suddenly, Lu Chi Zuyan looked displeased, turning to warn him, Stop using that stupid brain of yours to imagine my death. He narrowed his eyes, then slowly uttered, The only one who could kill me died a long time ago. Outside the barrier was now a sea of fire. Ha Mai was blasted away by Bui Tinhua, crashing heavily into Dao Quang. He anxiously supported her from behind. Ha Mai, can you still stand? But ignoring his concern, Ha Mai coldly replied, Let me scream if I want, who told you to butt into my business? Hearing this, Dao Quang could only barely mutter an apology. Waves of searing heat rose, burning everything in sight to ashes. From within the flames, a figure silently approached them. Bui Tinhua pounded heavy footsteps into the ground, her voice hoarse as she spoke. You still haven't answered my question. I want to know the name of the one who reduced me to such a pathetic state. Seeing their enemy still standing and full of fight, both Ha Mai and Dao Quang widened their eyes in shock. He looked down at her, then up at the approaching Bui Tinhua. Ha Mi's greatest advantage with her ability is the information gap. Once the opponent is wary of her touch, she loses the initiative, and the advantage vanishes. For Bui Tinhua to break a fatal deadlock is truly formidable. How could power like this only belong to a silver ring? Perhaps this is tied to why she's a target of the 8 great families. Suddenly, Ha Mi staggered forward, panting. Dao Quang, let me go. Dao Quang, startled, gripped her arm to stop her. You can't go on. But at that moment, his pupils shrank. Dao Quang couldn't do it. Because they had been together for so long, he knew perfectly well. The smile Ha Mi was wearing was what she had always longed for. Left with no other choice, his hand had to let her go. In the end, Dao Quang could only watch as she walked into hell alone. Ha Mai dragged her heavy legs step by step, her dripping blood turning into spreading poison. It seems if you don't get your answer, you won't rest in peace. Hum Bui Tinhua. This time, you better remember it well. My name is Ha Mi. Hearing her name, Bui Tinhua chuckled softly. Too ordinary. It doesn't suit you. Ha Mai also burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. I give up on you. Piercing pain began to spread. Ha Mai clutched her arm, her vision gradually blurring. Every inch of her body felt like it was crumbling to pieces. But why do I still feel so ecstatic? Bui Tinhua continued. Hey Ha Mi, thanks to you, my chest is still throbbing with pain. Let's make this quick. I don't want them seeing me looking like this. Especially him. Many years ago, an event sent shockwaves through both the elites and the exile zone. In front of a large screen, a silhouette sat watching an old video recording. It started with a female reporter filming the phenomenon from afar. My current location is Lu Diep Villa. Just now, a sudden artificial lightning storm interrupted our interview. Hurry, point the camera at the center of the hurricane. It's that black speck right in the middle. Right there.
Absolutely shocking. In such a terrifying and dense lightning tornado. That is the descendant of a god tier. He might very well be the next god tier. Suddenly, a soft voice chimed in, making everyone turn their heads. That child is indeed very strong. And precisely because he is strong, what color he bears fundamentally doesn't matter. The one who heard was Lady Voomweyet. Hearing her words, the reporter asked in confusion, "What do you mean it doesn't matter?" Voomweyet spoke her mind as she walked down the steps. "Who do you think the rings exist for?" "For those of us inside the walls. Because they exist, we can openly exploit and oppress others, thereby monopolizing the vast majority of this society's resources. As long as they exist, twisted desires and senseless slaughter will never cease. The rings are an earth-shattering lie constructed by a minority. Sadly, I am one of them too. Rather than whether he can become a god tier, I'm much more looking forward to him shattering this place and breaking out, instead of becoming the next me." The video stopped there. The woman in front of the screen offered a dismissive assessment, pinning the hope of breaking the rules on the very people who benefit from them. Our goddess is a bit too naive. Sitting across from her was a demon. He retorted to the woman's words, "You're no different, Fandai." Fandai raised her wine glass, her gaze cold. "What? Upset that I insulted her? Why would I be upset?" The demon tilted his head and mocked, "I'm a demon. I'm just like you. The one we are loyal to bears the surname Lamb, not Vu." "Humph, I just wanted to remind you. No monster that has tasted freedom will willingly return to the iron cage. If you bet on them, beware of losing it all." Hearing his words, Fandai fell silent, her hair lightly dropping to cover one eye. Seeing her silent, the demon reached out to touch the photos on the wall and continued, "Honestly, no matter how many you create, they won't stand a chance. Ability users and monsters are fundamentally different by nature. A genius ability user like Lu Chi Zuan will only gradually evolve to his maximum potential in the process of using his powers. As for these monsters of yours, there's only one consequence for abusing their abilities." Before he could finish his sentence, Fandai furiously hurled her wine glass straight at the picture on the wall. She snapped, blaring emptily as she scolded the demon. "I told you to buy me some time, to hold off those fools in the council chamber. Yet you couldn't even manage that. You just stand here tossing sarcastic remarks at me." After venting her frustrations, Fandai suddenly calmed down, adjusting the hair at her temples. "I went a little overboard." "You're acting very unusual today, Tandai." Saying this, the demon suddenly flinched and whipped around. "Could it be? Have you found the special specimen?" Meanwhile, at the port, the battle seemed to be nearing its end. Hamai's poisonous butterflies now had absolutely no effect on Bui Tin Hua. They were incinerated, turning into drops of blood that splattered onto the ground. It's still not over. Hamai's entire body was enveloped in a radiant yet profoundly tragic shade of crimson. In stark contrast, Bui Tin Hua seemed to have become her kryptonite. Any butterfly that merely entered Bui Tin Hua's range was reduced to ash. Risking her life, Hamai unleashed all her power to manifest a deadly field of flowers, screaming Bui Tin Hua's name. Atop a shipping crate, Thien Lang looked down at the heart-heaviest stone. "Looks like Hami isn't planning to come back." The young Dudu cried and pleaded, "Brother Thien Lang, hurry and stop Sister Hami. I'm begging you. Save her." But Thien Lang could only darken his face and tell the boy the cruel truth. Foolish. Dudu was startled by his shout, tears uncontrollably streaming down his face. Thien Lang glanced over, his pale face continuing, "How many times can you save her? She won't be grateful to you anyway." Dao Quang couldn't do anything either. He couldn't bear to watch his friend sacrifice herself, but he couldn't stop her from pursuing her final wish. In those final moments, Dao Quang could only bow his head. Hami was now utterly battered, lacking even the strength to stand straight, as her floral branches lunged forward to tightly entangle Bui Tin Hua. Yet Hami could not breach her flames. Bui Tin Hua lightly waved her wand, speaking her final words to her opponent. "This scenery is truly beautiful. It's just a shame. I won't lose to the same person twice." And just like that, Hami, resembling a blooming flower, was burned to a crisp. Meanwhile, the group led by Tan Thien had also arrived. His subordinates took the lead to guide the people. "Everyone follow me, I'll take you all to receive the supplies." Amidst that chaotic scene, withered petals fluttered in the wind. A child looked up and saw a beautiful butterfly withering away. The port was left with nothing but blinding smoke and scattered petals. Bui Tin Hua tumbled backward in shock, staring at the dark shadow emerging from the smoke. "What the hell is that?" Then, drained of all her strength, she collapsed onto the ground. Unexpectedly, it was Duda's giant stuffed rabbit. After stopping Bui Tin Hua, the little boy quickly recalled his rabbit and ran back toward his brother. "Brother Dao Quang, Sister Hami, she's still alive!" Dao Quang held Hami tightly in his arms, his eyes red as he looked down at Dudo. "I'm sorry, Dudo. I pushed you too hard. Are you hurt anywhere?" The boy shook his head obediently and replied, "I'm fine." As long as she is okay, that's all that matters. Dao Quang gently placed Hami in a corner and quickly called the other two. Koi 2, gather at the exile zone immediately. Hami is severely injured and needs treatment. We must prioritize the mission to return to the lab. Tian Lang remained in his spot, muttering as he glanced at Dao Quang. What a pathetic sight. Dao Quang was about to say more when a crowd suddenly barged in. Right over there, by the containers. Out of the way. Look at the black circle over there. They look warily toward the source of the noise. The scene was unexpectedly chaotic. A massive crowd swarmed in, heading straight for them. Stop pushing. Stop shoving. Open the door. Move, I was here first. They pushed and trampled over each other. Even Dudu, standing on the edge, was bumped into. Dao Quang hastily grabbed him and pulled him aside. Tian Lang glared down at the sea of people with annoyance, clicking his tongue. But the crowd was so huge that no one even noticed. Tan Thien's lackeys kept their heads down, praying internally, "Don't notice me. Don't notice me. Don't notice me." Then they continued climbing up, throwing the storehouse doors wide open. Seeing the supplies inside, the crowd grew even more frenzied, lunging in like wild beasts finding prey. This is mine. This one too. It's all mine. Many couldn't even hold back, stuffing food directly into their mouths. Just then, a child accidentally approached Dao Quan's group to pick up some food. When he looked up, he saw Hamai's badly burned hand. Dao Quang defensively reached out to stop him. "What are you doing?" But the child just timidly pulled out a piece of candy and offered it to him. "If you put candy in your mouth, the wound won't hurt anymore." Dao Quang froze, his eyes wavering as he looked down. Suddenly, a thug appeared out of nowhere and kicked the boy away, holding a gun in his hand. Another thug fired a shot into the air to threaten them. "Drop all the food. Not a single grain leaves here. These supplies belong to the cannibal gang now." "Gamut, spit it out." Irritated, Dao Quang slowly stood up. He pulled out the gun tucked behind his waist and warned the bald thug, "Take your food and get out of here immediately." The thug sneered, pressing his gun right against Dao Quang's forehead. "Humph, you think I don't know what you're up to? Hands up and turn around. Didn't you hear me?" But the moment he finished speaking, a flying sword suddenly pierced straight through his chest. Blood splattered everywhere, splashing all over Dao Quang. "Eyesore." An angry voice rang out. Tian Lang, annoyed, glared down from above and growled. "I said, you're an eyesore." Dao Quang wiped the blood off his cheek and looked coldly down at the child. The child turned pale with terror. Is that an ability user? But suddenly, his face became strangely calm the moment he saw the black ring. A soft whisper escaped his lips. The savior. For some reason, the crowd began cheering, looking up at Tian Lang. Our savior has appeared. The two were stunned, completely clueless as they stared at the cheering crowd. The little boy widened his eyes and asked, "Are you here to save the exile zone?" "What?" Dao Quang's pupils shrank in shock. Suddenly, Dudo's voice rang out. "Brother Dao Quang." The mission target disappeared. Dao Quang narrowed his eyes, breaking into a cold sweat. We're screwed. Meanwhile, Tan Tien had successfully fled with Bui Tin Hua on his back. He spoke up anxiously. "Phew, this is pathetic. How did you get beaten up this badly?" Although Bui Tin Hua's strength was drained, her mouth certainly wasn't. She retorted stubbornly, leaving Tan Tien speechless. "You didn't see how I completely wrecked them. If you had arrived just a few minutes later, I would have handled it all myself." After walking a bit further, Bui Tin Hua quickly told Tan Tien to put her down and leave immediately, but he refused and corrected her. "Just listen closely. That's the sound of the cage opening." Sure enough, after so long, Lu Qizhuan's barrier had finally been lowered. He and Sam Wiyet re-emerged onto the battlefield. Is it always this lively? Seeing Sam Wiyet worried about Tin Hua's disappearance, Lu Qizhuan quickly reassured him. "Don't worry, she wouldn't let anything happen to herself." Tian Lang, finally meeting his worthy opponent, looked utterly delighted. "You hid in there for so long. Were you too scared and crying?" He quickly made his move, summoning countless phantom swords that hovered and tightly surrounded Lu Qizhuan and Sam Wiyet. Lu Qizhuan smirked, his ability surging as he accepted the challenge. "You're the one who should be crying." Bang, bang, bang. Dozens of Tian Lang's swords rained down fiercely. The massive commotion terrified the Black Ring crowd, making them flee for their lives. Ability users are fighting. Run away. Tian Lang watched the chaotic crowd scatter like a broken hive and chuckled darkly. Hee hee hee, that's right. Run along. We're no ordinary ability users, you know. He threw his head back and laughed maniacally, mocking the foolishness of humans and their pitiful fate. Ha ha ha. You pathetic Black Rings. Just a few seconds later, the entire port was empty except for them. Tian Lang looked down at his enemy and spoke. "We finally meet. Lu Qizhuan. You made me wait way too long." Realizing the situation was turning bad, Dao Quang immediately shouted, Tian Lang, stop. He frowned as he looked down at Hami. If we fight Lu Qi's Yuan now, there's no way I can guarantee Hami's safety. Dudu seemed to understand his gaze and choked back a sob, calling out, Brother Dao Quang. Right at that moment, a phone suddenly rang. It was a message from Koi 2. We've taken care of the special grade. We'll be there in a few minutes. The corner of Dao Quang's mouth curled up slightly, feeling relieved inside. Then he stared coldly at the enemy and laid out his conditions. Lu Qi Suyan, we have no intention of clashing directly with you. Just hand Sam Guayet over to us, and we will leave immediately. The higher-ups will show leniency and won't hold the Lu family accountable. But if you refuse to surrender the Son of God, then you are declaring war against the other 7 great families. Hearing the words declaring war, Sam Guayet's face turned deathly pale with fear. But Lu Qi Suyan, ever temperamental and ready to brawl, confidently accepted the challenge. Of course, it's a declaration of war. What, did you think I came here to play house with him? I mean, you guys should at least show some gratitude. You of all people should know exactly whose son he is. Gratitude? Sam Guayet looked at Lu Qi Suyan's back in confusion. What are you talking about, Lu Qi Suyan? Lu Qi Suyan frowned, glaring toward Tian Lang. That ability. He remembered vividly the day Lady Vun Wiyet was surrounded by those phantom swords. One of her eyes had almost been entirely consumed, turning pitch black as she repeatedly said, Don't come closer. Lu Qi Suyan steeled his resolve, took a deep breath, and slowly said, Sam Wiyet, listen closely. Anyone who wears a black ring but can still use an ability. They have only survived this long because they were nourished by Lady Vun Wiyet's blood. Sam Guayet's mind instantly reeled upon hearing those words. Shocked to his core, he couldn't believe his ears. Survive on her blood. Tian Lang sneered, tilting his head to the side. Oh my, seems the Son of God is still entirely clueless. Should I personally explain it to him? Shut up. Sam Nguyen and Lu Qi Zuyan shouted at the exact same time. His face darkened as he asked him, Lu Qi Zuyan, are you saying their abilities come from my mother? What else am I being kept in the dark about? After a moment of silence, Lu Qi Zuyan began to explain. What I know is very limited. Years ago, when Lady Vun Nguyen was imprisoned, the Lam family proposed researching her immortality to help other ability users extend their lifespans. Except for our Lu family, who refused to participate, every other family sent out a high-tier ability user, but the experiment failed. Those 7 test subjects received Lady Vun Wiyet's blood. Not only did they fail to attain immortality, but they turned into grotesque monsters and nearly lost their lives. Afterward, the lab shifted its target to the Black Rings, who were more numerous and easier to control. I just never expected they would actually succeed, those despicable cowards. What about the lab's location? You guys should have investigated it. Lu Qi Zuyan shook his head. We found absolutely nothing. It's like a phantom. There isn't a single trace to be found. Hearing this, Sam Guiyet's vision went dark again. His mind was a tangled mess, unable to process anything else. You found absolutely nothing. In the rankings of the 8 great families, the overall power of the Lu family stands at number 3. Even after 2 massive purges, they never dropped in rank. The Lu family? This is the 3rd largest family we're talking about. They clearly know my mother's situation but have no way to track down her whereabouts. Even a powerful family like the Lu family is powerless and can only stand by and watch. Just what kind of power is engulfing Celestial City? Lu Qi Zuyan, Tin Hoa, and the other protectors defending me. Does this mean they are going up against a Celestial City like that? Is this the enemy I have to face? A fun, myself, and mother. Sam Nguyen's hand clenched tightly, then slowly unclenched. Liu Qi seemed to understand his state of mind at this moment, only carefully reminding him, Sam Nguyen, don't waver. They sent these people to break down your psychological defenses. No matter what rules govern this world, it will be up to our generation to break them next. Sam Nguyen's voice rang out, choked with emotion. Rules or no rules, I don't understand it at all, and I don't care. I always dream of her. She is waiting for me. No matter how difficult it is, I have to save her. Liu Qi felt relieved seeing that his young master hadn't broken down, his lips curving in a happy smile. Relying just on you now, I'm afraid there's no hope. But with these words of yours, everyone will definitely help make it come true. By the way, an idea suddenly popped up and the two leaned close to exchange thoughts. Those guys must know the location of the lab, right? Let's just catch them and interrogate them. What a coincidence. I was thinking the same thing. Hearing this, Tian Lang's face scrunched up into an annoyed scowl. Suddenly, the quack of a bird echoed, making Dao Quang look up. That bird shivered and then dropped a white bomb. Sam Nguyen, worried for the safety of the Liu family young master, immediately yelled, "Watch out," and pushed him aside. Only he didn't expect that the direction he pushed him to was exactly where the mine was dropped. Both Liu Chai-Swin and Sam Nguyen froze for a few seconds. He couldn't help but remember someone swearing loudly, "Fuck." Shuhei. Right then, a familiar voice sounded, "Looking for me?" Everyone turned to look in one direction, as if on cue. Finally, Chuhe's group had arrived.
They had even dragged Hoitu and Tak-a along. Time reversed back to when Dinhwa was struggling in battle. After rescuing Hakwan's group, Chu-he immediately fumbled around looking for a phone and opened it to check. What caught his eye was a voice message from a group member. "Are you guys there? My name is Han Ole. I'm 14 years old this year. I'm Han Tut's younger sister. Due to some special circumstances, my brother couldn't come, so mother sent me to help." Hearing her voice message, Chu-he's expression changed, scolding foolish in his mind, and hurriedly asked a flock of birds to guide him to where Ole was. At the same time, Nguyen-da could no longer continue in autopilot mode. It wobbled, then crashed straight into the bridge's guardrail. Taka stared in shock at the person lunging forward. Ole angrily clenched her fists and pounced toward her to attack. "Don't you dare hurt him." With a loud crash, Taka was so shocked her whole body went pale, sweating profusely. That was close. By the time she realized it, she only knew she was still alive and was even being held mid-air by someone. Taka was startled to see that Hoitu had appeared out of nowhere. He anxiously reminded her, "Don't just stand there waiting to get hit." Both of them panted heavily in exhaustion. Taka asked Hoitu to confirm, "The opponent is just a little girl, right?" "Seems so." On the other side, Ole had crushed the surface of the wall erected by Hoitu, her hand buried deep inside it. Her eyes darkened coldly as she slowly pulled her hand out. She looked down at her hand with some frustration, almost. Just then, Totram also successfully recovered from the glitch and woke up. Ole turned around startled and asked, "You're not hurt, are you?" She hurriedly ran over to check. Totram looked at Ole for a moment before calling her name, Han Ole. Ole replied bashfully, "Just calling me Ole is fine. Hearing someone call my full name makes me feel like I just caused trouble, haha." Suddenly sensing something, Totram used his infrared eyes to look through that wall and discovered the enemy was planning something. He warned, "Watch your step." On the other side, Tak-a and Hoitu were also arguing, "What are you doing? I don't want to run. I can totally control that robot. If we just team up and kill that brat, it'll be over. 1 minute later and you'd be dead. Keeping your life is more important." Having said that, Hoitu immediately manipulated a section of the bridge, lifting it up into the air. Totram quick-wittedly grabbed Ole's hand, telling her to hold tight to the railing, while he pulled out his prosthetic arms and shot them out, wrapping them around Nguyen-da and another spot on the railing to secure them. In an instant, the middle section of the bridge collapsed completely. Both of them were unable to move, left with no choice but to be stuck. Totram quickly assessed the situation. The bridge is severely damaged. This section will collapse in 1 minute. Then he turned to calculate the distance from their spot to Hoitu and Fak-a. After thinking for a moment, Totram decided to voice his plan. "If I enter that woman's control range, I'll be forced to shut down. Their abilities don't pose any threat to you, so I'll throw you over there first to ensure your safety. You have to find the right landing spot. There's only one chance." Aule nodded, getting into a combat-ready stance. But right when Totram flew up, he was instantly pulled right back down, while Aule remained as steady as a mountain standing completely still. She scratched her head awkwardly, looking at a stunned Totram. "Oh dear, I forgot. It's a long story." Just then, suddenly another section of the bridge broke off, gradually sinking deeper. If they really fell down, it would be hard for them to escape. Suddenly, Nguyenda's voice rang out. "Nguyenda hates water. Think of something quick." Seeing that, both Ole and Totram spoke up at the same time. "I have an idea. There's still a way to cross to the other side." Seeing them lean in close to each other, Faka frowned, trying to get a better look. What are they planning to do? "I don't know." A sense of unease suddenly welled up inside Hoitu. Quickly pulled her along. "Hey Faka, let's run." On the other side of the bridge, Ole had climbed back inside Nguyen-da into the driver's seat, while Totram sat on the roof, tightly winding cables around both of them. "Ready?" "Okay." The next moment, as the bridge collapsed, Ole hurriedly stepped on the gas pedal, accompanied by lasers shooting out from Totram's arms, launching all three of them soaring into the sky, flying straight towards where Hoitu's group was standing. Nguyen-da screamed in fear. Nguyen-da is so scared of heights. Seeing that scene, Fak-a's eye twitched immediately before she laughed out loud. "Are you kidding me? You guys won't make it across. Go to hell." Just as Totram had said before, the moment they entered the range of Fak-a's ability, both Nguyen-da and Totram were forced to shut down. All three lost their momentum and immediately plummeted. Hoitu called out to her in shock. "Fak-a. Run." Shuhei, fortunately, arrived just in time, rushing in like a tornado, slashing wildly through the air, then sheathing his sword, turning back to flash an incredibly gentle smile, looking at Ole's group, whom he had rescued right on time. "You guys did a great job."
A few minutes later, Aole and Totram had successfully captured the two targets. She threatened them with a dark expression. Don't even think about any dirty tricks. If you use your abilities sneakily, watch out. I'll punch you. Faka didn't care, opening her mouth to talk back. Wipe that smug look off your face, brat. When I get free, I'll tear you limb from limb and drain your blood for a bath. Totram stood next to her and chimed in. Could you just be quiet and talk a little less? Or should I gag you? Agreed. Hee hee. While the whole group was chatting happily, Chuhe's voice suddenly rang out. Aole. She turned around excitedly. Yes. But when she saw his expression, her face froze. Brother Chuhe, what's wrong? Chuhe looked solemn, seemingly reluctant to say it. You did very well, but this is enough. Aole, you should go back. A few years ago, Aole was brought to a temple by her older brother on a freezing winter day. Snow covered everything in white. Only Hantut's smile was still as warm as the summer sun. Aole quickly ran up the stairs, then stepped inside the temple. Hantut worriedly reminded her from behind. The snow is very slippery. Walk slowly, Han Ole. Reaching the temple doors, she suddenly stopped, hesitating to step inside. Inside was Chuhe, calmly meditating and chanting. Ole thought to herself that it would be better not to disturb him. Suddenly, Hantu walked up and intentionally raised his voice so the person inside could hear. Why are you just standing there? Go in and greet Uncle Chuhe. Ole frantically shushed him, trying to quiet her brother's voice. But Hantu only took the opportunity to tease him more, causing Chuhe to stiffen. What's wrong? Don't like being called uncle? Old man works too. A few minutes later, Hanthu let his sister play in the snow outside while he went in and sat beside Chuhe. He gently placed a gift box down and pushed it toward him. Here, vegetarian cakes. Chuhe quickly pushed it back. I appreciate the thought, but I won't accept this. Knowing his stubbornness, Hanthu had no choice but to use a trick to force him to take it. Oh, really? Even if it's something your mother made, you still won't accept it. Your mom gave this to my family, but I couldn't bear to eat a single bite. I figured that with the freezing weather, poor Chuhe must be shivering alone in the temple, so I might as well bring it to you. Who knows, maybe your mom hoped it'd deliver it to you anyway. Han thus words struck a chord in Chuhe's heart. Left with no choice, he hesitantly reached out and accepted the gift, letting out a sigh. I get it. Spare me. Did you come all this way just to bring me vegetarian cakes? Hanthu clasped his hands and replied with a playful squint. Stop flattering yourself. Of course, that's not the only reason. I came to have a little chat with Grandmaster Sun Tich. Chuhe chuckled, looking at his friend. Isn't that also me? Ha ha. A little more time slipped away. After a moment of careful thought, Hanthu spoke up. Chuhe. Yeah? Can I stop being a protector? The atmosphere instantly fell dead silent. Chuhe's pupils contracted in disbelief as he stared at Hanthu. Seeing his expression, he quickly added, Look how scared you are. I'm just kidding. You never joke about this, Chuhe realized, asking anxiously. What happened? Han thus face paled, his voice trembling as he spoke. Ola's ability is going to disappear. Her ability is disappearing. Yeah, every day after nightfall, she's no different from a normal person. Less than greater than. We both know well that Lady Voon Woyet was targeted precisely because of her immortality. Eternal life, power, the walls. Every conflict until now has stemmed from human greed. And now Ola's ability is inexplicably fading. Ability erasure. Once others discover this truth. Hanthu clenched his fists tightly, painfully forcing out each word. I don't dare imagine the brutal torture Ola will have to endure. Will she become a second Voon Woyet? Will she become a sacrifice in their power struggles? Hanthu, Chuhe frowned, about to say something, but was immediately cut off. Chuhe, I made my decision before coming to you. There are still 2 years until the prophesied day. Until then, I will investigate the cause of her vanishing ability. You must help me keep this secret. As long as I can find the cause before then, I will continue to fulfill my duty as a protector. And if there's no result, I will withdraw from the Protector Project and take my sister away from here, Hanthu answered resolutely. You can curse me as a coward, call me a deserter, I'll accept it all. Chuhe, to me, the Son of God is nothing but a stranger's child. Please forgive me, for I only want to be a selfish older brother. After finishing his conversation with Chuhe, Hanthu and Aoli quickly took their leave to head home. Aoli obediently waved goodbye. We'll be going now, brother Chuhe. Seeing her chubby cheeks, Chuhe couldn't resist reaching out to gently touch and pinch one. Hanthu, being a certified Siskin, pinched her other cheek and said in a jealous tone, Hey, I'm your only brother, you're not allowed to call him that. Chuhe laughed and said, Just call me Big Brother. Okay, Big Brother Chuhe. Aoli obediently complied, then turned and punched Hanthu. Let go of me right now. Not only did it not hurt him, but he thoroughly enjoyed his sister's punch. Whoa, our little Aoli has gotten even stronger. Before they left, Chuhe carefully reminded them, Stay safe. Yeah, we're off.
And just like that, Chuhei stood on the porch, his heart filled with a mix of joy and worry as he watched the siblings of the Han family depart. What a selfish older brother. Winter passed, spring arrived. Chuhei unexpectedly received a message from Han Thu containing only one short, brief line. Take care of her for me. Back in the present, after successfully tying up and capturing the hybrids and tossing them into the trunk, Tu Tram immediately looked over at Chuhei and Ao Li to check on them. Their conversation doesn't seem to be going well. The mood is very grim. It's best not to go over there. Being sensible, he immediately got into the car first, waiting for the two of them to resolve their issues. At that moment, Chuhei was carefully planning how to bring Ao Li home. He told her at length, "We can't go back the way we came anymore. Follow us through this door first, then I'll have Nguyen Da drive you out through another gate. Stay in contact with me on the way until you get home safely. Get in the car." Suddenly, Ao Li tightly grabbed his wrist and pulled him back. "Big brother Chuhei, do you see me as an independent person?" Faced with her unexpected question, Chuhei had no idea how to answer. Seeing him stay silent, Ao Li lowered her head and continued, "Less than greater than. I know what it means to fight, and I clearly understand the consequences of failure. I thought this through very carefully before coming here. Please stop treating me just as your best friend's little sister who needs to be taken care of. I am Han Ao Li, a special grade ability user. I voluntarily took my brother's place to become a protector. Please let me go in his place." Hearing her heartfelt plea, Chuhei was stunned, seeing a reflection of his own past self in her. Ala's face had flushed red, her eyes filled with an unshakable determination. Then she lowered her face, unable to hold back the tears welling up in her eyes. And no longer the child hiding behind her brother's back. This isn't fair to me. Time seemed to stand still, leaving only the rustling sound of the swirling wind. Chuhei calmed down and tightly closed his eyes, and placed his hands on her shoulders and firmly instructed, "Promise me after every sunset you must stay by my side." He told himself inwardly, "I'm sorry, Han Thu. Keeping her by my side counts as taking care of her, right?" At the same time, inside the car, Tu Tram and Nguyen Da were having quite an interesting conversation. "You're eavesdropping on them, aren't you, Tu Tram?" "Not at all." "Liar." Chuhei and Ao Li quickly returned to the car. Because of the absolute soundproofing, Ao Li could only see Tu Tram muttering and moving his lips as if talking to himself. It wasn't until she opened the door that she realized Tu Tram and Nguyen Da were bickering. The moment one turned on the autopilot, the other would turn it off. Ao Li curiously peeked inside and asked, "What's wrong?" She immediately heard Nguyen Da's whiny complaints. "Nguyen Da doesn't want to drive anymore. I almost fell into the sea and drowned just now. Does no one care about Nguyen Da's psychological trauma?" "It's okay," Ao Li confidently offered a solution. "Why don't we drive manually? Big brother Chuhei is here now." Saying that, she leaned over and called out to him, "Please drive for us, big brother Chuhei." But unfortunately, a man who lived on a mountain temple all year round might know how to climb mountains, but driving was completely beyond him. And so the group ultimately had to rely on Tu Tram to take on the role of the driver. He quickly downloaded Driving Basics 2.0 and prepared to set off. Ao Li asked curiously, "Do you have the internet in your head too? If you want to know something, can you just search for it immediately?" "Of course." "You're so amazing, Tu Tram. It's like you're a mobile supercomputer." Seeing Ao Li praise Tu Tram so highly, Nguyen Da jealously chimed in, "What's so impressive about that? Nguyen Da can do it too. Nguyen Da is Papa's proudest masterpiece." Hearing the word Papa, Chuhei thought wistfully, "Papa? Does he mean uncle too?" Suddenly remembering something, he rummaged through his pockets and handed an item to Tu Tram. "Right, Tu Tram, can you unlock the passcode on this phone?" "Leave it to me." Tu Tram whipped around and reached out. "This is way easier than driving." Seeing this, Ao Li panicked and yelled frantically, "Tu Tram, Tu Tram, look ahead. Keep both hands on the steering wheel." Amitabha. This journey is going to be incredibly turbulent for our monk. Scene transition. Inside a luxurious room. Person possessing clairvoyance had been tracking Chuhei's group from the very beginning. Seeing the outcome, he complained in dissatisfaction. "These hybrids are way too weak. Fitch Than Dai wasted so much of our money just to create these useless runts. How worthless. And here I thought I'd get to watch an entertaining bloodbath." Behind him, a severely disfigured man soaking in a tub spoke up. "Just keep watching. Have a little patience." The climax the family head is anticipating hasn't happened yet. "Hey," the silver ring user turned around with a smirk. "Do you know something? Tell me already." The man lowered his face but raised one eye to look, then hesitated before answering. The family head personally selected the 6 of them. "My older brother never makes a decision without being absolutely certain. Among these 6, there must be some hidden capability and connection that I'm unaware of." Saying this, he suddenly crushed the stone in his hand in a fit of rage. Bitterly, he screamed in his mind, "He never explains things to me, forcing me to guess endlessly.
He even handed the management of the laboratory to an outsider. Calming down, the man then told the silver ring user, "Just watch the situation and continue to monitor them." He tiredly leaned back and looked up at the ceiling, accidentally catching a glimpse of his own hideous reflection in a large mirror. He immediately ordered, "Call someone in to take this mirror down." Back at the harbor, Sam and Goyet looked over at the newcomers with a hint of joy. They were his remaining teammates. Seeing Sam and Goyet, Tutram immediately locked onto his protection target. Except for weakness in his limbs, the body shows no obvious signs of abnormality. Mental state is relatively stable. He warily assessed the surrounding situation. Now is not the time to catch up. Sam and Goyet startled and looked over at Liu Qizhuan, who looked even more surprised than he did. What kind of team is this? Full of weirdos. A robot? A monk? A miner? Koitu and Fak-A struggled violently in the back. Suddenly, Koitu looked toward Dao Quang. Noticing his dark, disappointed expression, Dao Quang whispered, "Do, go find Bui Tin Hua." The little boy obediently hummed in agreement and quickly followed the order. Fian Lang also realized what was happening and stared intently at him. Dao Quang's hand twitched slightly. He gently crossed his middle and ring fingers, then tapped them against his thigh. Fian Lang, as if receiving a command, clenched his fists in response. Immediately after, Dao Quang's pupils glowed brightly. Sam Wyatt, Chu He, and Liu Qizhuan all instantly detected a murderous intent. Meanwhile, Ao Li was completely unaware, her eyes still fixated on Sam Wyatt. "I finally get to meet the person my brother always wanted to protect." Suddenly, she was startled. Seeing Chu He draw his sword, he carefully instructed them both, "Keep an eye on them. Ao Li, don't let go of the rope. Tutram, assist Ao Li in guarding these two." Realizing the situation had changed, she focused her mind. Got it. At the same time, Liu Qizhuan cast a brief glance at Sam Guet, and he seemed to understand the meaning in that look. But his reaction was just too slow. By the time he realized it, Liu Qizhuan had already pushed him back. Sam Guet panicked and screamed, then was instantly trapped inside an inescapable cage of lightning. What is this? Knowing that Sam Guet was furious with him, Liu Qizhuan still couldn't let the life of the Son of God be threatened. He confidently turned his head and said, "It's absolutely safe in there. Don't overthink it. I'll be right back." Tian Lang also swiftly made his move, red embers flying everywhere to swirl around him. Black dust. As soon as he said that, a fixed, sinister aura instantly spread throughout the area. Shu He frowned and slashed through it, but because the sheer volume was too much, they were quickly surrounded. Ao Li noticed those streams of aura attempting to carry Koi Tu's group away, and instantly rushed over to shatter them. Don't even think about taking them. Tian Lang grinned with wicked amusement, as the sinister energy surged aggressively to swallow Liu Qizhuan. But Liu Qizhuan wasn't one to be trifled with either. He used his lightning to pierce through it, creating small holes, to easily break the encirclement around himself. As expected of you, Tian Lang looked down in amusement, but in a split second, Liu Qizhuan vanished, closing in right in front of his face in a flash. Tian Lang smirked. Oh my. As for Sam Wet, after being wrapped inside the cage, no malice could reach him, but he felt like absolute garbage, utterly disappointed in himself. I can't do a single thing. Tian Lang and Liu Qizhuan clashed in a flurry of brutal punches. Tian Lang clenched his fist tight and swung with all his might. Liu Qizhuan swiftly leaned away and dodged it, casually taunting him. "Whatever tricks you have, just show them all. Don't waste my time." "My time is extremely precious." With that, he brought down a lightning strike. Tian Lang agilely summoned his sinister energy to block the attack, then charged right back into hand-to-hand combat. "What are you so arrogant for?" Black dust. Swarms of little demonic entities quickly flew over to surround Liu Qizhuan. His ears twitched slightly. Then he immediately gathered momentum and leaped into the air, unleashing a kick that shattered them to pieces, and following through with a direct kick to his opponent's right flank. Tian Lang reacted just in time, raising his arm defensively to block, but he was still kicked back quite a distance. Liu Qizhuan looked smug, the crackle of lightning sparking around him. "Don't think that shaping dust into demons can fool my eyes." Tian Lang rolled his eyes, instantly conjuring a defensive circle to shield himself from Liu Qizhuan's assault. Suddenly, Liu Qizhuan's voice rang out. "Where are you looking?" While Tian Lang was distracted, Liu Qizhuan had closed in on him out of nowhere, delivering a paralyzing punch straight to his gut, sending him flying into the wall, shattering it completely with a deafening crash. Tian Lang coughed violently, looking like a total mess. A sharp object pierced right through his stomach. He furiously wiped the blood from his mouth. "Damn it, if I wasn't distracted controlling the black dust to deal with those other three, how could you have possibly injured me?" Tian Lang hissed in pain, firmly gripping the sharp object sticking out of his stomach, and ruthlessly yanked it out, making blood splatter everywhere. He quickly recovered, stood up unsteadily, and tossed the object he had just pulled from his gut behind him. "I'll let you act smug for just a little longer." Lu Chi-Zuyin. At the same time, Koi-Tu and Fak-A were still tightly bound, waiting to be rescued. Suddenly, a strong force yanked Ao Li backward, startling her. Oh no! By the time Tram turned around, Ao Li had already disappeared from sight. She was dragged along the ground, her hands still resolutely gripping the rope tight. You bastards love your dirty tricks. I absolutely won't let you succeed. With that, Ao Li flexed her entire body, using her powers to forcefully yank Koi-Tu's group back. Tram also hurried over to assist her, but because her arm was pulled so taut, the old wound on Ao Li's shoulder instantly tore open, blood staining her clothes. She winced in pain, her face turning pale, which Tram immediately noticed. There's a severe penetrating wound near your right shoulder, and it's showing signs of deterioration. Could it be that ever since we were on the bridge, you were? Please unbutton your clothes so I can perform emergency medical treatment. Not now, Ao Li interrupted, then tied the rope tightly around her waist. Her pupils constricted, reflecting her unwavering determination. Until we repel the enemy. You must help me keep this a secret. Can you do that? Tram nodded in response. Understood. I respect your wishes. Let's end this quickly. Meanwhile, Chu He was rushing frantically towards Sam Guiyet, but the enemy's encirclement was so thick that every time he slashed through one layer, another would immediately replace it. Chu He frowned in frustration, gripping his sword hilt tightly. Nguyen has been left all alone. I need to get over there quickly. Even though he could see him right in front of his eyes, Chu He couldn't get close at all. He clicked his tongue, continuously screaming, Nguyen. At this moment, Tu Hawk reappeared, buzzing temptingly in Sam Wiyet's ear. Coward. That arrogant, conceited Lu Chi-Zuyin fundamentally looks down on you, locking you in this tiny cage, framing you as a weakling who can only stand by and watch. What are you waiting for? Don't you want to prove them wrong? You know what I'm saying makes perfect sense, right? Just let me out, and this farce will end instantly. He's not framing me, it's the truth, Sam Wiyet spoke up to refute Tu Hawk, making him frown and snap his head around. What? Him the weakest, most incompetent person here, and that's absolutely true. Sam Wiyet bitterly accepted reality. I should be their main target. Hearing this, Tu Hawk's face contorted even more. Huh? Are you proud of that? Sam Wiyet completely ignored Tu Hawk, looking out anxiously. They clearly know in the weak link in this battle, yet even when outnumbered, they stubbornly insist on fighting the strong ones head-on. Casting the aside, isn't that just incredibly stupid? I can't shake this feeling of unease. It's so strange. At that moment, Sam Wiyet recalled the conversation he had with Lu Chi-Zuyin before the battle began. Keep your eyes wide open and watch closely. Watch even closer. The moment you open your mouth, you talk about death. What bad luck. Since they share the same body, Tu Hawk seemed to know what Sam Wiyet was feeling. He grabbed Sam Wiyet's shoulder and pulled him back. What the hell are you talking about? Explain it to me clearly, right now. Sam Wiyet shut his eyes tightly, then irritably slapped Tu Hawk's hand away. Get lost, you're too noisy. He couldn't say a word, the veins on his face bulging, before slowly fading away. Now only Sam Wiyet remained in that space. He calmed himself and clutched his chest, his eye color suddenly changing into a breathtakingly beautiful ice blue. Closer. I'm not entirely useless after all. Sam Wiyet's body was abruptly pushed back, his soul seemingly detaching from his physical form. By the time he realized it, he had strayed into a completely different dimension. Sam Wiyet looked around in confusion. He was in an endlessly stretching corridor of rooms with red lights flashing everywhere. Inside each chamber, there was nothing but a deep crimson blood color. Where on earth is this? He asked himself, then looked down at his hand placed on the ground. In the blink of an eye, the space turned a fiery red once more, and in Sam Wiyet's palm rested a pinch of black-red sand. He tensed up, looking around with high vigilance. Black dust. Damn it, it must be because I haven't mastered my abilities yet that I stumbled into this bizarre space. First, I need to figure out a way out of here. Sam Wiyet hurriedly stood up to leave, but the crimson light engulfed him once again. Startled, he looked to his side. Discovered a child sitting with his knees drawn up on a bed in the room. The room flashed continuously between white and red, leaving Sam Wiyet undeniably curious. Why is there a child here? Knowing this was far from normal, Sam Wiyet boldly warned the boy anyway. Kid, this is an Esper zone, it's extremely dangerous. You have to leave here with me right now. As he spoke, Sam and Wiyet walked over and gently shook the boy. Kid, can you stand up? Seeing no response, Sam and Wiyet grew anxious and raised his voice. Hey kid. He thought in frustration, this damn alarm. The moment the thought ended, the blaring alarm abruptly stopped. Sam and Wiyet froze, turning his head to look up at the ceiling. Suddenly, the child's voice echoed. You were able to enter my 5th layer of consciousness. It seems you aren't as weak as you look. At that, Sam and Wiyet's hand immediately let go. He backed away defensively. Consciousness. Who are you? The child slowly moved, his previously huddled body now stretching out comfortably. He kept his face lowered to the ground before slowly looking up to answer. Dao Quang. You should engrave my name in your memory.
Seeing eyes that glowed as brightly as stars, Sam Wit froze in shock. Dao Quang suddenly continued. Because we are both children of God. He abruptly grabbed Sam Wit's hand and said, Let's go. We'll talk somewhere else. I don't like staying here for long. Sam Wit stammered, Wait, you need to explain this to me. Before Sam Wit could finish his sentence, the space abruptly shifted again, teleporting them to a different room. Sam Wit realized with a jolt, this was his old home with Ah Thuan. Dao Quang, somewhat surprised, patted the sofa he was sitting on. So that's how it is. This storage room is the safe haven within your consciousness. It's not much different from my room. Perfectly square, just like a toy box. Sam Wit frowned, staying silent for a moment before speaking up with a hint of anger. Stand up. Don't sit on that sofa. At this, his eyes suddenly grew heavy, his voice choking with emotion. At the very least, don't touch it. The atmosphere instantly fell dead silent, until a faint noise suddenly rushed into Sam Guite's ears, causing him to flinch and whip around. Gunshots. Dao Quang smiled and stood up. Apologies for bringing up unpleasant memories. Let's change locations to continue our chat. Suddenly, Sam Guite seized his hand and interrogated him. What the hell are you doing to my eyes? I don't understand. You're lying, Sam Guite declared. You're stalling for time. You're keeping me here just to hinder me, right? That place just now wasn't your consciousness at all, and this place isn't mine either. Dao Quang feigned innocence. Why would I want to hinder you? Because you know full well that I can see right through your schemes. The moment Sam Guite uttered those words, Dao Quang's expression stiffened. His previously fake smile vanished completely, his lowered gaze turning icy. Seeing the other remain silent, Sam Guite immediately continued. I don't know what your ability actually is, but if what my eyes see isn't real, then I'll trust my other four senses. He shut his eyes tight and began to focus. Gunshots, a strange smell of hydroxide, and also the stench of blood? You are the enemy. Investigating my living environment is child's play for you. You exploited my past to create a replica of my memories. Despicable. Truly despicable. Dao Quang, visibly puzzled, lifted his head and asked, For you to figure it out this quickly. Where did I mess up the illusion? Sam Wet hesitated for a long time, his eyes taking on an unusual sadness as his lips trembled with suppressed emotion. Then he turned his face away. The safe haven in my heart has long ceased to exist. I need to tell Lu Qizuyan and the others the truth immediately. Back at the harbor, chaos still reigned supreme. Lu Qizuyan and Thian Lang were locked in a fierce clash on one side, when suddenly, Qizuyan's expression changed. He sensed a fluctuation coming from Sam Wet's side. Sam Wet took a deep breath, steeling himself as he stared straight ahead. What the eyes see is not the truth. With that thought, Sam Wet stepped out of Lu Qizuyan's protective cage. The moment he stepped out, black dust instantly swarmed him. Gathering all his strength, Sam Wet tore apart the veil before his eyes and roared, It's not real. Everyone jolted, turning their eyes toward him and shouting in unison, Sam Guite. Meanwhile, Bui Tin Hua was focused on healing herself. Sitting against a wall, she continuously applied her heart fire to her wounds. Tan Thien unexpectedly sat beside her, standing guard. This is my first time seeing flames capable of healing. How bizarre. Sensing his gaze, Bui Tin Hua immediately snapped her head to glare at him. Seeing this, Tan Thien asked, How much longer are you going to keep puffing like that? Puffing? Healing obviously takes time. You think it made of iron. Bui Tin Hua huffed and turned away, completely oblivious to Tan Thien's inner thoughts. Yeah, right, with that ironclad mouth of yours. Suddenly, Tan Thien stood up and said urgently, At this distance, they'll find us in no time. My subordinate's car is right outside. Let me get you out of his battlefield first. We'll find a safe place for you to heal. As he spoke, he reached out to pull Bui Tin Hua up, but she immediately refused. I'm not going anywhere. That brown-haired black ring will definitely send someone to confirm if I'm dead or alive. Staying here allows me to distract the enemy. You go. Don't interfere with my healing. Tan Thien furrowed his brows, feeling a tinge of disappointment. She doesn't want to drag me down with her. Right then, both of them simultaneously sensed someone else's presence. Without a word, their eyes darted in the same direction. They're here. Tan Thien immediately threw off his jacket, revealing the crisscrossing scars covering both his arms. He tossed his jacket backward to Bui Tin Hua's bewilderment. What are you doing? Tan Thien stood confidently, blocking her from the front. Don't try to play the hero all by yourself. The footsteps drew closer until finally, Dudu appeared. The little boy jumped out, tightly clutching Happy in his arms. Found you. Seeing the small child, Tan Thien groaned in dismay. Damn it, is this a joke? Meanwhile, Bui Tin Hua slumped back down and smirked. Heh, I'll leave him to you. Back at the harbor, everyone was in a panic, deeply worried about Sam Guite, who had willingly thrown himself into danger. However, the space suddenly warped, everything transforming into vibrant colors like a child's crayon drawing.
From the buildings to the ground, down to the shipping containers. Everything abruptly flipped upside down, floating weightlessly above Sam Gwiat's head. All the other team members stood frozen, suspended in mid-air. Liu Qizhuan, Totram, Chu He, and Ao Li. Looking at the bizarre scenery around him, Sam Gwiat remained unusually calm. I know now. It's a dream. Dao Quang's voice suddenly chimed in. I didn't expect you to figure out this was a dream. How clever. Hanging upside down, he shoved his face close to Sam Gwiat and asked, The world before your eyes is crumbling. Aren't you afraid? Sam Gwiat frowned and replied, It's just a dreamscape. What is there to be afraid of? I beg your ability is to cast dreams on others. As long as the controlled victim doesn't realize it, they'll sink so deep they can never escape. And once the victim realizes it's a dream, they can break free from your control. However, dragging multiple people into a dream must have its limits, which is why you created a dream within a dream just to stall me. You use your so-called conscious space to blind me from the truth, trying to prolong the time I spent dreaming. Am I right? Not entirely, Dao Quang hummed in response. I never intended to use such a shallow dream to trap you all for long. I just wanted to buy a little time to rescue my comrades from your clutches. You, on the other hand, possessing this level of observation when your ability awakened a mere 2 days ago. It truly surprises me. Sam Gwiat coldly shot back. It has nothing to do with my abilities. Even if I were powerless, I still would have seen right through your illusion. Hearing this, Dao Quang let out an "oh," his lips curling into a smirk. And how would you do that?
Sam Gwiat answered with absolute conviction, because I refused to drag them down with me. Dao Quang chuckled dryly. Arrogant brat. This dreamscape is coming to an end anyway, Sam Gwiat. It's a pity that our entire conversation has taken place inside a dream. I look forward to speaking with you in reality. It's time to return to our opposing realities. As soon as those words fell, every member of Sam Gwiat's group snapped awake, clutching their heads. Even Tianlang, standing beside Dao Quang, had been caught in the crossfire. He scowled, rubbing his forehead. Damn it, was my body squeezed through? Couldn't you have picked a different scene? Dao Quang chuckled softly, his arms crossed over his chest. There, don't be mad. Nearby, Thak A and Koi Tu had somehow escaped at some point, each busy with their own tasks in their respective corners.
Suddenly, Dao Quang extended his hand toward Thak A and ordered, Give me back my gun. She pouted and handed it over. Why so tense? I was just joking. Here you go, you cheapskate. Dao Quang sternly reminded her, Don't act on your own. Right after that, for some unknown reason, the faces of Liu Qizhuan, Sam Gwiat, and Chu He darkened simultaneously. Especially Chu He, trembling with violently constricted pupils and breaking into a cold sweat, he slowly turned his head in one direction. When did they escape their bindings? The ropes that Ao Li had risked her life to hold onto were now lying loosely on the ground, and right beside them a pool of bright red blood suddenly appeared. Ao Li grimaced, stammering, I clearly didn't let go. She didn't even realize that everyone was screaming her name. Ao Li's vision slowly darkened, as she saw everyone's panicked expressions looking at her. Liu Qizhuan was so furious he roared, I'll kill you all, and transformed into a bolt of lightning, darting off in another direction. Ala's breathing grew heavier. She panted, looking around, only to see Chu He's pale face. Is brother Chu He mad at me? Then she slowly looked down, her vision blurring dizzily as blood dripped onto the floor. Unable to hold on, Ala lost her balance and fell backward. But a hand quickly caught her, and Tutram's voice rang out, Don't panic, Tutram is here. Initiating healing mode, the bullet pierced the lower left abdomen, beginning to stop the bleeding now. Ala gritted her teeth through the pain, sobbing out, The rope was just tied around my waist. Tutram hushed her, his eyes fixed on her stomach wound. I know, please refrain from speaking for now. Faka watched the scene and smirked. I should have shot her one more time just to be sure. Dao Quang and Thian Lang turned to look at each other at the same time, saying nothing. A few minutes ago, just as Sam Gwiat's group reunited, Dao Quang had quickly given Thian Lang a signal, one they had established since childhood, meaning the battle is going poorly. Next, I will pull you into the collective dreamscape. Hold them off. And Thian Lang had responded by clenching his fist, meaning, got it. Before activating his dream-inducing ability, Dao Quang had carefully instructed him, although I feel a bit bad leaving you alone to deal with those four. Don't die in the dream, Thian Lang. Thian Lang showed no fear, his gaze determined. It doesn't matter how many come at me. And so, Dao Quang initiated the collective dreamscape with a 5-minute countdown, pulling everyone inside. After everyone fell into slumber, he walked up to Sam Gwiat to observe the Son of God. He looks much more ordinary than I imagined. But just as he was about to touch him, Liu Qizhuan's lightning activated, knocking Dao Quang's hand away and injuring him instantly. He glared bitterly at Qizhuan. He can still use his ability while sleeping? This Liu Qizhuan really never ceases to surprise. But it wasn't just Liu Chi-suen. Even Sam Nguyen, for some reason, could still twitch slightly. This agitated Dao Quang even more. What the hell? Him too. These two are really tough to deal with. With 4 minutes left, Dao Quang walked over to Ao Li and successfully freed Koi Tu and Thak A. He glanced back, observing to Tram's state, and the corners of his lips curled up. So that's how it is. Dao Quang quickly stood up and urged the other two. There was a slight glitch with this collective dreamscape. I can't maintain it for long. Get up quickly and stay away from them. Thak A glared bitterly at Ao Li, then snatched the gun from behind Dao Quang's waist. It's not too late to leave after I feed this brat a lead bullet. That exact moment was when Sam Nguyen, still in the dream, heard the gunshot. Time flew by, and the 5 minutes were finally up. At the same time, Koi Tu finished drawing his blueprints. He turned his head to report to Dao Quang. They seem to be coming up with some kind of plan. Combining Tianlong and Koi Tu's powers creates an inescapable battlefield. What comes next is a fair showdown between the two teams. Shu He panicked, repeatedly calling Al Le's name, terrified she would close her eyes. He gently lifted the girl into his arms to assist with Tu Tram's healing process. Al Li, don't be afraid, he said, then turned to ask, how are her wounds? Tu Tram calmly replied, I've applied emergency hemostasis to Al Le's abdominal wound. Her life isn't in immediate danger. Next, I will treat the penetrating wound on her shoulder. Please do not move her for now. Hearing this, Chu He froze, muttering, her shoulder too. Al Le's painful groans began to ring out, quickly snapping him back. Chu He leaned in low, whispering reassuringly, I'm here. I'm right here. Al Le's eyes darkened as sweat poured down her face. She wanted to say something, but her body had utterly lost all its strength. Sam Nguyen rushed over from a distance. Is everyone okay? Seeing what was unfolding before her, Al Li used all her strength to pant. Big brother Chu Hei, I think I messed up, didn't I? As soon as she spoke, black dust flew out of nowhere, wrapping tightly around Sam Nguyen and violently dragging him away. Shu Hei, Al Li, and To Tram were completely startled and had no time to react, only able to watch Sam Nguyen get engulfed in a whirlwind of dust hovering mid-air. Meanwhile, over on Tan Thien and Bui Tin Hoa's side, the two of them were also engaged in a minor scuffle. Tan Thien frowned, puffed out his cheeks, and spat a tooth into his hand. He clenched it tightly, twisted his body back, and threw a straight punch at Happy right in front of him. Tan Thien pinned it down and aggressively threatened, You dare knock out my tooth? Today, I'll show you the true power of an 8-time consecutive tournament champion. But suddenly, Bui Tinhua spoke up to stop him. Confused, Tan Thien looked back, only to see Bui Tinhua jut her chin, gesturing for him to look the other way. Only then did he clearly see Dodo's condition. The little boy's face was bruised and covered in dirt, leaving Tan Thien bewildered. What's going on? My fist didn't even hit him. When he heard the happy, happy sound from the rabbit under his feet, he uneasily backed away and ran over to tell Bui Tinhua. Hey, that kid and that playful toy seem to be linked somehow. I hit the rabbit, but the kid got hurt. What do we do? Bui Tinhua quietly looked at Du, thinking to herself, no wonder they sent this child alone. That guy knew we wouldn't have the heart to attack a kid. Furthermore, the boy didn't seem to feel anything from the punch just now. Loss of pain sensation? She suddenly asked, Hey kid, what's your name? Hearing Bui Tinhua ask that, the image of her battling Hamai flashed through Du's mind. The boy flinched and huddled closely, hugging Happy's arm tightly. Seeing the boy's trembling state, Bui Tinhua chuckled. Haha, relax. I don't beat people half to death just because I ask for their name. Hearing this, Dodo lowered his guard and obediently replied, My name is Dodo. Bui Tinhua asked further, What about your surname? I don't have one. Hearing that, she thought to herself, another person without a surname, then continued. Dodo, you saw how I beat up your accomplice Hamai earlier. If you don't want to end up like her, get out of here right now. Dodo hugged Happy even tighter and resolutely replied, I can't leave. Brother Dao Quang said you have to die. I must complete this mission. Speechless, Bui Tinhua reminded him. You think you can fight the two of us, all by yourself. Although Tan Thien's conscience wouldn't let him hit a young child, he still played along aggressively. That's right, kiddo. Don't think I won't teach you a lesson just because you're young. Dodo ignored them, stubbornly clinging to Happy and refusing to leave. Bui Tinhua had to suppress her anger, staying seated as she lectured Du. If I'm not mistaken, those who overuse their abilities will experience intense physical rejection. Like a disposable plastic cup that isn't meant to hold boiling water. Do you truly understand what you're doing? Du squeezed his eyes shut and yelled, I understand. Seeing this, she calmly asked the boy again, Are you willing to trade your life just to kill me? They must have promised you a very bright future, haven't they? As long as you die, that older brother will agree to come back with us. Du said in his trembling, childish voice, his heavy gaze dropping. The Celestial City will recognize our new identities. We will be adopted by the families and get to live in the Celestial City full of ability users. The Celestial City.
Saying this, the boy grimaced, tears welling up as he pleaded with Bui Tinhua. Please cooperate, miss. We promise we won't hurt the others. Hearing Duda's words, the two were momentarily at a loss for words, just staring blankly at the child before them. Suddenly, a soft chuckle escaped from Bui Tinhua. Then, as if possessed, she stopped healing herself and burst into maniacal laughter, causing Tan Thien and Du to pale. Losing her patience, Bui Tinhua reached into her hair and pulled out her wand. Talking is useless. Bring it on. Tan Thien, startled, rushed over to stop her. Bui Tinhua, wait. This child looks barely 10 years old. His mindset is deeply tied to the environment he grew up in. Before Tan Thien could finish, Bui Tinhua coldly shoved his shoulder aside, demanding he move out of the way. Her gaze didn't waver. My teammates are suffering agony because of me, and you're telling me to sympathize with this kid just because he's a child? Tan Thien was struck speechless, only able to watch Bui Tinhua's back. I'm not in a position to save every single one of them. She marched straight towards Dudo and ignited her flames. Tam Shiwa. Knowing he couldn't avoid the fight, Dudo immediately ordered his stuffed animal, Happy, kill her. But how could a kid not even 10 years old match a master like Bui Tinhua? Before Happy could even move, Bui Tinhua had already unleashed 2 blasts of fire. She used her flames to incinerate Happy, while using the Heart of Fire on Dudo's body to spare the boy's life. Dudo sobbed, watching the gift Dao Kuang gave him burn before his eyes. No, don't hurt Happy. The flames spread, blazing through the narrow alley. Tan Thien didn't dare say a word, sweat pouring down his face. He shuddered slightly as he looked at Bui Tinhua. This woman was absolutely terrifying. After a while, the fire was extinguished. Teardrops pattered onto the ground. Dudo sniffled and choked out, why? He stared in utter despair at the charred remains of Happy on the ground. Suddenly, a small pale hand reached out, picked up Happy, and placed it back onto his lap. Bui Tinhua crouched in front of Dodu, her voice low. Dudu, using your youth to garner sympathy, has its limits. Don't make me regret letting you live. With that, she stood up and walked away, leaving Dudu in Tan Thien's care. Until the stuffed animal recovered, the kid probably couldn't use his abilities. Trying to save a child with a twisted mindset using just sweet words is useless. It requires real action. Tan Thien looked after her, wanting to say something, but Bui Tinhua immediately cut him off, giving him no chance to speak. She took deliberate steps forward, then rapidly accelerated her pace. Bui Tinhua sprinted toward the harbor at full speed, silently praying, hold on. Incoming. At the harbor, the black dust once again engulfed everything. Chuvi frantically ordered to Tram to stop healing and switch to attack mode to save Sam Nguyen in time. On the other side, Lu Qizhuan, a short distance away, also rushed back into the fray. Using his own body, he dashed straight through Thien Lang's screen of black sand, then unleashed a crescent-shaped wave of lightning that blasted the black dust away. At the same time, Lu Qizhuan shouted Chuhi's name to pinpoint his location. Seeing Lu Qizhuan urgently reaching out toward him, Chuhi immediately understood. He gave a careful warning, then tossed his sword over to him. Lu Qizhuan didn't hesitate. He took his stance, drew the blade from its sheath, and unleashed a horizontal slash combined with his lightning, aiming straight at the vortex. He roared furiously, "Give Sam Nguyen back." Sam Nguyen, struggling against his tight bindings, watched wide-eyed as the arc of light flew toward him. The moment it severed the black dust, Sam Nguyen lost his support and plummeted. He screamed in terror, but thankfully Lu Qizhuan was there just in time. Quick as a flash, he darted over, caught him, and landed softly. Sam Nguyen looked over his shoulder in shock, unable to believe Lu Qizhuan had blocked it all. His crackling lightning acted like a spiderweb, halting the spread of the black dust. Lu Qizhuan steadied Sam Nguyen, grumbling, "You're really good at causing trouble. I was only gone for a second." Hearing his nagging, Sam Nguyen weakly replied, "Sorry for making you worry. Who's worried about you?" Lu Qizhuan warned him cautiously, "Don't let your guard down. We're not out of danger yet." Just as he spoke, Lu Qizhuan suddenly sensed danger. He forcefully shoved Sam Nguyen aside, and then, just like in Sam Nguyen's vision, he was impaled by the black dust, right before Sam Nguyen's eyes. Chuhi frantically tried to break free from the black dust, repeatedly shouting Lu Qizhuan's name. Aula's body hadn't recovered yet, but convinced this was all her fault, she used every ounce of her strength to try and salvage the situation, ignoring Tram's warnings from behind. "Aule, you shouldn't put any strain on your shoulder." Explosions began to erupt. Sam Nguyen stood frozen, staring at the chaotic scene unfolding. "So, this is the moment. The scene I saw is happening right now."
Suddenly, a rough hand appeared from behind, gripping Sam Gwyed's jaw tightly and yanking him back. Thien Lang, radiating intense bloodlust, had caught him once again. "Where do you think you're going?" Just as he asked, he suddenly coughed violently, splattering blood all over Sam Gwyed's face. He then playfully stuck out his tongue and licked his lips. "Can't let it go to waste. This is the blood of a god, isn't it?" A short while later, torrential rain began to fall. Only Chu He's swords remained, lying abandoned on the ground. Bui Tianhua stood before them in silence, then slowly bent down, picked them up, and sheathed them. She scanned the area, shouting her teammates' names to find them. "Sam Nguyet, Lu Chi's Yuan, answer me." But the only response was the patter of the rain and the howling wind. Bui Tianhua cautiously approached the rubble. "There's still someone here." Her face tightened into a scowl, but then it suddenly relaxed in sheer surprise. Lu Chi's Yuan was still alive, though his entire body was drenched in blood. He gripped the shard of glass embedded in his chest and wordlessly yanked it out, then looked at the person in front of him. "I thought you were dead, Bui Tianhua." Bui Tianhua scoffed and stepped closer. "Are you disappointed that I'm not?" "A little." She pressed on. "You look pathetic. Couldn't even handle a few of them." Lu Chi's Yuan, devoid of his usual smirk, kept his head down and replied hoarsely, "Right now I'm just annoyed that my suit is ruined." As if sensing his bleak mood, Bui Tianhua said nothing more, just standing there staring at him. Then she asked seriously, "What do we do now?" Exhausted, Lu Chi's Yuan tilted his head slightly and mumbled, "Go to sleep. Find shelter from the rain. I want to sleep." With that, the two quickly moved to a nearby building, taking temporary refuge in a room. Along the way, Lu Chi's Yuan recounted everything that had happened to Bui Tianhua. She gasped in astonishment. "What? Han Thus' younger sister. How old is she?" "An 8-year-old brat." Drying his hair, Lu Chi's Yuan retorted, "Have some concept of time, please. She's 14. "Wow, what a brave kid," Bui Tianhua praised. But Lu Chi's Yuan's next words plunged the atmosphere back into gloom. "She got shot. I don't know if she's dead or alive." Everything suddenly fell silent again, save for the wind and the crackling of electricity on Lu Chi's Yuan's body. He then continued, "They're right in that floating building, along with Sam Wiet, Chu He, and Uncle Ta's life's work, to tram." The mood grew increasingly somber. Bui Tianhua quietly walked over to a chair, slumped down and crossed her legs. She turned her head slowly, looking out the window. "I hate the rain. It reminds me of the day we took our ability tests. The air had this same damp, rotting smell." At this, she turned back to Lu Chi Suyen and asked, "Do you still remember what happened after the test that day?" Lu Chi Suyen stayed silent for a moment, then pulled the towel from his head and replied, "That was so long ago. How could I possibly remember?" Hearing this, Bui Tianhua lowered her eyes. Looking somewhat bitter, she turned her face away. "Thank you for forgetting that day." Bruised and purple from his clotted wounds, Lu Chi Suyen lay with his back to Bui Tianhua and asked curiously, "Our teammates are trapped, yet I am lying here wasting time. Why aren't you pressing me about it?" Bui Tianhua leaned her head back against the wall, arms crossed, and answered calmly, "You call them teammates, which proves you're just as worried about them as I am. If you still want to rest in this situation, you must have your own plans." Unexpectedly, a quiet voice spoke up. "I'm scared." Hearing Lu Chi Suyen say that, Bui Tianhua shivered. Unable to control her expression, she sneered, "Huh? Did I hear that right? You, Lu Chi Suyen, get scared? Creepy as hell." Ignoring her, Lu Chi Suyen swallowed his pride and continued, "I'm scared of losing control. A very long time ago, on the way home with my butler. Exhausted, Lu Chi Suyen had fallen asleep in the car. The butler was chatting with his boss while gently stroking Lu Chi Suyen's hair, tenderly watching his doll-like face. But in that exact moment, he noticed something strange. Crackling electricity suddenly surged around Lu Chi Suyen. The instant he opened his eyes, a bolt of lightning struck down from the sky straight into their car, causing it to explode on the spot. Lu Chi Suyen scrambled out of the car and ran toward the butler to help him, but the man was so terrified that his eyes inadvertently saw Lu Chi Zuyen as a monster. The butler's face was deathly pale, reflecting the flickering red of the flames. He screamed hysterically, "Don't come near me! Don't come near me! I beg of you, young master." That moment forged an immense terror within Lu Chi Suyen. Only those who controlled their abilities were considered true ability users, and those controlled by their abilities were nothing but slaves. He had personally placed shackles upon himself to restrict his own power, suppressing it from 100% down to a mere 10%. Hearing the tragic tale of Lu Chi Suyen's life once more, Bui Tianhua couldn't hold back and delivered a solid kick to his body. Lu Chi Suyen sat up in confusion and yelled, "Why did you kick me?" Bui Tianhua scoffed, retorting in frustration, "I seriously cannot sympathize with you at all. How is this any different from people who eat delicacies every day whining, 'Ah, I'm so stuffed, I really don't want to wake up and eat at an expensive 5-star restaurant'? Manipulated by your ability. Suppressed by how much? 90%? Let me experience what it's like to have an endless supply of power too. As she spoke, she relentlessly kicked Liu Qi-Swin to the point where all he could do was raise his arms to shield his body. Hey, I'm still injured. Bui Tinhua yelled loudly, right in his face. You got injured precisely because of that attitude. Reflect on yourself. Are you the only one living in agony? If you don't want the people important to you to get hurt because of you, then try harder to protect them. Why seal yourself away?
Liu Qi-Swin remained silent, listening intently to Tinhua's words. Sam Nguyen has always believed in us risking our lives to save him without a single doubt. How much courage does it take to entrust your life to strangers you've only known for a few days? But what about us? What have we actually done right? I got easily provoked by just a few words from the enemy, leaving myself wide open during the fight and nearly getting killed. And you're still drowning in the past, stuck in one place. How are we supposed to win like this? After all, what gives us the right to take our victory for granted? Ring levels? If we judge the outcome by levels, I should have sent all of them packing by myself. But Liu Qi-Swin, if even we naively believe that levels dictate everything, what right do we have to change this world? 10%. That's right, not just you, but me too. Saying this, Bui Tinhua seemed to laugh at herself, laughing for Liu Qi-Swin's sake as well. In the end, perhaps the only one who gives 100% effort is Sam Nguyen, huh? Pull yourself together. Meanwhile, on the top floor of the floating maze, Koi Tu, for some unknown reason, began continuously coughing up blood. Dao Quang worriedly rushed over to check on him. Koi Tu, are you all right? But unexpectedly, Fak Ah shoved him away in annoyance. Step aside. Stop crying crocodile tears here. Fin Lang, standing nearby, frowned and asked her, Fak Ah, what kind of fit are you throwing? Taka smirked, revealing everything she knew. Ha, throwing a fit. Tian Lang, there are things I wasn't originally planning to say. But I advise you not to blindly trust this so-called good friend in front of you, or you might not even survive this year. Hearing this, Tian Lang's face showed obvious irritation as he growled, What the hell are you talking about? Taka pointed her finger at Dao Quang and continued, The laboratory is filled with surveillance equipment. Not a single corner escapes my eyes. I know that Thick Tan Dai, the lab manager, has secretly sought you out multiple times. Ever since you first met Thick Tan Dai, you've been convincing Cloy Tu and Tian Lang to research combining your abilities, claiming it was for emergencies. What kind of bullshit use does that have? Building a maze of this scale, you know best in your heart what kind of scheme you're really plotting. Did he ever tell you about his secret meetings with Thick Tan Dai, Tian Lang? Looking at your expression, it seems you had no idea. Ha Mi is still lying half dead over there. And where's Dodo? Who arranged all of this? Seeing Fak Ah's words going too far, Koi Tu spoke up to stop her. Fak Ah, stop talking. I promised Dao Quang from the start that I would build it this time. Not to mention this floating maze entirely relies on Tian Lang's black dust for support. Before he could finish, she interjected, I'm too lazy to care about you anymore. Anyway, who knows where his loyalty truly lies? Tian Lang was left speechless, Turning to Dao Quang in disbelief, wanting an explanation from him. But Dao Quang turned away, ignoring him. I'm going to check on the situation with Sam Nguyen and the others, Taka muttered in annoyance. Always trying to run away when we get to the main point. Suddenly, Hami's voice rang out. Let me. Everyone was startled and simultaneously turned to look at her. Hami pushed herself up with her arms, her charred body struggling to stand. Let me answer you. Back in the makeshift room with Bui Tinhua and Liu Qi-Swin, he carefully warned her about his condition. In a state of exhaustion, my chances of losing control are extremely high, especially since I didn't sleep last night. Bui Tinhua impatiently cut in. How long? How long do you need to sleep? Liu Qi-Swin shook his head. I don't know. Just stay far away from here for now. I don't know what will happen once I fall asleep. Ignoring his words, Bui Tinhua smacked Liu Qi-Swin right on the head. Just sleep, you're spouting too much nonsense. He lost his balance and fell onto the bed, then rolled over to face the wall and asked Bui Tinhua, Aren't you going to run? She merely pretended to run in place, stomping her feet loudly to placate him, ignoring whether Liu Qi-Swin noticed or not. Feeling reassured, Liu Qi-Swin slowly closed his eyes. Outside, the thunderstorm continued to pour, but gusts of wind were beginning to pick up. Bui Tinhua stood by the window, gazing at the gloomy scenery outside, silently worrying about Liu Qi-Swin. She wondered if he had fallen asleep yet. Cast her gaze over his broad, bare back, which was covered in scars. Right at that moment, the window burst open. Liu Qi-Swin's energy had reached 28%. Bui Tinhua had an ominous premonition, her face paling as her expression drastically changed. A bolt of lightning struck down from the sky, obliterating the ceiling of the room they were in. Bui Tinhua, her hair in disarray, screamed in fear for him. Liu Qi-Swin, wake up. Don't sleep anymore. The approaching storm grew increasingly violent with lightning striking relentlessly right in front of Bui Tinhua. Less than, greater than.
Liu Qi-Suian's energy had reached 45%. Dark clouds gathered increasingly, raging fiercely to form an earth-shattering thunderstorm. She tried her best to scream his name, but he couldn't hear a thing. Liu Qi-Suian's energy grew ever more tremendous, reaching 49%. That was the exact moment he slowly opened his eyes. On the top floor of the floating maze, Dao Quang tried to stop what Ha Mi was about to say. Let Ha Mi rest. The answer you all seek. Once this is over, I will personally. But before he could finish, Bian Lang angrily shouted over him, if you don't explain things clearly, no one is taking half a step out of here. His fury was so immense that thick, overwhelming black dust poured out, suppressing everyone around him. Resolute, Bian Lang's eyes burned bright as he glared fixedly at Dao Quang, commanding Ha Mi, keep talking, Ha Mi. At the same time, on another floor, Sam Wit was still lying unconscious on the ground. To Tram sat beside him, constantly using his robotic arms to poke and prod all over his body, evaluating. He was struck by lightning earlier, and there are still unhealed burn marks from fire on his body. Ole, sitting on the floor directly above and looking down at the two, chimed in, lightning and fire? Sounds a bit familiar. To Tram continued, they are all superficial wounds, nothing too serious. However, for an adult male, his muscle mass is excessively low. Conclusion, this is a frail man. Hearing this, Ole let out a sigh of relief. Goodness, don't scare me. The rate he's bleeding out is faster than this. Suddenly, To Tram looked up to remind her, you are the terrifying one here, Ole. The black dust from earlier, the more we resisted, the tighter it constricted. You must have realized that the moment it touched you, didn't you? Using your frightening strength to break free only worsened your injuries. Next time we encounter an emergency, please be aware of your own limits. Ole pouted and mumbled, I know already. Yet they still call it monstrous strength. Looking upward, she spoke her mind. Even if the injuries get worse, even if it's just a meaningless struggle, I have to try to know for sure. I don't want to just sit still and do nothing. Suddenly, To Tram's robotic arms slowly reached out and gently pinched her cheek. Right at that moment, Sam Wit's groans could be heard. Aole looked down and called out, Sam Wit Oppa. He stuck his butt up in the air first. Then, as if suddenly remembering something, he sprang up and yelled, everyone. His head, shooting up unexpectedly, slammed directly into To Tram's face. But since the other party was a cyborg, the one who bore 100% of the pain was Sam Wit himself. He clutched the back of his neck, rolling back and forth on the floor. Only then did To Tram speak up to say a single word. Careful. Aole helplessly pointed out, it's a bit too late to say careful now. Hearing someone call out to him, Sam Wit gradually calmed down. He lay on his back and seeing only Aole and To Tram, countless melodramatic scenarios popped into his head. Could it be that Bui Tin Hua, Liu Qi-Suin, and Chu He had already accepted their fate and were ascending step by step to heaven? At the thought of this, tears streamed down Sam Wet's face like rain. He covered his face, sobbing uncontrollably. Are we the only three left? Watching him direct and star in his own tragic play, thrashing about like that, Aole and To Tram were left speechless. With emotionless eyes, they stared down at the crybaby whining on the floor. A moment later, she spoke up and asked, didn't you scan him? My mistake, To Tram quickly admitted his fault. I forgot that the brain is also a factor in assessing human perfection. Hearing this, Aole immediately grumbled. Why do you always miss the most important parts? A few minutes later, Sam Wit finally stabilized. He sniffled, sitting still while To Tram treated his wounds. Everyone is still alive. Really? But I saw with my own eyes Liu Qi-Suin getting blasted toward the factory area. To Tram quickly analyzed the situation for him. At that time, the enemy's flow of abilities was almost entirely focused on creating this floating structure and binding the four of us. The attack that repelled Liu Qi-Suin didn't carry enough lethal force. Aole nodded in agreement. That's right, don't worry, Sam Wit Oppa. To Tram's analytical abilities are incredible. If he says so, they'll definitely be fine. Besides, it's been over half an hour since we were brought in here. It's still incredibly quiet. Hearing this, Sam Wade's gaze dropped. He recalled the image of Bian Lang coughing up blood not too long ago. If that's the case, that person must have overused their ability back then, which is why. Suddenly remembering something, he immediately stood up and headed toward the stairs. Aole, let me come up and check your injuries. Aole hurriedly tried to stop him. I'm fine, don't come up here. But she seemed a step too late. Just as Sam Wait stepped onto the third step of the stairs, he unexpectedly slammed hard into some invisible boulder. Aole squeezed her eyes shut, not bearing to watch. Then, covering her eyes anxiously, she asked, Are you okay, Sam Wait Oppa? Dizzy, Sam Wait clutched his head and his weight. What the hell is wrong with these stairs? To Tram, lying on a floating rock in the middle of the room next to Ole, began to explain. It doesn't allow anyone to leave their designated suspended area. You can think of it as looking like a staircase, but lacking the function to be traversed. The matter here can sense the movement of everyone. Only I, To Tram, can move about freely. Thanks to Chuhei Oppa, we managed to figure out the rules of this place. Hearing Chuhei's name, Sam Wit started and asked, I haven't seen him this whole time. Where is Chuhei Hyung? Olay suddenly fell silent. After everyone was captured and thrown into the maze, Chuhei tried every possible way to escape this place, moving swiftly between the floors, phasing right through the invisible boulders to go up and down the stairs. But because there were too many of them, and he didn't know when they would appear, Chuhei got caught in huge explosions multiple times. Drenched in sweat and panting heavily, his stamina rapidly depleting. He looked around anxiously to assess the situation. This building is completely different from the management zone we were in before. The current situation felt like being trapped inside a monster's belly. Frustrated by the inability to escape, Chuhei angrily punched the ground. Just then, Ale's voice rang out, startling him. He quickly spotted her on the floor below, right next to To Tram. Ale smiled, reporting her condition to reassure Chuhei. I'm not in that much pain, Oppa. Don't worry. Just being able to see you looking up makes me feel completely reassured. Seeing his best friend's little sister still safe, a relieved smile touched Chuhei's lips. To Tram suddenly spoke up. How strange. The enemy is just letting us rest and heal here. It's hard to figure out their intentions. After a moment of thought, Chuhei tilted his head back, gazing toward the light on the highest floor. His voice hardened. He'll find a way to open a path to the top floor. The exit might be up there. To Tram, take good care of Ao Li. Understood. Be careful, To Tram replied. Seeing the older brother figure about to leave immediately, Ao Li clumsily tried to say something, but Chuhei was faster, disappearing like a gust of wind. Ao Li softly asked the cyborg beside her, Is Chuhei Oppa avoiding me? Her assumption was wrong. To Tram replied, Father once told me that the hearts of adults are very fragile. They cannot shed tears in front of others, nor can they show a single trace of guilt or regret. But I think all it takes is a sincere, straightforward apology. Humans are always so clumsy at expressing their feelings. Back in the present, all three of them were still trapped in the labyrinth with no way out. Following the words of the other two, Sam Wet looked up toward the very top. His ears suddenly twitched as he picked up a sound, which turned out to be the clinking of Chuhei's prayer beads. He was standing quietly above, listening to the younger one's conversation without daring to show himself. To Tram, let me ask you, how can you use healing abilities? I have various energy cores inside my body that I can utilize. Energy cores? Suddenly, Sam Wet deliberately asked, How long has Chuhei been gone? To Tram quickly replied, It's been 20 minutes. He should be coming back soon. Then suddenly, his robotic arm extended upwards, grabbing Chuhei's wrist and pulling him out. Sitting on a boulder, To Tram innocently said, What are you doing hiding up there? Come on out. Chuhei's face went blank, his pupils trembling slightly, as he looked down at Sam Nguyen and Ao Li below. Sam Nguyen also smiled, looking straight into his eyes. Chuhei, I finally get a chance to talk to you. We've met before, haven't we? Even though it's very blurry, I've always felt like it was a truly happy time. Chuhei smiled back. We arrived too late, Nguyen. He gently replied, It's okay. Suddenly, a sharp pain struck unexpectedly. Sam Nguyen lost his balance and fell to his knees. The panic voices of the others calling out to him slowly faded away. His entire body went stiff, sweat pouring down like rain. The image of Tu-Hack strangling someone abruptly flashed in his mind. Tu-Hack turned his head, glaring furiously straight at Sam Nguyen. Who gave you permission to peek? Piss off back to your place. Don't flatter yourself. These people aren't here for you. A piece of trash doesn't deserve comrades. As soon as those words fell, Tu-Hack disappeared. Sam Nguyen quickly reassured the others. I'm fine. I was just disturbed by a nightmare earlier, so my head hurts a bit. To Tram offered to examine him, but Sam Nguyen declined. He fell silent for a moment, then supported himself with his hands to slowly stand up, saying, There are a few things I want to say to everyone here. If I don't say them now, I'm afraid I won't have the courage to say them later. I am not at all the figure you all expect me to be. Absolute power, limitless abilities, or an ambition to save all living beings. I have none of those. The reason I'm standing here is because I was forced to, because of destiny. However, now that I am standing here, I will absolutely not shy away from fighting. I will put in 1,000, 10,000 times the effort until I become the son of God you all hope for. The scene shifted to the highest floor of the floating labyrinth. Hamai continued the unfinished conversation with the group. The new high class is basically a fantasy that will never come true. Thak pouted and sneered. Do you even need to say that? Only an idiot would believe in it. As soon as she finished speaking, Black Dust suddenly lunged at Thak A. She chuckled, nimbly dodging to the side. Oh my, look at my memory. We happen to have one of those idiots right here. But her smile instantly vanished after Tian Lang's threat. Next time, I'll aim straight for your head. Hami nodded and continued. That's right.
I used to think that as long as I could expose this new high-class conspiracy, I could stay alert and protect myself. But who would have expected that behind one lie lay countless other lies, along with endless ambitions? Hearing this, everyone grew more curious and pressed further. More lies? What else, Hami? After a moment of silence, Hami asked in a faint voice, "Do you guys remember Ha Kui?" She began to recount the past. In the second year after Dao Quang, Tian Lang and I successfully mutated, a boy named Ha Kui appeared at the laboratory. Perhaps because our names only differed by one word, I took care of him like my own younger brother. But because of his stubborn nature and habit of sneaking out, often we could only exchange a few words before the guards caught him and dragged him back to his room. He always insisted on meeting me the next afternoon, and I always agreed. "Hamai, you shouldn't develop too many emotional attachments to that boy. Otherwise, when you lose him, you'll suffer deeply." Deep down, I knew Dao Quang's advice was not wrong. But at that time, I was too desperate for familial love, even if it was just a soap bubble that would burst at the slightest touch. On the day the mutation results were out, I waited for Ha Kui at our usual spot, but he was nowhere to be seen. So I went to ask a warden, and she told me that Ha Kui had survived the mutation, but because he was taken for thorough physical examinations, they didn't let me see him. However, the examination she mentioned dragged on for 4 whole days. Then, one day, unexpectedly, while I was in the cafeteria, Ha Kui suddenly appeared, looking completely unharmed and healthy. I was overjoyed to see him safe and sound, but he suddenly told me he was there to say goodbye. At first, I thought he meant he was going to run away, but then he said he was going to change the world, that he would become the master of this world. He said he could see everything, that the internal bodies of all ability users were deteriorating beyond endurance, whether they were mutated black rings or natural-born ability users. But Ha Kui was different. His body was special. Ha Kui's face at that moment became increasingly eerie, a raw ambition gradually manifesting in the depths of his eyes. He claimed he was the true, perfect ability user, possessing both the healthy, long-lasting body of a black ring and the power to control abilities. This was true evolution. Fear began to spread through my heart. Before I could even properly process the meaning of his words, he dropped another bombshell. "Sis, Dao Quang is just like me. You have to be careful." Hearing that, I was in absolute shock and immediately turned my head to look at Dao Quang, only to see Thick Than Dai keeping her eyes fixated on him. I tried to stop Ha Kui from leaving, but he absolutely refused to listen. He said he couldn't waste his time here, and that once he changed the outside world, he would come back for me. But that plan never came to fruition. A few days later, I saw Ha Kui hanged, dried up, and dead on the building opposite us. Tian Lang told me to stop looking, saying that standing there forever wouldn't bring Ha Kui back to life. This is the consequence of trying to escape, and he himself knew it perfectly well. But I didn't care about a single word, even if he called me crazy. I wasn't crazy. I was just waiting for an opportunity to verify my suspicions. That night in the morgue, Hamai hid in a corner, eavesdropping on the wardens. Is this the one who organized that mass escape of 15 people? So young, but incredibly daring. Hey, watch your mouth, don't drag me into this. Just leave it here, it's late today, well, deal with it tomorrow. Waiting until they all left, Hamai slowly walked over to Ha Kui's corpse and carefully picked it up. Light was the only word she could feel at that moment. Hami's mind went completely blank. Her hands tightened around Ha Kui's body, her pupils trembling as dark spirals spread within them, like an abyss swallowing all reason. Unable to control her breathing, she screamed inwardly, "Where are the organs? Where are Ha Kui's organs? Where are they?" Nothing was left of the perfect Ha Kui. Driven by rage, Hami cornered Dao Quang to interrogate him about everything. "Dao Quang, tell me everything you know. Did you go down to the basement?" Dao Quang feigned ignorance and changed the subject. "Go back and take a hot shower. Don't let the supervisors notice anything unusual about you." Hami screamed, "Don't even try to fool me!" If you're going to ask why Ha Kui died, any instigator of an escape ends up like this. "I'm not asking about that." Knowing he couldn't hide it from her forever, Dao Quang resolved to reveal the heavy truth he had been concealing. "Hamai, why do you think they continue to experiment on so many black rings in times of peace? The more black rings possess abilities, the more unstable factors arise. They constantly want to escape the lab's control. But the lab's research hasn't stopped. Instead, their technology is becoming even more advanced. Why do you think that is? Still haven't figured it out? What they truly want to create from ability users isn't a murder weapon, but a drug to prolong their own healthy lives. Obedient killing tools are nothing more than a byproduct. Essentially, we are all in a vulnerable position, forced to serve those who monopolize power. The more perfect you are, the more you must dedicate to those in power, and the weaker your ability to fight for freedom becomes. Even up to his death, Ha Kui thought his abilities could help him escape this place. In the end, we'd only dreams of becoming a towering ancient tree. Unable to listen anymore, Hami slapped Dao Quang hard on the cheek, then choked out. "How can you say such things?
Who are you a cure for anyway? It doesn't matter whose cure I am. What you should be asking is whether I will become a poison or an antidote. So what is your answer? Ha-mi immediately asked, but all she received in return was silence from the person across from her. A feeling of disappointment mixed with bitterness welled up in Ha-mi's heart. She understood that Dao Quang had no intention of answering this question. Lowering her eyes slightly to look at Dao Quang's reddened cheek, Ha-mi asked heartbreakingly, "Does it hurt?" No. Ha-mi didn't press for an answer anymore, realizing that true ignorance is not knowing what one's own heart desires. And all she wanted was to simply not lose anyone else. Ha-mi reached out her fair hand and grabbed Dao Quang's pale hand. "Let's grow up together, okay? Let's just try to keep living." On that day, a turning point began to appear in their lives. The next morning, opposite the place where Ha Kui had died, the guards saw a bouquet of flowers placed there. It was a bouquet of white lilies, folded by the children's hands, neatly arranged yet very clumsy. The laboratory imprisoned their bodies,
but it could not imprison their hearts. But unifying the body and mind isn't something that can be done overnight. Otherwise, the outcome would be the same as Ha Kui's, just a hibiscus blooming in the morning and wilting by dusk. Sometime later, Dao Quang's group successfully researched a way to combine the powers of Tianlang and Cloi Tu, something even innate ability users might not be able to do. The two of them excitedly asked beside him, "Now no one can stop us from becoming the new higher-ups, right, Dao Quang? Dao Quang, what do we do next?" Dao Quang stared intently at the Rubik's Cube in front of him, slumped onto the table and muttered, "When you fall into someone else's rules, you can only wander around in their game." Even though the others didn't know anything, Ha-mi observed everything. She knew just how profound the meaning of that casually blurted sentence was. Even later, Tianlang became the most outstanding mutated representative among the Black Rings. He was incredibly proud, holding his head high and looking down at the crowd below. Dao Quang's group above also chattered noisily, looking at Tianlang's smug expression. Tianlang is so handsome. Although in some respects, Tianlang is truly more suited to be the outstanding representative than Dao Quang, it's quite surprising that the higher-ups didn't choose Dao Quang, as he's fallen out of favor. At that moment, Ha-mi looked coldly toward Dao Quang, her sharp eyes filled with sorrow. She wondered, what kind of game rules was Dao Quang constructing in his head right now? On the day of receiving their mission, taking advantage of everyone not paying attention, Ha-mi pulled Dao Quang aside to talk privately. Arriving in a room that seemed to be a lobby, standing in front of a 3D holographic tree, Ha-mi immediately asked suspiciously, "Why would Thick Tan Dai let you participate in such a dangerous mission? After all, you are." Saying this, images of the past suddenly appeared in Ha-mi's mind. She decided not to bring up that memory again. Looking up and telling him clearly, "Anyway, you're more important than us." How could she feel at ease letting you tag along? Dao Quang gently closed his eyes, lowering his head and replied, "Thick Tan Dai is just a silver ring. Many matters inside and outside this laboratory are not up to her to decide. Everyone is a puppet, just serving different masters. Besides, without her, I wouldn't have been able to buy so much time to do what I want to do." Hearing this, Ha-mi continued to ask, "Even if she doesn't have the power to intervene in major decisions, you shouldn't be on the mission roster unless you wanted to go yourself. Why? To protect us." "Don't be silly," Dao Quang replied seriously. "You don't need my protection right now. You, Cloi Tu, Tianlang, each of you is more than capable of protecting yourselves. I am only participating in this mission to satisfy my own curiosity. I want to see with my own eyes whether the Son of God, living in the exile zone, has had the halo of his identity erased by this city of sin. Ha-mi, sometimes very dark thoughts arise in me. I hope the Son of God will fall into the state I imagine." At the time when people are desperate for him to change the world, he would have long since drifted into becoming just one of tens of thousands of criminals. The hope that everyone painstakingly searched for would actually just be an empty shell. If that were the case, we wouldn't have to suffer so much torment. Ha-mi was speechless, only watching him immersed in his own thoughts, so Dao Quang could also have such thoughts. The atmosphere grew quieter. Dao Quang gently reached out and touched a leaf, then said sadly, "I'm honestly a bit reluctant to let life here come to an end." An end? Ha-mi suddenly realized something. Capturing the Son of God will be our last chance to prove the Black Rings have value. Is that so? I should have realized it sooner. It's actually not hard to understand. Initially, the ability users used Black Rings for experiments because they themselves had an intense rejection reaction to the God's blood. However, during the days we were striving to break through the limits of the Black Rings, another breakthrough was simultaneously taking place. That's all I know. Back to the present, everyone was paralyzed with shock after learning the truth through Ha-mi's words. Tianlang looked toward Dao Quang, who had been silent from beginning to end, and choked out, "Why did you hide this from me?" Dao Quang still resolutely refused to say anything. He turned around, signaling to Cloi Tu, "There's no more time, Cloi Tu. Take me a Samwit." Cloi Tu timidly raised his hand following his wish. The door suddenly appeared behind Dao Quang.
Tian Lang furrowed his brows, roaring with a mix of anger and grievance. Do you even consider me a friend at all? Dao Quang grasped the doorknob, replying softly, Once this is over, I will formally apologize to you guys. Elsewhere, Lam Dao 2's minion had unexpectedly learned everything, thanks to his ability. He clumsily pulled up his pants and quickly stood up. Thick Fan Dai is Lam Dao Sin's lackey. So isn't this special body prepared for Lam Dao Sin? These damn pants. No, that's not right. I've never heard of any issues with Lam Dao Sin's body. Damn it. Moreover, why would Lam Dao Sin need to hide this from his younger brother? I must quickly report this news to Lam Dao 2. But just as he opened the door to leave the restroom, both of his legs were completely frozen over. The ice then quickly spread across his entire body. Lam Dao 2's minion was frozen solid into a statue in the blink of an eye. Following a snap of fingers from a mysterious person, he instantly shattered into pieces, his fragmented corpse scattered across the floor. Meanwhile, at the floating labyrinth, a door had also appeared behind Sam Gwit. Those on the other floors also had an identical door. They unanimously realized the enemy had arrived. The door opened only to reveal another door inside. Totram carefully warned Sam Gwet, don't get close. But he didn't say anything, just stared intently into the door. Shuhei took on the responsibility of the older brother, turning to remind everyone, Uli, Gwet, don't do anything rash. Let me go in and check the situation first, if I don't return soon. Before he could finish, Sam Gwet cut in, wait. We can't just walk into the enemy's trap without any preparation. He pondered deeply. It's strange. They could have totally attacked directly. Why set up such elaborate traps? The highly ritualistic corridor, the doors, and even this staircase, intentionally letting us communicate and exchange information? How is that possible? Or is it to make us experience the despair of seeing each other, but being unable to reach our comrades? No, it wouldn't be that complicated. It's arrogance. Coming up with some daring idea, Sam Gwit smirked, turning his head to tell the other members, Everyone, let's turn the enemy's labyrinth into our home turf. Are you all good at hide and seek? At this moment, outside the labyrinth, a massive storm was still raging. Lightning tore through the sky and gale force winds howled. Ten Tian stood frozen in horror, mesmerized by the current weather, ignoring his underlings yelling from behind, Tian Ka. We need to get out of here quickly. This place is seriously too terrifying. Tian Ka. The corner of his mouth suddenly curled up on one side as his astonishment grew even greater. Is this Liu Qizwin's ability? Is he really human? This must be the absolute limit of ability a human can control, right? The sky even shifted to hail. Everything before his eyes looked as though the world itself was answering his call. Meanwhile, Bui Tin Hua was still struggling immensely to wake Liu Qizwin up. Before she could utter a single word, a bolt of lightning suddenly shot straight toward her. Startled, Bui Tin Hua swiftly leaped up, dodging to another spot. Lightning, wind, fire. Just how much has Liu Qizwin's ability broken through? 100%. Even though she was thrilled for her friend, his power was so immense that it affected her own body. She used fire to block Liu Qizwin's unconscious attacks. Sliding back, her entire body luckily evaded one strike, but she still couldn't escape the crumbling and shaking surroundings. Bui Tin Hua glanced behind her. The peaceful room from just a moment ago had been blasted to pieces by lightning. This is bad. If he can't control this power, let alone save Sam Nwit, even he himself will be swallowed whole by it. Her body was also covered in countless lacerations, with blood streaming down both of her arms. Bui Tin Hua's eyes burned with fierce determination as she silently prayed for her friend. Hang in there, Liu Qizwin. Show the resolve you have to never hurt your comrades. You can definitely do this. Suddenly, a pillar of white ice struck down from the sky, blocking the purple lightning attacking Bui Tin Hua. The sky quickly returned to normal. Bui Tin Hua gasped for breath, looking down at the room they had just been in, now entirely reduced to rubble. She looked up at the sky, noticing the rain, and stopped, then drew her weapon again, glaring at the ruins not far away. Everything was terrifyingly silent, but then a tremor blasted the debris away. Bui Tin Hua smiled, her eyes crinkling slightly. See, you've got it under control, haven't you? Liu Qizwin was still very much alive, slowly stepping out with his sword in hand. One of his arms, likely injured during his slumber, was dripping with blood. He stared straight ahead and said in a hoarse voice, "Let's go." Meanwhile, at the floating maze, Fac A, frustrated by Dao Quang's past actions, was making a huge fuss, pulling Koi 2 up. I think those experiments completely fried your brains. Are there any normal people left here? The Earth might as well just be destroyed. Do the mission, my ass. Koi 2, get up and come with me. Koi 2 knew she meant well, but reality was harsh. He calmly replied, go where? We don't have IDs. We are recognized by the mutants, and we're no longer pure black rings. Any path we take is completely pointless. Saying this, Koi 2 pulled out his idol's ticket, clutching it to his chest as tears fell. But it's fine. At least my faith will follow me to the grave. Unable to stand his cowardice, Thak kicked him hard. Get lost, good grief. She turned and lightly warned Ha Mai, where are you going now? In a rush to throw your life away again, since you're not fully dead.
Ha Mai replied decisively, Wei Tin Hua. Didn't she already do it? Break the deadlock.
Why shouldn't we be able to? Thak sneered in disbelief. Fine, great, go ahead. Ridiculous. But a moment later, she swallowed her tears, stepping in to take Ha Mai's place and entering the door to face the enemy. Even more ridiculous, damn it. Thak muttered curses. Why do I even care if she lives or dies? He'll end up getting killed by these guys sooner or later anyway. After so long, the battle had finally begun. The moment they opened the door, a sudden thick fog obscured everything. Everyone was bewildered, not understanding what was happening as they looked around in confusion. The reason for this fog was Sam Gwit's brilliant idea. From the hide-and-seek game, he remembered Tram saying his energy core held a fog ability.
Sam Gwit cleverly utilized Tram's power to create a dense mist, which could guide everyone's direction.
A few minutes before the battle, Sam Gwit carefully discussed the plan with everyone. He asked Tram, this fog must only appear in the next 3 battlefields. It absolutely cannot spread elsewhere, so the maze controller won't notice. Can you do it? Of course. Chuvi quickly spotted a flaw and said, unwet, although this can block their vision. The moment we move, the sound will give away our positions. Sam Wet answered without hesitation. Sound is exactly what we want to use. To Tram, with your current AI features, you have that function, right? Back to the present, Sam Wet stood still in a corner, hiding in the mist and waiting for the right moment. Powerful mutants often rely too much on their superhuman abilities, ignoring one simple truth: they are still just human.
He clenched his fist tightly, reassuring himself. Don't be afraid, Sam Gwiet. You can do this. You and they are equal. And what humans excel at the most is using the most ordinary things to create their own conditions for survival. And then their plan officially began. Tram immediately played back the recording of the group's footsteps, using his ability to broadcast the sound across the entire audio frequency space. The En Lang heard it first, quickly focusing to deduce its origin. Humph! Are they over there too? 4 people. No, 7. 11? 14. While he was distracted by the sudden, inexplicable rush of footsteps, Chuvi unexpectedly emerged from the mist, lunging forward and landing a direct punch right in Thien Lang's face, sending him flying away. He stood quietly in the fog, his eyes devoid of emotion. If only my blade were here, but this is fine too. Thinking that, he declared, let's play a game. Over on Thaka's side, she had also been ambushed, clutching her stomach and violently vomiting blood. Thaka went berserk, screaming, come out, you little brat. You dare pull this trick on me. She looked left and right warily, but couldn't find her opponent at all. Suddenly, Thaka's hair was yanked forcefully backward as Aula's annoyed voice echoed out. Who's a brat? I have a proper name. She pulled Thaka's head back, glaring down at her furiously. Now it's time to settle the score for that bullet you gave me. With a loud crash, dust exploded into the air once more, and Thaka's agonizing screams echoed throughout the space. As for Dao Quang, he was still standing motionless, observing the situation. Sam Wet, pulling the same trick as the others, suddenly leaped out and lunged at his opponent. In this game of hide-and-seek, we are the ghosts, and we are also the ghost hunters. Dao Quang carefully backed away, his eyes darting in all directions on high alert. Suddenly, his pupils dilated wide, as he saw a fist hurtling straight toward him. Dao Quang immediately leaned to the side to dodge it. Then his entire body tensed up again, focusing on locating the attacker. Where are you? These cheap tricks are useless. Sam Wet. Just as that thought crossed his mind, Sam Wet's voice suddenly rang out right in front of him, right as a fist appeared inches away. Dao Quang's mind went completely blank, unable to react in time. Stop looking. I'm right here. Smack. Sam Wet's fist slammed with full force straight into Dao Quang's elegant face, sending him flying away, losing his balance and falling flat on his back. Sam Wet squeezed his eyes shut, suddenly tearing up and grabbing his hand, screaming in his head. That hurts so much. Dao Quang, dizzy and clutching his head, sat heavily on the ground, revealing his pair of exceptionally long katanas. A bitter smirk tugged at the corners of his lips. It doesn't hurt at all. Why doesn't it hurt? Dao Quang staggered to his feet, losing his temper and shouting, Is this your true strength? Aren't you the son of God? Does someone like you even deserve to be her son? On what basis? On what basis? The gossiping voices of others began to surface. He had always been compared to someone else. Dao Quang had lived his whole life amid contempt and regretful sighs. Dao Quang's ability is very similar to that great person's. Not just the ability, even his facial features bear some resemblance. He is the precious child who most resembles Voon Wiet. It's just a pity he's a black ring. Exactly. So what if he looks like Lady Voon Wiet? He still isn't the true son of God.
Thinking of everything he had endured all these years, Dao Quang couldn't accept reality. He clenched his fists, bitterly muttering, "This kind of power can't protect anything." The fog grew thicker, completely swallowing Dao Quang's vision. Right at that moment, Sam Nguyet appeared before him once more, swinging his fist while delivering his answer. "Even if the fist is weak, it doesn't matter how many more times I have to swing it." In another area, Tian Lang was also struggling immensely against Chu He. Unable to keep up with his opponent's movements, he furiously unleashed his black dust, spreading it everywhere. "Just die for me." The surrounding space quickly filled with black swords condensed from dust. Tian Lang panted heavily, reaching up to wipe a trail of blood from the corner of his mouth, and smirked slightly. "So what if the gold ring experiment was a success? It'll prove it. We can." However, before you could finish his thought, Chu He's voice suddenly echoed out, "You're celebrating a bit too early." Tian Lang flinched and snapped his head up. Before his eyes, Chu He remained completely unscathed, his pristine white clothes devoid of a single speck of dust, crouching right above his head. At the same time, outside the floating maze, Bui Tianhua and Lu Qi-Suen had also swiftly arrived. Lu Qi-Suen raised his hand, intending to use his lightning to destroy the maze, but Tianhua immediately grabbed him to stop him. "If you destroy the building by force and end up hurting Sam Nguet's group, what then? Before we confirm their exact locations, we can't act recklessly. Let's think of another way." Inside the top floor of the maze, feeling the violent tremors, Ha Mi and Koi Tu had a bad premonition and began investigating. What was that just now? An earthquake? It's probably the unstable black dust causing tremors. Strange, is Tian Lang's battle really dragging on this much? Suddenly, Ha Mi received a call from Fac A. As soon as she answered, a weak voice from the other end urgently gasped out, "Find the robot." Fac screamed furiously, "Did you really not know there are traps in the maze? Koi Tu, you idiot! Hurry up and find that robot." Damn it. As soon as she finished, Thaka's phone was completely destroyed. Ala's footsteps clattered as she advanced toward her step by step, while Thaka, covered in injuries, could only struggle to crawl backward. Her body trembled violently, her strength draining at an alarming rate. Soon she was backed right up against the wall. Thaka leaned back on her hands, coughing uncontrollably, then glared at the person in front of her with absolute hatred. "My ribs are all broken. This damn brat is stronger than an ox. What the hell does she eat to be so freakishly strong? I should have trained my abilities a little more." Despite being at a disadvantage, Thaka refused to swallow her pride. She smirked with sheer contempt. "So, you finally crawled out. I never needed the mist's help to deal with you." Hearing this, Thaka burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, it hurts like hell. What a hypocrite. If you're so tough, why didn't you step out openly from the start instead of acting all righteous now? You natural-born ability users just love hiding in the dark and playing dirty tricks." Suddenly, Olay grabbed Thaka by the collar and hoisted her into the air, making her scream in agony. "Ah, it hurts. It hurts. If you got the guts, just kill me. Stop fucking torturing me." Aolay paused in surprise, a flicker of hesitation crossing her eyes. Seeing her reaction, Thaka sneered even harder. "What's wrong? Never killed anyone before. Humph. Coward." Aolay didn't reply. Her mind seemed to regain its calm, and she spoke slowly to the trembling Thaka. "No, I'm not killing you because, to me, this punishment is already enough." Thaka looked at her in confusion. "What?" Aolay let go, her eyes showing clear mercy mixed with unwavering resolve. "With your firearm skills, that shot could have easily taken my life, but you missed on purpose, didn't you? I'm sparing your life today. But if your gun is ever pointed at my comrades in the future, I swear I'll leave you without a grave." Meanwhile, Hloi Tu dashed off to search for the cyborg. Crap, how did I not realize this sooner? He quickly arrived at the floor where he had previously trapped To Tram, but all that greeted him was a thick white fog. Right then, from behind Hloi Tu, a pair of glowing eyes slowly emerged from the mist without any warning. The attack was incredibly fierce, one side constantly firing, the other frantically dodging. To Tram mimicked the sound of gunfire with his mouth, aiming his palms straight at Koi Tu as he attacked. Aside from dodging and defending, Koi Tu had absolutely no idea what else to do. In just a split second, he was locked on as To Tram's target, who rushed forward madly, intent on killing him on the spot. Panicking, the bruised and battered face, Koi Tu shrieked, "I can't take this anymore. Am I actually going to die here today?" Instinctively, Koi Tu created a turtle shell and hid inside to escape reality. Panting heavily and covered in injuries, he cowered inside. Holy shit, I was almost blown to bits. Where did that cyborg go? Why is it so quiet all of a sudden? Curious about what To Tram was doing, Hloi Tu crept up to the opening in front of him. Just as he peeked outside, To Tram's eyes suddenly appeared right in his face, making him scream in terror. To Tram annoyedly demanded, "Come out here." But Hloi Tu was too terrified, burying his head in his arms. "No way. This is hopeless. I can't even beat a human. How am I supposed to fight a cyborg? Why am I always the unlucky one? Suddenly, an idea sparked in his mind. Wait a minute, I don't actually have to fight him, do I? All I need to do is let the fog dissipate outside. Once the fog clears, Dao Quang and the others will have no problem fighting one-on-one. Then I can just go straight back to Ham Mi and Shell protect me. I'm a freaking genius. Acting on his thought, Cloy too began controlling the maze, allowing the fog to slowly escape.
Totram noticed this and turned his head to look. The walls of the maze, like woven silk, gently began to dissolve. It created a hole so large that it could easily be seen from the outside with the naked eye. Transitioning to the management zone, the streets were bustling, and the relentless rain continued to pour. Rows of cars lined up bumper to bumper, waiting for the red light to change. In a white car, Phik Than Dai sat coldly, gazing out at the city streets. She rolled down her window and listened to the lively noise outside. 500,000 for one, 980,000 for two. Buy two for a chance to enter the lucky draw. That's way too expensive.
Of course it's expensive, my handsome and beautiful friends. This is the exact replica of the Son of God's number 4 battle suit. Plus, our prize pool includes a life-sized Son of God plushie. Don't you want to test your luck? Is he really the Son of God? His performance in the match was pretty average. Don't talk nonsense. It'll take 4 sets. Does it have the Son of God's actual autograph? Of course it does. Since when had Sam Witt's image become the talk of the town? A whole street was glowing red, endlessly replaying the scenes of his fights at the Living Dead Club. There were even tickets being sold for 80,000 to tour Sam Witt's tournament route. You could hop on a bus and experience it immediately, with departures every 2 minutes. Swarms of people, dense as an ant colony, lined up to board the buses.
Seeing this, Tan Dai couldn't help but marvel from her car. The corners of her lips curled slightly. How lively. At that moment, the light turned green. Phik Tan Dai hit the gas and continued on her route. Along the way, every radio station she tuned into was talking about only one person, the Son of God. There was even a live broadcast about him. According to what we know so far, the Son of God is trapped inside that building. The building just shook. Did everyone see that? Annoyed, Phik Tan Dai changed the channel, but the content still revolved around Sam Gwit. A wide variety of topics, yet only one person was ever mentioned. The clan war behind the hunt for the Son of God. The Celestial City must compensate everyone for all damages. I miss the days when she was alive. My heart left this world with her. Her son's performance is incredibly disappointing. Irritated, Phik Than Dai quickly changed the subject, asking, is anyone online discussing the Black Ring ability users? But the answer she found still circled back to the Son of God, Sam Witt. Gritting her teeth, Than Daigan the car's audio system to shut off. Then she stepped on the gas and sped down the road. At the special checkpoint leading to the Celestial City, Fan Days suddenly noticed a woman standing in the rain in front of the main gate. Regardless of whether anyone cared, the woman just stood there, voicing her outrage. We are only one bridge away from that place. Why can't we reach out and help? When will this era of entrusting power to a single bloodline finally end? Turning a child's life into entertainment. Are we just going to stand by callously and watch? How could you bear to swing a blade at a child? A bunch of self-proclaimed celestials who can't even tolerate the child of an old friend. Stand up. If just one person steps forward, many more will follow. It was unclear what Than Dai was thinking, her face blank as she watched a flyer blow away in the wind. The focal point was still that person, the Son of God. Phik Than Dai drove up to the older woman and asked, what are you trying to do? The woman slowly removed the shawl from her head, revealing an old, battered copper ring. Then she spoke earnestly to Than Dai despite being total strangers. As long as one more person with ambition is willing to stand up, we will still have a tomorrow. With that, the old woman reached her hand out toward Phik Tan Dai. Tan Dai just stared at her in silence. Her gloomy face sparked with a sliver of hope as she looked off into the distance, and she muttered softly, the sun is coming out. Back in the floating maze, Cloy too smugly said to To Tram, once the fog clears, you'll be defenseless. Show me whatever tricks you have left. But unexpectedly, the cyborg thanked him, leaving Cloy too utterly confused. To Tram smiled, recalling Sam Nuet's words. This wasn't some trick to deceive you. Sam Nuet once said, this fog is a beacon to guide our comrades. Even if the fog fades, do not fear, for they will definitely come. Cloy too flinched, his face darkening. A beacon? What the hell do you mean? The moment he finished speaking, a flash of purple light erupted. Bui Tinhua and Liu Chi Suian had successfully infiltrated the floating maze, joining the battle. At a building in the Celestial City, Phik Tan Dai entered the courtyard and handed her car over to the valet. The moment she pushed open the doors and stepped inside, she immediately frowned. Inside a room that resembled a library, an elderly man sat at the head, reading a book in his hands. Phik Tan Dai walked over, taking the very last seat, right next to a young man with shimmering blonde hair. She bit her lip, then gathered her courage to speak to the person beside her. Mr. Lem,
I have something important to discuss with you. Unexpectedly, the person addressed as Mr. Lem had the elegant appearance of a 20-year-old youth. He shushed her softly and reminded her, "Let's finish listening first."
Tandai clenched her fists and gave a quiet nod. A while later, the tinkling of a bell echoed from the door as everyone gradually took their leave. Lam Dao Sin stood with his hands clasped behind his back, instructing his subordinates to escort the professor safely home. Then, watching them as they exchanged a few parting words. "Professor, our patriarch hopes you can host another book-sharing session next week. Will you be available next weekend?" "Of course. It is an honor to share my thoughts on literature with Mr. Lam." "Yes, please watch your step on the stairs, sir." After everyone else had left, Phik Tan Dai and Lem Dao Sin sat across from each other at the tea table by the window, with another person still by his side. Fan Days didn't beat around the bush and went straight to the point. "Mr. Lem, I know very well that you've used my experimental drugs to create an entirely new squad in Heavenly City. Are they silver rings, or were they originally perfect gold rings? Given your personality, the test subjects must at least be. If you already had a better option, why didn't you use your own people? For an important mission like bringing the Son of God back, shouldn't you have chosen a squad with a higher chance of winning?" At this point, she paused nervously and slightly raised her eyes to look, and the first thing that caught her eye was the cold, venomous, snake-like demeanor of the man standing next to Lum Dao Sin. Lum Dao Sin wasn't in a hurry to answer. He pushed his teacup forward and ordered the butler, "All right, pour the tea." He replied, "Yes, master," and then slowly poured the tea from the teapot into his master's cup. "You want to capture the Son of God to see if his body is like that too, right? In short, I will complete this experiment for you. But Black Ring ability users are different. The value of their abilities is something natural-born users can never match. This is a tremendous achievement of humans defying the will of heaven. Mr. Lum, you just need to say the word and my masterpieces can return intact, right?" Lum Dao Sin finally reacted, his arrogant voice ringing out. "Is this your attitude when begging someone?" Hearing this, Phik Than Dai didn't dare hesitate, immediately bowing her head in submission. "I beg you, Mr. Lum." The corners of Lem Dao Sin's eyes crinkled as he let out a laugh. Then he pushed a book in front of Tan Dai. "Do you like fairy tales? Open it and take a look." Tan Dai nervously tried to decline. "Mr. Lem, I didn't come here to read." But before she could finish, Lem Dao Sin coldly ordered, "Open it." Phik Tan Dai had no choice but to obey, but when she opened the book, it was completely blank. "Look closer," Lem Dao Sin said. Suddenly, a golden aura filled the room, causing the book to flip page by page. The images in the book also unexpectedly began to appear. The story is about a brave knight who, after overthrowing the rule of a tyrannical king, became the new king himself. Not long after taking the throne, the knight realized a very serious problem. If he wanted to shoulder the responsibility of protecting this country long-term, a mere lifespan of a few decades was absolutely not enough. He wanted longevity, no, immortality. To live forever just like the previous king, because only then could he protect this place for eternity. Therefore, the king needed many perfect bodies. When one body broke down, he would switch to the next. Once ambition took root, it couldn't be contained, and the king's condition grew worse and worse. He heard that among the lowly outsiders there was an apothecary, highly skilled in pharmacology, so he made an exception and brought her into his kingdom. The king gave her everything she asked for and tasked her with concocting the medicine. But the king never expected that not only was the apothecary ungrateful for everything he gave her, she also plotted how to kill him, making him fall into a deep slumber, never to wake up, destroying his soul so she could replace him and become him. The king knew of the terrifying scheme in the apothecary's heart, but he had no intention of killing her, because the king had thought of a much more interesting punishment. Lam Dao Sin set his teacup down, resting his chin on his hands with an eerie smile. The apothecary lost because she forgot that. The king is omniscient. After hearing his story, Phik Than Dai slammed the book shut in disbelief. "You call this a fairy tale? This is a completely fabricated story full of lies. Protecting the country was nothing but an excuse for you to pursue your own selfish desires. Furthermore, you say the king gave the apothecary everything." Tandad's face paled as words poured out uncontrollably. "You mean slaughtering her entire family, or beheading her parents and presenting them to her as a gift? Forcing her clan into a ranking she never cared about? Is that what you call giving her everything? Did you ever ask her what she truly wanted?" Seeing her so agitated, the butler beside him immediately reached into his pocket, but Lam Dao Sin quickly stopped him. He coldly said, losing his patience, "Tan Dai, a family only needs to keep those who are useful. That is enough. You would rather give up that special body just to punish me." Lam Dao Sin smiled and replied, "No, how could I bear to do that? I just wanted to see your look of despair exactly like this." Bitter and unable to even beg the man in front of her, Tan Dai said, "Now that you've seen it, can we end this farce?" Suddenly the butler leaned in and reported, "Master, our men have arrived at the main gate of the Belief family and are awaiting orders. Should they take action?" Lam Dao Sin took out his phone, stared at it for a moment, and then spoke,
No need, there's no one left there anymore. Then he answered a call. How long has it been since we last called each other old friend? On the other end of the line, Bui Fi Nian spoke in a contemptuous, annoying tone, but still feigned closeness. Probably around 20 years, my good big brother. I've missed you super, super much. Lam Dao Sin replied bitterly, asking, if you miss me, just come see me. What is the meaning of sneaking around to keep what I threw away? As soon as the question ended, Bui Fi Nian immediately hung up, giving the other party no face at all. Condensing his personal grudge into a lump of fury, Boss Lum ordered his butler level the Bu family estate. On the other side, Bu Fi Nian, overjoyed, tossed his phone onto the table. Let that old pervert die of anger. Have you been able to contact Han Dong yet? Liu Chu Nam frowned and shook his head. She refuses to answer my calls. Let it be. Han Dong can take care of herself. She doesn't need us holding her back. After chatting for a while, they both looked up at the screen, reminiscing and discussing among themselves. This kid looks a lot like Lady Vu Nuit, right? Yeah, especially like her when she was young. I still remember her punches being super weak at first. Ha ha ha. Who would have thought she becomes so formidable later on? Indeed, and really looking forward to his growth. Bui Fi Nian chuckled and teased Liu Chu Nam. Hey, if Sam Nguyen's growth rate is faster than Liu Chi Suian's, that would definitely be interesting. I really want to see Liu Chi Suian's bitter expression. The things you focus on are truly bizarre. At that same moment, a massive explosion suddenly occurred. From the Ha family estate, to the Han family estate, and the Chu family estate. Even at the Liu family estate, the ensuing inferno was clearly visible. Liu Chu Nam turned his head to look. That's in the direction of your house. Congratulations on becoming homeless. Bui Fi Nian gleefully raised his glass with Liu Chu Nam. I've been waiting for this moment for a very long time. The two of them cheerfully laughed and clinked their glasses together. Boo-hoo, my house is ruined. Hang in there. You weak-fisted punk. You're so childish. Hearing the word childish, Liu Chu Nam became a bit quiet, thinking to himself, childish, huh. Hang in there, Sam Wit. Back in the floating labyrinth, Bui Tin Hua and Liu Chi Suian had quickly arrived to regroup with To Tram. She asked excitedly, I was worried we wouldn't find the entrance. Who was so accommodating? The guy in the turtle shell. Hearing their voices, Koi Tu wished he could just die all over again, crying out bitterly, what a blunder. Liu Chi Suian said nothing, simply staring intently at the electrical charge in his hand, then let out an incredibly satisfied laugh, leaving To Tram confused. What's wrong with him? It's an after effect of his evolution, pay it no mind. Liu Chi Suian quickly returned to normal and asked for Sam Wit's whereabouts. Kurtu was startled to hear this and, determined not to let them in, pulled a trick to make the door vanish, then recreated dozens of other doors to deceive them. Liu Chi Suian wasn't panicked in the slightest. The corners of his lips curled up again, and he aimed a lightning bolt straight at the tiny hole in the turtle shell. Koitu couldn't withstand a single blow. His turtle shell shattered in an instant, his eyes filled with panic, leaving him completely exposed among his enemies. Help me. In Sam Wit's area at that moment, Dao Quang was still completely unscathed after taking a few of his punches. He called out Sam Wit's name as he walked, like a wild beast stalking, hunting its prey. Dao Quang deliberately raised his voice to lure Sam Wit out. The fog has completely cleared now. What do you plan to do next? Or should I say, you never had a next plan to begin with. Meanwhile, Sam Wit was panting heavily, hiding behind a nearby stone pillar. He grimaced as he looked down at his swollen fist. I thought Dao Quang, being a telekinesis user, would have slightly weaker physical strength, but it turns out his physical condition and reflexes are not inferior to Uncle Tun Thien's at all. No, they might even be better. If I go out now, there's a high chance I'll get hit by his attack and fall into his dreamscape again. He's on guard against me now. He won't use a simple dream to deal with me anymore. Furthermore, he has a weapon. Even if I can dodge the bullets, the dream world is full of traps, and I'm not 100% confident I can stay awake. With my current condition, losing control of this body is only a matter of time. No matter how I think about it, it's a dead end. If that's the case, then I'll just have to risk it. Acting on his thought immediately, Sam Wit calmly called out to Dao Quang, causing him to pause and asked him a question. Tell me where my mother is locked up. Dao Quang turned his head, his pale face moving toward the source of the voice. You can't even save yourself, yet you still care about this. He said, Sam Nwit, I advise you to give up on this delusional idea of rescuing her. She brought this fate upon herself. Otherwise, your teammates wouldn't have survived to reach your side, and today you find yourself completely isolated with no one to help you. This is reality. No matter how powerful the gods are, in the face of sinful humanity, they can only bow their heads. This is the mission of the gods and also the price of power. Suddenly, Sam Wheat lowered his voice, deciding to no longer hide. Dao Quang, I've always taken to heart what you told me in that dream. You said that we are both the children of a god. Dao Quang didn't deny it, replying, that is the truth. the blood flowing in my body. But not letting him finish, Sam Wheat immediately interrupted, "No child, would just stand by and watch their mother be imprisoned without doing anything." With that, he roared, accelerating as he charged straight at Dao Quang, making him both confused and dismissive. "This move again? No matter how many times you repeat it, you can't hurt me." However, things didn't go as Dao Quang thought. Sam Wheat suddenly tackled him,
pinning him hard to the ground and tightly gripping Dao Quang's head. He struggled, trying to push Sam Wit off him. "Let go. What are you doing?" But he stubbornly refused to let go, gritting his teeth and biting down hard on Dao Quang's hand until it bled. "My mother's location, since you won't say. Then I'll see for myself." Dao Quang cried out in pain, growling continuously. "Let me go." But Sam Wit realized this was his only chance. He prayed in his mind, "Please help me, mother. Let me see you." Furious, Dao Quang's eyes bulged as he tightly gripped Sam Wit's hand, snapping all 5 fingers on his right hand, making Sam Wit scream in agony. Enraged, Dao Quang punched Sam Wit hard in the face, knocking him back. "You're not allowed to peek into my memories." Blood splattered across the floor. His hand hurt so much it trembled uncontrollably. But Sam Wheat still kept trying to grab Dao Quang's head. How ridiculous, Dao Quang thought, then kicked Sam Wheat hard in the stomach, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Seizing the opportunity, Dao Quang pinned him down to the floor, tightly choking him before angrily commanding, "Give up. If you raise your hand again, it'll kill you." Showing no fear, Sam Wheat stubbornly scoffed, "I don't care if I die." Saying that, he raised his hand again to grab Dao Quang's head. Unable to say another word, Dao Quang swung his arm wildly and punched down. 1 strike, 2 strikes, 3 strikes. While punching, he muttered in frustration, "Give up. I told you to give up. Why won't you just give up? Why don't you have a single trace of someone who survived the exile zone? Why are your eyes so pure? What have I done?" Sam Wit lost consciousness for a moment, but quickly regained his senses. His limp hand twitched slightly. Then he continued to reach for Dao Quang's head, much to the latter's horror. Sam Wit smirked, his battered face filled with pride. The White House. Dao Quang's face darkened, then his eyes flared up. He whispered, "Dreamfall. Keep sleeping in that beautiful dream and never wake up." Sam Wit's body then fell into a pitch-black void. He half opened his eyes, then tirely closed them again, letting his body fall endlessly. When he reached a certain depth, Teal Hawk suddenly appeared. Unlike Sam Wit, who was falling, he ascended openly and boldly. The moment he flew past Sam Wit, he paused and looked back, seeing Sam Wit's weak hand trying to pull him back, but lacking the strength to hold on. Teal Hawk coldly watched him fall deeper, then turned his head away, scolding, "Idiot." On the outside, Dao Quang thought he had already killed Sam Wit. Suddenly, the boy's laughter echoed, startling him in terror. Sam Wit sprawled on the ground, a chilling aura slowly radiating from him. He had now been completely taken over by Teal Hawk. He chuckled, turning his head toward Dao Quang. "So sluggish. Why are you only using your ability now?" Dao Quang stumbled back in shock, immediately raising his gun and pointing it straight at Teal Hawk. He quickly realized the person in front of him wasn't Sam Wit at all and hastily demanded, "Who are you?" Teal Hawk didn't bother to answer. The hand that had been bruised and broken moments ago recovered instantly, good as new. He giggled and called out, "Hey, you fake. If you play with him to death, what am I supposed to do?" Dao Quang frowned, not understanding Teal Hawk's words. "What do you mean, fake? Didn't you use those 4 words to describe yourself, son of God?" Teal Hawk had somehow closed in right next to Dao Quang. Completely paralyzed, Dao Quang could only stand frozen, watching his enemy toy with him. Feel it carefully, the difference between the real deal and a fake. As soon as he finished speaking, Teal Hawk sent Dao Quang flying, crashing hard into a row of pillars. Then he used his power to lift all objects into the air, stepping slowly toward Dao Quang, who was now severely injured, dizzy, and lying motionless. Teal Hawk's silhouette blurred in the smoke and dust. Dao Quang tried to move, opening his eyes wide, intending to use his ability on Teal Hawk. But the latter had already anticipated it. Dreamfall, right? Like this. With that, one of Teal Hawk's eyes transformed to look exactly like Dao Quang's, filling him with dread as his face turned grim. Seeing that desperate expression, Teal Hawk burst into ecstatic laughter. "Ha ha ha. Don't be so tense, I am just imitating the look. I don't know how to use your ability, but this level of mental power is useless against me." While he was reveling in his own strength, a soft chuckle suddenly broke out. "Ha ha ha." Teal Hawk dropped his arrogant smirk and looked down at his opponent. "You're laughing." Dao Quang forced himself up, dragging his battered body to raise the gun. "I knew it. The scales of fate have never been balanced. It's just that. The more you struggle, the more pathetic you become." Knowing full well he couldn't escape, Dao Quang fired his final shot to fight back against the dozens of objects flying at him from Teal Hawk. Meanwhile, Sam Wit, trapped in the illusion, had yet to find a way out.
He walked along the flowing water, constantly calling out for his teammates. Is anyone there? Liu Chai Swin, Tin Hua, Chu Hei, everyone. Sam Nwet scooped up some water with his hand, tasted it. It's seawater, so salty. I really am in a dream. He looked around at the endless expanse of water, an eerie feeling constantly rising within him. I already realized this is a dream, so why can't I wake up? Anyway, I need to find a way out first.
Sam Wheat kept walking and looking around, but aside from objects like life buoys and balls, there was nothing else. Going deeper, he still couldn't see any turns, making him suspect he had chosen the wrong direction. The seawater kept rising and his body grew increasingly heavy. Sam Wheat slapped his own face. With sluggish, tired eyes, he tried to cheer himself up. I have to pull myself together. Sam Wheat. I can definitely find a way out. As he walked, he dazedly searched for a thwon, but then jolted in realization. A thwon is gone. What on earth am I saying? When did the seawater rise to my chest? Did I lose consciousness just now? This is bad. Why didn't I realize it earlier? There's no way Dao Qian would set up an exit in this dream for me to find. Time flows differently here. The water rising from my knees to my chest must have happened in the blink of an eye. My memory is already failing after such a short time. If I stay here any longer, I'll go insane until I forget who I even am. How do I escape a dream with no exit? Think. Hurry. Think of something. Fast. What if there was an exit in the dream? Then I could escape, right? Sam Wheat struggled to come up with a way out, and then a thought flashed in his subconscious. My own dream? But how do I get to my own dream? The atmosphere grew dead silent, leaving only the sound of relentless crashing waves. Sam Wheat stared down at his reflection in the water and muttered, should I try dying once? But he frantically scratched his head, reconsidering. Seriously, even in a dream, I can't take a risk like that. It's way too dangerous. Thinking this, Sam Nguet's gaze suddenly dropped. He lightly stroked his hair, staring intently into the depths of the water, then hopped up slightly and took a deep breath. Whatever. If I die, I die. With a splash, he dove under. I have to enter my own dream, and then break free from this dream's control. Turn to reality. Sam Nguet drowned himself. Even as he began to suffocate, he adamantly refused to surface. A few minutes later, clutching his throat, he coughed so hard his windpipe burned. His mind in panic, his whole body violently shivering. I didn't expect the sensation in the dream to be so realistic. It feels like my entire body just genuinely experienced drowning. Only then did Sam Wheat calm down enough to look at his surroundings. Is this my own dream? I thought it'd end up somewhere familiar. Right before Sam Wheat's eyes was a pristine infirmary. He walked over and gently pulled back the white curtain, unexpectedly finding a metal table behind it. An image from the past flashed before him, the moment he was captured by two burly men. The man in black pinned Sam Wheat down with both hands, while the guy next to him readied a box cutter and a syringe. Growls and the clanking of tools echoed continuously. Sam Wheat froze, staring at his past self lying there, crying and begging for help, but no one came. That image appeared suddenly, as if with a purpose, then slowly faded away, returning to the normal infirmary. Suddenly, there were hurried footsteps outside, along with someone shouting, "Find him." The target is wearing a gray shirt, jeans, and canvas shoes. I don't know how this black ring slipped in, but if you catch him, kill him immediately. Split up and search. Sam Wheat stealthily peeked through the curtains to observe and listen to the commotion outside. Gray shirt, jeans. Isn't that me? Why am I still being hunted even in a dream? Forget it, I need to escape this building first. Sam Wheat hurriedly moved away from the main door and rushed to the window, but when he opened it, he realized he was on the top floor of the building. Drowning leaves a whole corpse at least, but falling to death. Forget it, there must be another way. A few minutes later, a female nurse ran out, holding up a broken lipstick and whining in frustration. Little did she know, Sam Wheat had used it to touch up his disguise. He changed into a nurse's uniform, brushed past the guards, and slipped right into the elevator. Nearby, there were two old men wearing gold rings, who accidentally saw Sam Wheat cheerfully waving at them. They couldn't help but point and praise how super cute he was. Inside the elevator, Sam Wheat could finally breathe. He frowned, pondering about this place. Is this a clinic? I've never seen a hospital where the patients wear gold rings and the guards hunting me down are silver rings. There's no reason for me to dream of a place like this. Compared to a dream, this place feels much more. Just then, two female nurses entered the elevator, chatting with each other, causing Sam Wheat to immediately turn his face to the wall. A black ring managed to break into Heavenly Human City. Are you kidding me? And not sure, but that important figure is at our hospital today, so we'd better be careful just in case. Heavenly Human City. Sam Wheat was completely shocked to the core, his body stiffening. Suddenly, a female nurse grabbed his shoulder and asked, "Which department are you from? Why haven't I ever seen you?" Sam Wheat stammered, not knowing how to answer. But right at that moment, the elevator doors slid open.
He let out a sigh of relief, tears welling up in his eyes. I hate dreaming. Finally, after much hardship, Sam Wheat reached the back door. He hypnotized himself. Pushing this door open will wake me up. It'll wake up once I push this door. Sam Wheat squeezed his eyes shut tight and slowly pushed the door open. But reality didn't work that way. Sam Wheat simply stepped out of the hospital. Feeling slightly disappointed, he began dragging his feet, stealthily looking for an exit. Is it because I'm in a dream? Even the air here smells completely different from the exile zone. Walking a bit further into the backyard, Sam Wheat's eyes suddenly widened in sheer astonishment. In the distance, he saw two women sitting and chatting together. One of them was his mother, Voon Wet. Instinctively, Sam Wheatley awkwardly took a step back, hurriedly hiding behind a nearby pillar. Inadvertently, the conversation between Voon Wit and the woman beside her reached his ears clearly. About the fetus not developing well, when do you plan to tell Han Dong and the others? Voon Wit calmly replied, Dao Sin has been making a lot of subtle moves lately. They already have to handle the trivial matters of the great families. Telling them Mao would only add to their worries. She reached out to gently rub her belly. I believe this child will definitely overcome this difficult hurdle, and moreover, I will always be by his side. The other woman lowered her eyes slightly, her voice tinged with a bit of sorrow. Voom Wit. You should know it clearly in your heart, right? With the current situation, this child is just a burden. At this point, Voom Wit asked her to go into the room and fetch the phone she had forgotten. The woman immediately nodded, stood up, and quickly left. As soon as the other person was out of sight, Voom Wit slowly turned her head toward where Sam Wit was hiding. She stood up and slowly walked toward him, then spoke up. Come out, I know you're eavesdropping. Sam Wit was startled. Reflexively, he frantically wiped the remaining lipstick off his face, then hurriedly took off his hair tie, awkwardly smoothing down his messy hair. He bent down to dust off his clothes, adjusted his wrinkled collar, and even unconsciously flattened the creases on his shirt, as if wanting to make himself look a bit more presentable. But the more he adjusted, the more flustered he became. In the end, Sam Wit could only clench his fists, take a deep breath, and scratch his head awkwardly as he stepped out. His eyes trembled, quietly looking at the woman in front of him. A mother, whom for the past 18 years he could only meet in his dreams. Voon Wit slightly moved her fingertips. In the blink of an eye, the square scarf covering Sam Wit's collar gently flew off him. Even though she had confirmed he was the Black Ring, not a single trace of disgust or wavering appeared on her face. The first thing she asked was, Is your arm okay? Sam Wit felt a lump in his throat. He tried to hold back his brimming tears and gently shook his head. It's fine. Sam Wit secretly let out a sigh of relief in his heart. That's a relief. She didn't recognize me, this pathetic and useless appearance of mine. Meanwhile, outside, Teal Hack hummed happily in his throat, fiddling with Dao Quang's bullet at his fingertips, while his other hand grabbed the guy's head, dragging him along from behind. How should I deal with you? If I kill you, hell wake up, right? Whatever. Saying this, Teal Hack suddenly let go, then turned around and tightly grabbed Dao Quang's neck. I'll just kill you first and figure it out later. Just then, Bui Tin Hua, Liu Chi Suyen, and To Tram arrives, shouting his name loudly, Sam Wit. Realizing something was wrong, Liu Chi Suyen immediately raised his hand to block the two. Wait, look closely. He's not Sam Wit. Seeing the newcomers, Teal Hack chuckled in amusement, then fiercely threw Dao Quang aside. I'm not? Then no one is worthy. His telekinetic power surged. Teal Hack clutched his burning chest, swaying his body back and forth. This is so exciting. Come at me, all of you. Come at me together. To Tram was startled and immediately began scanning and analyzing Sam Wit's sudden behavioral change. Scan results show complete inconsistency. The possibility of intentional disguise has been ruled out. Factors leading to a major behavioral shift may include the following common causes. Psychological reasons, such as mental illness, psychological barriers, or schizophrenia, can lead to sudden behavioral changes. Physiological health issues. A deeper scan of the target Sam Wit's brain is required as there may be brain pathology. Environmental influences and external pressure. When a person experiences multiple major shocks in a short period, it can cause behavioral mutations. For now, other special causes cannot be ruled out. Deep communication with Sam Wit is needed to gather and analyze data. Listening to To Tram's analysis, Liu Chi Swin remained utterly speechless, his eyes narrowing as he stared fixedly at Sam Wit. Rather than analyzing the cause, what I care more about is, could this guy open his mouth and talk like this last time too? Lost in thought, Liu Chi Swin suddenly looked down, feeling a pain slowly spreading from his foot. He turned to ask Bui Tin Hua what she meant by that. Bui Tin Hua smiled wryly, looking at him and said, Is this the interesting thing you mentioned before? Why didn't you just wait until next year to tell us something this important? Liu Chi Swin burst out laughing, stepping hard on Bui Tin Hua's foot in return. Surprise, old lady. But the playtime didn't last long. Sensing the killing intent, the three of them immediately focused. Dozens of sharp objects flew straight towards them. The three quickly used their abilities to scatter the barrage, but among the debris, a bullet darted forward. Liu Qisuian leaned his body to dodge to one side, but the bullet suddenly changed direction, hurtling straight towards Liu Qisuian's temple. But before it could reach him, a burst of frost stopped it and shattered the bullet to pieces. Teal Ha clapped his hands in delight. Wow, that's not bad at all. He then commanded smugly, "Come here." Hearing this, Liu Qisuian instantly lost his mind. Bui Tinhua and To Tram quickly dodged to the side, their faces blank. "It's over. Just mute the notifications. Are you giving me orders right now?" Liu Qisuian exploded, his power at 49%, his rage at 2,000%. Teal Hack tilted his head, nonchalantly replying, "Is there a problem? Isn't this exactly what you exist for?" Afraid you would get triggered and fight to the death, Bui Tinhua and To Tram quickly held him back, reminding him, "Liu Qisuian, wait, you must remember that Sam Nguyen is our target of protection. We cannot take extreme actions that would harm him. Let's use gentle methods to guide him back to a normal state." "All right," Liu Qisuian smiled, stepping forward. "I'll just go over there and have a proper talk with him." But deep down, 1,000 fucks were echoing in his mind. Liu Qisuian. "What?" Bui Tinhua hardened her face, giving a serious warning. "You haven't forgotten that Sam Nguyen has enhanced senses, right? As long as that body still belongs to him, the pain he feels could be dozens of times greater than an ordinary person, maybe even more. Absolutely do not strike too hard." Seeing the two staring earnestly at him, Liu Qisuian sighed, having no other choice but to accept and obey. He then continued advancing toward Teal Hack. A few seconds later, To Tram spoke up. "Cannot detect Sam Nguyen's vital signs on this body. Match rate 0%. Bui Tinhua turned to ask, "Can you analyze a method to help Sam Nguyen return to normal?" To Tram scratched his head and began trying to calculate. Bui Tinhua anxiously kept looking towards Sam Nguyen. As soon as the clash began, Liu Qisuian quickly launched the first attack, forcefully discharging a bolt of lightning straight at Teal Hack. Sensing Liu Qisuian's power, he swiftly slid far back, his body slightly hunched, then fiercely leaped in a zigzag pattern across the floating objects in the air, successfully flipping away to escape the explosion from Liu Qisuian's attack. But Liu Qisuian was just as fast, quickly catching up to Tu Hack. The two sides rushed in, fiercely clashing with each other. Suddenly, Tu Tram detected a living entity. He immediately approached the combat zone and carried Dao Quang back to Bui Tinhua's side. She observed and asked, "How is his condition?" "7 shattered bones caused by telekinesis." Bui Tinhua patted Dao Quang's face to wake him up, then asked coldly, "What just happened? Where is Sam Nguyen?" Dao Quang sneered, refusing to answer. "So, you guys didn't know he had this side to him either." Bui Tinhua immediately pressed her sword hard against Dao Quang's broken leg, making him scream in pain. "If you don't want to be burned to ashes, answer obediently." Dao Quang gritted his teeth and slowly spoke. "He was hit by my dream fall ability and fell asleep." Suddenly feeling a radiating warmth, he glanced down. "What are you doing?" Bui Tinhua pressed her heart of fire close to Dao Quang's body and replied, "Healing you, can't you see? You put him to sleep, so you're responsible for waking him up." Dao Quang shook his head slightly. "It's useless. Single target dream fall is an irreversible ability. Even if you kill me, he won't wake up." The exact moment Sam Nguyen fell asleep, his soul already died. Saying this, Dao Quang thought to himself, "Or, can you actually return from the dead and create a new miracle?" He continued, "Isn't this a good thing for you people? The Sam Nguyen standing before you right now is the true son of God that fits your ideals." The battle between Liu Qisuian and Tu Hack remained incredibly fierce. He leaped around like a monkey in midair, showing no signs of fatigue. Not bad at all. Completely different from that trash. After saying that, Tu Hack used telekinesis to trap Liu Qisuian tightly within a pile of rubble, but he immediately used his lightning to shatter it and easily escaped. However, Tu Hack was slightly faster, suddenly appearing to grab Liu Qisuian's collar. He pulled him close to his face and offered a deal. "How about joining me to annihilate the other ability users?" He smirked, thinking to himself, ridiculous. Then he violently shoved Tu Hack off of him. Taking the opportunity to freeze his legs, Tu Hack immediately noticed and glanced down. But at that exact moment, an iron chain shot forward and tightly locked his hands. Liu Qisuian spoke furiously. "Stop using his face to spout such disgusting words. Get the hell back. Give the body back to Sam Nguyen." Liu Qisuian's power erupted, clashing with Tu Hack and causing a massive shockwave. Bui Tinhua was startled and looked toward them, unexpectedly seeing Tu Hack using black dust to shield his own body. He let out a loud shout, then violently scattered the ashes everywhere. Tu Hack slightly bowed his head, his face calm, but Liu Qisuian had completely disappeared from sight. Just then, from behind, another chain suddenly appeared, tightly choking Tu Hack's neck and yanking him back. "If it were the real Sam Nguyen, he would definitely sense where I am. Once you return, I will personally apologize to you, Sam Nguyen." Unwilling to give up, Lu Chi Shuyen began channeling lightning into his chains, violently electrocuting Tiu Hak, whose agonizing screams echoed all the way outside, making Koi Tu tremble, completely confused. Isn't that Sam Nguyen's voice? Why are they attacking their own people? At the same time, another door burst open. Faka's piercing screams rang out, "Put me down. I'd rather you just kill me. Are you listening to me? Put me down." Ao Li, carrying her on her shoulder, impatiently warned, "Keep making noise and I'll break your other leg. Do you believe me?" Seeing her, Koi Tu called out. Hearing him, Faka immediately squirmed and raised her head to look, catching sight of a teary-eyed Koi Tu who was constantly sniffling and calling her name.
Ao Li dropped Taka down and instructed Koi Tu, "Keep an eye on her. Her leg is broken." He looked up confused and asked, "Huh? You broke it?" Ao Li quietly looked up at the gap in the wall, guessing that Lu Chi Shuyen had probably arrived. Then, she worried about the situation on Chu He's side. Suddenly, the whispering of Taka and Koi Tu reached her ears. "What's with your injuries?" It was Lu Chi Shuyen's group. "Damn it, those bastards." Ao Li punched the wall hard, causing it to shatter, then looked down and warned the two. "I heard that, you know. Don't badmouth them." Suddenly sensing a familiar aura, Ao Li turned her head and called out, "Brother Chu He? Brother Chu He? Is that you?" Chu He panted heavily and slightly pulled his collar open, revealing a red mark running down his side, which slowly disappeared. Chu He softly replied, "Yeah."
Then, looking as calm as ever, he stepped out the door. "It's me. We have to go. This place will completely collapse soon." Outside the floating maze, the event had caused quite a massive shockwave. Everyone stood in stunned silence, listening to the news from a live streamer risking their life to film not too far away. The building is collapsing. Viewers, can you see it clearly? The smell is so pungent. I can still smell it from this far away. Suddenly, a flood of comments appeared. Did someone just fly past? Someone just flew past? Streamer. Isn't the streamer afraid of catching a virus from filming so close? Film the Son of God for us who cares about the outside of the building. Don't you guys think this moment is epic? It's like a real war is about to break out. Holy shit, there really is someone. Someone's there. Hurry and show them to us. Reading that barrage of comments, the videographers immediately zoomed in to get a clearer shot. They discovered two people holding onto each other, falling from above. Upon closer inspection, they were even more shocked when they realized one of the two was the Black Ring. The sky was gloomy, red ashes flew everywhere, and thousands of people knelt in prayer, terrified that war would break out. Dudu was held tightly in the car by Tan Thien, unable to leave, sobbing as he looked toward the maze. Lam Dao Sin, meanwhile, calmly sipped his tea, treating the whole ordeal like an entertainment program. Inside the maze, the ashes spread wider and wider. Dao Quang lay on his back, covered in blood, staring up at the ceiling. The live stream was also abruptly shut down. Koi Tu carried Thak A outside with Ha Mi, warning them carefully. "You two take care of yourselves, absolutely do not separate. I'll come right back out once I pick up Tian Lang and Dao Quang." Suddenly, an arm reached out and grabbed him. "Koi Tu, wait. What's wrong, Ha Mi?" With a dark, worried face, she urged, "You have to be careful." Thak A beside her nodded and chimed in, "That's right. Move carefully." Koi Tu silently looked at them, then patted his chest, pointing to himself, and confidently said, "Just leave it to me." The ability to deal with the aftermath is also one of the important criteria for judging a successful man. Ha Mi, Thak A, none of us will be left behind. Thak A watched Koi Tu slowly float up, pouted, and waved her hand dismissively. "Hurry up and go. Stop showing off." Koi Tu was so embarrassed that his face turned as red as a tomato. He quickly dashed off. "Why did I say such embarrassing things? So awkward." Thaka looked at his retreating back and muttered, "If he kept rambling, everyone would be crushed to death by now." She suddenly flinched and looked down, seeing Ha Mei gripping her hand tightly, her hoarse voice ringing out, "Let me hold your hand for a moment, please." Ha Mei frowned, her mind tangled and overwhelmingly anxious. It was clear that her face was growing pale and exhausted. At the same time, inside the collapsing maze, massive chunks of debris were plummeting from above. Chu He and Ao Li hurried to find the others. Along the way, he carefully protected the little girl. Very quickly, the two approached the door of the room where Sam and Goyette was, but just as they burst out of it, seeing the scene before their eyes, Ole's face suddenly darkened in horror. What is this? Brother Sam Wiet! Bui Tinhua was about to explain it to everyone, but Chu He was one step faster, turning into the wind and dashing forward, shouting Lu Chi Suyen's name before slashing horizontally. Lu Chi Suyen irritably demanded, "Get out of the way! I have something to confirm." Chu He furiously yelled, "What do you need to confirm that you have to strike so hard? Explain yourself clearly first. Otherwise, I won't let you near Sam Nguyet."
Suddenly, Samnuet's groans rang out, startling both of them into looking back. It hurts so much. It hurts. Didn't you guys come here to protect me? Why are you treating me like this?
Trembling, Sam Gwite reached out, his tone incredibly pitiful. Brother Chu-hee, can you help me? They're all bullying me. As soon as he finished speaking, flickering flames appeared in Chu-hee's eyes and spread around Sam Gwite's body. Lu Chi-Zuen immediately yelled, "Get back right now." Chu-hee. Chu-hak staggered to his feet, lightly wiping the blood from his forehead. Well, wasn't my impression good enough? Phew, I thought I was going to be kicked back. That scared me to death. Glaring coldly at Lu Chi-Zuen's group, he spoke up. I'll give you all a choice. Follow me or die. To Tram's entire body froze, his eyes continuously scanning and analyzing Sam Gwite in front of him. Follow me or die. Follow me or die. Follow me or die. Overload warning. Overload warning. Beginning supplementary memory download. Noticing Tu Tram's strange behavior, Wei Tinhua and Ao Li startled and looked back. Tu Tram? What's wrong with you? A flood of memory data noisily transmitted into Tu Tram's head. Welcome to the Dongvu Duong Youth Tournament. I'm your MC Han Thu. If Sun Tik likes it, then as your master, I will make an exception and accept it. Why do they all have one? Where's mine? After all, 18 years is still too long. With this place very lively in the past. Don't you think this ginkgo forest is just like you, struggling to uphold the protector's oath, trying hard in the monsoon winds so you won't collapse? Let everything follow fate. I can do it alone. Because you're a gentle child, you need a sharp blade to protect yourself. Downloading supplementary memory 99%. This option cannot be closed. 14 years ago, at Dongvo Duong. At that time, Chu-hee was still a child, leaving his hometown to practice alongside his master. The master asked him, Sun Tich, do you remember my warning? Chu-hee replied from behind, yes. After going down the mountain, many people will be watching my every move, so I must keep my distance from my friends. Suddenly, his master stopped. Chu-hee knew he had misspoken and immediately corrected, old friends. His master helplessly called out, Sun Tich. Chu-hee looked sad, his hands clasped behind his back, head bowed. I'm sorry, master. It's to keep my distance from people of other families. The master continued walking and added, Sun Tich, don't blame me for being strict with you. I understand. His master kept reminding him, in the temple, I can protect you completely, but once you go down the mountain, it's their territory. You must be careful in everything. Actually, I also know that every year you use the tournament as an excuse just to meet those two friends. But you must promise me, this year will be the last time. Suddenly, Chu-hee saw a familiar silhouette. His gloomy face instantly brightened, and he softly called out to the person, Uncle Tu. Then, making an excuse about forgetting something in the car, he told his master to head to the inner hall first while he followed. The master was a bit suspicious, but looking at the innocent child, he allowed him to go. Autumn, with leaves falling like golden rain across the entire mountain range. Tada just stood in place, gazing at a bare tree, his lips curving into a faint smile. Suddenly, Chu-hee's small voice rang out, Uncle Tu, over here. Tu-da turned in surprise and saw a young boy hiding behind a tree trunk. Seeing his face, Tu-da was slightly surprised. It's Tu-ha. Chu-ha happily greeted him, Uncle. Long time no see. Tu-da didn't say anything. He walked over and gently stroked the boy's face, thinking to himself, our Tu-ha looks so handsome in his monk robes. The older he gets, the more he looks like Brother Phuong Vu. That's right, Tu-ha. I have a gift I want to give you. Observing his expression, Chu-ha said, Uncle To, did you forget again? If you don't say it out loud, I won't be able to guess what you're thinking. Tu-da awkwardly cleared his throat and stammering as he fumbled to take the gift off his back. Kay, knowing you're about to compete, is so I brought a gift. Here. Surprised, Chu-ha took the large bag Tu-da handed him. A gift? For me? Can I open it? Tu-da laughed happily. Oh, of course. Especially forged for you. The atmosphere was incredibly joyful and pure. Chu-hee carefully placed the box on the ground and opened it. He let out a gasp of amazement when he saw the pitch-black blade inside. Chu-hee lifted it excitedly. Are you really giving this to me? The blade is so beautiful. Tu-da's eyes curved gently as he asked expectantly, do you like it? I love it. Chu-hee smiled in response. But immediately after, his expression turned gloomy and he looked down. He put the blade back into the box, hesitant to refuse. But, I can't accept this gift. Puzzled, Tu-da tried to convince him, D don't refuse, it's just a blade, and no one will blame us. To this is my heartfelt gift. Seeing Tu-da's anxious expression, Chu-hee chuckled softly. I know, then I will accept it. But Uncle Tu, why did you give me a blade? Tu-da gently ruffled Chu-hee's hair, then spoke his mind. Because you're a gentle child. So you need a sharp blade, T, to protect yourself. I'm sorry, I can't speak fluently. Chu-hee shook his head, his clear voice ringing out. It's okay, Uncle Tu, you should talk more. I really want to listen. Saying this, Chu-hee suddenly hugged the gift tightly to his chest, making a solemn promise. Uncle Tu, I will protect this gift with my life. I will definitely become a grown man worthy of wielding this blade. Hearing this, Tada felt even more embarrassed. He scratched the back of his head and mumbled, You don't have to. I can still forge many more for you. Scene cuts to the venue of the Dong Vo Duong Youth Tournament.
As the match was about to begin, the staff quickly went to the doors to notify the rest of the attendees.
The seating area inside seemed fully packed. The MC's voice quickly rang out, Hello, hello, mic test, 1, 2, 1. Welcome everyone to the Dong Vo Duong Youth Tournament. I am the MC, Han Thu. Every year I stand here to introduce the rules. Over the past 3 years, all of you folks sitting here must be bored to death hearing it, right? But even if you're bored, you'll just have to bear with it because I still have to say it again. Lu Chi Suyen was also present. He looked coldly at Han Thu on the stage. So dramatic. Then he darted his eyes in another direction, spotting Chu-ha hastily running in. Did he get taller again? By how many centimeters? Han's voice continued. This year's tournament is just like every year. We have invited 16 families. Contestants will draw lots to fight one-on-one until the final winner is determined. But please note, the use of supernatural abilities is strictly prohibited during matches. We are competing purely in martial arts. The rules are very simple. Within the time limit, knock down your opponent or push them out of the ring to win. Reminding the contestants one more time, using abilities will result in immediate disqualification. I hope everyone will strictly adhere to the rules. At the same time, Toda managed to sneak into the building, shaking off the people tailing him. After the introductions, the contestants began greeting each other. Lu Chi Zuyan and Chu-hee purposely leaned back and forward, trying to catch a glimpse of each other.
They were quickly snapped back to attention by Han thus reminder. Contestants, focus.
This year, to boost the contestants' participation spirit, we have also prepared small gifts for every contestant who wins their one-on-one match. Just defeat your opponent, and you can receive a custom-made victory badge from our Dong Vo Duong. Seeing the prize, both of their faces went blank, radiating an attitude of, who the hell wants that? Soon, it was time for the draw. Han Thu carefully helped Lu Chi Zuyan put on his protective gear while they secretly chatted back and forth. After the 4th round contestant goes up, find a chance to slip away and wait for us at the secret base. Did you mess with the draw? Why do I have to face Chu-hei? That's how you create a highlight. Do you even understand audience psychology? After prepping Lu Chi Shuyen, Han Thu hopped over, pretending to adjust Chu-hei's accessories while whispering to him. See you at the secret base. Yeah, are my parents coming? Idiot, if all our parents showed up, wouldn't that be too obvious? True. Suddenly, Han Thu asked, What's that box you brought? A gift from Uncle To. Hearing that, Han Thu's jaw dropped in jealousy. What? On what grounds? Suddenly, Chu-hee noticed someone below staring intently at them, and immediately startled, whispering a warning to Han Thu. Keep it down, we'll talk later. Elsewhere, the silver ring who had been tailing Tu-da completely lost track of him. He ran around frantically searching. Damn it, I lost him. Where on earth did they go? The youth tournament organized by Dong Vo Duong was merely a meticulously arranged cover. The truly important event today
Was the secret meeting of our first generation of protectors.
Tu-da successfully sneaked in to meet everyone, but the moment he opened the door, all 3 of them wore gloomy expressions, refusing to look at each other, scowling and grimacing. Tu-da was clueless about what was happening. What's with this atmosphere? Suddenly, Bui Feinyan's voice rang out. Since Tu-da is here, let him be the judge. I don't think I did anything wrong. Lu Chu-nam irritably fired back. Didn't do anything wrong. Have you forgotten who caused Vun Wiet to suffer? Out of all the children in the world, why did you have to adopt the abandoned child of our enemy? How can you say that? Bui Feinyan looked up sadly. The grudges of adults should be kept separate from the children. Besides, I've lived with that child for a year now. I know exactly what kind of person she is.
Unable to stand it anymore, Han Dong interjected. Separate.
How can it be separated, Bui Feinyan? If she hadn't failed her ability test, she would have already sided with her father to go up against our children. By secretly hiding her, you're only bringing a fatal disaster upon us. Do you think you're being so grand and righteous? You've turned all our cautious endurance over the past 4 years into a joke. The atmosphere grew increasingly heavier, leaving only the ticking of the clock, as if counting down the short time they had left. Da stood frozen, completely clueless on how to handle it. I have to say something. Just say something. Suddenly, Han Dong gently rubbed her belly, her voice trembling and choked with emotion. A year. You lived with her for a year and developed feelings.
Then what about us parents, living day and night in constant fear of losing our own children?
Have you ever, even for a second, considered our feelings? Bui Feinyan didn't dare lift his head. He hunched over in silence for a moment before finally speaking up. I admit I have wronged all of you. but I have no regrets when it comes to her. She's just a child, not even 10 years old. She didn't choose her origins. Aren't we trying to save the world? If we can save the world, why can't we shelter one more child? She is a part of this world too. If Voon Wit were here, she would definitely agree with me. Hearing this, Lu Chu Nam couldn't hold back anymore and slammed his fist on the table. Tada frantically rushed over. He already stuttered normally, but now he was even more flustered, waving his hands wildly to calm everyone down. Please stop arguing. I
can be build machines to protect everyone's children. I know everyone is using their own ways to keep the promise from back then. No one is a deserter. Please don't argue. As Tuda spoke, his voice gradually cracked. It felt like one more push would make him break down completely. Aren't we best friends? Meanwhile, at the fourth round inside the secret room, Chu He had successfully taken the medal from Han Thu. Lu Chi Shuyen glared daggers at him, bitter about losing. Seeing this, Chu He smiled. If you like it, I can take it off for you. Lu Chi Shuyen turned his face away and scoffed stubbornly. No need, I don't want it. It's so tacky. Just then, Han Thu opened the door and walked in, rummaging through his pockets. I don't know who the Lam family sent to spy on us, but everyone on the street looks suspicious to me. Chu He asked carefully, what about the tournament, MC? I found someone else to cover for me. Chu He continued, with what excuse? Can I have diarrhea? Why do you need the details? Trying to be a smartass. With that, he tossed something to Lu Chi Zuin and ran over to sit with them. Hey Chu He, hurry up and show us the gift Uncle Ta gave you. Hearing this, Lu Chi Zuin froze and snapped his head around. A gift? Uncle Ta gave you a gift? The three of them huddled together, admiring Chu He's blade, burning with jealousy. Why do you get one? Let me play with it. No way, this is Uncle To's gift just for me. You can only touch it for a bit. Tisk, look at that smug face. So cool. Seeing their beaming faces, Chu-ha hesitated, thinking to himself, should I tell them that this year is my last time? Forget it. I'll just wait until it's time to leave. At the same time, Lu Chi Zuin looked toward Han Thu and Chu-ha with an equally gloomy expression. Because Han Thu had been gone for too long, his stand-in MC was incredibly anxious. He sat rigidly in the corner, gripping the mic, restless. Why isn't the young master back yet? The 11th match is almost over. Being gone this long will definitely raise suspicions. Inside the closed room, the three children were still innocently tossing dice together. Han Thu, losing, started yelling, no way. Chu had naively rubbed salt in his wound. My plane reached the destination, so that means I won, right? Han Thu threw a fit and flipped the board. I'm not playing anymore. How are you so lucky? Lu Chi Suyen, sitting quietly in the corner, pondered Han Thu's words. Luck is a kind of power too. Suddenly, the MC's voice echoed from outside the window, silencing the room. The 12th match will begin in 5 minutes. Everyone please take a short break. In 5 minutes, our thrilling match will continue. Han Thu placed a chess piece down and spoke up. I have to go back now. I'll head out first. You two wait a few minutes before leaving one by one. Chu He and Lu Chi Suyen nodded in understanding simultaneously. Watching Han Thu's back as he walked toward the door, none of the three could bear to say goodbye before parting. So we'll see each other next year, right? See you next year. As soon as the door closed, Chu He and Chi Zhu Yen's moods turned somber. The two stood there in silence for a moment. Lu Chi Zhu Yen stared at the ground while Chu He stared at him. Suddenly, both awkwardly checked on each other. How many inches did you grow? Huh? I didn't really measure. Oh, now that Han Thu is gone, it's so much quieter in here. Lu Chi Zhu Yen fiddled with the metal on his shirt and softly called out to Chu He. Then he said sadly, I won't be coming next year. Me neither. Hearing this, they both immediately started bickering and shoving each other. Then why didn't you say so earlier? I was mostly afraid of how Han Thu would react. So was I. As if a heavy burden had been lifted from their hearts, the two boys naively started laughing and joking around again. But realizing they were being a bit loud, Lu Chi Zuin quickly shushed him, making Chu He cover his mouth tightly. Chu He whispered, I wonder when we'll meet again. Don't be sad, Lu Chi Zuin replied confidently. These rules mean nothing to Han Thu. He'll definitely find a way to sneak out and see us, even though it'll be super annoying. Suddenly, Chu He gently touched the gift box and reminded the other boy, don't slack off on your training, Lu Chi Zuin. Hearing this, he clicked his tongue, his face showing extreme dissatisfaction. Tisk, don't think you're so amazing just because you won once. Chu He kept a straight face, thinking to himself, it was clearly 3 times. Remembering something, Lu Chi Zuin asked, oh right, do you have a phone? Chu He decisively shook his head back and forth. Seeing this, Chi Zuin's face contorted in disbelief. By one. You don't even have a phone. Are you even a modern person?
Outside the door, the MC's voice rang out again. It's almost time. Are there any spectators who haven't entered the arena yet? Our 12th match is about to begin. Shuhei smiled, looking at his adorable friend. Want to play another round of chess? Lu Chizuyan leaned against the wall and nodded. Sure. Meanwhile, down in the dark basement, the situation among the elders showed no signs of calming down. Tada rambled on about his idea. This design is completely different from before. I plan to extract energy cores from the human body. If an intelligent machine could hold 5 to 6 energy cores, then that would be massive breakthrough. Even after hearing Tada's words, the expressions of the other three didn't improve at all. Lu Chu-nam grabbed his phone and stood up, then walked straight toward the door. Tada called after him in bewilderment, Chu-nam. Lu Chu-nam stopped beside Toda, his face filled with sorrow and utter despair as he spoke. If algorithms and code could truly turn the tide, then why are we cowering down here in the dark underground, never seeing the sun? Stop wasting time. Toda was startled, the words he wanted to say vanishing into thin air. No, this time is really different. One by one, they stood up and brushed past him, their faces etched with sorrow. Toda's throat burned and his heart grew heavy. His lips parted and closed as he watched everyone walk further away. Don't go. He pleaded in his heart, even knowing it was impossible. Don't go. Listen to me. Please, everyone, don't give up. In just a few fleeting seconds, the room became empty once more. Tada turned his head back, hoping that they were all just playing a prank on him. But no one was there anymore. Everything was completely empty. The reunion they had so desperately longed for ended just like that, dissolving into overwhelming despair. Tada left. Amidst the bustling, noisy, and lively crowd, he alone carried a melancholic aura. Suddenly, a clear voice rang out, snapping him out of his daze. How come only Chu he got a gift? Hanthu, appearing out of nowhere, pouted and pointed at himself, emphasizing every word, I want one too. Tada stopped in his tracks, looking down at Hanthu stomping his feet impatiently, then reached out to pat his head. Hanthu realized this and immediately protested. Patting my head will make me stop growing. Are you okay, uncle? Tada smiled and replied, and no, I'm fine. You get one too. Hearing this, Hanthu jumped for joy, then eagerly gestured to the side, saying, Did you hear that? Tada looked toward the direction opposite Hanthu in surprise, only to see Lu Chi-suyen also pouting, demanding a gift. How come they all have one? Where's mine? Tada looked at the two of them and anxiously reminded them, You two appearing together like this. It's not very safe, is it? Who told you to look so sad from behind? Don't be like that. Lu Chi-suyen puckered his lips and said somewhat shyly, Adults shouldn't show their weakness in front of kids. You don't need to give me a gift. I don't lack anything. Bye. Saying that, Lu Chi-suyen acted cool and bluntly walked away. Hanthu kept stomping his feet, giggling and whining. Ignore him. I want one. I want one. The corners of Tuda's lips curled up, his eyes crinkling softly. Even without voicing his gratitude, everyone could feel it through his gentle gaze. A while later, Tuda left. He unexpectedly saw Bui Fai Nin already sitting outside. Upon seeing him, Fai Nin immediately spoke up. I've confirmed it. There are no Lam family lackeys tailing us. Let's go for a walk, shall we? It's been a long time since we took a stroll together. As they walked, they exchanged a few words. So, that time you asked me to make that. It was to give to your daughter. Bui Fai Nin asked, Do you blame me? Blaming you won't change anything. They were just in the heat of the moment. And next time we meet, it'll be fine. Hearing this, Bui Fai Nin chuckled softly and let out a heavy sigh. I know. Haven't we been arguing like this constantly for the past few years anyway? Standing under a large canopy of trees, Bui Fai Nin tearfully bared his soul. I used to not understand why they always had so many hesitations. Now that I'm a father myself, it seems I finally understand them a little. The happiness and safety of our children. Those are probably what parents care about the most. Honestly, I don't blame them for not understanding me. Everyone is just so exhausted. Chu Nam is caught between the 7 families. Under the Lam family's surveillance, he has to wear a mask to survive every day. Han Dong is constantly worrying about Han Thu's safety, while also taking care of the unborn child in her womb. Brother Fong Vu goes without saying to keep his promise, how ruthless he had to be to send Chu He to the temple all alone. And Ha Bok too. Everyone is keeping that promise in their own way, living days filled with anxiety and dread. But after going through so much, looking back, it's only been 4 years. In the end, 18 years is just too long. Suddenly, Bui Fai Nin cupped his hands around his mouth and yelled at the top of his lungs, as if to release some of the sorrow pent up in his heart. It's taking too long. Silent all this time, Tuda suddenly spoke up. Vun Wiet. Vun Wiet's child is almost 4 years old too. Time really flies. In the blink of an eye. Just a blink. Only 14 more springs, summers, autumns, and winters left. Bui Fai Nin looked at the kind face of the man before him, his heart aching slightly. Then, as if finally able to breathe, he smiled and looked up at the sky. It's nice to have no burdens. Tuda, don't you think this ginkgo leaf is a lot like you? Bitterly holding on to the protector's vow, trying not to fall in the seasonal winds. Well, let fate decide. Who can guarantee they can steadfastly hold onto a belief for 18 years without ever wavering?
As time passed, Bui Finian returned to the Bui estate, leaving only Toda standing there. Wavering, huh? He thought to himself, standing still, his eyes fixed on the leaves fluttering down all around him. Scene changed to the To household. The moment he returned, a little robot boy was already waiting at the door to greet him. Papa, you're back. It happily lifted a gift box and reported, Grandmaster Quan Chan had someone send a gift. Do you want to open it now, Papa? But this box looks exactly like the one you took with you this morning. Tuda pursed his lips and sadly shook his head, then walked inside the house, stepping straight down the long, deep staircase. He stood before a door, looking at it for a moment, before slowly opening it and walking inside. Even if there is only a single ginkgo leaf left, it doesn't matter. I can do it all on my own. In the first winter, Han Dong was busy preparing clothes with her son, Han Thu, to welcome the baby in her womb. Liu Chunam, still a prominent figure of the upper class, frequently attended grand public banquets alongside his son, Liu Chi-swin. Xu He continued his solitary training with his master on the mountain day after day, quietly observing all the worldly changes alongside him. At the Boy family estate, Boy Fi Nian drowned himself in alcohol, wishing it was all just a nightmare that would soon end. Chi Man stayed by his side, constantly reminding him that he now had a daughter. And finally, at the To family, To Dab buried himself in research, locking himself away day and night to draw up blueprints. In the spring of the second year, Han Thu's little sister, Han O Li, was finally born. Liu Chunam immersed himself in work, having no time to go anywhere with his close friends, or rather, he simply wanted to avoid Bui Fi Mian. High up on the mountain, Chu He trained diligently. When not practicing martial arts, he meditated to elevate his cultivation. Back at the Bui family, Bui Fi Mian finally pulled himself together and began honing his daughter Bui Tin Hoa's abilities every day. At the To family, To Da remained the same as the previous year, drowning in his research and churning out countless sketches. In the summer of the second year, changes began to stir in every household. Han Thu shouted in anger, "The youth tournament is cancelled? Why?" Han Dong looked down dejectedly and replied, "It's unnecessary." "Why is it unnecessary?" Han Thu fumed. "Did Uncle Fume Vu agree to this? What about Uncle Nam? Do you really think I made this decision alone?" Hearing that, Han Thu bit his lip tightly before snapping in frustration, "You adults are so ridiculously stubborn." He turned around and stormed straight toward the door. No wonder all those watchers stationed outside our house have been pulled back. Before leaving, he made sure to add, "No wonder the spies at the gate are all gone. Even our enemies don't bother keeping an eye on us anymore." Han Dong watched her son walk away at a loss for words. At the Liu family, Liu Chi-swin distanced himself from everyone, curling up quietly in the corner of a room. He didn't say a word, but his heart was heavy with immense grief. His eyes were noticeably darker and more hollow than before. At the temple, Xu He continued his daily training under his master's guidance. "Son Tich, remember this well. There is nothing special about martial arts. Giving it your entire heart and soul is enough." At the Bui estate, the bond between Bui Fi Mian and his daughter, Bui Tin Hua, grew incredibly close. They even adopted a little puppy. Sitting on the porch chatting, Tin Hua, Chi Man, and I are going to the mall tomorrow. Do you need anything? I want to go with you. Seeing Bui Fi Mian's stunned face, Tin Hua giggled. "I'm just kidding. I'd rather focus on my training than go out and play." The atmosphere at the To household, however, was the complete opposite. The manufacturing process seemed to have reached its final stages. He stood before a massive machine and commanded the little robot beside him, "Get started." She looked up innocently and asked, "But Dad, whose abilities are you going to extract first to experiment on the energy core?" "Me," To Dao replied, "use mine." Autumn of the second year. Han Dong paced anxiously around the grand hall, her face carrying the same sorrowful expression she had worn for so long. She slowly opened the closet door and stared intently inside, then gently closed it. It was a photograph from the days when they were all still together. Everyone's faces were a stark contrast to how they looked now. They seemed so joyful and innocent in each other's company. But everything was just a memory now. Far too much had been lost, never to be recovered. The winter of the second year, the spring of the third, the summer of the third, and then the summer of the fourth. Time flew by like a weaver's shuttle. From a single tiny screw, gradually forming a mechanical spine, the robot created by To Da took shape more clearly by the day. Before long, it had a complete upper body, and then all of its limbs were fully connected. Finally, To Tram was brought to life, crafted from all the hope and affection To Da harbored for his people and his mission. Autumn of the fourth year. To Da's masterpiece was just one step away from completion.
The little robot girl could clearly see how haggard her father had become over the years, her eyes filled with endless sadness. Dad decided to cut off his hair. He then took the gift he had once tried to give Chuhei and went looking for him once more. Bringing the gift box to the master, the monk bluntly refused. This old monk remembers returning this item to Mr. To 4 years ago. I wonder why you have brought it here today. Please take it back with you. With a gaunt face and eyes devoid of any spark, Dad replied earnestly, I'm about to die. I just want to find a home for this old keepsake. Hearing this, the master grasped the impending reality, his face stiffening as he was left utterly speechless. Outside, the sun quickly sank behind the mountain range. The master sat alone in the temple, watching Dad's retreating figure. Compassion is selfless. Love knows no bounds of life or death. Just then, Chuhei happened to pass by. Seeing the gift box in front of his master, he immediately realized Da had been there. He frantically chased after him, calling out, Uncle To. Da froze and turned his head to look. Seeing how strong and grown Chuhei had become, he said, It's been a long time. Da hurriedly took off his scarf to wrap it around him. Why, you're dressed so thinly. Our little Hei, how did you grow up so fast? Chuhei lowered his head obediently, letting Da put the scarf on him. Looking closely at his face, Chuhei worriedly noticed, Uncle To, you're so thin. Da stammered in reply, I am wearing so many layers. Could you still tell? Having lived in the temple year-round, Chuhei wasn't allowed to know anything about the outside world. He asked curiously, is everyone doing well? I haven't seen Aunt Han Dong, Uncle Chu Nam, or Uncle Phil Mien in so long. Do you guys still meet up often? Da stiffened, staring blankly at the young man before softly murmuring, They should have. Told you by now. Chuhei looked disheartened, his eyes dropping. Right at that moment, a wooden staff came flying over as someone yelled, Senior brother, watch out. Da stared blankly at the staff hurtling toward him. Luckily, Chuhei used his abilities to block it. You guys need to be more careful. He turned back to check on him. Are you all right, uncle? Da offered a faint smile and replied, I'm fine. Then he suddenly blurted out, Little Hei, trust me. It won't be long now. We will be able to reunite just like before. Us old folks won't let you kids down. Chuhei didn't understand what was going on, but his eyes widened as he nodded. Okay, Uncle To. Scene cut to the Han estate where Han Thu stood with a dumbfounded expression, trying to process the situation in front of him. His jaw dropped as he stared at the brand new car parked right outside his house. He lunged forward, smelling it and running his hands all over it. Is this for me? Really? Is it really for me? Da nodded. I promised you, didn't I? Hearing that, Han Thu threw his arms around Da and cheered with pure joy. Uncle To, you're the best. I'm the happiest person in the world right now. Da hugged him back, gently rubbing his back. Do you? Like it that much? Han Thu grinned from ear to ear, affectionately nuzzling against Da. No, the car isn't what matters most, though the car is super important too. He suddenly pushed him back a bit, eagerly announcing, Oh, that's right. Uncle To, you haven't met my baby sister yet. Let me go get her so you can see her. Wait right here. Da remained silent, watching Han Thu's figure disappear into the house. By the time Han Thu came back out carrying a lei, cheerfully giving her all sorts of instructions to prep her for the meeting, he froze in utter confusion. He stared out at the empty courtyard. There wasn't a single soul in sight. Back at the To household. Experiment number 18873. Da once again locked himself in the lab with Tuk to refine the new robot. She asked curiously, Dad, do you feel lonely? Caught slightly off guard, Da asked back, Why, do you ask? Tuk tilted her head inquisitively. If you're not lonely, why are you building a new robot? Isn't having Tuk here to keep you company enough? After a moment of thought, Da replied, Tuk, you are one of a kind. This house is full of life because Tuk is here. But this new life has its own mission. And I have my own mission too. Hearing that, Tuk returned to her usual cheerful self, pacing around the room. Then Tuk has a destiny too. Tuk has to protect the To family. The next day, Tuk was still happily chattering away next to Da. Dad, my little brother's protocol looks way more complicated than mine. Does he have to go to the battlefield? Tinkering with the robot's wires, he replied, Why do you have so many questions today? Tuk walked over and honestly shared her thoughts. Because you need to talk more. That way your linguistic functions won't degrade. Tuk thinks an adequate amount of daily conversation is strictly necessary. If you don't talk to Tuk will be super lonely. Experiment number 20,283. Da's robot was finally complete. He and Tuk were deeply engrossed in coming up with a name for it. To Thit, To Lang, To Mac, To Lo, To Nguyen. Listening to Tuk suggestions, Da shook his head. None. None of them sound right. She puffed her cheeks in frustration. Then come up with one yourself. In the end, the two of them settled on the name Toe Tram.
Toe Tram was soon fully operational. Toe Da sat in his chair, turning around to ask, "Interesting, isn't it?"
Toe Tram smiled back. "Yes, father." Then he automatically activated his recording mode. Seeing this, Toe Da quickly stopped him. No, don't record any footage. All the data regarding your creation must be entirely deleted." Toe Tram looked confused. "Even everything about you, father?" Toe Da nodded and pressed the delete key on the keyboard, carefully instructing Toe Tram, especially the footage that features me. The experiment logs were instantly erased. Toe Tram's interface popped up, indicating that the conditions to activate his energy core had not yet been met. Right then, Tuk Tuk opened the door and walked in. "Dad, everything is fully prepared."
Toe Da swiveled his chair around and slowly stood up. It's a rare, beautiful day today. Do you kids want to go outside for a walk?" Scene cut to the city of the natural born, the Sky Garden. Tuk Tuk trudged along behind them, complaining, "Dad, why didn't you give me long legs like Toe Tram? Climbing these stairs is super exhausting." Toe Da smiled in response. "I'm sorry, it's because I didn't think things through." Right after, Toe Tram reached out his robotic arms and effortlessly scooped Tuk Tuk up. "Tuk Tuk, allow me to carry you." Hearing Toe Tram address her like that, Tuk Tuk immediately corrected him. "I'm your older sister. You have to call me Big Sis." "Humph, I'm not talking to you anymore." She then enthusiastically called out to Toe Da, "Dad, this is my little brother's first time going outside, and it's also the first time our whole family is going for a walk together." Toe Da looked at his two children and gave a soft smile, murmuring an "mm-hmm."
The three of them quickly reached the highest point of the garden. Tuk Tuk excitedly dashed right up to the edge of the balcony, cheering, "Wow, it's so beautiful. It's so lively over there." Before them stood a magnificent, sprawling castle, with a spectacular display of fireworks erupting all around it. But Toe Da's mood was the exact opposite. His face suddenly filled with sorrow as he stared down at his feet, slowly uttering every word. On this exact day, 8 years ago. We lost. As if sensing something profound deep within Toe Da's heart, Toe Tram stopped and called out, "Father," staring at him intently. Suyi raised his calloused hand and said, "It was right inside that very castle. That magnificent castle. I saw with my own eyes this city of heavenly beings, changing hands." From then on, every year on this day, they are all celebrating. Saying this, Suye's hand clenched tightly, veins bulging as he choked out, Dad is truly so unwilling to accept this." At the same time, inside the castle, a lavish banquet was taking place. Everyone sat before Lin Daosheng, raising their glasses to toast him. "Congratulations to the Lin family. Congratulations to the Lin family." Only Liu Junin remained completely unmoving. He gritted his teeth, desperate to escape this place, the echoing laughter sounding like the wailing of ghosts and demons. Suddenly, a voice rang out, forcing him to open his eyes and face reality. "Sitting in this position for 8 years, yet you still aren't bored of it." Lin Daosheng, possessing the appearance of a youth with piercing red eyes against pale white skin, rested his chin on his hand. He smiled and mockingly asked, "Are you not happy for me?" With that, he raised his wine glass and brought it close to Liu Junin. Liu Junin showed blatant disgust, looking down at him with disdain. Seeing this, Lin Daosheng burst into laughter and slammed his wine glass onto the table. "How heartless. And here I wasted my effort preparing a delicacy just for you." A few minutes later, the staff brought over a carefully covered food tray. The moment he opened it, everyone fell dead silent, not daring to utter a single word, keeping their heads bowed low toward their own plates. Liu Junan's entire body froze. The atmosphere instantly turned suffocatingly heavy and bleak as he saw Wu Yu's necklace lying right before his eyes. Lin Daosheng tauntingly asked, "Do you like it? What should we serve for the next course?" The atmosphere grew increasingly stifling. Everyone continued to bow their heads, too terrified to breathe a word. Lin Daosheng picked up pieces of vegetables one by one, placing them next to the necklace as he began to count. "That's 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. That's enough dishes." Seeing Liu Junan's face looking as if it were about to shatter, Lin Daosheng clapped his hands in sheer delight, his mouth stretching wide into a mocking sneer. Knowing the enemy was thoroughly testing for poison, Liu Junan swallowed his hatred back down, his fists clenching tightly, and grabbed the glass of red wine next to him, raising it to toast the Lin family. Taking a sip, Liu Junan felt a sickeningly metallic taste in his mouth. The red wine here carried the taste of blood. Time passed again and night fell. Su Yi had sat with his children until this very hour before finally returning home. A flash of absolute determination appeared in his eyes as he said, "Tonight, there are still many things left to do." The scene shifts to the Su family residence. Su Yi placed Su Jian inside a test tube chamber, gently stroking his child's hair, his face reflecting sheer, drooping exhaustion. Su Yi dragged his frail body over to the computer and set two primary directives for Su Jian.
The first directive is to deal with an extreme scenario that may occur 10 years from now. If by then all the protectors beside you have betrayed us or passed away, no matter how arduous the path ahead, you must resolutely carry out your mission, protect Wu Yue and her child. Lady Wu Yue transcends time. No matter how powerful an esper is, they cannot defeat the erosion of time, but you have the power to resist it. This is the greatest gift I can leave you. When you awaken from hibernation, your first priority is to obey this first directive. It will be the compass guiding your actions. But if the situation deviates beyond our expectations, you must execute the second directive. Suddenly, a question arose. Dad, how will I know when to stop executing the first directive? Su Yi stood up and walked step by step towards Su Jian, then placed his right hand over his own chest and his left hand over the boy's chest. The answer lies right here. Everything gradually sank into silence, leaving only the rhythmic beeping of the machinery. Su stood silently in a corner, reviewing the final list of tasks to be done. Sterile environment, heart excision surgery, bodily suturing, transfer of living organism. She turned her head and softly called out, Dad. Su Yi, now dressed in a hospital gown, walked over and patted Su's head. In leaving everything after this in your hands, Su. He quickly lay down inside the pod chamber, counting down the brief, fleeting moments he had left to live. Su simply stood quietly to the side, staring intently at her father, and then asked, Dad, by doing this, will you be happy? Without a shred of hesitation, Su Yi replied with a gentle yes. Knowing Su Ye's resolve remained unchanged, Su, though just a robot, still harbored a deep, profound love for her creator. Before parting, she choked back a sob and nodded, I understand. Good night, Dad. In that house, only one remained in the end. Carrying Su Ye's dying wish, Su obediently completed every task step by step. Had she tears to shed, she would have wailed 1,000 times over. The first task, thoroughly dispose of his remains. She had to ensure the name Su Yi evaporated from the world without a trace, in order to conceal the true purpose behind Su Jian's existence. Less than greater than. The second task, verify whether the energy cores have been successfully activated. Once confirmed, assist Su Jian in entering hibernation mode. The third task, relay his final message flawlessly and with absolute precision to his friends. With everything finished, Su turned her head, moved towards Su Jian, and walked up the steps one by one. She tilted her head up and stayed silent for a long time, gazing at Su Jian's deeply sleeping face. She then reached out her arms to hug him, pressing her tiny body against Su Jian's chest, right where her father's heart was still beating. Dad, I finished all the tasks you gave me. Did Su do a good job? That very same night, on the way back to the Liu family estate, Liu Junan was sitting in his car gazing at the moon, his face haggard and utterly exhausted. Suddenly, he received a message from someone named Aurora Core. The moment he read that name, Liu Junan froze, recalling a beautiful, shining memory from the past. On that day, they had all gathered together in high spirits. Su Yi had declared, in the future, if there's any major event, I'll use the company account to contact everyone. It's called Aurora Core. Hearing this, Pei Feiran immediately replied, oh man, that name is incredibly badass. Little Su has truly grown up. Liu Junan smiled sarcastically. It's certainly 1,000 times trendier than your intelligence hunter moniker. What the hell do you know? The word hunter perfectly suits my untamed arrogance. Their laughter remained as vivid as ever in Liu Junan's mind. He pulled out his earphones and began to watch the videos Su Yi had sent. But the moment he saw the outfit Su Yi was wearing on the screen, an ominous premonition surged like a tidal wave. The video started playing and Su Yi's frail voice echoed, hello everyone. Please forgive me for having to use technological devices to record this video. At least, in this final moment, I hope to clearly express what is in my heart. Everyone, where should I even begin? My time is running short. At the age of 20, I first had the idea to create a cyborg. That thought was like a seed, taking root and sprouting within my heart. Later on, many unexpected things happened, and my goal gradually shifted along with them. Junan, do you remember? When I first confided this idea to you, you immediately saw through its most fatal flaw. If a machine solely follows encoded directives, then anyone capable of altering those directives could force my creation to go against its original purpose, or even turn it into a tool for the enemy. You were right. A machine only follows orders. How could it possibly possess a will of its own? After Su Jian was completed, this difficult puzzle that tormented me for years was finally solved. Su Jian's body harbors 6 different energy cores. However, this isn't his limit.
It's simply because I could only find these few seniors who had once received Wu Yu's grace and willingly sacrificed their own abilities. Please, everyone, remember. Remember their names well. They are Mr. Luo Xingguang, Ms. Mu Lanjin, Ms. Mi Yuhua, Mr. Bi Xiang, Ms. Hua Shi. And also, saying this, Su Yi could only fall silent, looking straight into the screen with a gentle smile. Pausing for a beat, he continued. Throughout countless experiments, the energy cores within Sujan's body could never be activated. I finally realized that what they needed wasn't just a vessel, but a beating heart. Only a vibrant living life force could ignite everyone's power. Of course, I knew very well that anyone's heart would do, but I still chose to use my own as the ultimate line of defense to ensure it upholds its original purpose. Any machine can betray you, but the machine carrying my will shall never, ever do so. The moment the video was delivered to his friends, Pei Furen instantly bolted, sprinting like a madman toward the Su household. He completely disregarded his sweat-drenched state, plunging through the chilling autumn night. Pei Furen ran so frantically that his sandal flew off, and he tearfully turned back to look at it. The sandal lay abandoned amidst a ground covered in fallen golden leaves, evoking an old, faded memory of the past. Sweat poured profusely down Pei Furen's forehead. His breath came in heavy, ragged gasps. He bent over, slowly lowering his hand as a single phrase flashed through his mind. After all, 18 years is simply too long. It's better not to have any attachments. Let fate decide. Who can guarantee that they'll hold on to a single conviction for 18 years without wavering? Pei Furen tightly clenched the sandal in his hand, unable to hold back the tears streaming down his cheeks. He hugged the sandal tightly to his chest, bawling hysterically like a child. Why did I ever say those words? Pei Furen collapsed to the ground, curling into himself, looking utterly desolate and heartbroken. Hearing the commotion, Pi Xingwo hurriedly chased after him. Seeing her father's agonizing state, she couldn't help but feel deeply anxious. Su Ye's voice continued to play. Even so, I still couldn't be completely at ease. Time is a terrifying thing. It can dilute the bonds between people and twist good into evil. To prevent the risks brought on by time, I installed 2 sets of directives for this machine. Upon activation, it will prioritize the first, protecting Lady Wu Yu and her child. If it determines the first directive cannot be fulfilled, it will initiate the second, protecting everyone's children from the encroaching doom of the Protector's mission. My dearest friends, do not step back, do not bow your heads, and do not be dismayed. I have always felt that becoming a protector is a profound blessing. I want to protect my friends, my dear friends. That is exactly why I can leave so resolutely. Over at the Chu family estate, Chu Fangyu couldn't believe it either. He sobbed uncontrollably as he huddled beside his wife, weeping softly. These past 4 years, how agonizingly lonely he must have been. Su Yi touched his chest. Although his face was gaunt and devoid of life, his eyes shone as bright and pure as they did in the very beginning. Do you know, today is the day I feel the most immense pride in all these past 8 years. Now I can very, very proudly say that my Su family, every single one of us, is the absolute best protector. Do not grieve my passing. This is not death. Instead, it's a precise migration. I, along with my ideals, will wait for everyone in the future. The video ends, leaving everyone deeply moved. Liu Chu Nam rushes home and embraces his son tightly. Seeing his father's exhausted state, Liu Chi Swin asks in a panic. Liu Chu Nam's eyes are red and swollen. He hugs his son tightly, his voice hoarse. Can you promise your father one thing? Over at the Han family, Han Thu is jolted from his sleep by his mother's agonizing sobs. Seeing his mother break down, Han Thu feels both heartbroken and furious as he raises his voice. Mom, who bullied you? Please don't cry. Han Dong chokes up, barely managing to say the words, I'm sorry. Carrying To Da's lifelong wish and final resolve, the door that was once closed is now wide open once again. Han Dong, Xu Fuan Vu, Bui Fi Mian, and Liu Chu Nam. They all resolve to reunite here. Let's start over. That morning, Tuk Tuk carries a ladder alone to the garden where the 3 of them once stood. She leans the ladder against the railing and stares at the distant castle, before vanishing without a trace. Memories flood back into To Tram's mind, the familiar faces from the past all the way to the present. Initially, his primary targets for protection were only Vu Mwit and Sam Nwet, but now everyone else appears before him. Faced with the prompt of whether to delete his protection targets, To Tram's heart begins to pound wildly. He slowly opens his eyes. His purple eyes now turn a brilliant blue. To Tram gives his answer. No, I will protect everyone. Seeing that To Tram seems to have regained consciousness, Bui Tin Hua immediately asks, have you recovered? To Tram nods, yes, I'm completely fine. Then he reaches into his pocket and rummages around, looking at everyone and assuring them, I have a way to help Sam Nwit. Ao Lei, standing closest, notices something unusual in To Tram's eyes but says nothing. She looks curiously at the object in his hand. You're just going to use that. What is it? Nanobots. To Tram extends his robotic arm and rubs Ao Lei's head. Don't worry, Sam Nwit will be fine. Then he dashes straight toward where Teal Hawk is standing. To Tram unleashes a dense fog, enveloping everything in a hazy blur once again. Teal Hawk bursts into laughter. Ha ha.
Then looks up at the sky in sheer boredom. How long are you guys going to play this old trick? I'm getting sick of it. To Tram's heart beats faster and harder as he quickly activates his second energy core. Teal Hawk startles, his eyes darting backward, but To Tram is one step ahead. Activating his spatial teleportation ability, he presses firmly against the back of Teal Hawk's neck. Teal Hawk feels absolutely nothing. Standing perfectly still, he scoffs. Are you kidding me? Standing at a distance, Bui Tin Hua is filled with anxiety, sweat beading on her forehead. No external wounds. Did nothing happen at all? No, a normal person might act impulsively, but every move To Tram makes is undoubtedly calculated. Annoyed, Teal Hawk spins around, ready to attack To Tram. You stupid cyborg. But another hand catches his wrist just in time. Teal Hawk raises an eyebrow, scoffing arrogantly. Shuhei has arrived just in time, stepping forward to protect To Tram. He looks conflicted, his brows furrowed deeply. Don't do this. Absolutely not. Facing that expression, To Tram is stunned for a moment, then speaks. As expected, Shuhei is just as gentle as ever. Liu Qisuian's eyelids twitch. He seems to ponder the exact wording To Tram just used, but the thought is fleeting. Teal Hawk swats Shuhei's hand away, continuing to lash out, but To Tram insists that they let him attack. His eyes are full of absolute confidence. Please trust me, I have a way to let Sam Nwit, who is deep in his dreamscape, sense the situation outside. The killing intent around Teal Hawk surges like violent tidal waves. He smirks and mutters, looks like you guys have made your choice. Then, manipulating objects to levitate around him, he roars, then die together. Just then, To Tram drops a single phrase, it's time. The nanobot he implanted into the back of Teal Hawk's neck begins to spark with static electricity, splitting open to reveal a spider-like microchip that digs deep into his cervical spine. Instantly, an excruciating jolt of pain courses through his entire body. His telekinesis is immediately cancelled, and the objects he levitated crash to the ground. The pain is so severe that Teal Hawk cannot breathe. His eyes widen in shock, pupils shrinking as he coughs violently. He clutches his head and starts screaming in agony. The others quickly use their abilities to deflect the falling debris away from him. To Tram rushes forward to catch his exhausted body, then begins to explain to the group. Just now, I used spatial teleportation to implant nanobots directly into Sam Nwit's spinal cord. This ability comes from Tut Hewing. It can shift objects or oneself into another space while retaining their original effects. Pausing, To Tram looks down at Teal Hawk and continues. No matter how strong your telekinesis is, even if it can temporarily mask the pain, the nanobots will directly transmit all sensory signals to your brain the moment you activate your power. Teal Hawk used telekinesis to force Sam Nwit's severely injured body into overdrive while masking most of the pain, but the nanobots will transmit 100% of the actual pain to his brain. This sheer agony makes it impossible for Teal Hawk to continue controlling a body that is on the verge of collapse. The backlash you are suffering right now is the price for recklessly forcing out your powers through Sam Nwit's body. Teal Hawk's mind is now in complete disarray. Not a single word registers as he struggles to gasp for air, drool spilling from the corners of his mouth. To Tram holds Teal Hawk tightly, muttering, with pain this severe, Sam Nwit must have felt it by now. The rest is entirely up to him. On the other side, just as To Tram predicted, Sam Nwit begins to feel the bone-deep pain. He grabs his head and screams, It hurts. It hurts so much. I can't breathe. Sam Nwit loses all his strength and collapses to the ground, coughing incessantly right in front of Vu Nwit. She panics and crouches down beside him, asking, Are you okay? She then helps him up and guides him to a bench to sit with her. Sam Nwit is drenched in sweat, trembling uncontrollably. Vu Nwit gently places her hand on his back, using her power to soothe him. The pain gradually begins to fade. Sam Nwit lets out a long breath, the corners of his eyes slightly red. Vu Nwit furrows her brows and tilts her head in concern. Are you feeling any better? But right now, Sam Nwit is deeply worried about the safety of his friends outside. The image of his mother blurs slightly before his eyes. What was that sudden headache? Did something happen out there? Don't tell me he's hurting everyone. No, I need to get out of here right now. My mother is right here in front of me. Vu Nwit looks at him tenderly. Don't be afraid. I won't hurt you. She asks softly, Are you lost? Lost? Sam Nwit repeats the word in his mind, then dazedly accepts it. Yeah, I think I really am lost. I'm looking for a door that can take me back to the real world. But this place is like a maze. No matter which way I go, I can't find the right exit. Vu Nwit asks curiously, What does that world look like? Sam Nwit lowers his head, his intertwined fingers slowly clenching together.
It's a lonely and terrifying world. People tear at each other's throats, fighting to the death just for a bag of bread. No matter how desperately you struggle, the only thing you can achieve is not starving to death. You can only treat every day as if it's your last, helplessly watching the people around you die one by one. It's a place where the sunlight can never warm you. At this point, Sam Wit forces a bitter smile and turns to look at Voom Wit. Seeing this, she asks, "And you still want to go back?"
Sam Wit replies, his voice choked with emotion, "Because I belong there." Voom Wit smiles approvingly. "I see. You are so resolute."
Suddenly, Sam Wit turns to her and lowers his voice. "Can I ask you something? Do you ever feel like your child is a burden?" Voom Wit suddenly laughs and gently touches her stomach. "Honestly, no mother in this world would ever think of her child that way. Being a mother only makes you feel guilty, afraid that what you give your child will never be enough. Like me, for instance. I'm probably an unqualified mother." Sam Wit nervously stammers, quickly reminding her, "Don't say that. If your child heard that, they would be so sad." Voom Wit giggles in response, "Is that so? Ha 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 ha." She looks down at her slightly swollen belly and whispers affectionately, "Then Mommy is sorry. Mommy made you sad. It's Mommy's fault."
"Will you forgive Mommy?"
Sam Wit looks at the person beside him with boundless love. His eyes sting with tears, suppressing countless words stuck in his throat. "How could I ever blame you?" Thinking of his real mother who is still imprisoned, Sam Wheat feels an urgent need to leave. "Can you help me? I want to find my way back." Voom Wheat asks in surprise, "But you look so tired. Won't you stay a little longer?" Sam Wheat presses his lips tightly together. Even though he cannot bear to part with her, he remains determined to leave. He says, "My mother is waiting for me." As if understanding his resolve, Voom Wheat immediately stands up. Her pink hair radiates a brilliant light under the sun, making Sam Wheat's heart flutter.
He doesn't know how many times he has seen this very scene in his dreams.
Voom Wit smiles gently, the corners of her eyes curving softly like cherry blossom petals. Her voice is soft and gentle like a spring breeze. If your mother heard that, she would surely be very happy. As she speaks, Voom Wit gently touches Sam Wit's forehead. The door you're looking for lies right within your mind. Close your eyes, imagine yourself as that door, and when you open your eyes again, you will return to your world. Sam Wit falls into a daze, feeling something warm flowing through his body. He lowered his voice, "I just need to close my eyes." Voom Wit nodded and replied, "Faith will guide you." Before leaving, Sam Wit looked straight at her, his eyes trying to engrave his mother's image deep into his heart. "I'm heading back then, Mom." "Wait for me, Mom. You have to wait for me.
Let's meet again in the real world."
As soon as he finished speaking, Sam Wit's figure dissolved into tiny particles of light and faded from the garden. The space returned to a quiet stillness. Voom Wit remained standing there, quietly gazing at the spot where he had just left. The smile on her lips slowly faded. The corners of her mouth slightly dropped. Her gentle eyes were veiled in a layer of melancholy. After a long while, she smiled, a smile filled with both happiness and sorrow. "You've really grown up." Back in reality, after Tram said that they had to rely 100% on Sam Wit from here on out, Bui Tinhua rushed over anxiously. "Rely on him? Is there really nothing else we can do? Anyway, let's just get out of this maze first." At that very moment, time seemed to freeze.
Tuhak realized something. The corners of his mouth twitched up as he cursed. "Damn it."
And then he fainted. Time started flowing again. 0.001 seconds, 0.002 seconds, 0.003 seconds, then to 0.008 seconds, until the 0.021 second, when Sam Nguyen suddenly woke up, his eyes flying wide open. But his body couldn't move at all. Questioning reality, Sam Nguyen began darting his eyes around to assess the situation. Am I back? Why is everyone standing frozen like this? Everything around me is so slow. No, wait, is it because I've become faster? What just happened? It hurts so much. My whole body is in excruciating pain. Time remained at a standstill like that, passing the 0.060 second mark. Sam Nguyen slowly regained the memories of when he wasn't in control, from the moment he beat Dao Qian to a pulp, right up until everyone else showed up. All those memories flooded his mind at a dizzying speed. Sam Nguyen's hearing gradually returned. He struggled to move his body, his mind repeating a single phrase, "Move. Move. 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 Just move. Sam Nguyen, move." The space fell dead silent. A thick stream of blood ran down Sam Nguyen's arm. At the exact 1 second mark, everything resumed its normal pace. A massive chunk of the wall fell from the ceiling right toward everyone. Sam Nguyen pushed himself to the limit, raising his hand, and forcefully deflected the chunk of wall in another direction. The moment they saw him, everyone's face lit up with relief. They called out his name in unison, "Sam Nguyen."
Sam Nguyen managed to stand firm for a few seconds.
before losing all his strength and falling backward. It hurts. It hurts so much. Everyone panicked and rushed toward him, calling his name continuously. In the distance, hearing the commotion, Dao Quang also forced himself to push up on his hands. The voices of Totram and Bui Tinhua rang out one after another. "I'll extract the nanobots right now. Let me treat the wounds. Your current physical state isn't fit to keep using high-intensity powers. It's not going to work." Everyone crowded around Sam Guiet in a chaotic uproar. "I'm fine. I don't need treatment. Still acting tough. It's all the same." "All right, he can still talk back, so I think he's fine." "Lu Chi Suyin, let Totram get the nanobots out first. If you keep talking, Sam Guiet is going to die." Dao Quang stared at them blankly, unable to believe his eyes. He actually did it. As soon as the words left his mouth, his body collapsed back onto the ground. Totram supported Sam Guiet and gently warned him, "The nanobots are attached to your spine, so it might hurt when I pull them out. Are you ready?" Hearing this, Sam Guiet winced. "Huh? Again?" He gritted his teeth and braced himself for the piercing pain that followed. Beside him, Bui Tinhua carefully used her powers to soothe Sam Guiet's pain. Ao Li squeezed her eyes shut, unable to watch, and stammered, "Don't be scared, Sam Guiet." The moment the nanobots were yanked out, they pulled out a streak of bright red blood, accompanied by Sam Guiet's agonized scream. His body went completely limp in the arms of the young men. Totram, the #1 culprit, asked with concern, "Do you feel any better now?" Sam Guiet's hoarse and exhausted voice replied, "My whole body aches. My head hurts. My back hurts. My limbs feel like they got run over by a truck. I can't move." Hearing that, everyone simultaneously glared at culprit #2, Lu Chi Suyin. He clicked his tongue and pointed back at the crowd. "Why are you looking at me? Those who couldn't stop me have to take responsibility too." Unspoken, they all thought the same thing. Who could possibly stop you? Suddenly, Lu Chi Suyin called out, "Sam Guiet." But when it came to apologizing, his lips pressed tightly together, refusing to open. The words he meant to say awkwardly caught in his throat. He took a deep breath, but before he could finish his sentence, the ceiling above suddenly collapsed. The brilliant twilight immediately flooded the dark space, revealing the crimson-stained sky above. Everyone instinctively looked up. Shuhi spoke softly, "We should leave this place." Suddenly, Sam Guiet turned to look at him. "Shuhi, could you please take me over to Dao Quang?" Shuhi nodded, supporting him while reminding him, "Watch your step, go slow." Hearing footsteps approaching, Dao Quang groggily glanced over. Sam Guiet slowly sat down across from him. They stared at each other for a long time. Neither of them said a word. Finally, Sam Guiet broke the silence. "You look terrible." Dao Quang replied, "You don't look any better." He closed his eyes tightly, his voice carrying a trace of exhaustion. "Just what method did you use to break my illusion?" But before you could even finish, Sam Guiet's next words made his eyes fly open in shock. "Do you want to come to the White House with me?" Dao Quang turned his head in disbelief. "Are you crazy?" But responding to him was an incredibly gentle Sam Guiet. He wasn't angry. On the contrary, his eyes were clear and bright. "I'm guessing you're like me. You also have a lot of things you want to say to her, right? If we could go there together, she would definitely be very happy." Dao Quang was stunned, his mouth slightly agape. His mind went almost completely blank, with only Sam Guiet's voice echoing endlessly in his ears. "As long as you agree to come with me, I'll tell you how to escape the illusion." Dao Quang clenched his fists, trying to suppress the emotions surging in his chest. "I don't understand. Why are you doing this?" Sam Guiet honestly poured out his heart. "I've dreamed of her before, too. She stood in a place very far away, seemingly waiting for me to step forward. Her face was blurry and unclear. In the dream, only her ring emitted a brilliant light. But I was terrified of that light, so I ran away." Pausing for a beat, Sam Guiet lowered his head and continued, "If I had known it was my mother back then, I should have run to her side no matter what. Why didn't I even dare to take a single step?" Dao Quang stood frozen, his gaze locked on the expression on Sam Guiet's face from beginning to end. Never once did his eyes lower. How could someone shed tears right in front of their enemy? Not just Dao Quang, but the others standing behind them remained dead silent. They only felt a profound heartache for Sam Guiet's tragic life. The atmosphere grew heavy, to the point where only occasional soft sobs could be heard. Sam Guiet sniffled, wiping away his tears, and whimpered, "Thank you, even though you were just completing your mission. But you still gave me a beautiful dream. I really almost couldn't bring myself to wake up from it." Dao Quang absent-mindedly stared at Sam Guiet's smile, then slowly turned his face away, muttering, "You're truly a terrible enemy." Suddenly, Bui Tinhua had a bad premonition. She cried out, "This is really strange." Lu Chi Yuan, standing beside her, immediately asked, "What's wrong?" Bui Tinhua's face scrunched up in deep suspicion as she slowly looked around. "Don't you think everything is way too quiet?" In the place where they were standing, everything felt like a play orchestrated by a single person. Lam Dao Sin remained cold, his face reflecting in the teacup on the table, as the voice of a servant beside him chimed in, "Patriarch, would you care for some more tea?" Thich Van Dai sat opposite him, tense and bewildered. At a time like this, how can he still be in the mood to enjoy tea? Could it be that he doesn't care about what's happening in the exile zone at all? Down the long, lavish corridor, two men were advancing toward a massive wooden door. The room behind that door was decorated with all sorts of bizarre and eerie items. The walls were painted like a chessboard, with countless pieces covering all four sides. In the center of the room sat a girl with blue hair who bore an 80% resemblance to Bui Tin Hua. Right at her feet, a golden bell rested on the floor. The girl coldly opened her ash-gray eyes and reached out to pick up the bell, then uses her power, the spirit control art. 3 red threads shoot out from behind her back, hovering around the room, making the 2 guards exchange terrified looks. The floor suddenly splits open, revealing a bottomless, glowing red abyss below, and her red threads dive straight into it, pulling up the soul of the dead clairvoyant. His body is tightly bound, his mouth gagged, leaving him to thrash about and muffle his cries. The wind howls for a moment, before quickly dying down. The moment his gag is removed, the clairvoyant pants heavily, greedily gulping in air. Gasping for breath, he says, "I'll confess everything." "You don't need to speak," the girl instantly refuses. "Your eyes are much more honest than your mouth." With that, she pulls out a dagger and slashes right across his eyes. He immediately clutches his face, screaming in agony. But the girl simply retracts her dagger with cold indifference. "You're already dead. What are you screaming for?" Realizing this, he instantly calms down and starts cursing loudly. "Oh right. Damn it. You crazy bitch, you dared to slice my face. Couldn't you have used a gentler method?" As the girl tries to leave, she is stopped by the 2 guards. "The master is entertaining guests. It is inconvenient for you to go. Let us deliver it to him." "Second miss, please do not make this difficult for us." She says nothing and thrusts the dagger right next to one of their faces, then smirks and hands him the dagger. "Here, hold it tight." Seeing her demeanor and how the others addressed her, the clairvoyant's eyes widen in realization. "I remember who you are now. You're the one who wasn't discarded." "Lam Mak?" As he says her name, his soul completely vanishes. The scene cuts to Lam Dao Sin's tea room. The servant beside him suddenly turns ethereal like a soul, and in the next second, Lam Mak's dagger appears in his hand. Lam Dao Sin casts his eyes down at it, then reaches out to use his power on it. "Aren't you curious about the battle in the exile zone?" he asks Thich Van Dai as holographic projections of the port battle appear before them. Seeing Dao Quang being mercilessly beaten by Sam Nguyen, Thich Van Dai stands up in panic. Dao Quang. She frantically looks at Lam Dao Sin, taking all the blame. "Mr. Lam, the failure of the mission is entirely my responsibility. Please send someone to bring Dao Quang back. I will redesign the experiment next time, I will definitely." But the moment she sees his expression, Pandai freezes. "Mr. Lam? He's happy? The people he sent have clearly failed miserably, so why is he making such a face?" Lam Dao Sin speaks up with amusement. "The Son of God never disappoints us, does he?" Thinking this is her chance, Thich Tan Dai leans on the table, desperately trying to persuade him. "That's right, Mr. Lam. Black rings as test subjects have too many limitations, but the Son of God is different. Sam Nguyen is the most suitable experimental candidate. Please bring them back immediately. I will arrange a new round of experiments right away." She sighs in relief internally. Great. As long as his attention is on Sam Nguyen, Dao Quang will be safe for now. But the very next second, Lam Dao Sin's ruthless words cut off Pandai's fragile hope. "No. Notify Kin's son. Don't bother with Sam Nguyen anymore, just bring back the special subject." Thich Tan Dai's face pales, and the atmosphere instantly turns dark and oppressive. "What?" She screams furiously, wanting to lunge straight at Lam Dao Sin. "Didn't you see that boy's power? The way he uses telekinesis is exactly like his mother. He might very well be immortal. Isn't that exactly what you want?" "Say something, Lam Dao Sin. Dao Quang isn't even half as good as that boy. He's obviously the best choice. His body is the one that meets your requirements the most, isn't it? What exactly are you trying to do, Lam Dao Sin?" Lam Dao Sin's life is like a game of chess, and he naturally acts as the player. It has been a long time since he felt such small delights. He looks down at Tu Hack, who is sitting on the table and speaking to him arrogantly. "Answer her. What are you planning? I'm quite curious myself." Lam Dao Sin reaches out with both hands, grabs Tu Hack like a doll, and lifts him up. Take a guess. With that, he brutally claps his hands together, crushing the doll to death. The fate of every single person here, whether they are family or enemies, can never escape his grasp. A moment later, a man named Kin's son calls. Lam Dao Sin answers immediately. "What is it?" The voice on the other end says, "Does Bui Tin Hua still need to be dealt with?" He replies, "No need. Spare her life. Consider it my gift to the Son of God." The scene shifts to the floating labyrinth. Thian Lang and Koi Tu sit disheveled at the bottom of the stairs, panting as he complains, "I told you to work out less. My shoulder is about to dislocate. Let's rest for a bit. I think I sprained my ankle just now." Both of them sit there, unable to move a muscle. Thian Lang recalls the fight with Chu He, feeling somewhat bitter. That guy Chu He actually hid such destructive power. Why wasn't it recorded in the files? Was it deliberately concealed? Sooner or later, I'll slaughter that monk. Hearing Thian Lang say that, Koi Tu knocks helplessly on the ground. Still acting tough. We should consider ourselves lucky that the monk doesn't kill. Otherwise, you think it'd still be here. It'd have died a tragic death on that bridge a long time ago. He then calculates, if I keep dragging Thian Lang along, there's no way I can carry Dao Quang out. I'll get Thian Lang out first, then come back for Dao Quang. We should still have enough time. Koi Tu approaches and supports Thian Lang's arm first. "Come here, I'll get you out." But Thian Lang forces himself away. "Go find Dao Quang. They'll wait here." Having no other choice, Koi Tu tries to make him understand. "It'll be much faster if I just take him and run by myself. Do you think snatching someone from right under Lu Qizhuan's nose is easy? If you stay here, I'll have to worry about both of you, making it even more dangerous. Now is not the time to act tough, Thian Lang. There's no shame in a tactical retreat. Just focus on losing some weight for me later, you hear me?" At the same time, in the distance off the coast, something seems to be approaching. In a split second, the entire offshore area is frozen solid. Fak A and Hami, who are sitting outside worrying endlessly, are suddenly frozen along with it. Inside the labyrinth, everyone is also rushing to plan their escape. Shu He carefully assigns tasks to each person. Lu Qizhuan, you and the others take Sam Wet out first. To tram, Dao Quang is your responsibility. Ao Li, stay close to them. There's still one survivor on the 3rd floor. I'll go get them. Let's split up. Suddenly, Dao Quang calls out to Sam Wet, asking curiously, "How many of my memories did you see?" Sam Wet thinks for a moment before replying, "Just some fragmented pieces. A lot of images flash by too fast for me to process. Why are you asking this out of the blue? Can't we talk about it when we're safe?" Hearing this, Dao Quang can't help but curse him internally for being an idiot. He's about to say something else, Sam Wet, inside the White House, when suddenly, he is completely frozen over. The entire space, along with everyone inside, is instantly plunged into bone-chilling ice and snow. A man abruptly appears, his entire body is sickly pale white. He sits down in front of Sam Wet and Dao Quang, muttering, "This is clearly a little boy." Another man's voice quickly sounds from behind. He's only 18. He basically is still a child. The white-haired man suddenly points in a direction, adjusting Sam Wet's posture. This looks much better. The black-haired man behind him orders his subordinates to take Dao Quang back. Suddenly, the white-haired man turns around and says, "Since we've gone to the trouble of coming all this way, shouldn't we say hello to the Son of God before we leave? Kin Sun." Hearing this, Kin Sun simply snaps his finger, shattering the ice encasing Sam Wet. His pupils constrict violently, and the voice by his ear is nothing but a muffled buzz. "Hey, can you hear me? I am Lang Tu." No sound comes out of Sam Wet's throat. The moment he tries to speak, he coughs violently. Lang Tu kindly reminds him, "Breathe slowly, don't rush to speak. There's ice in your respiratory tract. It's a side effect of the ice mirror. Besides, Kin Sun and I aren't here to pick a fight. We're just saying hello before we go." Seeing Dao Quang in their grasp, Sam Wet trembles with rage, pushing himself to force out broken words that leave Lang Tu and Kin Sun stunned. "Where are you taking him?" "Don't go yet. What do you want?" "I'll give it to you." Lang Tu laughs in amusement and glances at the person beside him. "Did you hear that? He's so adorable, completely exceeding my expectations." Sam Wet furiously demands that they let Dao Quang go. Lang Tu slowly steps in front of him and points at his collar. "I told you we just came to say hello and leave. Saying things like that makes us look like the bad guys. It really hurts my feelings, you know." Right at that moment, a bolt of lightning strikes right over Lang Tu's head, causing bits of his hair to fall. Lu Qizhuan, with one arm bleeding profusely, desperately breaks through the ice to escape. Lang Tu turns to Kin Sun in disbelief. "What the hell? I thought you said no one could use their powers inside this ice mirror." Kin Sun replies with a smile. He is Lu Qizhuan after all. Hearing this, Lang Tu doesn't argue, nodding in agreement. "Heh, fair enough. Before your brother breaks out of the ice, shouldn't we retreat? I don't really want to fight him." Sam Wet freezes in shock upon hearing the word brother coming from Lang Tu's mouth. Kin Sun takes a step forward, stopping in front of Sam Wet to greet him. "Pardon my manners. I haven't introduced myself. I am Liu Kin Sun." Hearing his full name, Sam Wet's face darkens like ink, his eyes widening in shock. Seeing his expression, Kin Sun continues, "Did he never mention me to you?" I can't blame him. An older brother whose mouth is full of lies is certainly not someone Yuan would bring up. "And what about you?" As he speaks, his tone begins to change. Liu Kin Sun looks down at Sam Wet with immense arrogance. Can't the son of God even defeat a Liu Qi who isn't fighting at full strength?
Liu Qin's son's words further provoke Liu Qizuian's fury. The ice begins to crack and fall off his body as electricity surges everywhere. Lang Tiu, startled, speaks up. Let's go quickly. Your brother is about to go crazy. Sam Mingguiet, his entire body freezing over again, stares after Dao Quang. He tries to scream as loudly as he can, hoping his voice reaches him. I will save you. Dao Quang, I will come to save you. As his words fade, Sam Mingguiet is completely frozen solid once again. Less than greater than. Passing by Thian Lang and Koi Tu, Lang Tiu and King Sun conversed again. Are we taking these two with us? They're test subjects capable of fusing their abilities. If anyone's special, it's definitely them. The chances of ability fusion are extremely slim. Short-lived test subjects like them hold no value to the Patriarch. Besides, they exhausted too much in this battle. They're already half dead. Let's go, Lang Tiu. The moment Lang Tiu stepped into the circle, Liu Qixuan's desperate scream rang out, Liu King's son. Furious, he dashed toward him, continuously screaming his name, Liu King's son. Liu King's son smiled and raised his hand. You were much faster this time, Tio Swin. Unfortunately, it still wasn't enough. With that, he immediately snapped his fingers, turning everything to its original state as the entire maze collapsed. 9 p.m. at the Black Bear Gang. Noisy voices echoed. So you mean, his mom is super badass. Are you deaf? How many times do I have to explain it to you? He's a god-tier descendant. Idiot. God-tier. Why are you hitting me? God-tier or not, it's not like I've ever seen one. Isn't it all just a legend? Besides, looking at his state, he doesn't seem all that powerful. Is he having a nightmare? You don't get it. The brain of someone with telekinetic abilities is highly active. Meanwhile, inside Sam Enwichet's subconscious, he was sitting in a white room surrounded entirely by washing machines. A button was stuck in the gap of the washing drum, spinning and spinning. The washing machine emitted strange noises as if in protest, reminding the outside world of this discordant existence. Sam Enwichet once thought that he was this exact button. Jolting awake from his dream, he panted heavily, his eyes wide open as he stared straight at the ceiling. Before his eyes were two people, an adult and a child happily talking to him. Yo, you're awake? Do you still remember me? In the one who carried you out of that rubble. Don't you remember? Sam Wheat startled and sat up. Where is everyone else? The man replied, they're all resting in the next room. Hearing that, Sam Wheat coughed twice and asked him to lead the way. Suddenly, a woman's voice rang out. Handsome, if you want to walk out of here, we need to settle some debts first. Sam Wheat turned to look, horrified to see Tun Thian beaten to a pulp, sitting obediently next to that burly woman constantly mumbling for him to come over. The two immediately put their heads together, gloomily tallying everything up. Building explosion repair fees. That's from the day Liu Qixuan came to raid our building. The glass of the entire building was shattered by the shockwaves and needs to be replaced. 200 kilograms of supplies at the port is. Consumable supplies for the diversion tactic. What about the truck's gas money? These are all billed together. The back page is even more outrageous. Port repair fees, warehouse rebuilding fees. Absorbed in looking at the list, Sam Wet's face was suddenly lifted up. The woman held up 2 fingers and said to him, including you, Tun Thian brought back 11 people. 4 of them are heavily injured. If you want to use our gang's medicine, you have to pay extra. The daily room and board for each person is this much. Sam Wet naively guessed, 200,000 a day. The woman smiled eerily, the corners of her eyes curving up. It's 2 million. The compensation on the list is calculated separately. Agree to pay, and then you can walk out this door. Shortly after, Tun Thian led Sam Nwet outside. Along the way, he kept telling him, don't take it to heart. Our boss has always done things this way. She never takes a loss. But Sam Nguet's mind wasn't on this at all. He pondered deeply. Wait, 11 people. As expected, Dao Quang isn't here. How should I bring up the matter of Liu Qizuian's brother with him? And what exactly was it that Dao Quang didn't get to finish saying? Do Thian Lang and the others know something? Where should I even start solving this? Dozens of things to think about flooded into Sam Wiet's small head, making him go crazy, screaming and tearing at his hair. Seeing this, Tun Thian clamped his mouth shut, unable to help but feel guilty. Was the price we asked for a bit too cruel? At the same time, Liu Qixuan had woken up. He stood out on the balcony, exhaling a puff of smoke with a dark expression on his face. Images of that day vividly returned to his mind. It was pouring rain that day, and Liu Qixuan lay sprawled on the horse's back, having lost his senses. His entire body fell off it because the road was too slippery, but Liu Qixuan didn't feel a thing. A long trail of blood trickled down his face. That memory haunted him endlessly, like a hand tightly gripping his throat. Just then, Sam Nguet's voice rang out. Settle the bill with this guy. He and Tun Thian strolled casually up to him and swiped the card with a ding. Liu Qixuan turned around with an icy expression and asked, Do you have any idea how much of my money you've spent these past few days?
Sam Wit wasn't one to back down either, calmly replying, "There will be even more in the future." Suddenly he asked, "The person who could kill you that you mentioned before, it's him, isn't it? Liu King's son." Hearing this, Liu Qi-Suian gloomily denied it. "He is not my brother." He then asked, "Do you want to know about him?" Sam Wit immediately nodded, uttering a yeah. But Liu Qi-Suian turned his back and walked toward the door. "I can't explain it clearly in just a few words." Sam Wit watched helplessly. "Then why did you even ask?" "Liu Qi-Suian, wait up." As soon as the door opened, Sam Wheat instantly froze, staring fixedly inside. Everyone who survived was sitting and talking together. To Tram recounted everything in order. "When I crawled out of the ruins, I saw Chu Hei and Liu Qi-Suian saving people, then Alei." Hearing this, Bui Tinhua flew into a rage, bitterly clenching her fists. "So I was the fifth one to crawl out." "The fifth? Haha." Suddenly spotting Sam Wheat, everyone turned to look at him in unison. Liu Qi-Suian quickly pulled him inside. "What are you spacing out for? Get in." And so, after enduring such raging storms, Sam Wheat's team was finally reunited. He smiled, looking at everyone around him. "I almost forgot. I am no longer alone anymore. No matter how difficult things get, there are people to face them with me." To Tram quickly stepped out and tightly closed the door. Suddenly, a bird flew in through the window. Chu Hei asked it, "Where did those three take Dao Quang?" The bird fluttered about for a while, pretended to drop dead, and used its entire body to express it to him. The birds that followed them were all killed. The rest didn't dare to chase after them anymore. Watching this scene, everyone thought in unison, how can he even understand that? Ao Lei asked curiously, "Chu Hei Oppa, do the birds tell you everything?" "No," Chu Hei shook his head. "All things have a soul. They only tell what they want to tell." Afterwards, Sam Nwit recounted the entire conversation with Lang Tiu and Liu King's son to everyone, along with the memories that Dao Quang had left for him. Finding it strange, Ulei asked, "Weren't they here to capture Sam Wheat Oppa? Why did they suddenly change targets?" Sam Wheat continued, "What I can be sure of right now is that Dao Quang is temporarily safe. He still holds exploitative value for the Lem family." As soon as those words fell, everyone simultaneously turned to look in Tin Hala's direction. Sam Wheat was bewildered and completely clueless. Did I say something wrong? Ulei hurriedly jumped up, wanting to drag Sam Wheat outside to check on Thien Lang's group. The two quickly left the room. At this point, Bui Tin Hua glared at them with a huff, warning, "I'll find an opportunity to tell him myself, so you guys better behave and keep quiet. Understood?" To Tram obediently nodded repeatedly, while Chai Suian and Chu He wordlessly turned their heads in another direction. Outside, O Li supported Sam Wheat as they walked toward the room of Thien Lang's group. The two exchanged a few words as they walked. Suddenly, O Li stopped, looking up at him with some concern. "Sam Wheat Oppa, are you going to punish them?" After a moment of silence, the girl said awkwardly, "Sorry, I'm saying childish things again." Sam Wheat understood how she felt and gently patted her head. "Wait for me here. I won't punish anyone, I promise you." Just as he reached their spot, screams and cries immediately hit Sam Muet's ears. "Where is Dao Quang Hyung? I want Dao Quang Hyung. Don't touch me. I hate you. I want Dao Quang Hyung. Shut up. If you cry anymore, I'll throw you out. Stop it. Why are you yelling at a child? Everyone calm down. The one who needs to shut up the most is you. It's all because you dawdled. Damn it, if we had just taken them out earlier, none of this would have happened. But my ankle was sprained at the time." After arguing for a while, Dodo couldn't take it anymore and buried himself in Hamai's arms, sobbing. Just then, Sam Muet's voice rang out, drawing their attention. "Let's talk for a bit." Startled, everyone looked towards Sam Muet in unison. Furious, Thien Lang immediately attacked with black dust, but he didn't dodge at all, standing there motionless to bear it. A second later, he coughed up a mouthful of blood, asking with a hoarse voice, "Why didn't you dodge?" Sam Wheat calmly voiced his feelings. "You can vent your anger, but afterward, it's best you think about what I'm about to say. The blatant truth right in front of you now is that you have been abandoned. Of course, looking at it from another angle, you're all finally free. This door isn't locked, you can leave whenever you want. Choosing to stay here proves that you still care about Dao Quang's safety. You all know deep down that I was the last person to speak with Dao Quang, and I was the one who saw the people who took him. I can provide valuable information for you, but in exchange I need your honesty. Only then can we find more clues." Thien Lang's face darkened with anger as he growled, "Why the hell should I trust you?" Sam Wit lowered his head, his brows furrowing as he replied, "Thien Lang, we all wear the black rings, but we've long ceased to belong to them. It's ironic to say, but right now the only ones who truly understand each other's circumstances are probably us. Even if we can't be allies at the very least, we don't have to be enemies. I hope we can sit down and talk this out properly. Once you've thought it through, you can find me anytime." That night, clouds covered the entire sky, and the moon was reduced to just a tiny speck. Ao Lei leaned against the railing, deep in thought. "The first night away from my brother and mom. I wonder if everything is okay at home. How could Samwit Opa persevere all alone here? Suddenly, Samwit's voice rang out, "I'll lay. Help me up a bit, my legs are like jelly. That guy Thien Lang is too scary." That night, Ao lay tossed and turned, unable to sleep.
She kept shifting around, her eyes wide open. Suddenly, Tin Hawa's voice rang out, not used to changing beds in unfamiliar places. Ole asked, startled, "Did I wake you up, Unnie?" Tin Hawa looked up at the ceiling and replied, "No, I was already awake." Suddenly, Ole called out to her, "Unnie, what's wrong? Do you miss home?" Hearing that question, Bui Tin Hawa instantly fell silent. She turned, lifted her blanket, and asked, "Ole, do you want to come lie down over here?" The girl happily agreed and immediately dashed over to Tin Hawa's bed. The two sisters hugged each other and chatted. During the day, "Thank you for running over to save me, Unnie." "Huh, when did I save you?" "When the ceiling collapsed." It was nothing." "Unnie." You're calling me Unnie so naturally now." "Oh well, whatever suits you." Given her permission, Ao lay continued asking, "Unnie, normally, when you can't sleep, what do you usually do?"
Bui Tin Hua thought for a moment, then answered, "Let's see, before, when I couldn't sleep, my favorite thing to do was burn the entire blanket to ashes." "Are you serious or joking?" "Ha ha ha, of course I'm serious. The number of beds I've burned down is at least 30, if not 50. Over in Chu Hei and Liu Chi Suyen's room, due to their oversized 1.9-meter frames, the two were having some trouble sleeping. Liu Chi Suyen asked sluggishly, "Couldn't you ask them for a bigger bed?" Chu Hei lay there with his legs sticking out of the bed and replied, "I did. They don't have one." Annoyed, Liu Chi Suyen reached out for a pack of cigarettes, but realizing Chu Hei was beside him,
He changed direction and picked up a can of coffee instead. "Why aren't you asleep yet?" Chu Hei replied. "You sleep. I'll wake you up after I finish meditating." "No need," Liu Chi Suyen said as he chugged the can of coffee. The very next second, he was fast asleep on the bed. Chu Hei carefully used his ability to cover him back up with the blanket. "You've worked hard today." Over in Sam Nguyen and To Tram's room, the two were still absorbed in practicing their abilities. Sam Nguyen struggled to control the small statue on the table and asked with difficulty, "How many minutes has it been?" To Tram promptly replied, 21 seconds. He then reminded him, "Your nose is bleeding, Sam Nguyen." Exhausted, Sam Nguyen dropped the statue and groaned, "I have a bit of a headache." Anxious, To Tram immediately demanded, "Tilt your head back." Sam Nguyen grumbled sadly, "Earlier in the maze, I could clearly control such a heavy ceiling. Now I can't even control a small ornament." To Tram spoke up to reassure him, explaining, "Don't worry, this is a normal reaction during the telekinesis awakening period. It's just that most people experience this during their childhood. Even though your ability awakened late, as your proficiency increases, the situation will improve. The human body needs to recover, just like a phone needs to be charged. Let's put it this way. Less than greater than. The modified black rings are like disposable batteries. Thien Lang can burst out incredibly powerful offensive abilities in the blink of an eye. Koi Tu can manipulate matter. Ha Mi possesses the power of absolute death, and Fak A has single-target suppression. Even that kid named Do-Do. They all use their abilities at the cost of draining their lifespans. As for those whose abilities awaken naturally, they're more like rechargeable batteries. According to the scan results, Chu Hee's physical condition is currently the best. His year-round training allows him to recover his combat capabilities in just a few hours. Next is Ao Li. Your and Tin Hawa's recovery speeds are quite slow. She consumed too much stamina. As for you, you've just awakened, like a new battery discharging for the first time. Do you get it when I put it like that? Sam Nguyen nodded. Yeah, I generally understand. He then curiously asked further, what about Liu Chi Swin? How is his condition? To Tram thought for a moment before giving an answer. How should I put this? You can imagine him as a safe containing a nuclear warhead. If he can control it, nothing will happen. But on the contrary, an out-of-control elemental ability will trigger a terrifying chain reaction. He understands the price of losing control better than anyone else. Right at that moment, on the other side, Liu Chi Suyen woke up terrified from his dream, panting heavily. He then hurriedly turned to ask Chu Hei, "Are you all right?" Chu Hei looked at him with surprise and concern. "Me? I'm fine. Did you have a nightmare?" Liu Chi Suyen asked, holding his face. "How long have I been asleep?" "Only half an hour. Get some more sleep." In other words, the more people Liu Chi Suyen cares about, the deeper he chains himself down. Across the room, Sam Gwyett suddenly remembered something and asked, to Tram, "If Tu Hack appears again, can you use nanobots to control my body?" To Tram nodded, "Technically, yes, but it won't solve the root of the problem. Tu Hack will also be on guard." Sam Gwyett continued, "I was thinking, they didn't take me away. It might have something to do with Tu Hack. Why do you say that? I haven't figured out a clue yet." Suddenly, to Tram leaned in curiously. "Sam Gwyett, when was the first time you used your ability?" "The day Lu Chi Zuen arrived."
Are you sure you didn't misremember? Nothing before that? Sam Gwiat nodded, slowly turning to look at the moon. This temporary freedom might mean an even greater danger. We can't just sit here and wait to die. Tram blinked, analyzing him. No signs of lying. It's likely amnesia. Suddenly, Sam Gwiat spun around with a request. Tram, I want you to give me a list of all the ruling families in Thien Man City. Family ties, core members, ability traits. Everything. Overwhelming power alone isn't enough to change the status quo. To overthrow them, we must first understand everything. Tram smiled and pointed a finger upward. I can't do it alone, but there's someone who can help. Meanwhile, in the hybrid's room, Fak-A was tossing and turning, unable to sleep due to the unfamiliar bed and her broken leg. She squirmed in annoyance. This crappy bed is so infuriating. But when she sat up, she was surprised to see the two beds next to hers empty. Fak-A stepped outside and suddenly heard Hami's voice. Are you really going to the management zone just like that? And then what? Realizing something was up, Fak-A stealthily hid behind the wall to listen in. Fian Lang's voice then rang out. I want to go back to the lab to find Dr. Thich. Hami stubbornly stopped him. Right now, the most important thing is to heal your wounds. They took Dao Quang, which proves he still has value. He must still be safe for now. Hearing this, Fian Lang grew even more frustrated. He turned his head and retorted, will he be safe forever? I never expected any of you to do anything for him. You can heal your wounds or side with the Son of God, it's up to you. I don't care. I have to go stop them from hurting Dao Quang. Knowing she couldn't stay long, Fak-A slowly sneaked back to her room. She quickly and quietly woke Koi-Tu up. Shh, don't wake Doo-Doo. Get up, follow me. Koi-Tu was bewildered but still followed. Go where? Slow down a bit. Fak-A explained as she walked. Stop asking stupid questions, just follow me. We're going to the management zone to find a place to lay low first. Once it's safe, I'll figure out how to make 2 fake IDs. Hurry up, you're so slow. Can't even outwalk someone with a broken leg. Koi-Tu asked her anxiously, are we just abandoning the others? Hearing this, Fak-A immediately turned around and smacked Koi-Tu on the back. Can you have a little independent thinking? Can you worry about them? Is it your turn to worry? Do you even have the capability to worry? Before, Dao Quang led you by the nose, and now you want to be led by the nose by that poor, penniless brat. As soon as she finished speaking, a terrifyingly familiar voice rang in Fak-A's ears, making her jump. Poor, penniless brat. You're not talking about me, are you? Sam Gwiat, who had appeared out of nowhere, clutched his wounded heart with teary eyes. I'm a poor, penniless brat. Behind him stood the 5 strongest top tiers in history, ready to pounce and tear their prey apart on command. Seeing this, Fak-A did a complete 180, her face gaunt and lifeless as she tugged at Koi-Tu's shirt. What are you standing there for? Help me back inside. The next morning, everything was as noisy as usual. Sam Gwiat and Ao Li brought food to the hybrids and informed them. The food in the exile zone is pretty plain. If it doesn't suit your taste, just tell me, and tomorrow I'll find some canned pork for you. We're going out shopping today. Besides medicine, I'll bring back some necessary daily supplies. Fian Lang had also returned, lying quietly in a corner to heal. Hami took the bowl of food from Sam Gwiat's hands and thanked him. He suddenly asked her softly, did you convince him to come back? Hami looked straight into Sam Gwiat's eyes and replied, did you foresee that he would leave? So did you also calculate that I would hold him back? Sam Gwiat said nothing, only smiling. He then turned to inform them, get a good rest, I'll bring the supplies tonight. After finishing their tasks, Sam Gwiat and Ao Li left, chatting happily. Behind them, Hami stood there, watching their retreating backs for a while. A moment later, Sam Gwiat's face took on an indescribably dumbfounded expression. He looked around excitedly as Nguyen Da spoke. It's an honor to meet the Son of God. Please take a seat in my passenger side. Wei Tin Hoa stood nearby and asked curiously, Tram, this Nguyen Da is fully autonomous, right? Does it have a manual driving function? Tram nodded, of course it does. Hearing this, Tin Hoa immediately got excited and wanted to try. And so the trip was split into 2 cars. Lu Chi-Yuan saw Chu He get into his car and asked, why are you sitting here? Chu He calmly replied, my intuition tells me I should ride in this car. In Nguyen Da's car, Wei Tin Hoa carefully checked everything. All right, the right is the gas pedal, the left is the brake. Ao Li started to regret it and asked to be sure. Do you actually know how to drive? Wei Tin Hoa smiled radiantly and confidently replied, of course, I play racing games all the time and I always take first place. As soon as the words fell, a gust of wind blew past, tossing her hair up. Quick as lightning, Ao Li and Sam Gwiat sprinted to the back of Lu Chi-Yuan's car, sitting with Tram and waving, see you at the station. In the front seats, Chu He and Chi-Yuan also waved, teaching them a lesson. Never ignore your intuition. It's spot on. Wei Tin Hoa smiled and beckoned with her finger, her voice carrying an absolute command. get back here. And so, the panic screams of Sam Gwyet and Ao Lee echoed all the way down the road once again. Even Win-da itself couldn't take it and cried out, "Error, error, Win-da is carsick." The moment they got out of the car, all three of them couldn't hold it in and stood together, throwing up. Hearing a muffled chuckle, Wee-tin Hoa spun around with a fierce glare. Lu Chi-zuin immediately turned his face away, pretending not to laugh, and asked Sam Nguyen, which way to the station. Sam Nguyen quickly wiped his mouth and replied, "I'll lead the way." The group carefully began to plan their disguises. Sam Nguyen handed out items while cautiously reminding them, less than greater than. In this exile zone, news spreads fast among the gangs, but ordinary people aren't as quick. Many still don't know that ability users have flooded in, so we need to act discreetly. Wee-tin Hoa exclaimed, "Flooded in? Are we zombies? There's only a few of us in total." After finishing their disguises, everyone looked at Tin Hoa in bewilderment and asked, "Why aren't you disguised?" Wee-tin Hoa smirked and pointed at them, replying, "You guys looking like this is the best disguise I could ask for." A few minutes later, Sam Gwyet started spraying paint onto his hand, then wiped it over everyone's collars one by one, continuing his instructions. In short, don't be too flashy when we enter the station. Don't just casually use your abilities, no zapping, whooshing, or booming. Absolutely not. It'll scare people. Got it? Wee-tin Hoa and Lu Chi-zuin immediately took jabs at each other. "He's talking about you." Counter. "He's talking about you." Chu-hee instantly chimed in. "He's talking about both of you." Suddenly, Tin Hoa asked, "Is it okay for Chu-hee to carry a sword?" Sam Gwyet replied, "Carrying a weapon is very normal here." Lu Chi-zuin asked further, "So what if they see our rings?" Besieged by everyone's stupid questions, Sam Gwyet irritably walked over to Nguyen Da and threw some leaves on it. "Fine, fine, then let everyone see them. Let's cause a massive scene and skip the shopping. The merchants will run away in terror, we won't buy anything, and our mission will be accomplished." Seeing his reaction, they all went dead silent like statues. Sam Gwyet has lost his patience. After finishing up, Sam Gwyet clapped his hands and nodded. "All right, let's go." Tram was confused. "Why do we need to hide the cars? You can't just flash your wealth." He wanted to say something but held his tongue, fearing another outburst from Sam Gwyet. He just thought to himself, "We already flashed it to everyone on the way here." And with that, they all set off together toward the station. It didn't take long for them to arrive. Meat Warehouse Station. The empty station was abandoned over 40 years ago. Originally a meat trading spot for residents, it later evolved into a comprehensive black market, but the name Meat Warehouse stuck. As it was their first time here, the 5 people trailing behind couldn't help but feel suffocated by the place. Sam and Gwyet took the lead and entered first. He calmly walked past the armed guards at the entrance. Once everyone was inside, Sam and Gwyet gave a brief explanation to catch them up. The guys at the door are from the Phantom Gang. They're the gang ruling the Meat Warehouse Station this year. Selling things here requires paying a 35% goods tax, like a rental fee. If you don't pay up, they won't guarantee your goods can arrive and leave safely. Hearing this, everyone asked curiously, "Isn't that just a disguised protection racket? You mentioned this year, does the ruling gang change every year?" Sam Gwyet lowered his voice. "Whoever wins the fight owns the station. Shootouts happen here almost every year. No matter how diverse the goods are, I wouldn't come here unless I absolutely had to." Wee-tin Hoa glanced back and asked further, "If it's so dangerous, why do so many people still come to the meat warehouse to trade?" Sam Gwyet pointed at the map and said, "You'll understand when we get to floor B2. The meat warehouse has 2 sections, the central square on B1 and the railway area on B2. We'll head to the square for daily supplies first, then to the railway for medicine." Seeing Sam Gwyet so familiar with the place, Ali grew curious. Sam Gwyet scratched his head and muttered, "I used to take some odd jobs cleaning the tracks here." Lu Chi-zuin chimed in, "Didn't you say you'd only come here if you absolutely had to?" Sam Gwyet replied with a bit of embarrassment, "If there is money to be made, of course I have to come. As many times as it takes." Suddenly, Tram spoke up, "Why not go to Thuy Hoa Street? The shopping environment there is definitely much safer than here." At the mention of that place, Lu Chi-zuin froze. Thuy Hoa Street. That was the place holding memories he didn't want to revisit. The mood inside him sank. Not wanting to make Sam Gwyet recall painful memories, Lu Chi-zuin changed the subject, stepping forward to play the boss and treat the whole group. Chu-hee asked skeptically, "You really want to pay?" Lu Chi-zuin tilted his head back and replied, "Do you have a desire to shop too? My phone is broken." Cut to the meat warehouse, Station B1, Central Square. Ao Lee stood frozen at a stall, staring intently at a small square box in her hand and reading the words on the packaging, "Smoking cessation gum." Seeing her about to buy it, the stall owner immediately guessed, "Little friend, buying cessation gum for your uncle." Hearing this, Wee-tin Hoa couldn't help but clutch her stomach in laughter nearby. Behind them, Sam Gwyet and Chu-hee struggled to calm down the furious Lu Chi-zuin. "Calm down, Lu Chi-zuin, you're leaking electricity." "Ouch, it's shocking." Ali pulled out a card with a green frog printed on it from her pocket and paid for it herself. Seeing it, Chu-hee instantly remembered. When she was little, Ali also wore a necklace with that exact four-legged frog. A while later, everyone started moving on to browse other stalls. Ali excitedly snapped a picture. I definitely have to show Oppa this photo. Since it was a gift from a younger sister, even though he didn't like it, Liu Chi-Zuyen obediently popped it in his mouth. Chu-hee chuckled and asked, "Is it good?" Liu Chi-Zuyen pulled his mask down slightly and muttered, "Terrible." Suddenly spotting something, Chu-hee immediately grabbed Chi-Zuyen's collar to hold him back. He grumpily leaned his head back and said, "What are you doing? Stop pretending you're broke." But Chu-hee looked down and said, "Consider this a returned gift. She will definitely love it."
Liu Chi-Zuyen sighed. Looking toward where Ao Li was standing, his gaze softened slightly. Just then, the vendor's voice rang out. "Hey, handsome, are you buying? All of these are 90% new." Liu Chi-Zuyen lightly pulled the lollipop from his mouth, coughed once and said domineeringly, "He'll buy it all." Chu-hee popped out from behind, pulling out a card to pay, but was stopped by him. "You can't use this card." At the Black Bear base, in the Hybrid's resting room, Faka looked around, then leaned in close to ask Hami, "How did you manage to make him stay?" Hami put her spoon down, her rippleless eyes reflecting the image of Thien Lang across from her, as she slowly recalled the memories of last night. After Thien Lang stubbornly dragged his battered body to leave, Hami desperately chased after him to persuade him. "Even if you force yourself to reach the lab, then what? Will he be grateful? You'll die." Thien Lang turned a deaf ear, continuing to cough as he shooed her away, then blindly pressed on. Miserable, Hami couldn't hold back anymore and yelled, "Please, I'm begging you. I can't lose another friend." "Friend?" Thien Lang muttered, still refusing to turn back. "Do I have to say something even more heartless for you to be satisfied?" Seeing him soften slightly, Hami continued, trying not to agitate him further. "Fine, it's okay if we aren't friends. If you want to save him, I'll go with you, but we need leverage. Only by getting close to the Son of God can we get that leverage, right? Why wasn't he taken away? You're suspicious too, aren't you? The answer is right next to us. We at least have to find the answer before heading back. Hold on a little longer. Once we have enough information, I'll go with you to find Dr. Thich." Thien Lang couldn't refute it at all. He turned his head fiercely, glaring at Hami. It seemed that in this moment, they were just two pitiful souls desperately trying to escape their twisted fate. Back to the present, Hami scooped up another spoonful of food, casually replying to Fak Ah just to beg him to stay. She mumbled with a pout, "Humph, fine, if you don't want to tell me, then don't. So secretive." Elsewhere in the city of Devas, Sam Nguet's billboard, which was properly hung on the wall just moments ago, was now tossed aside and replaced. Seeing this, many people gathered around and protested. "We are human beings first and ring users second. Even if the child who disappeared in those ruins today was just an ordinary kid, we must still protect his human rights. We demand that the management zone reach out to help and head to the exile zone to search for that child. Please don't use his pain for entertainment." In a white car nearby, two silver rings saw the scene outside and showed clear disdain. "Ha, so full of drama. They just need an outlet to vent. Give it a few days and they'll forget. Don't mind them, let's go. The light is green." In the back of the car, Dao Quang was covered in bandages, his eyes tightly blindfolded. He didn't say a word, just sitting in silence, listening to everything happening around him. Scene shifts to the meat market station zone B1. When going to the market, you can't help but stop by the clothing shop. Sam Nguyen put on his new outfit, thoroughly flattered by the shop owner. "Oh my, these clothes look like they were custom made for you. So handsome. Our tailoring highlights all your physical advantages. Look at those pecs." Hearing this, Sam Nguyen awkwardly scratched his head. "But I don't really have any." Unwilling to lose a good catch, the owner kept sweet-talking him. "Oh well, the point is it suits you perfectly. Don't hesitate, just buy it. It's totally worth it." Suddenly, a call from afar made the shop owner rush off, leaving Sam Nguyen alone. He stood awkwardly in front of the mirror, turning front and back to admire the new outfit. Suddenly, his face grew gloomy, the corners of his eyes dropping with sadness. All of a sudden, everyone appeared, surrounding Sam Nguyen and teasing him. "Why the long face? Not enjoying the shopping? Are you thinking that someone like you doesn't deserve to wear new clothes or have these things? You're not overthinking things again, are you?" Startled, Sam Nguyen waved his hands frantically. "No, I'm not." Aole happily gave 2 thumbs up. "Of course not. Sam Nguyen Appa looks super handsome in this." Shu-hee behind her immediately chimed in. "Yeah, it suits you really well." "And Wit, why are your ears so red?" Wu Tinhua glanced at Shu-hei and threw in a sarcastic remark. "I see you're pretty mischievous yourself. No wonder you get along so well with a certain someone." Then El Li's voice chimed in again. "To Tram, what do you think of the outfit I picked? A flawless choice." Seeing the warm and lively scene unfolding before him, Sam Nguyen felt deeply moved. "Thank you guys for pulling me into this bustling, lively crowd."
Just then, a guard suddenly approached them from a distance. All six immediately went on high alert, huddling together to shield Sam Nwit. I knew this clumsy disguise wouldn't fool them. Nwit, stay hidden. Remember, do not use your abilities here, it will cause a panic. Do I really need to use my abilities just to handle this? Squeezed like ham in a sandwich, Sam Nwit struggled to push forward. Wait.
His eyes lit up as he looked at the tall, burly man in front of him. Finally getting to experience this once. The man glared down at Sam Nwit, then broke into an incredibly bright, welcoming smile. Let me carry those shopping bags for you esteemed guests. Would you like to check out the railway area? We got a lot of good stuff in today. I can show you the way. Sam Nwit nodded eagerly and followed. Please lead the way. Seeing this, the rest of the group stood dumbfounded yet somewhat relieved. So he's just a personal shopping guide. Along the way, to avoid suspicion, Sam Nwit stayed right beside the guide. Seeing their unfamiliar faces, the man couldn't help but ask. Sam Nwit quickly replied, It's been a while since we were here. The last time we came, this meat market was Manhwa's territory. Hearing this, the guide snorted loudly. That Manhwa only raises immature brats. How can they compete for territory with us? They think they can swallow up all the business in the exile zone with just that. What a bunch of greedy fools. Suddenly, he glanced at them and asked, Are you guys Sister Home's underlings? I heard the explosion at the Black Bear Gang's port yesterday was caused by Ring users. Do you have any news? As soon as he finished, Sam Nwit immediately feigned excitement and replied, That's right. I saw it with my own eyes. There were over a dozen Ring users, all of them special grades, gold rings, that just twitched their fingers, and boom, boom, boom. The whole port blew up. The guide sneered inwardly. Humph, a snot-nosed brat like you claims to have seen it with your own eyes. Then he replied aloud, Oh, and you actually survived. Pretty impressive, kid. Delaware Stairs is the railway area. Have fun browsing, and I hope you buy what you truly desire. Hearing his words, Ole's sense of unease grew slightly. What we truly desire. Sam Nwit looked down the long flight of stairs ahead, his thoughts running wild. News spreads faster than expected. How many wild versions of yesterday's incident are out there now? It's still unclear. The only certainty is that the people in the exile zone do not welcome Ring users. If they find out we are taking refuge with the Black Bear Gang, will the other gangs use this as an excuse to stir up trouble? I hope I'm just overthinking it. Scene shifts to Railway Zone B2. Everything was the polar opposite of the upper level. Down here, a dark, gloomy hue prevailed. Everywhere you looked was filthy and carried a shady vibe. Ali panicked, pressing close to Sam Nwit and whispering, Sam Nwit Appa, the atmosphere down here is completely different from upstairs. Sam Nwit understood this clearly and could only tell her to stay close. All six fell silent as they walked in a single file line. Wherever they went, the people at the stalls stared intently after them. Everyone was on high alert, cautious of their surroundings. Suddenly, passing by a certain spot, Ali froze, staring at something inside a jar. A gaunt man in the stall saw her expression and immediately began to tease her. Don't be scared, little girl. They're just fakes. Which body part do you want? Uncle will find it for you, but it's pre-order only. Goods freshly harvested are much sweeter. Saying that, he let out an eerie, amused cackle while staring at Ali. Bui Tin Hua quickly wrapped her arm around the girl's shoulder and pulled her away from the stall. Let's go, Ali. Following that, they saw countless other stalls selling various bizarre items, counterfeits, intel exchange. Leave your request, price quote, and contact info in the box next to this. I will personally come to negotiate the deal. Medical practice license. There's only one type of person I cannot save, those who don't transfer money on time. Passing a few more stalls, Totram unexpectedly realized that the jewelry displayed here was actually disguised explosives. Seeing him catch on, the stall owner enthusiastically struck up a conversation. You've got a sharp eye, kid. That's right, these look like jewelry, but they're actual power rivals C4 explosives. Interested? Worry about potential trouble, Chu Hei immediately pulled Totram away. The glitz and glamour of the central square is nothing more than a fake facade. The railway area is the true stage where the laws of survival play out. In the second basement level of the meat market, gang wars never cease. The root cause lies with these merchants. They themselves are the hub's resources. Finding a specific shop, Sam Nwit quickly stated his request, and looking for some special medicine to restore stamina. The owner asked coldly, where will it be used? Sam Nwit tried to decline answering, but the owner refused to sell if he didn't explain. He had to lean in and whisper, the Living Dead Club. Hearing that, the owner narrowed his eyes and asked, Are all of you contestants in the tournament? Sam Nwit tilted his head, his lips curving upward as everyone behind him stared straight at the man. Yeah, do we not look the part? Sensing the overwhelming aura of Sam Nwit's group, the owner stared for a moment, then stood up and went inside. A child nearby quickly hopped out, blocking Sam Nwit and warning, no peeking. As he opened the cabinet to grab the medicine, the owner asked, 1 shot a day, no overdosing. How many vials do you need? It'll take whatever you have. Hearing this, the man suddenly paused.
then pulled out his phone, glancing at a photo of Thien Lang on the screen. Not one of them. Seeing that Sam Witt's group didn't seem involved, the owner let out a long sigh and walked out with a bag. Don't you guys know? Yesterday, the port in Black Bear's territory exploded. Rumor has it that ring users appeared. Small merchants like us have to be extra careful. Selling weapons and medicine to ring users to fight the 8 great families. That's a massive crime. The gate connecting the management zone to the exile zone has been completely sealed off. Many workers from the management zone who wanted to come back and visit their children couldn't even get in. You need to be careful too. Those ring users come to the exile zone to cause chaos and destruction, and in the end, it's us residents of the exile zone who have to suffer. A heavy atmosphere suddenly dropped, enveloping all 6 of them as they listened to the man's heartfelt words. They knew all too well that they were a part of that very chaos. Sam Witt lowered his head, not daring to meet the owner's eyes anymore. How much is it, please? Once finished, they quickly left, but from then on, the echoing voices of the people in the railway area became increasingly clear, piercing their ears without missing a single word. Do you think, since those ring users haven't been caught yet, the management zone will take their anger out on us? Hasn't it always been like this before? The ones starting the wars are the ring users, but the ones ultimately punished are us ordinary people who can't even get enough to eat. Why don't we apply to work in the management zone? I apply every year, but I basically never get a turn. It's all because of those ring users, always causing trouble. All right, stop whining and keep your eyes peeled. We need to be careful selling things these days. The footsteps of Sam McGuiet's group grew heavier and heavier, approaching a shop selling prosthetic arms. Sam McGuiet could only stand there blankly, staring at it. Suddenly, a stranger appeared from nowhere and shoved Liu Chai Swin in annoyance. Don't block the way. Move it. You think this is your home or something? You don't have eyes. Everything seemed to become more terrifying and suffocating. Sam McGuiet stood rooted to the spot, drowning in his tangled thoughts. My reason is reminding me that everyone is waiting for my reaction. I should say something, or at least turn around and give them a reassuring smile. But I can't lie to myself and pretend I don't see reality. No, that's not right. The situation here won't get worse just because of the appearance of ring users. On the contrary, this place has been rotting from the core for a long time. Why should we accept this sick, oppressive life as normal? What is wrong with breaking it? The thing they hate has never been the ring users, but those who cannot truly pull them out of this wretched state. I absolutely must not waver now. If these hands are destined to be stained with fresh blood, then I am willing to use my own blood to carve out a path through this darkness. Right at that moment, Teal Hack's voice suddenly echoed. Pumping yourself up again, are we? Startled, Sam Witt turned around, instantly seeing his calm and collected demeanor. Teal Hack tilted his head to the side, still displaying that same arrogant attitude. What's with that expression? Did you miss me? Oh, I did. I missed you so much I wanted you to disappear from my sight. Hearing Sam Witt's response, Teal Hack let out a roar of delighted laughter, then casually strolled over to his side. He reached out, gently touching Sam Witt's shoulder, rested his head on the other side, and whispered, Don't play tough. I know what you're thinking. The reason you don't let others, or even yourself, use abilities is because you are afraid. Afraid? Sam Witt thought to himself. Maybe a little. When someone with the exact same face suddenly appears and wants to take over my body, who wouldn't be afraid? But now I have learned how to walk alongside my fear. Teal Hack caressed Sam Witt's face, his tones slick and teasing. The feeling of falling into the darkness for a brief moment yesterday. It was very uncomfortable, wasn't it? Sam Witt scoffed and replied, Not at all. I thought it was pretty nice. That place suits you perfectly. I have to go now. My friends are waiting for me. Watching Sam Witt's back fading into the distance, Teal Hack couldn't help but chuckle. Sam Witt's message was basically, before I figure out a way to control you, just stay put and behave. Got it? Teal Hack. Escaping the dreamscape and returning to reality, Sam Witt groaned and clutched his head. Toe Tram approached with concern. Is your head hurting again, Sam Witt? Just then, gunshots rang out and the entire area instantly descended into chaos. A few members of the Phantom Gang quickly ran down, shouting loudly, The Nunho Gang is attacking. Guests downstairs, please do not panic. Jump down to the tracks, head to the end of the line, and you can evacuate. In the central square, the two sides were locked in a fierce standoff, firing wildly at each other. A few guards had to fight while protecting the civilians. Hide in here. Don't come out until the gunfire stops. Did you hear me? They clutched their heads, hiding behind reinforced stalls, trembling as they waited. From the entrance of the station to the inner levels, everything turned into a bloody battlefield in the blink of an eye. People shoved and pushed each other, gradually running deeper into the lower levels under the guards' orders. Guests, please follow me. I'll get you all out. At the same time, many others took advantage of the chaos to steal goods from the stalls. A child cried endlessly in the middle of the street, continuously calling out for her mom and dad. Luckily, Liu Chi Swin found her. He scooped her up and ran with the crowd streaming outside. Liu Qi-swin hugged the little girl tightly and wiped her tears to calm her down. There, don't cry. He then turned his head, frantically searching for Sam Nguyen. Sam Nguyen, who was nearby, heard his voice and quickly shouted back, "I'm okay." People continued to flee in a massive wave, while some still lingered, trying to grab as many things as they could. But unfortunately, someone was spotted by the shop owner, who aggressively snatched his bag back and roared furiously, "You dare steal my stuff? Trying to take advantage of the chaos. I've seen plenty of your kind." With that, he grabbed the spiked club next to him and smashed it hard against the other guy's head, killing him on the spot. But the man didn't stop there. He walked around the table and repeatedly bludgeoned the guy's head with the club. "Say something, you dog." Just then, due to heavy impacts from all sides, a massive safe on the shelf instantly wobbled and came crashing down right where the man was standing. Shu He appeared in the nick of time, catching the safe with his bare hands and saving the man's life. His entire body tense as he bore its crushing weight, growling down at the man, "Hurry up and run." As soon as the man scrambled away, Ao Li rushed over, stealthily using her power to lift the safe off Chu He. With a dark expression, the little girl looked at him in disbelief. "Big brother Chu He. Why didn't you use your powers?" Chu He clutched his injured shoulder and smiled back. "In the exile zone, we must use the exile zone's methods. Even without powers, we can still protect others." Weren't all those days of relentless training meant exactly for moments like this? Spotting a familiar face, Chu He immediately shouted, "Liu Qi-yuan, you're in charge of maintaining order. Ensure everyone retreats safely. Leave the upper floor to Ao Li and me." Liu Qi-yuan nodded, warning him with concern, "Be careful up there." At that moment, Sam Nguyen and To Tram also dashed past him, calling out loudly. Seeing Chu He still standing there, his lips moving, Sam Nguyen was startled and intently read his lips. "Trust me." "Trust him." Sam Nguyen stood frozen for a moment, then didn't overthink it and turned to run off, helping the others. "And counting on you, big brother." After briefing everyone, Chu He pulled out 2 white cloths and said to Ao Li, "You haven't forgotten what your brother taught you, right?" Ao Li's expression turned serious, her eyes sharp. She took off her hat and replied, "How could I ever forget?" The two quickly tied the claws around their necks and slowly advanced to the upper floor, moving against the fleeing crowd. Facing the thick gun smoke, Chu He and Ao Li stared intensely at the scene unfolding before them, then turned to look at each other. They both covered their faces and began the mission as planned. Behind a stall, a man was frantically reloading his gun, gritting his teeth and cursing as he worked. "Damn it, a bunch of brats. None of you are making it out of here alive today. Damn it. I'll take you down with me." With that, he immediately dashed out, raising his gun to pull the trigger. But the very moment his finger brushed the trigger, he froze. The gun had vanished. The man flinched and whipped his head around, only to see Chu He, who had somehow snatched his gun, dashing away with it in hand. Chu He effortlessly swung his sword, slashing through all the enemy's firearms as he charged forward. Right then, a bullet suddenly tore through the air from behind. Chu He leaned aside and, quick as lightning, raised his gun and fired. The 2 bullets collided in mid-air, sparking a blinding flash. Before the enemy could even process what happened, he was already right in front of him. Chu He ripped the gun from his opponent's hands and brutally slammed the butt of the rifle straight into his face. Simultaneously, his other hand fired consecutively, taking down 2 thugs secretly approaching from a distance. Chu He scanned the chaotic battlefield. To defeat the army, capture their general first. So my target is that guy, the one leading the Silver Fox Gang's raid. On the other side, Ao Li also sprang into action. Recalling Chu He's instructions, she immediately charged at the enemies. Seeing a figure suddenly appear, a thug yelled in alarm. Where did this brat come from? Get lost. However, as he took a closer look, his face instantly darkened. A little girl? Without a word, Ao Li threw a straight punch. The man was instantly sent flying dozens of meters, crashing violently into the wall behind him. Ao Li looked at her fist and blinked softly. I failed to control my strength again. A nearby accomplice turned pale with terror and tremblingly aimed his gun at her. Damn it, where did you? Before he could finish, Ao Li spun around and delivered a devastating kick, launching him into the air. She walked away, reprimanding herself. I didn't hold back this time either. The thug, coughing up blood and groaning on the ground, thought, that's no little girl. In another corner, squarely in the sights of the Silver Fox Gang, they were gleefully using living people for target practice. Upon killing one, they cheered joyfully. Woohoo, bullseye. That's 8. Haha, I'm in the lead by 1 kill, right? 8 people. A childish voice suddenly echoed behind them. Hearing the unfamiliar voice, the green-haired thug flinched and looked around, then immediately spun around and fired. But Ao Li was a step faster, tilting her body to dodge. The bullet grazed her shoulder and embedded itself in the wall behind her. Infuriated, she crushed the gun with her bare hands and glared up at him. How could they laugh while saying such things? Fury boiling inside her, Ao Li wondered. Big brother, Can doing this really save them? Their souls rotted away long ago. Over on Chu-hee's side, the battle also swiftly reached its end. In the blink of an eye, the Silver Fox commander had been brutally subdued. With a cold blade pressed against the man's throat, Chu-hee ordered icily, "Tell them to drop all their guns. Don't make me say it twice. Right now, drop your guns." Trembling, the man swallowed hard and frantically grabbed his walkie-talkie. Cease fire. At the railway emergency exit, the Silver Fox gang had already set up a blockade. Damn it! Move it! Merchants, step aside. The rest of you stay exactly where you are. If you don't want to die, be obedient. Throw all your weapons into this bag. At the back of the crowd, Bui Tinhua and Tram were supporting the injured as they followed the flow of people out. She frowned, looking over at Sam Nguyen. "What now, Sam Nguyen? What's your plan?" "A way to protect these people without exposing our identities. Have you figured it out yet?" At this thought, the corners of her eyes suddenly curled up. "Oh, I wonder since when." I actually started looking forward to seeing him show off more. The Silver Fox thugs crammed all the merchants onto a truck, then demanded everyone empty their pockets and toss their belongings into a bag. Liu Chi-suen grew visibly irritated, sparks of electricity beginning to crackle in his hand. He suddenly paused and slowly turned his head back, only to see Sam Nguyen tugging at the hem of his shirt, whispering, "Leave this to me." Liu Chi-suen's jaw dropped in disbelief. "Leave it to you? What kind of crazy talk is that?" But he still obediently and quietly deactivated his powers. Before long, bags were overflowing with the valuables looted from the helpless civilians. Just then, a thug marched right up to Liu Chi-suen. His eyes locked onto Chi-suen's expensive leather shoes, greed immediately flaring up as he demanded he hand over everything of value. Liu Chi-suen simply gazed down at him with an utterly calm demeanor. He didn't say a single word. The thug instantly flew into a rage, shoving the gun's muzzle hard against his forehead. "Damn it, are you deaf?" Standing behind him, Sam Nguyen clutched his own head. Tu Hak's voice echoed endlessly in his mind. "You still dare to use telekinesis? Aren't you afraid I'll break out? If I get out again, you won't be coming back easily." Sam Nguyen knitted his brows tightly. "You're too loud, Tu Hak. Keep bothering me, and I won't let you off easily. I need to focus entirely." Liu Chi-suen leisurely fished a lollipop out of his pocket. He slowly peeled off the wrapper, casually popped it into his mouth, and smirked to taunt the man before him. "What should I do? The only valuable thing I have is just this." The thug's face flushed crimson with fury as his hand gripped the gun tighter. "You want to die, huh?" At the exact same moment, Sam Nguyen's eyes shifted, becoming as crystal clear as glass. "Now!" Almost simultaneously, Sam Nguyen and Liu Chi-suen spoke in unison. "Shoot." The entire railway sector suddenly plunged into dead silence. No one understood what was happening. The thug was stunned for a second, but his expression instantly turned ferocious. "You think I won't shoot?" His pupils contracted as his eyes widened. His index finger slowly squeezed the trigger. Downstairs, Aoli heard the sound, startled, and whipped her head around. Simultaneously, from the railway area below, the relentless beeping sounds of the piled-up jewelry echoed continuously. Outside the meat warehouse, Liu Shixian remained perfectly calm, both hands in his pockets as he shielded Sam Nguyen. He looked up at the sky and whined, "Is this candy expired? It tastes awful." The thug who failed to pull the trigger furiously ordered the guy next to him, "Damn it, swap guns with me." The other guy brought his gun over and reminded him, "All right, quit messing around. The mission is what matters." The thug didn't care and kept yelling, "Cut the crap. Give me your gun." But when he tried to pull the trigger again, the gun simply wouldn't fire. The thug frantically inspected it, twisting the barrel. "What the hell? What's going on?" Liu Shixian lowered his head and chuckled softly. "You Silver Fox guys. Can't even afford real guns." Standing behind them, Bui Tinhua couldn't hold back a laugh. "Ha ha ha. Even a robbery needs a little sincerity. Such a childish trick, that's exactly Sam Nguyen's style." Sam Nguyen's eyes lit up brightly. He carefully used his telekinesis to manipulate the bullets inside the magazine. The Silver Fox gang couldn't dismantle their guns to check, scowling in frustration. Suddenly, the merchants in the trucks started to stir, standing up one by one and shouting, "Hey, you Silver Fox dogs." Then they swarmed out, punching and kicking the enemies. Sam Nguyen's group also took the opportunity, blending into the crowd to fight a fierce battle. In the distance, the Silver Fox troops' vehicles were already on standby. Seeing the situation go south, they clicked their tongues. How did the Phantom Gang's reinforcements arrive so quickly? Could it be that even inside the station? The man slapped the side of the truck and shouted out, "Retreat! Everyone get in." A moment later, the Phantom Gang's reinforcements arrived. They quickly took control of the situation and went looking for the group that had helped them quell the riot. Beneath the tracks, although the riot was over, groans could still be heard echoing everywhere. Chu-hee and Ao Li walked around together, looking for a way out to the surface. Suddenly, a body on the ground next to Owly moved, startling her. The person's hand had just been raised, but before they could grasp anything, their strength gave out and dropped limply to the floor. Their entire body slumped to the side, completely devoid of movement. Shu-hee ran over to check, only to find the man had already drawn his last breath. Owly's eyes gradually grew red. She stared at the cold body on the ground, lost in thought. If we hadn't come today, how many more people would have died here? Does one side have to be completely wiped out for this war to stop? Do the people here live in constant fear every single day like this? My mind is a mess. Why? Why do I suddenly want to cry? Owly sniffled and spoke up. Big brother Chu-hee, I want to do something for the people here. Chu-hee softly replied, you already have. Let's go to Anguiet now. Before he could finish his sentence, a loud explosion suddenly went off from below, making both of them turn pale. Chu-hee quickly regained his composure and took Owly down to take a look. Fortunately, as soon as they went down, Sam Guiet's group was already there. Everyone huddled together to talk. You didn't expose your powers, did you? No, we made a clean retreat. What about you, Owly? Are you hurt? Don't worry, sis, imperfectly fine. How is everyone else? All safe. The Phantom Gang's reinforcements arrive, and we confirmed they took in the wounded before we headed back. Lu Chi-zuyen, noticing that Sam Wyatt hadn't spoken up, turned his attention to him. He reached out worriedly to call him. How did you get so exhausted, Sam? But his eyes immediately widened in fear. Lu Chi-zuyen quickly pulled back Sam Wyatt's hood to check on him, only to see him drenched in sweat, clutching his throat and groaning continuously. No, there's no air. Isn't it foul? I'm suffocating. It hurts so much. There's a stench of decay. Anxiously, the group let Sam Guiet sit and rest in a corner while they discussed amongst themselves. Why is he in this condition? Logically, awakening powers comes with normal reactions, but Sam Guiet's behavior seems too extreme. Too much has happened to him in a short amount of time. When you guys awakened as kids, did you feel this miserable? Me? Miserable? Never mind. Shu-hee, what about you? Even though he was sitting far away from the others, Sam Guiet seemed to sense it. He curled up, his mind in chaos as his eyes darted around. Everyone's voices are so clear. At this distance, a normal person shouldn't be able to hear them. Why can I hear them so perfectly? This foot-tapping sound. Is Tinhua? Is she worried? Because of me. Is this sound coming from inside Tutram's body and making everyone worry? What's wrong with me? I need to pull myself together. It reeks so much. I absolutely can't ignore this rotten stench. Can't anyone else smell it? Suddenly, Sam Guiet detected the scent of fresh blood on the tips of Ala's fingers. He jolted, whipping around and grabbing her hand tightly. Terrified, Ali hastily screamed out, "This is bad. Everyone come here quickly." Guiet. Sam Guiet spaced out, his telekinesis overflowing uncontrollably. Before his eyes, a series of flashes from Ala's battle continuously appeared. The voices of the others momentarily blurred into the background. Sam Guiet abruptly stood up and walked away. The others fell silent, not daring to act rashly, and could only stand still and wait. Sam Guiet staggered forward. "I'm fine, just a slight headache. I'll adapt soon. Tram, help me check the air composition." Tram quickly replied, "Oh, the CO2 level in basement B2 has indeed gone up." Sam Guiet, how did you? As if to confirm that this wasn't an illusion, Sam Guiet forcefully swept away a cabinet blocking the wall in front of him. Then he squeezed his eyes shut and slowly raised his hand. "Is it here?" He pressed his palm against the wall, let out a breath as he leaned against the wall and applied his telekinesis to it. Worried, Ao Li was about to run over, but Chu He and Bui Tin Hua stopped her. "We can't disturb him right now." Sam Guiet seemed to sink into his own world, sensing what lay behind the wall. "Leave me to see it. Go to the place. The source of that rotting stench." Is this when the station was just starting to be built? In other words, what I'm seeing is a scene from 40 years ago. Sam Guiet suddenly realized the wall had disappeared. He then stopped dead in his tracks and looked ahead. That's it. What I need is those construction blueprints. I can use them to confirm my suspicions. But just as he was about to leave, his feet suddenly got stuck. Sam Guiet stared helplessly at the spiderweb-like substance entangling him. He drooped his head in dismay. "I can't move. Sure enough, I'm not that lucky." Suddenly, an incredibly familiar voice rang out. "Interested in these blueprints? What's the use of looking at this? Do you have something to confirm?" Hack nonchalantly draped his arms over the shoulders of two workers to strike up a conversation with him. Seeing him, Sam Guiet was instantly left speechless. "Here we go again, I knew it." Hack leaned forward, the corner of his mouth curling up as he looked at Sam Guiet. "I told you, if you use your power, it'll appear." With that, Hack started playfully skipping and running all over the place. Sam Guiet watched this scene with a rising sense of discomfort. How long is he going to cling to me? He can even move freely. It's getting kind of annoying to watch. This won't do. I'll have to face a lot of enemies soon. If I still can't figure out a way to control him, he's going to end up attacking my teammates just like last time. At this thought, Sam Gwiet immediately stopped. A bold idea flashed through his mind. Control. Does it necessarily have to be control? What if he lets me use him? Let's give it a try. With that thought, Sam Gwiet suddenly called out his name, Two-Hack. Annoyed, Two-Hack turned around and said, I told you I hate that name. But before he could finish, Sam Gwiet dropped a line that left him stunned. I agree. I can give my body over to you. Pausing for a beat, Two-Hack suddenly burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, although I know you're a spineless coward, I never expected you to be this pathetic. You're willing to give your body to me just for these construction blueprints. Sam Gwiet wasn't the least bit angry. He sharply shot back, I'm the one who should be asking you that. You obviously look exactly like me, so why is your level of thinking so far below mine? Listen closely, Two-Hack. I'm inviting you to cooperate. Two-Hack raised an eyebrow suspiciously. Cooperate? That's right, Sam Gwiet affirmed. We can share this body and allocate time reasonably instead of fighting over it. After all, every time we fight, this body ends up getting hurt. Isn't a body full of injuries a burden for you as well? Furthermore, you know that my teammates didn't choose you at all. No matter how many times you show up in the future, they will think of every possible way to lock you up just to save me. You've clashed with Lu Chi-Zu-Yen before, so you should know how tough he is to handle. As long as he's there, relying solely on your own strength to wipe out all the ability users is impossible. After hearing this, Two-Hack gradually lowered his hands. You really are shameless, Sam Gwiet. Sam Gwiet tilted his head, emitting a strange, alluring energy. His eyes shone with triumph as he looked straight at Two-Hack. Accept my proposal. At the very least, you'll gain a certain degree of freedom. My teammates won't make things difficult for you anymore either. After all, you have the permission of the body's original owner. Hearing this, Two-Hack immediately gave him attitude, his brows furrowing tightly. He threw his hat hard onto the ground and poked his finger forcefully into Sam Gwiet's chest. The owner? You? Showing no fear, Sam Gwiet stepped closer, pressing his forehead directly against Two-Hack's, and repeated once more, Let's become the masters of this body together, Two-Hack. I need you. The corners of Two-Hack's eyes instantly curled up, his heart blooming with joy. He suddenly stepped back, then turned his head and walked away. Interesting. You clearly haven't remembered that matter, yet you say the exact same words. Seeing him standing there, Sam Gwiet continued, Wait until we return, we can discuss the details of sharing the body further. Two-Hack started to move, lacing his fingers together and stretching his arms out. He tilted his head back and chuckled. You just need to see the engineering blueprints, right? In that moment, a strange sensation welled up, running through Sam Gwiet's entire body. It felt as if the puzzle in his mind was missing a piece, the most crucial piece. Outside the tracks, Lu Chi-Zu-Yen couldn't take it anymore. He stepped to the side and flicked his lighter to smoke a cigarette. Hearing the sound, the other four immediately ran out to remind him, Shh, no smoking. Just then, Sam Gwiet's voice unexpectedly rang out, Everyone. Sam Gwiet, are you feeling better? Sam Gwiet nodded with a hum, then slowly turned his head to tell them, I'm not mistaken. There's a massive space behind that wall. Tutram, give me a hand. A few seconds later, everyone scattered to take cover, waiting for Tutram to blast the wall apart. Hearing the loud noise, the Phantom Gang took notice and ordered a group to quickly head down and check the situation. Just as Sam Gwiet had said, there truly was another space behind it. Wei Tin-Hua spoke up, let's go inside and take a look. Then they stepped inside one by one. The deeper they went, the darker it got, and soon no one could see each other. Is this a tunnel? Ouch. Watch your step, come here, hold my hand. Suddenly, a burst of flames flared up. Everyone surprisingly gathered around Wei Tin-Hua and praised her. You're so cool, sis. So cool. Wei Tin-Hua couldn't muster a smile, thinking to herself with a deadpan expression, I really don't want to use my powers for this kind of stuff. Walking a bit further, Lu Chi-Zu-Yen suddenly stopped in his tracks, staring down at his feet. I think I just stepped on something. Wei Tin-Hua flicked her wand with a flick of her wrist, illuminating the entire underground tunnel. Upon seeing the sight inside, everyone's expressions instantly changed. Before their eyes were mummified corpses scattered all over the tunnel. Sam Gwiet's group approached the corpses for a closer look. Judging by their clothes, they were probably stationed construction workers. Tutram, can you analyze their cause of death? If a part of the underground station remains, why was this section sealed off? They've been dead for too long, I can't make an accurate assessment. While everyone was still struggling to find the cause, Sam Gwiet simply used his telekinesis, lightly touching the workers' bodies to make an accurate judgment. Their arm and leg bones are broken. They were brutally tortured before dying. But the actual cause of death was dehydration. He lowered his eyes, filled with heartache. Did their tormentors intentionally leave them with just a breath of life? Gravely injured, locked in this space until they dried up and died. How deeply in despair they must have been. Suddenly, Alle's face went blank. Pointing at herself, she asked, Am I the only one who thinks Sam Gwiet Oppa has gotten more handsome? Everyone looked at her and unanimously nodded in silent agreement. Seriously, What channel are you guys using to communicate? Bang. Sam Nguyen suddenly punched the wall next to him. The spot he punched caved in deeply, sending stone debris crumbling down. He muttered, unforgivable. The ones who sealed this wall, I will absolutely never forgive them. Saying that, Sam Nguyen led the team deeper into the tunnel. Lu Chi-Yuan walked past the dent Sam Nguyen made and immediately noticed it.
It seems he wasn't exhausted. He's awakening. The six of them followed one another for a while longer. Suddenly, Aolei bumped into Sam Yet. She cried out, Sam Yet, Oppa, why did you stop? Sam Yet looked ahead, the corners of his eyes crinkling. I told you something was missing. How could a train station not have this? The missing train. Saying that, he called Tu Tram over and asked him to check if the backup generator at the rear was still functional. The rest of them boarded the front of the train to search for more clues. But standing in front of the cabin door, even with all his might, Sam Yet couldn't make it budge. Seeing this, Aolei immediately stepped up to take the task. Sam Yet, Oppa, let me do it. She smiled, placing both hands on the door handle. You guys should probably step back a little more. Hearing that, the four of them instinctively retreated a dozen meters away. Aolei sheepishly scratched her head. You didn't have to go that far back. A series of booms and crashes echoed with every punch from Aolei. Chu He and Lu Chi-Yuan, watching from a distance, couldn't help but turn pale. What do you think Han Thu usually feeds her? Honestly, I'm a bit curious too. Want to try arm wrestling her? Who? You mean me? Just a few minutes later, the door was warped out of shape and tossed into a corner. Everyone began to enter and inspect the area. It's just a normal control room. There doesn't seem to be any useful information here. Cough, cough. It's too dusty. Cover your nose and mouth first. Sam Nguyen spotted a plaque completely covered in dust on the wall and approached it. He wiped it repeatedly with his hand to make it clearer. Suddenly seeing something, his eyes widened. Right then, Tu Tram's voice echoed from outside. That backup generator is still usable. It should be able to restore power to the station. Lu Chi-Yuan let out an oath, then released his lightning into the external power station. The entire train immediately powered up. Sam Nguyen pointed at the plaque, calling everyone over to look. They all gathered around and carefully read the engraved words. The Lu family, along with my son Lu Chu Nam, hope the exile zone will soon have train access. We name this train Hope. If access remains hopeless, may this station become a long-term sanctuary for the people of the exile zone. Signed, the Lu family. After reading the message, everyone whipped their heads around to look at Lu Chi-Yuan. But he, like everyone else, knew absolutely nothing about this. Lu Chi-Yuan said in bewilderment, Don't look at me like that. I didn't know. The external power station suddenly let out a series of beeps, followed by a woman's voice over the loudspeaker. Station power is being restored. The station broadcast will play in 10 seconds. Up on the station platform, the broadcast echoed as well. Everyone looked up in astonishment. Is the power back on? The lights began to flicker on. People outside, hearing the noise, flocked in to see what was happening. Countdown remaining. 4, 3, 2, 1. Immediately after, a bright-looking woman wearing a black ring appeared on the screen, smiling cheerfully as she read the broadcast. Welcome to Hope Station. Thank you for riding the Hope Express. Next stop, Management Zone. We wish you a pleasant journey. We will safely escort you to your destination. All station staff wish you a wonderful day in the Management Zone. It all started many years ago, back when Lu Chu Nam was still just a child. Seeing his father, he happily ran over, holding an A4 sketchbook in his hands. He then cheerfully showed it off to his dad. Dad, look, it's the train I drew. Father Lu quickly took the sketchbook from his son and smiled as he looked at the drawing inside. It's beautiful. You draw so well. He patted his son's head and asked curiously, why did you suddenly think of drawing a train? Lu Chu Nam had always been friendly and kind. He honestly shared his thoughts. If we have trains, people from other cities can ride them here to play. When that happens, I'll make friends with them. Hearing that, Father Lu smiled even brighter, murmuring, that's true. But the moment he proposed this project to the shareholders, they all loudly rejected it. Are you joking? Whether it's trains or planes, it's nothing but a pipe dream. This isn't even about money. If you want to ruin the Liu family, then be our guest. Exactly. Setting aside everything else, the technical hurdles alone are overwhelming. How can we ensure the materials arrive safely? Is the lesson from the Firebird incident not enough? The Firebird incident was an event where educators from the management zone went to the exile zone to build a school, but were burned to death by a rioting mob. The name came from their ashes flying up like birds. Patriarch. Even if this train only connects to the management zone, the success rate is incredibly slim. Those lowly scum won't be grateful. Don't do things that are destined to fail. Father Lu ignored the fierce opposition, continuing the project for the sake of world peace. If we don't try, of course it will fail. Someone always has to be the first to step up. Why can't it be our Lu family? For the past 2 months, the abandoned area in the exile zone echoed with the metallic sounds of drills every night.
While some found the noise irritating, others harbored a glimmer of hope, waiting for the train to be built. A young man leaning against a window, gazing outside, muttered, "If it's really true, then this noise isn't that hard to listen to. It's actually quite soothing. Where do you think that train will end up going? I really want to see another world."
Even though their applications had been rejected many times, the workers here always nurtured the hope that this railway would soon become operational. Some couldn't even resist sneaking out to take a preemptive tour along the tunnel. He returned, joyfully recounting to his colleagues, "It's very quiet, much quieter than I imagined. Even though the air smells a bit musty, the sunrise is beautiful. Isn't that obvious? Everyone lives under the same sky. Let's hope the construction wraps up smoothly. May the tracks cover every corner. Ha ha ha. I wonder if the people here will remember my name." But things were never that smooth. Being a massive project involving the highest echelons of the gold rings, it was quickly sabotaged. On the day the Liu family announced this project to the public, a day that should have been incredibly joyous, filled with the ecstatic happiness of all the people in the exile zone, blood began to spill. The construction project was never able to resume operations again. On that very same day, the Liu family received a call. "If you don't want your son to die, stop right now. Don't stick your nose where it doesn't belong." From then on, the noisy sounds of railway construction never rang out again, no matter how many people had placed their hopes in it. Back in the present, after the broadcast aired, Sam Nguyen's entire group stood frozen in place. Suddenly, he placed his hand on the train station's control panel. With a gentle caress, the screams of the people from the past instantly echoed vividly in his ears. "Don't give up, we won't die here. Everyone, hold on. I'm so scared, I want to go home. Let me try, I can still use my powers. Please don't fall asleep." The cries, the desperate pleas for help, the whispers suppressing their anxiety while telling each other not to give up, all of it crowded into Sam Nguyen's brain. In a split second, it felt as if countless tough weeds were sprouting from between his bones, crushing his flesh and blood into a mangled mess. Sam Nguyen was in immense agony, but he couldn't make a single sound. He suddenly called out, "Tuhak." Appearing from behind him, he immediately replied, "What is it?" "Follow me." Sam Nguyen's eyes suddenly changed color. They were no longer their usual clear blue, but turned a dreamy purple. He grabbed Tuhak's hand, pulling him through a vast expanse of space back to the past. This land that abandoned itself due to hatred and resentment, as it turns out, hasn't been completely forsaken. Throughout these long, endless years in hidden corners no one knew about, there was always a group of strangers fighting for it. As for me, I want to use my power to stop the tragedy from spreading. I must go to the origin of that hope and that sorrow. A few minutes later at the Liu family compound, Tuhak and Sam Nguyen suddenly appeared. He surprisingly turned to praise him. Oh, quite impressive. But just as the praise left his lips, Sam Nguyen collapsed to the ground, violently vomiting a pool of blood. Holding his eyes, blood streaming down, he panted, "Tuhak, I can't hold on much longer." Tuhak clicked his tongue, complaining, "So annoying." Sam Nguyen tremblingly pointed ahead, as the atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent. Tuhak scowled, staring down at Sam Nguyen in disbelief. He looked pitiful, as if begging him, "The train. I'm counting on you." Tuhak snorted in frustration but still complied, his feet taking steps up the stairs. "What do you take me for? Do you really think you're the master? Tisk, in the idiot for being coaxed by this trash. Always insisting on using your powers for these buzzkill things. It's ugly as hell. Who's going to thank you? Who's going to remember you? I simply can't comprehend the meaning behind your actions. It's so pathetic how serious you are." The moment Tuhak pushed open the door, he saw Liu Chunam diligently drawing. Sam Nguyen panted, urging him, "Hurry up." Tuhak let out a sigh, replying, "Yes, yes, yes," and slowly approached the drawing on the ground. Sam Nguyen's voice rang out again, "Tuhak." He calmly replied, "What's the rush?" before sitting down and busily erasing the drawing. By the time Liu Chunam happily returned, the drawing had completely disappeared. Just then, Father Liu also returned home. As usual, Liu Chunam eagerly ran up to him, excitedly holding up the notebook with both hands. "Look, Dad, the train I drew." Father Liu knelt down and looked, but there was nothing in front of him. Seeing this, Liu Chunam smiled brightly and quipped, "It's an invisible train." Father Liu was briefly stunned, then burst out laughing. "Haha, what is this kid talking about?" Outside, Tuhak seemed to have lost all patience. He gently pressed the tip of his shoe against Sam Nguyen's head, muttering in frustration, "Just destroy me already. Stop making me do these boring things." Sam Nguyen merely offered a faint smile. He groggily whispered a word of thanks. With that, he struggled to reach out, grabbing Tuhak's pant leg one last time before his consciousness faded into darkness. "This body, I leave. To you. If I can't pass on hope, then at the very least, I must. Try to stop the tragedy from happening." The surrounding space gradually blurred, pulling everything back to the present bit by bit. Amidst the silence, Tuhak's voice slowly echoed,
It's useless, Sam Nuet. The past, present, and future all exist in parallel. What you think is a coincidence is actually inevitable. As soon as the words fell, everything seemed to return to its rightful trajectory. Even though the drawings had vanished, the wheel of fate still silently turned, bringing everything back to the decision to build that railway line back then. Those who volunteered would eventually embark on the journey to the land of exile anyway. The sound of drills echoing in the dead of night would not disappear, and those cries of despair would ring out once more. The free will of humanity is ultimately just a part of preordained destiny. No matter how many times you start over, you will eventually arrive at the same conclusion. Teal Hack bent down, grabbed Sam Migwit's hood, and hoisted him up, muttering to himself, "When are you going to give me a complete body, huh?" The illusion of wanting to change the past is the true beginning of tragedy.
Immediately after, the entire space began to disintegrate. The pure white world collapsed piece by piece. Sam Nguet's body gently slumped to the ground. By the time his eyes opened again, the one in control of the body was no longer him. Teo Hak softly said, "Let's go. I'll take you home." But Sam Nguet, perhaps whether we can change the ending of the story or not, never mattered. Even if fate has been sealed, the way one chooses to face it is itself a testament to the existence of hope. Teo Hak curled his lips. "Keep struggling in earnest, you pathetic bag of bones." The scene shifted to the forest, where Sam Nguet's group hid their car. Even though Liu Chi-swin had continuously called home, no one on the other end picked up. Anxiously, he took a deep drag of his cigarette and slowly exhaled a plume of white smoke. His gaze grew heavy. He rarely misses a call. Liu Chi-swin put his phone away, trying to regain his composure, and looked over at the new phone in Chu-hei's hands. "We bought a new phone. Aren't you going to call your parents?" Chu-hei firmly shook his head. "No need. I don't want them to worry anymore." Just then, a joyful shout suddenly rang out from behind. "Sam Nguet is awake!" However, the moment he opened his eyes, Sam Nguet immediately sprang up and bolted. Before anyone could react, they hurriedly chased after him. His pace went from walking briskly to gradually breaking into a run. Finally, he was sprinting madly forward. Until he stopped in front of the station platform, Sam Nguet stood frozen. Nothing had changed. The only difference was the gentle voice of the female broadcaster echoing steadily across the platform. Bui Tinhua understood what he was thinking. She gently placed a hand on his shoulder to comfort him. "It's okay. It really is a soothing voice, isn't it?" She looked up, the smile on her lips slowly fading. "Actually, the moment I smashed that wall, I understood. There was never any foul stench. All sense will dissipate over time. Just like the goodwill filled with so much hope, it will vanish without a trace, like this rotting breath." At this, Bui Tinhua slowly turned to look at Sam Nguet. Her eyes were strangely tender. "People like us. Perhaps we won't leave any trace in the future either. But if it's you, Sam Nguet, we won't be forgotten, right? Because you can transcend time and smell even the sorrows buried by the years. After all, he's just an idiot who marches forward without retreating, even knowing the outcome." Speakers at Hope Station played on an endless loop, as if trying to make up for these past 40-odd years of emptiness. Every echoing word beat a rhythm against our hearts. Even from far away, it could still be heard with absolute clarity. Scene transition to Celestial City, Lam Manor Special Administrative Zone. Lam Dao 2 stomped towards Lam Dao Sin's room, but was stopped outside by the butler's second master. "The master is meeting with Liu King's son. Please halt." He scoffed coldly, blaring at him in annoyance. "Are you saying I can't even go see my own brother in my own home?" The butler lowered his eyes and replied, "Second master, please head back for now. The master is discussing literature. Haven't you always disliked listening to the master talk about such things? I am simply thinking of you." Lam Dao 2 clicked his tongue bitterly. "Even the servants don't take me seriously. Damn that Liu King's son. Don't think I don't know what you're plotting. Want to replace me? In your dreams." Hearing the commotion outside, King's son picked up a hot cup of tea, looked at the man in front of him, and softly said, "It seems he came to interrogate you about choosing me as your spokesperson. I don't mind working quietly behind the scenes. Actually, there's no need for you to provoke Lem Dao 2. It will only make him hate me more." Suddenly, Lem Dao Sin asked a seemingly random question. "In Celestial City, how many families raise dogs and how many tame wolves?" Seeing Kin's son remain silent, he continued, "Aren't dogs so adorable? They understand commands, relieve themselves exactly where you designate, and once they form a bond with their master, they only have eyes for him. When the master periodically pets them with affection, they immediately wag their tails in joy. Truly the top choice for a pet, aren't they? Compared to them, wolves have no merits aside from impartially tearing everything to shreds. Liu King's son, if it were you, would you choose the dog that only has eyes for its master, or the wolf that only has eyes for its prey? Pets only bring trouble. I have no need for them." Lum Dao Sin laughed upon hearing this. "Ha ha ha, that's because you still haven't grasped the joy of rearing them."
Suddenly, Liu King's son gently set down his teacup and changed the subject. How is the book sharing session this week? What book did Elder Ta discuss?
Lum Dao Sin stood up and walked over to the bookshelf.
It's a very fascinating philosophical novel. It tells the story of a protagonist walking in the woods who gets struck by lightning, and then an exact copy of him crawls out of a swamp. To protect his own life, the protagonist decides to destroy that swamp man. I'll lend you this book. You can take it home to read. Liu Qin's son took the book and examined it for a moment, then flipped it open. I'll just read it here. Time suddenly slowed down right after his words, leaving only the rustling sound of turning pages. The atmosphere grew extremely cold, with a faint chill of ice floating in the air. Just a few seconds later, everything suddenly resumed as normal.
Liu Qin's son snapped the book shut and spoke up. It is indeed fascinating, but it doesn't seem like the kind of book Mr. Ta would talk about. Lum Dao Sin's face darkened, his head tilting slightly to the side. I told you to take it home and read it. Qin's son, do you know what the most detestable thing about your ability is? Liu Qin's son replied succinctly, I am all ears. Lum Dao Sin lightly traced the rim of his teacup, his voice echoing. It's silent and formless, spreading like a virus. You never know when it begins, nor when it ends. This trait is incredibly detestable, constantly spinning people around like weather vanes. Liu Qin's son gave a wry smile. That almost sounds like a compliment. However, using a book to insinuate things about me, isn't that a bit too deliberate, Dao Sin? You once said that the realm of power is like playing chess. A good player schemes for the entire board, not just individual pieces. If you want to win, you must learn to observe the big picture. I tried to think from your perspective and came up with a bold idea, deep down in your mind. Are you planning to use the Son of God to keep me in check? Lam Dao Sin let out an "oh," the corners of his lips curling up. A very intriguing thought. What exactly about you requires me to keep you in check? Tell me. Liu Qing's son answered confidently, I am too strong. In every aspect. The room fell silent, with only the ticking of the clock remaining. Lam Dao Sin's eyes widened in excitement. If only my Dao Tu understood me as well as you do. Gold and gold also have their differences. Right, speaking of little brothers, what did you think of seeing Liu Qi-Suian this time? Did familial ties awaken any ounce of your conscience? King's son burst into laughter. Haha. At this point, what use is there in discussing conscience? Flashing back to a time long ago when King's son and Qi-Suian were still together. By a lake in Celestial City, Liu Qi-Suian sensed that his older brother was weighed down by many thoughts and asked out of concern. Unexpectedly, King's son asked him a question, Tio Suin. Let me ask you, what benefit is there in yielding the land beneath our feet to others? Liu Qi-Suin, still young at the time and not fully understanding the ways of the world, could only stare blankly at the question. Seeing his brother stay silent, King's son turned and repeated, Answer me, what benefit is there? As he spoke, his tone suddenly deepened and shifted. Of course you can't answer, because the ones scheming to destroy the balance of this society are you people. Teal Swin, I will only invite you this once. Join me in protecting this land. Otherwise, we will be enemies. Clearly, you can't even give a proper answer, yet you resolutely refuse to back down from that path. My dear little brother, you truly have been deeply ruined by this so-called bloodline. Seeing his brother walking away, Liu Chai-Swin tried to stop him. Don't go. I won't let you go. Are you planning to submit to the Lem family? Don't you know how much Dad hates them? Liu King's son paid no mind, coldly turning around to reply, the lambs or whoever else, does it really matter? Liu Chai-Swin, listen to me clearly. It's not seeking refuge, it's pledging fealty. Scene transition to the Lum Manor dining room, where Lum Dao Tu sat on one side, incessantly complaining. Why is the meat so tough today? Or is there something wrong with the knife and fork? Nothing goes my way. Totally ruined my fucking mood. Damn it. Not wanting to further spoil the dining atmosphere, Lum Dao Sin immediately ordered a servant, a chim. Go exchange Dao Tu's plate for another one. Yes, master. Hearing this, Lum Dao Tu immediately refused, no need. I just want to eat this exact plate. A chim ignored his words, strictly following Lum Dao Sin's orders, and stepped forward to take the plate of meat. Seeing this, Lum Dao Tu sprang to his feet, grabbed the man by the collar, and cursed loudly. Are you deaf? I said I want this plate. A chim calmly replied. The master ordered me to give the second master a new one. Lum Dao Tu, enraged, suddenly fell completely silent. Then he grabbed the knife under the table and held it right against Akim's throat. Being too obedient can also be annoying, Uncle Kim. After taking a life, he calmly sat back down to continue his meal. Suddenly, Lam Dao Sin's voice rang out, It's just a piece of steak. Why such a big temper? Lam Dao Tu glared back, Brother, that's a ridiculous question. Forcing me to eat at the same table with a man who killed my trusted subordinate. No matter how delicious the steak is, it tastes like nothing. He spoke while chewing and spat the meat right in Liu Qin's son's direction. Old man, even his blood stinks. His tone was full of sarcastic disdain. Congratulations, Liu Qin's son.
Thanks to your constant betrayal of those around you, you've climbed all the way here. Ha ha ha. Sitting at the Lam family's dining table, speaking on our behalf. How impressive. Want me to clap for you? Hey, Liu Qin's son, know your place. After a moment of silence, the corner of Qin's son's lips curled up. Unfazed, he raised an eyebrow and looked straight at Lam Dao Tu with the gaze of a master looking at a dog before bursting into a chuckle. I feel truly heartbroken for Dao Xin. Lam Dao Tu flew into a rage, roaring Liu Qin's son's name before launching an attack. Lam Dao Tu completely lost his composure. His pupils shrank, his eyes widened in sheer fury. Just then, Liu Qin's son's calm voice echoed from another corner. Dao Xin, I think I should head back first. You and Dao Tu can take your time enjoying dinner. Lam Dao Tu flinched and snapped his head around. Only then did he realize that Liu Qin's son had somehow sat down on the chair right next to him. In that instant, only one thought remained in Lam Dao Tu's mind. Kill him. He had to kill Liu Qin's son right here. In stark contrast to his fury, Liu Qin's son nonchalantly stood up, slowly walking past Lam Dao Tu. As they brushed past each other, he tilted his head slightly, lips curling into a smirk, and lowered his voice so only Dao Tu could hear. A pleasure to meet you, Dao Tu. Let's play together again next time. Play? Lam Dao Tu sneered inwardly. There should be a limit to mocking someone. Only when Liu Qin's son had left the dining room did Lam Dao Tu's furious roar echo from behind. He vented all his rage on his older brother, Dao Xin. How can you let him address you by your first name like that? This is all because you indulge him. Today he dares to kill Alo. Tomorrow he'll dare to step all over us. Liu Qin's son continued walking serenely. Passing by the Lam brothers' family portrait hanging in the corridor, he slowly raised his hand, his fingertip gently pausing at Lam Dao Tu's neck in the photo. So noisy. He murmured softly, then gently slid his finger across Dao Tu's throat in the portrait. Dao Tu. Behind the door, Lam Dao Tu's angry roars kept echoing. Does he please you that much? Our family has done everything for you, yet we can't even compare to an outsider like him. I, Lam Dao Tu, can become a monster shunned by everyone for the sake of this family. Can Liu Qin's son do the same? Lam Dao Xin remained silent. He slowly set down his knife and fork, picking up a napkin and wiping the corners of his mouth leisurely. Seeing this, Lam Dao Tu grew even more frustrated, gritting his teeth and growling, "Say something. Are you not going to answer me?" Right at that moment, cracking sounds began to emanate. Right beneath the soles of Lam Dao Xin's shoes, the ground suddenly fractured. A blood-red fissure slowly spread, ripping the stone floor into a perfectly straight line, revealing a seemingly bottomless abyss. Lam Dao Xin's voice remained steady, terrifyingly calm, as a family that raises dogs and tames wolves simultaneously. At the right time, one must bring out a well-fitted muzzle. But if there's only one muzzle, should it be placed on the dog's snout or the wolf's? Answer is already all too clear. Only by muzzling the dog can we stop it from endlessly provoking the wolf. At that moment, Lam Dao Tu's pupils violently contracted. Before his eyes, there was nothing but death. Everything around him was dyed a deep crimson, the red of blood, the red of decay. From the depths of the abyss, countless withered hands slowly reached up. Twisted corpses howled and snarled, as if wanting to drag him down to hell with them. Lam Dao Tu was so terrified that his legs gave out. He collapsed to his knees at the edge of the abyss, crawling on all fours toward his brother, pleading pitifully. "Brother, pull me up. I was wrong." Despite the pleas echoing through the space, Lam Dao Xin just stood there, watching silently. His gaze didn't waver in the slightest. He was thoroughly sick of this younger brother of his. A moment later, he slowly turned his head. The corner of his lips curled into a demonic smile. His blood-red eyes stood out on his pale, cold face. But a smart master can turn a wolf into a dog, and can also turn a dog into a wolf. What kind of master am I wonder? Lam Dao Xin slowly dropped to one knee, lowering himself right in front of Lam Dao Tu. Seeing his brother approach, Lam Dao Tu screamed even louder. "Brother, pull me up." Lam Dao Xin grabbed his wrist, his voice as calm as still water. "Are you done venting?" Lam Dao Tu nodded repeatedly, his whole body trembling as he clung tightly to the edge of the abyss. "I was wrong. I know I was wrong." Lam Dao Xin looked at him and slowly asked, "Who am I?" "Brother." "What kind of brother?" "The brother who can pull me out of hell." Lam Dao Xin gave a slight nod, seemingly satisfied with the answer. "Good." As soon as the word left his lips, the arms reaching up from hell slowly withdrew. The sea of blood gradually vanished. The abyss sealed itself shut. In the blink of an eye, the room returned to its original state. Lam Dao Tu gasped for breath, cold sweat soaking his forehead. His mind still couldn't fully calm down. He stared blankly at the empty space where he had just fallen, his pupils still trembling. This is insane, he actually wanted to. Kill his own blood brother. Then doesn't that mean also just a sacrificial pawn? The moment that thought surfaced, the terror in Lam Dao-Tu's heart instantly burst forth. He frantically crawled on all fours to Lam Dao-Sin's feet, tightly hugging his brother's pant leg, repeatedly bowing his head to admit his fault. I'm sorry, please forgive me this time. I was blinded by anger because of the decision to make Lu Qin's son the spokesperson. I don't want to just play house in the council room. Do you know how people are talking about me outside? In my heart, there is only you. Only this family. He gripped Lam Dao-Sin's pant leg tighter, his voice trembling to the point of breaking. On this path chasing after power, have you thrown me away too? I know seeing me like this disappoints you. Please don't abandon me. And not like the others. Lam Dao-Sin remained as cold as ever, his blazing red eyes staring down at his brother's pathetic display. A dog slowly turning into a wolf. So the new question is, who will its sharp fangs be aimed at? He calmly reached out to straighten the fork on the table, as if everything that had just happened was merely a trivial matter. Dao-Tu, what do you think is the meaning of holding power? Lam Dao-Tu, still hugging his brother's leg tightly, choked out a reply. I don't know. Lam Dao-Sing then answered, the most fascinating aspect of possessing power is that I don't have to execute it myself. Naturally, countless people will desperately try to guess the thoughts of the one standing at the center of power like me. They will go and accomplish things I hadn't even thought of. Just wait and see. In another room, the ear-piercing sound of warning sirens echoed everywhere. Corpses were piled up in heaps strewn across the floor. Dao Quang ran desperately, head down, surging forward. The entire space was bathed in a blinding red glare casting down from the ceiling lights. He continuously dashed through narrow alleys, desperately searching for an escape route. Behind him, groups of people relentlessly swarmed in pursuit. Dao Quang immediately activated Dreamfall, forcing everyone into a deep slumber. As he ran, he kept repeating to himself, don't look back. Don't look back. Right at that moment, a cold voice suddenly rang out over the broadcasting system. Not planning to look back this time. Don't miss a single flaw. Look very closely. Dao Quang froze as if lured by an invisible force. His head completely out of his control, slowly turned around. The moment he clearly saw the scene before him, Dao Quang's face instantly turned deathly pale. His pupils contracted violently. He saw his loved ones lying motionless on the cold floor. Outside the dream, Dao Quang was securely bound to a metal bed, countless wires plugged deep into his head and wrapped tightly around his body. He convulsed endlessly, trembling violently as if struggling in an unending nightmare. Lang Qiu stood nearby, admiring this pathetic state with amusement. Making the dream creator experience a dream exactly like real life, he chuckled softly. This is truly the best way to crush his will to survive. Very creative, Jiang Tin. Are you ready? A new dream is about to begin. Again, the 13th failure, again. Lang Qiu rested his chin in his hand, looking at Dao Quang with great interest, a hint of mock pity in his voice. So stubborn, Dao Quang. Well, I'll just have to start over from the beginning again. Dao Quang thrashed wildly, his skin tearing against the bonds, dark red blood soaking into the ropes with every movement. Sweat poured off Dao Quang like a waterfall. His breathing grew more ragged by the second. Screams mingled with groans of agony echoed endlessly. That sound lingered throughout the room, then slipped through the cracks of the door, slowly spreading all the way out into the hallway. Cut to the woods near the station area, Bui Tin Hua suddenly received a call from her father. She gave everyone a heads up and walked over to another spot with her phone. The moment she answered, Bui Fi Nian's pouty, reproachful voice came through the line. If Dad doesn't call you, don't you know how to call him yourself? Bui Tin Hua replied honestly, something happened on our end. I only just got a free moment. Hearing that, Bui Fi Nian immediately asked in a panic, Huh? Is everyone okay? Tin Hua casually toyed with a leaf on the car's hood, smiling as she answered, If I can pick up Dad's call, then of course we're fine. How's the situation on your side? Did he give you a hard time? The other end fell silent for a beat. Not exactly a hard time, Bui Fi Nian gave a forced laugh. You know your dad can run very fast. It's just a shame the house got blown to pieces. Bui Tin Hua lowered her gaze, asking anxiously, Where are Sister Chi Man and Tiu Mi? They're both safe. Mentioning that, Bui Fi Nian's voice immediately perked up. Dad is at the Lu Diep Mountain Villa right now. Do you have any idea how big this place is? It's this big. I get lost every time I come here. Hearing that her father seemed in good spirits, Bui Tin Hua felt somewhat relieved. As long as everyone is safe, that's what matters. We can always rebuild the house later. I won't keep talking. The others are waiting for me. Just as she was about to hang up, Bui Fi Mian suddenly called out, Tin Hua. Bui Tin Hua paused. On the other end, his voice softened. Dad loves you. Bui Tin Hua burst out laughing, grinning widely. Honestly, why are you talking so cheesy like an old man? You're giving me goosebumps. I'm hanging up. She put her phone away, thinking to herself in mild exasperation. A man with one foot in the grave. When is he ever going to grow up a little? But her footsteps abruptly halted. Bui Tianhua quietly stared at her phone screen. An indescribable premonition welled up in her heart. Shortly after, Chuha received a message. Chuha, please do me a favor. Tell Hoi Hai Thuok to take a trip back to the city of Divas and see if there's anything unusual in this city. I have a bad feeling. Just investigate secretly. I don't want everyone to worry. After reading it, Chuva simply gave a brief response. He discreetly pulled his sleeve down, glancing at the two people sitting beside him. After confirming no one was paying attention, a deep red tattoo gradually materialized on his arm, extending all the way to the back of his hand. Chuha gently ran his finger along the blade, and a thin trail of blood immediately oozed out. Completely unaware that Lu Qizhuan was silently observing through the rearview mirror from the front seat, he flicked a few drops of his blood with force. In midair, they rapidly split into tiny droplets, sequentially sinking into the bodies of the birds perched on a nearby branch. In an instant, their pupils lit up in unison. Then they took flight all at once, flying towards the city of Devas. At the Lu Diep mountain villa, Bui Fi Nian stood outside the door, his heart heavy with worry. He scratched his head in frustration, looking down at the family photo on his phone screen. Then he looked up at the sky, which was filled with swirling wind and snow, muttering, "This is so troublesome." Back inside the room, Lu Chunam's voice immediately rang out. "Are the kids doing all right?" Bui Fi Nian slowly replied with a hem. He sighed and turned around, sorry for making everyone worry. Let's continue the meeting. Bui Fi Nian, Liu Chunam, Han Dong, and Chu Fuum Vu all held a white envelope in their hands. They opened them at the same time, and immediately after, a photo of Bui Fi Nian appeared. It suddenly caught fire, turning into ashes that scattered into the air. Liu Chunam frowned, a hint of heartache flashing in his eyes as he saw the message sent to them. From the ashes, the image of his son, Liu Qin's son, appeared, standing arrogantly on the podium. To all residents of Heavenly City, I am Liu Qin's son, the official spokesperson of the first family, the Lem family. Today, I am here to issue a formal announcement regarding the series of events that occurred over the past few days. With respect and goodwill for our old friend, the 8 great families invited the descendant of the Vu family back to Heavenly City, hoping to peacefully resolve our ideological differences. However, our goodwill was met with betrayal and attacks. Cao Chiam, the son of Cao Kern, captain of the Peacekeeping Force's 2nd Action Squad, was unfortunately murdered. 2 vice leaders of the 8 great families, Tren Nan and Ta Khan, were severely injured and remain in critical condition. 2 core facilities within the management zone were deliberately destroyed, which as of now has resulted in 67 innocent civilian casualties. Based on the investigation results at this stage, all clues clearly point to the descendant of the Vu family and his followers. The original intention of the 8 great families was to seek peace, but things have clearly gone against that wish. What is particularly saddening is that among them, there are those who exploited former members of the Lem family. They brazenly reopened past wounds of the Lem family. We utterly despise this despicable act of division. To the entire Lem family, this is undoubtedly a heavy and fatal blow. Here, I want to say this to the descendant of the Vu family and his allies. You raise the flag of peace, but in reality, you attack the lives of our people. The 8 great families will absolutely not allow this to happen again, nor will we bow down to violence and terrorism. We strictly warn you once again, stop all terrorist activities immediately. Otherwise, we will mobilize all our power and means to eradicate this threat. Those who harbor them will suffer the same punishment. The peace and order of Heavenly City will not tolerate any violations. As soon as he finished speaking, the message vanished. Liu Chunam slammed his fist on the table in both anger and shame, unable to believe his own son had betrayed them. He choked out a single word, "Sorry." Chu Feng Vu spoke the painful truth from his heart. The envelope contained a picture of Phil Nian, which makes it all too clear. How long can we protect him? Chunam frowned, hanging his head as he replied, "For as long as we can." Suddenly, Bui Phil Nian's voice rang out, "Everyone, I have something to say." Deep inside a dark room, where even the water reeked of blood, in the middle of the room was a massive containment pod. Cold water enveloped a figure floating quietly within. Vun Weiet's long hair drifted slowly with every small ripple. Her arms, legs, and waist were tightly secured by metal shackles. Her entire body was motionless, as if submerged in a slumber she would never wake from. Her beautiful face still didn't show a single trace of emotion. Suddenly, a single tear fell, slowly blending into the freezing water. Over at the Liu estate, a hidden number joined their video call. As the image appeared, the person on the other end immediately spoke. "Long time no see. How have you all been lately?" The moment they saw the other person, they all gasped in surprise, calling out her name, Ha Bak. She immediately turned her attention to Bui Phil Nian. It seems every time we gather, it's to clean up the mess for this troublemaker, and this time is no exception. Hearing this, Bui Phil Nian immediately grew irritated. Mess? Did you call just to mock me? Liu Chunam turned to calm him down. Bui Nian, don't get worked up.
Han Dong and Old Chu also chimed in right after.
Haha, the most difficult people to find are all gathered here today. This really is a world-class masterpiece. Come on, we aren't kids anymore. Can you drop the habit of bickering and fighting every time you meet? Ha Bak, you called because of the official announcement issued by the Lem family, right? Ha Bak nodded, warning everyone seriously. Yeah, I'm here to tell you that you need to get that troublemaker out of the city, fast. The order Lam Dao Sin handed down isn't just a simple notice or warning, it's a death sentence for Bui Nian.
Originally, there were still quite a few neutral families in the city, but now they're all forced to choose a side.
You have to leave Heavenly City immediately. Upon hearing this, Bui Fi Nian raised his voice. What? Telling me to run away is no different from telling me to admit defeat. I'm not going anywhere. I did nothing wrong. I'm fixing our past mistakes. Liu Chunam lowered his head, agreeing with what Ha Bak said. Bui Nian, Ha Bak is right. Now is not the time to debate right and wrong anymore. The fact that Lam Dao Sin could cast that red vote back then meant he wanted to show his stance to all of Heavenly City. In the face of order, even his own flesh and blood can be sacrificed.
Not only did you secretly bring the girl who was supposed to disappear back into the city, but you also made her one of us. This is no different from pulling the tiger's whiskers and publicly challenging his authority. If he doesn't punish you, how will he be able to win the people's hearts later on? Bui Fi Mian didn't care, pouting and turning his face away. Why should I care about him? That's not my obligation. The other four looked at him speechlessly, reminding him, you still have the mood to make sarcastic remarks here. The bottom line is that we must get Bui Mian out of the city first. But where to? Liu Chunam stood up abruptly and replied, to District 8. The scene shifted to the gates of the management zone and the exile zone. The loudspeaker continuously broadcasted. Emergency notice from the Supplies Management Bureau. I repeat, emergency notice from the Supplies Management Bureau. Due to a breakdown in the management zone's supply chain, the supply shipment scheduled to arrive at the exile zone at 1900 today will be temporarily suspended. The date of resumption will be announced later. I repeat, due to a breakdown in the management zone's supply chain, the supply shipment scheduled to arrive at the exile zone at 1900 today will be temporarily suspended. The date of resumption will be announced later. Upon hearing the announcement, the workers looked at each other in panic. Shocking. Is this real or a joke? Food supplies are cut off? How is that possible? The supplies have never been suspended before, right? The scene shifted to the Black Bear base. Shu He brought medicine to the hybrids, giving careful instructions. But Thak A showed attitude, constantly complaining, you dare inject anything into a person. What kind of decent medicine could you possibly buy in this dump? Whoever wants to take it can take it, but I won't. Seeing Chu He walking toward Thak A, Koi Tu immediately panicked and blocked his way. Don't get worked up, let's talk this out. He smiled gently like a living Buddha, then leaned down to ask her, is your leg feeling any better today? Feeling the maximum level of oppression, Thaka began to sweat profusely. She stuttered in reply, be better. It's a bit better. Hearing this, Chu He reminded her, you must be a good girl and take your medicine. Thaka said yes with her mouth, but in her heart, she just wanted to hack him into 1,000 pieces. A bunch of demons with human faces. Hypocrites. Frets. Die, die, die. After finishing everything, Chu He turned to leave, but his eyes suddenly darted around, looking at Thiam Lang's empty bed, and he wondered, is he not here? Up on the rooftop, Thiam Lang sat quietly by himself, immersed in his own past. He recalled that day, the day he saw Dao Quang for the last time. That day, he had pressed him for answers about everything, threatening not to forgive him otherwise. But Dao Quang didn't say anything, only holding out his hand to make a sign to Thiam Lang. He recognized that hand sign immediately, and then could only watch as the other's back slowly disappeared behind the door. Thiam Lang looked down at the palm of his hand with a frowning face, and then his hand unconsciously recreated Dao Quang's action from that day. Fight. You have to win. Thiam Lang remained silent for a long time, then choked back a sob. What do I even have to win with? Just then, a shout echoed from below. This is bad. This is really bad. Downstairs, Sam Nguyen and Ha Mi were conversing. I'll pass the word to Thiam Lang and the others, but you must guarantee that whether there's what you're looking for in that White House or not, you will still help us save Dao Quang. He nodded in reply. Since I propose this partnership, I can naturally guarantee you that. Suddenly, Tun Tian's shout rang out as he burst through the door. Sam Wheat. This is bad, everyone. Follow me quickly. Shortly after, everyone gathered in one room, listening to the news broadcast on the TV. A few days ago, our food factory was attacked, causing many employees to suffer both physical and mental trauma. The losses from this incident are not only materials and equipment, but more importantly, our staff who need comfort and rest. We will try our best to restore the food supply as soon as possible and fulfill our duties. The reporter immediately asked him, when is the earliest? Director, the people need an exact time.
Hearing that news, everyone in the room started arguing with each other. The management zone owns many food production lines. Even if material quantities fluctuate, the probability of the supply being interrupted is extremely low. The reporter's suspicion is not unreasonable. Sam Wheat, this wave of pressure seems aimed at inciting conflict between us and the people of the exile zone. If we can't come up with a countermeasure, we'll soon be driven out by the masses in the exile zone. Liu Chi-Swin watched the chaotic argument in front of him, grimacing as he thought to himself, "It's so damn noisy." He turned and gently poked the person next to him, asking, "Is this considered a very serious matter?" Sam Wheat? Sam Wheat suddenly smiled, then announced, "Everyone, I think our cooperation has to proceed earlier than planned." Beside them, Tun Tien and Sister Home had already started taking action. She signaled quietly, "Tun Tien, go get ready." Hearing the order, Tun Tien immediately opened the door and quietly slipped out. Sam Wit watched the two of them, ignoring the noisy chatter of the others around him. At the Black Bear Gang's warehouse, Tun Tien and a few others were busy inventorying their goods, preparing for consumption in the coming period. Tun Tien carefully instructed his subordinate, Teal Back, to ensure guns were distributed to every member and to conserve ammo. Not far away, Al Lei was secretly observing their actions. The girl quickly returned to report to Sam Wit's group. Brother Sam Wheat guessed right. They finished inventorying their supplies and now they're distributing weapons. Looking at their defensive stance, it's as if they're prepared to fight at any moment. Sure enough, as soon as the news of the supply cutoff spread, suspicion spread like a virus. Bui Tin Hua looked at Sam Wheat, wanting to hear his thoughts. After thinking for a moment, Sam Wheat replied, "Not just the Black Bear Gang. I'm afraid the other gangs won't sit still either. To these gangs, receiving supplies can be temporarily paused, but distributing them absolutely cannot, because it is the key to maintaining peace between the major gangs." As he spoke, he started using a marker to draw on the ground. Most of the reserve supplies in the exile zone are in the hands of the large gangs. Now that the supply is suddenly cut off, suspicion will inevitably arise. Everyone will start thinking, how much does the other side have left? If they can't hold out anymore, will they strike at us? We might as well strike first. Once it gets to this point, starting a war is only a matter of time. Conservative gangs will choose to hold their ground as their first step. Along with the constant depletion of resources, it will naturally transition to the second phase, plundering. After hearing Sam Nuet's explanation, everyone understood and began exchanging thoughts. The worst-case scenario is that some gangs will bypass defending and go straight to plundering for fear of being too slow. It seems this chaos is no longer a war of resources, but a war of time. Exactly, it's a war of time. Whoever strikes first will gain the upper hand. Based on this analysis, if there are extremists who want to take advantage of the chaos to commit evil, it will be very difficult to detect them in time, won't it? Add that announcement to it, which doesn't give a clear recovery time. It could be 1 hour, or it could be 10 days. Speaking of this, Bui Tin Hoa and Liu Chi-Swin both spoke up at the same time. Uncertainty. Sam Wit ruffled his hair deep in thought. That's right, someone is exploiting people's fear of uncertainty. No more than 36 hours. No, in no more than 24 hours, something major will happen in the exile zone. Perhaps it has already begun. Ignore everything on the surface, we just need to resolve it at the root. Think calmly, Sam Wit. Think calmly. Just then, Tiu Hack suddenly appeared. Wrapping his arms around Sam Wit's neck and leaning in close to whisper in his ear, he chuckled. "Haven't you already figured out a solution?" He squished Sam Wit's cheeks, pulling his face close. "Who are you putting on this distressed act for?" Sam Wit frowned at him. Had been wondering what was missing. Turned out it was this guy. Pushing Q Hack away, he replied, "I'm not pretending to be distressed. I really do have a way to solve the supply issue, but I can't see through the enemy's intentions." Q Hack raised an eyebrow. "What do you mean?" Sam Wet answered in a low voice. "Going through all this trouble, they're clearly targeting me. If the enemy is waiting for me to act, Wood might be falling right into their trap by doing so. They had the chance to kill me before but didn't, proving him worth more to them alive than dead. So, what exactly is my value? What kind of force am I up against? A single person? A whole group? What do they want from me? I just can't wrap my head around any of it." It's like looking at flowers through a fog, where truth and illusion blend together. That's what makes it so dangerous. At this point, Sam Guet's eyes darkened, and his voice dropped to a whisper, and the most important thing is, everyone is keeping far too many secrets from me. Just then, a squawking sound echoed from outside the window. Chu He quickly listened to what they were saying. His expression instantly changed. Seeing the look on his face, Bui Tin Hua immediately stood up and called him outside. "Chu He, let's go outside and talk for a bit." Lu Chi Zhuan was about to stand up and follow them, but Chu He simply placed a hand on his shoulder, pressing him gently back down. "You stay here." Just that small gesture was enough for Lu Chi Zhuan to understand. Something had happened. He paused for a moment before calmly changing his tone. "I'm going to the bathroom." Owl leaned in close to Tutram and whispered, Don't you think the atmosphere between them is a little weird? It's like they're angry at each other. Tram nodded seriously. Not just a little, it's very weird. But there's something even weirder right behind you, he said, pointing a finger past her. They saw Sam Guyet muttering to himself in a corner. Stop bothering me, back off. Now isn't the time to hand my body over to you, wait until later. But knowing Sam Guyet had his own mental world, they just closed their eyes and ignored it. Out in the hallway, Shuhee recounted everything the Grey Magpies had seen and heard to Bui Tin Hua. She stood frozen in place, utterly dazed, refusing to believe what she had just heard.
Shuhee asked worriedly, "What are your plans now?" Bui Tin Hua's throat felt as if something was blocking it. She clenched her fists until they trembled. I have to go back. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out in their ears. It seemed a gang had already started making their move. Flames flared up on the horizon, reflecting in Bui Tin Hua's eyes. Shuhee stared at her for a long time before softly calling out, Tin Hua. The exile zone had been cut off from supplies for 2 hours, 21 minutes, and 14 seconds. Sam Guyet sat slumped in his room, his mind swirling in a chaotic storm of thoughts. Dozens of walls seemed to stand before him, blocking his path to the truth. Ability fusion, secrets. Silver rings, scars, Lu Qi's Yuan, Han Ao Li, Bui Tin Hua, Tram, Shuhee, multiple energy cores, elemental abilities losing control and triggering terrifying chain reactions. Everything they had ever said to him echoed in his mind. Faced with tens of thousands of pieces of information, Sam Guyet felt as tiny as an ant. He squeezed his eyes shut, then slowly opened them again. 2 hours, 55 minutes, and 38 seconds had passed since the exile zone supplies were cut off. Sam Guyet slowly stood up and cast his gaze out the window. Behind him, Tiu Hak still stood silently, hands in his pockets, and asked, Have you figured out what move the enemy is playing? Sam Guyet gazed thoughtfully into the distance. I don't even know if they're actually an enemy yet. Seeing him walk away, Tiu Hak asked, Where are you going? But he too quickly dissolved into nothingness and vanished. Less than great men. Initiating a breakout operation within the area. Out in the hallway, Shuha was heading toward the meeting room when he unexpectedly bumped into Sam Guyet. Seeing him, the boy smiled and immediately cut to the chase. I was specifically waiting for you here. Brother Chuha, let's talk for a bit about the special ability that the Chu family is hiding. Knowing full well that he couldn't hide anything from Sam Guyet, Chuha willingly answered his question. You fought Thien Lang inside the maze without taking a scratch. Was it because of that? Inside the meeting room, Fak A, having been forced into a chair by Bui Tin Hua, was fiercely resisting and causing a massive scene. Let go of me. Damn it, are you going to let me sleep or not? If I don't recover properly and end up crippled, who's going to take responsibility? Less than greater than. Seeing Lu Qi's Yuan's face clearly suffering from severe sleep deprivation, high cortisol levels, and unstable serotonin, along with Bui Tin Hua's furrowed brows, twitching eyelids, and suppressed anger. Koi Tu, standing next to her, got scared and immediately clamped a hand over Thaka's mouth. Stop speaking your mind. He cowered, forcing a smile as he looked up at the two of them. We're having a meeting, right? Meetings are great. I love meetings. Haha. After they had been chatting for a while, Tram reminded Ao Li to keep it down, pointing out that there were two people in the room who could explode at any second. Right at that moment, Sam Guyet entered the room with a scroll of paper in hand, accompanied by Chu Hee. Sorry to keep you waiting. Let's start the tactical meeting right away. Sitting off to the side, Tan Thien couldn't help but marvel. For Sam Guyet to come up with a countermeasure in such a short time, he truly lived up to the title of a god. But the moment he saw the drawing Sam Guyet had sketched out, Tan Thien immediately changed his mind. What a lunatic. Aside from Lu Qi's Yuan and Bui Tin Hua, who had already spiraled into depression, the rest of them didn't fare much better after seeing Sam Guyet's drawing. Tan Thien quickly synced the gathered information and projected it for everyone to see. This video was uploaded to Looker just 10 minutes ago. Volunteers were protesting right in front of the main gates of the Supply Management Bureau. The majority of the protesters at the scene were black rings who worked in the management zone. Their families were currently suffering the torment of supply shortages in the exile zone. A person with a covered face, gender indiscernible, held the camera and spoke from the heart. My purpose for filming this video is very simple. I'm begging everyone watching this to think calmly. The Management Bureau claims they want to appease the injured citizens, but this action has definitely hurt countless other innocent people. Compatriots in the exile zone, please don't be manipulated. There are many of us in the management zone who stand with you. May the gods bless the child. Our hearts are always with the gods. Right after they finished watching, the video was immediately deleted. Tan Thien quickly summarized, the good news is, the public sentiment in the management zone is on our side. The bad news is, because so many citizens in the management zone spontaneously brought food to support the exile zone, the entrances and exits have been temporarily shut down under the pretext of preventing riots.
Sam Goyet immediately steered the conversation back to the main issue. Based on all that, he suspected that the report of supply depletion was fake news. He then smiled, recalling a past incident he and A. Thuan had accidentally discovered. The symbols on those crates changed every day. The supplies we got today were marked C, yesterday's were B, and a few days ago, it was A. At the time, the two of them had come up with a hypothesis. Label C was likely goods that had been stockpiled in a warehouse for a while and never distributed. Or worse, maybe Label C was processed from rotting human flesh.
Webtoon Hall also chimed in, yin-yang crates.
In other words, even if some of the news on TV is true, they definitely still have food reserves from different batches. Sam Goyet nodded and began to lay it out. Exactly. Our target is this very batch of non-existent supplies, well split into 3 paths. One team stays in the exile zone to control the situation, one team is in charge of locating the supplies, and the final team will infiltrate the management zone to bring the goods back. Team 1, heading into the management zone. Shu He, To Tram, and Bui Tin Hua. Team 2, staying in the exile zone. Thien Lang, Ha Mi, and Du Du.
And the final team, in charge of locating the supplies. Ao Li, Sam Goyet, Lu Chi-Zuen, Koi Tu, and Fak A. The moment Fak A heard the plan, she sprang up. Can you speak human? I understand every single word, but why does it make zero sense when you put them together? Where are we going to get the supplies? Where? Thien Lang couldn't even be bothered to respond. Rolling his eyes away, he muttered, Are you deaf or blind? Fak A stared blankly before snapping back. Damn it, whose side are you even on? Sam Goyet stood in a corner, gently reaching out to touch the wall next to him, deeply immersed in his own mental world. On one side was the returning Son of God. On the other was the ruling leadership system in power. All this time, there had always been a faction had overlooked, those who purposely downplayed their presence, from the high, middle to the low tiers, scattered across every layer of society. They too were watching this good show unfold. Making things difficult for the exile zone was just a facade. Testing his resolve was the real goal. Someone was testing him, to see whether he'd go up against the management district for the sake of a single city, or to see if he had the ruthlessness to abandon this place entirely. That person could be a family secretly supporting his mother, or maybe they weren't. In short, anyone who could come up with such a scheme was absolutely not a good person. Just then, a voice rang out, interrupting Sam Goyet's train of thought. Webtoon Hall pointed out the problem they faced.
Charging straight in through the gates is easy, but slipping in quietly won't be that simple. The others nodded in unison. The land routes were definitely a no-go, but the sky was a different story. Hearing this, she grew even more confused. The entire airspace of the management district is heavily monitored. Taking the sky route is practically announcing our arrival to them. The moment she finished, Chu He immediately cut in. Let me clear a path for everyone. Wei Tin Hua and Lu Chi-Zuen turned to look at him simultaneously. They saw a remarkably confident look in Chu He's eyes. Leave the airspace system to me. Saying that, he turned to Lu Chi-Zuen. You'll help me, right? Resting his chin on his hand and looking away, he replied, You and Sam Goyet have already figured everything out, so why are you still asking me?
Time was running out, so Sam Goyet wanted to explain the rest of the details to everyone on the way. But Fak A instantly sprang up and launched into a long tirade.
You make it sound so easy. Do you think you can just mess with the management zone's network defense system whenever you please? We have to connect to their devices first, hack into the vehicle's network to plant a virus, use that as a springboard to constantly expand our access privileges, and only then will we have a chance to locate the cold storage system and dig up the entry and exit logs of the supply trucks. And finally, we have to break through the back door of the Food Management Bureau's system. Do you even understand? Do you think this is like going to the bathroom in your own house? You can just go whenever you want. If we get caught, who's going to take responsibility?
After hearing her out, Sam Goyet immediately goaded her.
Oh, giving such a long speech. You're not just scared you won't be able to get the data and end up humiliating yourself, are you? Everyone stared at him in sheer disbelief, utterly convinced this tactic was useless. But Fak A suddenly froze. Like a moth through a flame, she fell right into Sam Goyet's trap, leaving everyone absolutely floored. Who says I can't do it? Let's move out right now. And just like that, everyone quickly returned to their rooms, ready to set out in 20 minutes. Suddenly, Thien Lang called out to Sam Goyet. He had something he wanted to ask him. Sam Goyet didn't avoid him. He turned around to face him. Thien Lang got straight to the point, looking down at Sam Goyet. You told Ha Mai that you want to go rescue Dao Quang. Why did you say that?
It seems like you and Dao Quang really love asking why, huh?
As he spoke, he took a step closer to Sam Goyet. Why not give up? Why this? Why that? No wonder you two became friends. Because normal people can't possibly understand your actions. Besides, we are your enemies. Sam Goyet closed his eyes tightly and answered his question. There are no eternal enemies. Everything changes. That is the rule of this world. If it were me, I would give it my all to keep my friends alive. And you guys. Right now, you still have that chance. Therefore, at this point, Sam Goyet suddenly extended a hand toward Thien Lang, causing him to momentarily freeze. Come with me. Let's put an end to this controlled tragedy. We need each other's strength. A question formed in Thian Lang's heart. Dao Quang, can I trust him? At the same time, in the laboratory, Dao Quang was huddled up in a corner against the wall. Seeing him in such a state, the scientists didn't push to continue the experiments. But little did they know Dao Quang was only pretending, secretly plotting to gouge all their eyes out. On the other side, Thian Lang and Sam Guayet had reached a fair agreement. Once we resolve the supply issue, we'll go rescue Dao Quang together. Wipe that smile off your face, it's annoying. You really aren't an honest person at all. Half an hour later, the vehicles were ready. Suddenly, Tan Thian heard a commotion erupting behind him. Then turning back with a smile, this scene is definitely worth capturing. Finally, all the teams have gathered and are ready to set off to execute the plan. Before leaving for their respective missions, Chu He carefully instructs Ao Li. The two of them anxiously urge each other to be careful. Suddenly, Chu He turns around and lowers his voice to speak to Sam Guet. I have a favor to ask. No, it doesn't really count as a favor. After all, he can take good care of himself. I know that after meeting Lu Qin's son, you definitely have a lot of questions, and you might even have some doubts about Lu Qizwen's stance. I might be overstepping, but I want to tell you this. Regardless of his family's stance, it doesn't change the fact that right now he's here, right by your side. Just go for it boldly. All of us will give our all to cooperate with you. Sam Guet, deeply moved, nods in thanks to Chu He. Immediately after, everyone splits into 3 groups, with each team taking a separate car. Lu Qizwen drives the first car, and naturally, nothing goes wrong with it. Suddenly, Sam Guet pokes his head out from the back of the car and shouts to Thian Lang's car. Thian Lang, your bodies haven't fully recovered yet, so don't push yourselves too hard. As long as you can control the situation, it's fine. Don't overuse your abilities. Also, don't disconnect. I need to know your movements and the situation in the exile zone at all times. Do you hear me? Thian Lang completely ignores him and turns his head away. It seems the second car, driven by Thian Lang, won't be much of a concern either. But the third car, driven by Bui Tin Hua, is not quite as certain. The 3 of them quickly step on the gas, speeding off in 3 different directions. Sam Guet carefully instructs, to tram, wait for my location coordinates. Remember this well. Once you have a location, do not act immediately. You must wait for the signal when the dark clouds cover the sky. 20 minutes later, somewhere in the exile zone, a human trafficking ring is continuously kidnapping a large number of black ring children to take them away. A man in the vehicle urgently rushes everyone. Are you done yet? Let's go. But just as he turns back, intending to speed off, someone walks right up in front of him. The man honks the horn loudly and yells, "Get out of the way." Are you deaf? I said move. Seeing that Thian Lang refuses to move, he immediately grabs his gun, preparing to attack. But a second later, the entire cargo truck is swept up into the air by Thian Lang's black dust. The remaining vehicle in the back desperately tries to flee, but it gets stuck tight, unable to move an inch. Dudu has commanded Happy to firmly grab the car, preventing it from escaping. Having used his powers, Thian Lang quickly coughs up a mouthful of blood. In another corner, Hami is cornered by a group of men, but she just clutches her stomach and bursts into giggles, leaving them utterly confused. Then, turning around with a smile, she tucks her hair to one side. I'm laughing because you idiots are about to die. Immediately after, the agonizing screams of the men echo endlessly through the narrow alley. Over on Thian Lang's side, they have quickly and successfully rescued the children. He stands to the side, listening to Sam Guet on the phone. Thian Lang, don't forget what I said. At the logistics gate, the large-scale transport channel, Sam Guet says with frustration, the signal isn't very good. Hearing this, Faka bursts into laughter. Is that so? That's normal. Thian Lang's signal has never been good anyway. Ao Li observes them from the side, when suddenly, Lu Qizwen steps out from behind. Why are you still here? Ao Li jumps down from the car, her tone slightly sorrowful. I want to stay with you. Sam Guet agreed to it too. He agreed? Lu Qizwen replies, holding his sleeping pills. His words are useless. I don't agree. Stay away from here. The further, the better. The atmosphere suddenly becomes dead silent. Lu Qizwen realizes his words were a bit harsh. He awkwardly turns his head to look at Ao Li, bends down and says softly, I'm sorry, Ao Li. My attitude was uncalled for. Look at this. Saying this, Lu Qizwen raises his hand. When I'm awake, I can freely control my abilities, just like now. But when I fall into a deep sleep, I release a kind of magnetic field. The weather will change and my energy will lose control, spreading out into the surroundings. Eventually, it will hurt everyone, including myself. Seeing Lu Qizwen's arm suddenly bleed, Ao Li cries out in panic, your arm. Lu Qizwen lowers his voice. It's nothing. Be a good girl, Ao Li, and stay a bit away from me. Ignoring his attempt to push her away, Ao Li anxiously scolds him. You could have just said it. Why do you have to hurt yourself just to make a point? Lu Qizwen freezes and repeats himself. Wait, do you even understand what I'm saying? I mean, this small wound is fine, it will. But before he can finish, Aoli firmly interrupts, "No, give me your hand." "Don't you feel any pain? Is this how you explain it every time someone asks?" She speaks while wrapping a bandage around Liu Qizuan's hand. He never expected that one day he'd actually get scolded by a little kid. Looking down at his carefully bandaged hand, Liu Qizuan is suddenly left speechless. Alla clutches her chest, looking up with gentle eyes. "It gets so cold when it rains. Let me stay and keep watch over you." Very soon, a heavy downpour begins. Alla tightly grips the bag of sleeping pills in her hand and listens to Liu Qizuan's emphasis. "Once I'm asleep, you must leave." She nods in understanding, softly wishing Liu Qizuan a deep and peaceful sleep. In the surveillance room of the cargo transfer area, the guards carefully inspect the external security cameras. After confirming that no one is around, they proceed to change shifts, completely unaware that the surveillance system has long been under the control of Sam Nguet's team. Less than greater than. The first and most crucial step for this mission to succeed is that THAC-A must connect to the management zone's network, hack the vehicle tracking system, and find the route of yesterday's supply convoy. However, because her line of sight is blocked, she cannot see the control panel at all. Sam Nguet immediately comes up with a solution. He steps up to the wall, presses his hand against it using telekinesis, then extends his hand toward THAC-A, telling her to take it so he can guide her to the location. Initially, THAC-A and Koi-2 are skeptical, but pressured by Sam Nguet's urging, they have no choice but to trust him. The very moment they hold hands, THAC-A's senses immediately link with Sam Nguet's, allowing her to see everything inside. Astounded, she fires off a series of questions. "Is this teleportation? Can't they see us?" Sam Nguet quickly replies, "No, only your consciousness is here. Your physical body is still where it was." THAC-A gapes in utter awe. "Holy crap, this is insane." Suddenly, Sam Nguet points forward. "Is this distance enough for you to hack? We can't move around freely." THAC-A confidently replies, "More than enough." She then giggles excitedly and begins to activate her ability. Connecting to THAC-A's system, issuing mission command, search for the abnormal supply convoy's route to all guild members. Mission command complete. In just a few short seconds, THAC-A disables the firewall, bypass successful, and plants a virus into the management zone's system. She effortlessly infiltrates the vehicle tracking network, expanding the search radius to 13%. The search radius continues to expand, reaching 46% in the blink of an eye. Successfully log into the management zone's cold storage system, currently scanning every entry and exit log of the cold storage. Search radius reaches 68%. Outside, Koi-2, who is guarding their bodies, is practically having a nervous breakdown, muttering, "Hurry up, hurry up, hurry up." Finally, she reaches the step to hack into the Supply Management Bureau's system. But just as THAC-A attempts to break in, the Bureau's system instantly flashes red with an anomaly warning. Failure. Unable to infiltrate. Tense, THAC-A repeatedly tries again and again, but the result remains the same. Infiltration failed. Cannot connect to the Supply Management Bureau's system. Infiltration failed. Infiltration failed. Infiltration failed. The situation grows increasingly intense, and at the very last moment before her ability is forcibly deactivated due to overuse, THAC-A successfully connects to the Supply Management Bureau's system. Opening the supply registry system. Searching for vehicles with abnormal supply routes. In all her life, THAC-A has never been so focused. Her body is rigid, and she doesn't dare to blink even once. At last, she finds the location of the hidden supplies. The moment the job is done, both of them immediately snap back to their bodies. Losing her balance, THAC-A falls backward, right as the surveillance system returns to normal. Quick as lightning, Koi-2 grabs the two of them and flies violently outward. Seeing that THAC-A is not in a good state, Sam Nguet quickly warns Koi-2, "Don't touch her. The connection might transfer some of my sensations to her, including pain and memories. In short, let her calm down first." THAC-A's body goes limp, her mind is a haze, and Koi-2's voice beside her sounds like a muffled buzzing. THAC-A's body feels as if thousands of sharp thorns are piercing through her. Knowing she is panicking, Sam Nguet can only ask gently, "I'm sorry, THAC-A. I should have told you beforehand. Are you okay?" After regaining her senses a moment later, THAC-A, trembling and panting, clutches her own neck. She looks up at Sam Nguet, who is calmly calling to Tram to report the situation, and hoarsely replies, "I'm fine." Waiting until Sam Nguet walks a bit ahead, THAC-A whispers to Koi-2, "He definitely did that on purpose. He used his empathic connection with me so that the moment my consciousness detached, he could intervene and stop me from giving him fake coordinates." Hearing this, Koi-2 startles and asks, "Huh? You were planning to give fake coordinates?" You. THAC-A pouts and retorts, "You what? It's not like I succeeded anyway. Why are you acting so jumpy?" That guy Sam Nguet is incredibly cunning. We've underestimated him way too much before. After leaving the surveillance zone, Sam Nguet went to the car and waved Li over. The little girl stood up and glanced back at Liu Qizuan. Then she carefully pulled the blanket over him. Sleep well, Shi Swen Oppa. The sky gradually turned a gloomy gray. Dark clouds rolled in heavily. Faka asked repeatedly in fear, "Is this distance safe? Can we back up a little more?" Liu Qisuian's body started to stir, with streaks of lightning crackling around him. Even the car tires suddenly went flat for no apparent reason. Fak Ah and Koi too huddled together in terror. How can someone look even scarier asleep than awake? At the border of the exile zone and the management zone, Bui Tin Hoa's team also noticed the shifting weather. The sky instantly changed color, fierce winds howled, and continuous thunder roared as if to tear the night apart. Billowing dark clouds blanketed the sky as a massive storm descended. Amidst the interweaving rain and thunder, his consciousness seemed to sink to the bottom of the water, plunging back into the memories of the past. It was a breathtakingly beautiful sunset. Liu Qisuian spurred his black horse to chase after his older brother, shouting urgently, "Wait, don't go. I'll answer your question. You asked why we should give up the land beneath our feet. Brother, let me ask you, who decreed that this land belongs to us? Every single brick of this city was built by them. Why let them in when they're needed, only to kick them out when they're not?" Hearing his younger brother's words, Liu Qin's son lightly tightened his grip on the reins and let out an "oh," then turned his horse around, circling Liu Qisuian. Interesting. Whose grand words are you echoing now? Fine, let's say you've answered the first question. Now answer the second one. From black to silver rings, their population is dozens of times larger than the special class. You give them equality today, but what happens when equality isn't enough anymore? What then? Share the privileges you are currently enjoying? You only see the special class as heartless. No one is born cold, but to maintain social order, sacrifices must be made. You're assuming they are guilty. Pausing for a beat, Liu Qingsun continued. Let me ask you, why do the rings exist? Haven't countless ability users been treated as freaks and unjustly oppressed throughout history? He reached up, caressing the gold collar on his neck with a smirk. As I see it, the higher the ring, the more that person needs protection. Unable to hold back, Liu Qisuian gripped his reins so tightly his knuckles turned white and veins popped. How is that any different from the oppressors of the past? Why does it have to be Lam Dao's sin? He's just a scumbag who casually tramples on human lives. Liu Qisuian looked his brother dead in the eye and declared, "If you follow him, then from now on, I no longer have you as a brother." Liu Qinsun's expression didn't change in the slightest. He simply spurred his horse to calmly trot away. Look at you. When people can't refute an argument, they just attack the messenger. Hurry home. Go find the father who can back you up. Liu Qisuian's face fell, softly calling out Liu Qinsun's name. His voice deepened as he slowly turned his head. In that case, I have some questions for you too. After a moment of silence, he spoke up. How many entertainment facilities in the management zone hunt black rings? What is the average age of the victims? How many women and children die tragically every year? Beneath the land you stand on, how deep is the mass grave? That is the first question. You keep saying sacrifices must be made to maintain order. If someday higher-level, stronger ring users emerge to trample us gold rings, making us the sacrifices, could you happily accept that new order? Or would you rise up against the injustice you suffer? How would you treat the land beneath your feet then? That is the second question. And the final one. I've never needed father's backing. It's actually you, brother. Where are you rushing off to? Liu Qingsun's face turned icy. His brother's arrogant tones seemed to grate on him, his eyes glowing red as he glared back. As soon as Liu Qisuian's final question ended, a cold shard of ice grazed right past his face. Liu Qisuian fell silent. Blood began trickling down his cheek. His body went limp, falling off the horse, and sinking deep into the freezing water. Back in reality, the hurricane continued to howl. Sam Wade's group had to cling tightly to the stone railing so they wouldn't be blown away. Suddenly losing her strength, Fak-Ass hands slipped from the railing, and she was instantly blown backward. Luckily, O-Li was nearby and grabbed her hand just in time to pull her back. O-Li hugged a pillar with one arm, her other hand tightly gripping Fak-A's wrist, refusing to let go. The wind grew stronger by the second. Faka flapped in the air like a fragile piece of paper. She curiously turned her head to look, her pupils instantly dilating in pure terror. Seeing the violent tornado right behind her, Faka screamed in panic. Damn it! You little brat, whatever you do, don't let go. Over with Bui Tinhua's team, Toe Tram carefully predicted the weather. Thunderstorms with the risk of ball lightning. A special phenomenon, a microburst. Confirming the signs, he turned to Chu Hei. Ready? Chu Hei, looking down from a high building, nodded. Yeah, let's move. On the other side, everyone fought with all their might against the storm, silently hoping for Liu Qisuian to wake up soon. In his subconscious, Liu Qisuian lay motionless on the grass. His body gradually became hazy. Then, bit by bit, he plunged into the water beneath, sinking deep to the bottom. The moment the final thunderbolt struck, Liu Qisuian felt as if swept away by the storm. He screamed in panic. Then his eyes snapped open as he bolted awake. The image of a wooden door belonging to the Lum estate flashed in his mind. At the Airspace Monitoring Center of Management Zone 4, everyone braced themselves, not daring to let their guard down for a single moment against this sudden tempest. By the time Liu Qi-Suiyan woke up, even their car was no longer intact. He was frustrated at dreaming that old nightmare again, but quickly calmed down, worrying about everyone's safety. He sighed in relief, thinking his sleep this time hadn't been too disastrous. But that thought was instantly shattered. The truck's roof, holding too much water, couldn't bear the weight and tore open, dumping a torrent over him. Drenched to the bone, Liu Qi-Suiyan dragged his body out of the car. As he looked up, he saw Yu Lei and the others waving at him from a distance. Instinctively scanned the area for Sam Wit, then suddenly looked up in surprise. What the? Sam Wit, his messy hair dripping with tiny water droplets, was tightly gripping an umbrella so torn it couldn't shelter anything anymore, coming to pick up Liu Qi-Suiyan. Shivering violently from the cold, his teeth chattering uncontrollably, he said, "Good job. Thanks to you, Totram and Chu Hei-hyung set off smoothly." Liu Qi-Suiyan froze, his wide eyes not leaving the person in front of him for a second. After a moment, the corners of his mouth twitched and curled up more and more. Finally, unable to hold it in, Liu Qi-Suiyan clutched his stomach and burst into loud laughter. "Ha ha ha, what is up with that look? You look so ugly." Sam Wit scowled, clenching his fists. "You think you're any better? You're even uglier than me." They both suddenly fell silent, turning to stare intently at each other, then tossed the broken umbrella aside, shaking her soaking wet hair to dry off. "Next time, bring a cooler umbrella to pick me up," Sam Wit pouted. "You're lucky you even got one. And now you're being picky. What else do you want besides an umbrella? Just say it. I'll treat you. By swiping your card." After the rain, the air carried the scent of damp earth and fresh grass, strangely cool and refreshing. Liu Qi-Suiyan looked up at the clearing sky. Sam Wit, is the air after the rain always this fresh? A quiet thought crossed his mind. From now on, even if I have nightmares, it'll be okay. Sam Wit smiled, saying nothing as he looked at him. Ao Li's voice suddenly echoed urgently from afar. "Oppa." She ran over quickly, splashing water everywhere. Right at that moment, an eye inadvertently appeared. Sam Wit and Liu Qi-Suiyan immediately went on high alert, both sensing that something was watching them. Sam Wit yelled a warning, "Ao Li, get out of the way." With a loud boom, a lightning bolt struck the ground. Ao Li dodged to the side just in time. Sensing it quickly, Sam Wit looked up at the sky and signaled to Liu Qi-Suiyan, "Up there." He swiftly fired another lightning bolt into the sky, piercing through the clouds. That eye kept shifting erratically, making it impossible for them to lock on and attack. Sam Wit frowned, deducing, this isn't working. Is it not a physical entity? A long-range attack? If Liu Qi-Suiyan's powers are useless against it, and there is only one way. At this thought, Sam Wit immediately called out, "Teal Hack." The white door sealing the demon was instantly thrown wide open. Quick as a flash, Teal Hawk appeared behind Sam Nwet to take over. "You're the one who initiated this time." Sam Nwet immediately bowed his head. Deep blue aura surged around his body as a wicked chuckle began to echo. He and Teal Hawk had swiftly switched places. He rubbed his neck and cracked it loudly, sporting his usual arrogant smirk. Without a word, Teal Hawk immediately used his clairvoyance to look back, his gaze piercing straight toward the one secretly watching them. "So reeking and cold. Did you die in a sewer? Who is this woman? She looks so familiar." Teal Hawk slowly raised 2 fingers high in the air, his lips curving into a haughty smile. His voice was calm but carried the absolute authority of one who stood above all. "Did I give you permission to look?" The moment he finished speaking, he slammed his 2 fingers into the ground. On the other end, the agonizing scream of a soul echoed instantly. "The Son of God is furious. No, don't force me to look. I don't want to look. I don't want to look. Don't make me look. I was wrong." Even Lum Mak, the one who manipulates those souls, suddenly received a slash across her face. She stumbled back in terror, her trembling eyes looking behind her at the Son of God. Is he really that powerful? Teal Hack's dark silhouette was cast against the wooden door ahead. Under the flickering light, the shadow continuously stretched out, like a grim reaper spreading its arms, silently waiting for its prey to walk into their own demise. On the other side, the moment Teal Hack appeared, aside from Fak Ah, who maintained a calm expression, everyone instinctively tensed their bodies, their guarded gazes entirely fixed on him. Fak Ah looked at Olay in confusion. What's with that expression? Did you see a ghost? Teal Hack suddenly clapped his hands together loudly. In that instant, countless falling raindrops halted, suspended in mid-air as if time had just frozen. The mission is over. Who gave you permission? Corners of Teal Hack's mouth rose higher and higher, a smile he could barely contain. What's going on? This body is becoming even easier to use. Suddenly, he threw his head back and laughed out loud. The laughter echoed through the rain, so manic that it gave them goosebumps. Ha ha ha. The mission is only truly beginning now. That smile remained plastered on his face for quite some time. Then Teal Hack slowly lowered his head. His pitch-black eyes stared straight at the crowd in front of him. Right? Liu Qi-Xuan looked at him, the corners of his lips curling up slightly, his crimson pupils glaring at Teal Hack. Damn it, the real nightmare is right here. Over with Bui Tin Ha's group, tow Tram and flown Chu He as high as possible to avoid detection by the airspace system, the two quickly getting into position, and then tow Tram let go, dropping Chu He. His entire body was instantly enveloped in flames as he plummeted downwards like a falling meteor. Beast-soul fusion. It was tow Tram's first time seeing this ability. His eyes wavered in absolute astonishment. Even his display system couldn't keep up with that immense power. Blood-red avian wings soared across the sky, manifesting into wings for him along the path Chu He plunged down. At Management Zone 4, the Airspace Monitoring Center. The center manager, Dio Thu Jai, unexpectedly received a call from his older sister. The moment he answered, a nagging voice rang out. If you made me worry less, of course I could get some decent rest. I placed you in the easiest job hoping you wouldn't cause any more trouble. Is that so hard? Annoyed, Thu Jai retorted. You've only said 2 sentences and you're already scolding me. What did I even do? Hearing that, his sister immediately grew furious and raised her voice. What did you do? Where were you last Wednesday, or do I need to remind you? The photos from those tabloid sites have already reached me. Didn't I tell you never to go to those places again? I have truly had enough of cleaning up your messes. If something like this happens again, I'll hand over the monitoring center manager position to someone else, and you will obediently stay at home. Tu Jai winced in annoyance. Damn it, just how many spies did she plan around me? But he still obediently replied, I understand, sister. He was so engrossed in his phone call that he entirely failed to notice Chu He hovering right behind him outside the glass window. His entire body suddenly slammed into the glass, coinciding with the clatter of Tu Jai knocking over his coffee cup, so he completely failed to notice it. Tu Jai hastily hung up and, inadvertently hearing a noise, immediately turned around to look, but Chu He was one step faster, hiding above to evade his line of sight. Tu Jai, half doubting, pressed his face against the glass and muttered, Damn weird wind. On top of the roof, Chu He held his red, throbbing cheek and spoke through his earpiece to tow Tram. Next time, it's fine if the landing coordinates are a little bit off. Confirming the successful landing, tow Tram carefully reminded him, You're acting alone, so be careful. Chu He slowly stood up, brushing off his wet hair. His gaze lowered slightly, then glared sharply ahead. That's something the enemy should be worrying about. Inside Dio Thu Jai's office, an employee rushed in frantically to report. We just detected a very faint anomalous energy reading on the periphery of the airspace. Mr. Dio, please take a look at this. Although the fluctuation margin is tiny and could just be caused by the severe weather, it's best we run a deep data scan to confirm its source. Please grant me temporary authorization. Dio Thu Jai took the chart, squinting hard to look at the minuscule fluctuation that appeared on it. Regardless of how worried the employee was, he immediately flew into a rage, threw a shoe at him, and kicked him out. Get out, take your decimal points and scram. Are you mocking me for not having enough trouble with overtime or what? After being kicked out, the employee looked completely battered and exhausted. Clutching the data files, he muttered, but it really is so strange. What if it's a formidable ability user who can bypass the system? At the exact same time, on the 10th floor of the monitoring center, Chu He successfully infiltrated the enemy's base. In the blink of an eye, he took out one of them while the other wasn't paying attention. By the time the man turned back to look, he was dumbfounded to discover that the teammate walking beside him just a moment ago had vanished without a trace. Chu He swiftly slipped behind him and pressed his blade against his neck, threatening, Don't move, if you don't want to die. In a flash, those 2 men were knocked unconscious and dragged into a corner. Chu He effortlessly stole their base access cards and proceeded into another room. Downstairs, the personnel in the management zone quickly received system error warnings and dispatched men to the 10th floor to investigate. On the 10th floor, inside the supercomputer room, Chu He had finished his task. He hid in a corner outside, waiting for them to pass by, then used his sword to adjust the camera's angle to another direction and called tow Tram's team. It's your turn to take the stage. On the lower floor, it was break time for the managers. The copper ring guy from earlier was still entirely engrossed in his files, muttering calculations. It can't be this coincidental, there's definitely a problem. I'll just skip asking for authorization and run a direct analysis. The moment he stepped back into the room, his face suddenly darkened, upon seeing the computer rebooting the system. The man was so shocked that he dropped the files in his hands and screamed, Who gave you permission to restart the system? The colleague next to him, startled by his extreme reaction, replied, What are you getting so worked up for? The supercomputer room had an issue. This is just a routine reboot. The copper ring hastily yelled, No, there can't be this many coincidences. This isn't a glitch. Contact the nearest peacekeeping squad immediately. Lock down the building. There might be intruders. Move fast. Up in the sky, To Tram and Bui Tin Hua had also successfully breached the checkpoint, estimating their landing in 6 seconds. They worriedly asked about Chu He's status. Chu He, have you retreated safely? Chu He hurried to find a hiding spot. As soon as he passed through a door, he froze, and ducked to the side to eavesdrop on the situation. Outside, the enemies suddenly multiplied. Suspecting an intruder, they quickly summoned the enforcement squad to conduct a full sweep of the area. Chu He carefully warned everyone to ensure they didn't get caught. But when Bui Tin Hua showed concern for him, he simply replied as if asking why he would need that. The corners of Chu He's lips curled up, his gaze locking onto the swarm of enemies outside. I need to make a little noise. At Subzone 6 of the Relief Reserve Center, Bui Tin Hua and To Tram had successfully infiltrated the inner area. She turned to ask him, To Tram, isn't there any more precise coordinates for the supply's location? The area of Subzone 6 is 640 acres, roughly the size of 60 standard football fields. If we're lucky, we might find the target supplies before dawn. Hearing this, Tin Hua was shocked to her core, questioning her very existence. Dawn of which day exactly? The image of Faka acting cute suddenly flashed in her mind. Just wait until I get back. I am absolutely going to murder her. The two quickly sneaked into the logistics zone, hiding quietly behind a stall to monitor the situation. Bui Tin Hua accidentally overheard a conversation between the staff about a meet and greet for Layla, a famous celebrity. She suddenly recalled Cloy 2's earlier conversation, realizing that this was a large-scale fan meeting that included performances. Furthermore, Layla was set to announce her new song and film schedule for the upcoming year right there. Bui Tin Hua immediately deduced this might be a great opportunity for father to use the chaos to slip out of the city. Seeing her look somewhat distracted, To Tram quickly shook her shoulder lightly and called out, Tin Hua, we need to hurry and find the supplies. Just like that, the two quickly climbed up and across the various stalls, desperately searching for the hidden location of the supplies. After a bout of jumping around, Bui Tin Hua was completely exhausted, drenched in sweat. She collapsed onto the ground, panting heavily. This is not good at all. To Tram quickly mimicked her, plopping down beside her and starting to huff and puff just like Bui Tin Hua was doing. She couldn't help but burst into laughter, only to be shushed quietly by To Tram. Careful, someone might hear. Who would dare? Bui Tin Hua sneered. Consider them unlucky. I'm boiling with rage right now. Suddenly remembering something, Bui Tin Hua turned to ask, Oh right, To Tram. How exactly did Chu He pierce through the airspace system?
To Tram didn't know how to explain it, so used his whole body to wildly gesture. Like this. They scattered and then went like this, pew, 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 bang, 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 whoosh, 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 and then merged back together. The atmosphere suddenly fell dead silent. They stared wide-eyed at each other. Then To Tram leaned in close and said, Actually, I couldn't analyze the specific principles behind it either. I only know that when he uses his ability, his vital signs fluctuate wildly, just like what? Just then, Chu He's voice chimed in. Do you guys want to turn off the comms first? They both instantly shut up, scratching their heads with sheepish smiles. Both sides quickly updated each other. Any progress on the supplies? Not yet. This warehouse is way bigger than Intel suggested. We still need more time to find the target cache. You two idiots, if you check them one by one, when will you ever finish? Didn't Ingwet say this batch of supplies couldn't be exposed? At times like this, you have to look closely for any abnormal details. Chu He, how's the situation on your end? Have you managed to slip away? Yeah, I'll come group up with you guys right now. Hearing Chu He's words, To Tram immediately switched to thermal imaging mode. Bui Tin Hua looked thrilled, looking as though she wanted to lunge forward and study To Tram's cybernetic body. To Tram quickly hovered up, scanning back and forth for any irregular details, when suddenly the corners of his mouth curled into a smile, as he spotted something interesting ahead. Does this count as an abnormal detail? Outside the Management Zone 4 Airspace Monitoring Center, the guards tirelessly continued their relentless search for any traces of the intruder, when the expression of one of the guards suddenly changed. He shone his flashlight onto a mud puddle in front of him, discovering a massive footprint belonging to some sort of creature. Captain, everyone, get over here, quick. Soon after, the guards immediately gathered and began to deduce the situation. Captain, shouldn't we report this immediately so the investigation team can get involved? Could it be a bear or something jamming the signal? You mean a bear swam all the way across the sea from the city to here and swaggered into the building? Maybe it took the bridge over. I'll beat you to death right now. Seeing his subordinates constantly throwing out wild theories, the captain angrily spoke up. Shut up. Cut the crap. Once the rain stops, there won't be a single trace left, understand? Don't ask for trouble. Hearing that, the subordinates immediately fell silent, not daring to utter another word. Suddenly, a bright light flashed beside them, making everyone turn their heads to look. A bear. No, it's our vehicle. The captain immediately yelled, What are you still standing there for? Hurry up and chase after it.
Seeing a member about to call headquarters to lock the vehicle, he immediately rushed over to stop him. "What are you doing? You idiot. We came to investigate and haven't even reported yet. How are you going to explain our itinerary to headquarters? The vehicle was stolen right in front of our eyes. Can you bear this responsibility?"
If they aren't one of ours, they wouldn't know how to drive a flying vehicle. You two go chase after them. You must stop him. You. Go pacify Brother Dew first. He's the Commander-in-Chief's younger brother. Nothing can go wrong in Sector 4. Move out. Right then, on the other end of the line, as Bui Tin Hoa and To Tram were fighting enemies, they suddenly heard a soft curse ring in their ears. Damn it. Both of them were startled, looking at each other blankly before communicating via brainwaves. Was the person who just cursed Chu He? No, it just sounds like him. Having a bad feeling, Bui Tin Hoa immediately connected to ask Chu He. "Hello, Chu He, are you okay?" On the other side, Chu He didn't know what he was tangled in, his whole body pressed down by a layer of airbags. He used his blade to pierce it, then smiled wryly and replied, Everything is still normal." But To Tram quickly used the locator to find Chu He's position. "Chu He, you. Why are you at sea?" Probably because he could only climb mountains and meditate his whole life. Chu He had finally fulfilled his long-cherished plan. He drove the opponent's flying vehicle, whizzing across the water. Ha ha ha, it's a long story. To Tram, help me find where the nearest open land is. As soon as To Tram sent him the location, Chu He immediately rushed out like a flying arrow, crashing straight onto the mainland. Both sides simultaneously carried out their own tasks. The moment Chu He escaped the flying vehicle was also the time Bui Tin Hoa and To Tram managed to open the door hiding the supplies. Both of them shouted at the same time. "Found it. Chu He, we found the supplies. Chu He." In contrast to Tin Hoa's group, Chu He unfortunately fell into the hands of several guards. They blocked him, pointing their guns at him to control him. The captain ordered his men to snatch the weapon from Chu He's hand. Scan his identity information. Chu He kept his face down, the atmosphere becoming more suffocating. Then he slowly raised his head, his sharp eyes glaring at the people in front of him. "Are you sure? You want to take my blade?" At the Black Bear Gang's base, it was still raining outside with no sign of letting up. Tan Thien and his subordinates were constantly waiting for a call from Bui Tin Hoa's team. As soon as the phone rang, they immediately rushed to pick it up in a panic. On the other end of the line, Bui Tin Hoa quickly reported and asked about the situation. "Is the warehouse ready? Send me the coordinates." Tan Thien didn't dare to delay, quickly drafting a message with the coordinates to send to them. To Tram immediately entered the coordinates successfully. Seeing this, Tan Thien curiously asked, "But how do you guys plan to transport the supplies?" On the other side, Bui Tin Hoa quickly went outside to stand guard for Tram, slowly holding the phone and replying, "You'll know very soon." Inside the supply room, To Tram stood alone amidst billions of boxes of necessities. He fully activated his second energy core, even though his body might likely fall into a singular state afterward. Then, ignoring his body's warnings, To Tram continuously detached from the other energy cores. Outside, Bui Tin Hoa waited anxiously, staring intently at the door. To Tram even shut down all sensory support systems, motor functions, and lower limb pressure. The warning alarms blared incessantly, demanding him to confirm he was in his safe zone. After completely detaching from almost all bodily functions, To Tram collapsed to the ground. Even his visual system shut off entirely. He only retained his spatial positioning system and began to converge the second energy core. As soon as the spatial coordinates were locked, To Tram immediately raised his hand, exerting all his strength into his superpower, phase shift, lifting all the necessities into the air. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire building. Bui Tin Hoa widened her eyes, startled as she looked up at the door. The necessities flew and gathered into a corner, and in the blink of an eye, they completely vanished without a trace. With a loud crash, smoke inside forcefully billowed through the door cracks, accompanied by a fierce sonic wave. Bui Tin Hoa gritted her teeth to endure it, her ears bleeding from the unbearable pressure. On the other side, Tan Thien's group completely lost all sound, trying to decipher Bui Tin Hoa's static voice. Suddenly, a massive boom erupted, sending dust and smoke flying everywhere. Tan Thien and two others were blown away. They coughed and sprawled on the ground. Tan Thien froze, looking forward, his eyes widening in astonishment. Is this real or fake? He quickly urged them, "What are you still standing there for? Call everyone to come help." The hybrids who had just returned saw the sudden influx of supplies and dropped their jaws in shock, quickly rushing over to help. Outside the city, countless starving citizens had to drink water to fill their stomachs and survive each day. Suddenly, a little girl saw something. Her face lit up, brimming with vitality. The lights are on. "Everyone, it's supplies. Everyone come and see, the supplies have arrived." All the lights were illuminated everywhere. Everyone looked up at the sky. Even though it was night, it felt just like daytime. Extremely blinding.
All supply points were quickly opened from Sector 1 to more than Sector 7, with no sign of stopping. Switching scenes to the outer ring of the support center, Bui Tin Hua frantically carried 2 tram on her back and ran, sneaking and hiding in a corner to avoid the sight of the guards who were searching. Bui Tin Hua carefully looked over at the motionless 2 tram beside her, realizing that the recent commotion had already attracted the joint team. We can't have a direct confrontation. I have to ensure 2 trams' safety first. As soon as the thought ended, 2 trams' bodies suddenly tilted to one side, leaning on her shoulder. Bui Tin Hua hugged his body tightly, quickly planning their next move. I should contact Sam and Guyet's group first. But when Bui Tin Hua picked up the phone to call everyone from Sam and Guyet, Lu Chi Zhuan to Ao Li, all she got was a single automated response. Sorry, the number you dialed is temporarily unavailable. Bui Tin Hua's body stiffened. She sat silently in a corner out of fear, then tremblingly called Chu He, but even he didn't answer. As the moment of despair gradually crept into her mind, Chu He's voice suddenly rang out, calling her name, Tin Hoa. Bui Tin Hoa let out a sigh of relief, her face pale. Just then, a guard outside heard the noise and immediately turned his head, then approached the alley to investigate. On the other end of the line, Chu He smiled as he heard her reproach. Why are you only answering the phone now? He gently replied, the earpiece broke, I'm sorry. Then Chu He moved the phone slightly away, speaking in a low voice to the 2 men in front of him. I spared your lives, you know what to do from now on, right? If you dare leak a word about today. Before he could finish, the guard stammered and nodded. Absolutely won't say anything. Wait, don't go, don't lock us in here. If no one comes, he will die. Despite his pleas, Chu He ruthlessly left and slammed the door shut. He turned back and spoke into the phone. Tin Hua, where are you two? And coming to find you. Hello, Tin Hua. On the other end, Tin Hua seemed to see something, her whole body stiffening. She looked at the man in front of her, her mouth uttering the name, Fan Thatch. Fan Thatch also paused slightly upon seeing Bui Tin Hua, then quickly and calmly told the group, it's nothing, just 2 injured stray cats. Saying that, he reached into his pocket and rummaged for something. Bui Tin Hua narrowed her eyes warily. A second later, she caught a card that Fan Thatch tossed to her. He looked at her and emphasized every word. Come find me. You must come. I have something to tell you. Do we not? Oh, right. Where did Sam Wiyet's group go? The Great Purge. At the Black Bear Gang's base, Tan Thien suddenly remembered and turned to ask the Fat Koi duo, where did Sam Wiyet and the others go? Both of them replied in unison, the Great Purge. Tan Thien naively thought that the Great Purge simply meant going to take a bath. Meanwhile, in the exile zone, at the cannibal gang, Tu Hack was aggressively pinning down and tormenting that group of people. Where do you think you're escaping to? Elsewhere, at the Silver Fox gang, Lu Chi Zuyen was also quickly carrying out justice, wiping out the people in front of him. It's time to say your last words. At the Silver Fox gang in the exile zone, the group that went out to scout finally returned. They quickly rolled up the shutter door and flooded in, chatting casually as they entered. But what greeted them right now were 3 members of their own gang securely tied up, continuously groaning and crying out towards them. What is going on here? Who the fuck did this? The blonde guy ripped the duct tape off one of the men's mouths and loudly interrogated him. Speak up. Which gang did this? Even the cargo manifests have been ransacked. Drenched in sweat with his eyes rolled back, the guy mumbled, We're done for. It's all over. Hearing this, the blonde guy yelled in frustration. What? Are you scared stupid? What the hell are you talking about? Just then, the rolling door behind them suddenly slammed shut. Startled, the whole gang turned around at once. It's just one fucking guy, and he beat you all to a pulp. Hey, who are you? Which gang are you from? With that, the entire Silver Fox gang immediately drew their guns and aimed straight at Liu Chi-swin. The tied-up man, with snot and tears streaming down his face in terror, screamed a warning. You idiots! Open your eyes and look closely. He's a special grade. He's a special grade. Outside the Silver Fox gang's building, Ao Li had successfully rescued the kidnapped children. She gently coaxed them one by one. All right, listen to me, hurry home. Take care of each other. Don't cry, don't cry. Suddenly, a loud explosion echoed from behind. The kids immediately lunged into Ao Li's arms, holding her tight. Don't be scared. Don't be scared. That's my older brother beating up the bad guys. All right, hurry up and go home. Just then, the area in front of Ao Li lit up brightly. Her eyes crinkled in a smile, as she looked at the sky, illuminated as bright as day. Ao Li jumped for joy. We succeeded. Everyone did it. Now the only thing left. Saying this, her gaze sharpened as she looked toward the Silver Fox gang's building. A dozen minutes earlier, while Ao Li was busy giving those guys a beating, Liu Chi-swin took the opportunity to ransack the filing cabinets for information. While searching, a file folder suddenly fell down. Liu Chi-swin slowly turned his head and called out Ao Li's name. He motioned to her, take the kids out of this building first. Ao Lei agreed with a nod, then asked, "What about you?" Liu Qi-Xuan's face darkened, his pupils dilating as he looked at the ground. "I still have something to ask." Before his eyes, an old photo of Sam Nwet had suddenly appeared. Back in the present, Liu Qi-Xuan had single-handedly slaughtered the group, leaving only the blonde guy alive. He held up Sam Nwet's photo, shoved it into the guy's face, and interrogated, "This child. How did you handle him back then?" Faced with Liu Qi-Xuan's overwhelming pressure, the blonde guy panicked and babbled, "Let me remember. It was so long ago. Let me think." Sweating profusely, he finally answered a few moments later, "No. Disobedient ones, they all get. Sold too. The bathhouse, the black market for organs in the exile zone. Somewhere in the management zone." Dao Quang had passed out and was being wheeled away by the staff to another location. A while later, in front of the bathhouse, Ao Li's group had quickly arrived. The gatekeeper was sleeping soundly, but suddenly, hearing a noise, he stood up and walked to the door. "Who's there? Why is it so bright outside? Why is the supply station open?" While he was busy looking around, a clear voice suddenly rang in his ears. Ao Lei, covering her collar, widened her beautiful eyes and asked the man, "Excuse me, how do I get to the bathhouse?" Seeing a piece of prey arrive, the man immediately opened his arms to welcome her. "Come in, little girl." As he spoke, he turned around and secretly prepared a syringe. "You found the right place. This is the entrance to the bathhouse. But what are you looking for, little girl?" Ao Lei lowered her head and stayed silent for a moment. Then, radiating an intense aura of killing intent, she stared straight at the man. "I want your lives." The man immediately froze, hearing the heavy clatter of approaching footsteps. Liu Qi-Xuan and Teal Hawk appeared right after, starting to bicker. "Close the door. Are you giving me orders? I'm begging you guys. An adult's patience has its limits." The man stepped back slightly, trying to buy some time. "Little sister, why didn't you give a heads up before bringing people here? And a special grade too. VIPs, absolute VIPs." He reached under his chair and instantly pressed the emergency button. Behind the building, the human traffickers immediately received the alert and quickly pulled out all their weapons. They swarmed out through the doors, just as Teal Hack's group walked inside. From the moment he stepped into this building, Teal Hawk had constantly felt Sam Nwet's presence. He was carried on their shoulders, constantly crying for his mother, but they ignored him, opening his file to check what needed to be harvested. Both kidneys, full liver, heart, corneas, bone marrow, and hematopoietic stem cells. Oh my, the pancreas and lungs meet the standards too. This is top tier. Absolute gold mine. In that moment, Sam Nwet seemed to sink into utter despair. He watched the door slip further and further away, his hand reaching out helplessly. "Somebody. Save me. Can anyone hear me?" Right then, as if answering that plea from the past, Liu Qi-Xuan's group aggressively stormed in, launching an all-out assault straight into the Silver Fox Gang's lair. Teal Hack seemed to witness Sam Nwet's past, a flicker of pity and sorrow flashing deep in his eyes, before he went all out to block the hail of bullets from the enemies. Surging with fury, all three charged through the gunfire for a fight to the bitter end. Inside the subconscious space, Sam Nwet lay curled up on a white door in boredom, whining. "So boring. Is anyone there? I should have reminded Liu Qi-Xuan to smack Teal Hawk one good time and let me out after everything was settled." Filled with regret, he repeatedly banged his head against the door. "Why didn't I say it? Why didn't I say it? Why didn't I say it? Why didn't I say it? Why?" Bad-mouthing Teal Hawk. "Can he hear me? Should I try?" The thought flashed, but was instantly snuffed out. Sam Nwet pressed his face against the door, motionless for a long time. "Never mind. If I piss him off and he locks me in here, I'm screwed. What does Teal Hawk usually do when he's alone in here?" "I think I understand now why he gets so excited when he comes out. Come to think of it, since when did I start sitting on this door? Is the gravity in this space wrong? No, it was definitely in the right direction back then. Is it because I wanted to sit on the door, so the direction of gravity changed because of me?" As if formulating a hypothesis, Sam Nwet deliberately cut a piece of his own skin and watched intently. "The wound is bleeding. Bleeding is a given, because I believe a torn wound should bleed. That's a rule of the real world. But this place is at best a realm of consciousness, a place without even a real body, so why would the rules of reality apply?" He suddenly looked up high and smiled. "I'm such a genius. Ahem, no one saw that, right?" With that, Sam Nwet raised his bleeding arm and commanded, "Stop bleeding." As soon as he spoke, the cut slowly closed up and completely vanished. Sam Nwet leaned back on his hands, puffing out his chest and tilting his head up. "I was right. This is highly likely a multi-dimensional space that changes according to my consciousness. In other words, as long as I dare to imagine, anything can happen here." Sam Nwet suddenly pointed a finger at the sky and said, "Restore." The horizontal door suddenly flipped upright, causing him to lose his balance and fall. Sam Nwet screamed in terror, then hastily yelled, "Stop, stop, stop." He instantly grabbed onto something, suddenly realizing a lot of things.
The reason this space is so empty is simply because TL Hack only needs a door to leave. Or it could be understood that this is just the default state of the space. Perhaps in TL Hack's consciousness, this place wasn't dark at all. The scenery he and I see could be completely different, and now I can use my consciousness to change it. With that thought, Sam Wit immediately said, "Give me a ray of light." Instantly, a beam of light shone straight down from above Sam Wit. He rested his chin in his hand, thinking, "Let's carefully recall everything that happened recently. First, seeing future fragments, then peeking into Dao Quang's memories, emotional resonance with Tak Ah, along with sending TL Hack back in time. All these events seem different but share one common point, consciousness. I wanted to know. I needed information. So my ability responded to me. But ever since I saw the future fragment where Liu Qi-Xuan almost died, I haven't seen any more futures. Why is that? Is it because of fear? Because I'm afraid of seeing death, I can't see the future anymore, and switch to seeing the past. Is my ability flowing based on my consciousness? If I can utilize it well, I can become stronger." Saying this, Sam and Gwyat's eyes grew resolute, staring straight ahead. Outside the Silver Fox Gang, everyone had been beaten to a pulp by Liu Qi-Xuan and his allies. Bodies piled up everywhere, and the thick stench of blood filled the area. TL Hack stepped out, cracking his joints, and was immediately chided by Liu Qi-Xuan. "If you're itchy, scram to the side. Stop twisting around here." TL Hack didn't even bother replying. He looked down at his own hand and wondered, "What are you doing, Sam Wheat? If an ability is like a stream of water, then just imagine the body as a vessel. Water changes its shape according to the vessel forming a flow. What Sam Wheat needs to do is precisely control its direction of flow." Inside his subconscious, he continuously trained to better understand this newfound power, even conjuring up a baby Liu Qi-Xuan who relentlessly chased him with electric shocks. Sam Wit's body seemed to gradually merge with the flowing water, becoming incredibly soft and graceful. Outside the Silver Fox Gang's territory, Liu Qi-Xuan grabbed a guy tightly by the face. "Are you the one in charge here?" The man, his face squeezed so hard he could barely breathe, growled angrily, "You guys don't understand anything." Then he decisively put a gun to his own head and committed suicide right in front of Liu Qi-Xuan. Ali's voice echoed right after, "Brother." Liu Qi-Xuan whipped his head around and saw her holding up a folder. "I found it." With everything settled, the three of them quickly turned to leave. Suddenly, from behind, a guy who was still barely clinging to life twitched, tightly gripping the gun in his hand. He staggeringly aimed it straight at TL Hack's group. The moment the bullet flew towards them, Sam Wit suddenly awakened, stopping the bullet right before it hit Li's head in the nick of time. "Where is this?" Hearing his tone, Liu Qi-Xuan and Lei immediately realized who it was with a start, and both cried out in unison, "Sam Wit? Brother Sam Wit." At the same time, a frustrated TL Hack had been locked back into the spiritual world. At the Chu family estate, birds were fluttering across the sky. Chu Fengvu's wife quickly walked over and took her husband's hand. "TL Feng, are you thinking about the past again?" Old Chu narrowed his eyes, looking up with deep concern. "Look at the anomaly in the sky. Could it be TL He?" A while before that, after Chu He was spotted by two guards, he swiftly stabbed one, leaving him mere death, while the other lost all his strength and slumped to the ground. Standing before him was an incredibly imposing Chu He, with the beast's soul residing within his body. The terrified guard begged incessantly, "We were just patrolling on orders. Can you please spare us? We didn't see anything. Spare him. He still has a family. He has a young child." Chu He's eyes wavered slightly. Without saying a word, he walked straight towards them. The guard immediately screamed and used all his strength to stand up, rushing over to shield his comrade. "Please, just make it quick." But Chu He only said coldly, "Carry him," then sheathed his sword before I change my mind. On the other side, Chu Fengvu seemed to have a bad premonition, his face changing color. If it's truly the beast's soul fusion, he absolutely cannot leave any survivors. 16 years ago, in the inner courtyard of the Chu family, after sending their son to the temple, Chu Fengvu and his wife sat down to talk. He said although the conditions in the temple aren't as good as at home, TL He adapted very quickly, even faster than adults like us. Grandmaster Quan Chun loves him very much too. Hearing this, Madame Chu felt relieved. She pushed a set of casual clothes toward Chu Fengvu. "Take off those monk robes." Seeing her husband still burdened by so much, she seriously reminded him, "Now that you're home, you are the pillar of this family. You must put away this gloomy look. Don't forget, he's not your only child." Right at that moment, their door burst open. The eldest daughter stormed in angrily, her face dark and fierce. "Mom, leave me alone with Dad for a moment." Immediately after, the door slammed shut. The sound of arguing began to leak out of the room. "What is with that look?" "What look?" "You. Is this the attitude of an eldest sister you've been having during the month I was away?" The older sister clenched her fists, her voice dropping low.
Bring my little brother back here. Chu Fuanvu's face paused for a moment, then he heartbrokenly turned his head away. Even now, you're still saying these things? The decision I made will not change. Hearing this, tears welled up in her eyes, and losing control of her power, she screamed, "Give TL Hei back to me." The swords and blades in the room fell and flew around chaotically. Chu Fuanvu, wide-eyed, reminded his daughter, "What are you crying for?" "Because you refused. He stepped up to take your place. Things have come to this. It's his choice. This is destiny." Destiny forces him to walk this path himself. From now on, he is some tick of Quan Chin Temple, no longer Chu Hei of our Chu family. Hearing her father's words, she was furious. Chu Hei is Chu Hei. With that, losing her rationality, she immediately used her ability, controlling a nearby knife, and hurled it straight at her father. Chu Fuanvu frowned at the incoming weapon, closing his eyes tight without even trying to move. Seeing the knife about to stab her father, she froze instantly, stopping the knife right in its tracks. "Why didn't you dodge? Why does it have to be like this? I don't understand." Unable to bear it any longer, she buried her face in her arms and sobbed. "How can you be so heartless and archaic? Why should we bear the burden of the previous generation's obsessions? TL Hei is so kind-hearted. You are all just using him." Saying this, she clenched her fists. "I hate you. If this family no longer has Chu Hei, then from now on, there will be no Chu Lan either." Just as Chu Lan was about to open the door and leave, Chu Fuanvu's voice rang out again. "Chu Lan. Any family has the right to refuse to become a protector, but only our Chu family cannot." Hearing this, she turned back and asked, "What do you mean?" Chu Fuanvu steeled himself and told his daughter everything. Beast soul fusion is an ancient power that allows one to merge an animal's soul into their own body. Mastering this ability allows one to temporarily gain all the traits and power of the corresponding animal. The masters who possessed this ability in the past in their entire lifetimes could only comprehend two beasts' souls. As for your brother's limit, even now it remains immeasurable. Shulan, immense power, usually means an accelerated burning of one's life force. TL Hei's talent has already sealed his destiny. And I, at that time, only desperately wanted to revive the glory of the Chu family. I was never a good father. The moment Chu Hei said the birds praised the sausages hanging by the kitchen window as delicious, I was so thrilled. Less than great then. Because the first sign of awakening the beast's soul fusion is the ability to understand the language of all living things. I frantically hugged him and pressed him for confirmation. Did they say anything else? Chu Hei stared at me, and with the sound of birds chirping in his ears, the boy truly understood what they were saying. "Dad, they say you have a tea stain on your face." That day, I was so happy I almost went crazy. I even thought I was the happiest person in this world. For some time after that, everyone's lives continued as normal. The children of the 6 families frequently got together to play soccer. The result was usually the same. Han Thu always won and would mock Liu Chi Suan in return. "What was that? Speak up, will you? If you suck, just admit it. Don't be a sore loser." "Nya nya, oh yeah." And Liu Chi Suan was always provoked by Han Thu's cocky attitude. "You're dead meat. Stop right there. Come catch me if you can." "No way, you're actually chasing me." And the whole group would always end up getting chased and beaten to a pulp by Chu Lan. "The game is over. Are you satisfied? You 2 little brats. Prepare to die. Run, Chu Hei. Your mutated sister is about to bite someone." "Mutated? I'll show you mutated." Life went by just like that, incredibly peacefully, until one day when Chu Fuanvu was on his way to find Han Dong and Vu Mwit. He accidentally saw the 2 of them from a distance. But just as he was about to approach, he witnessed Han Dong slapping Vu Mwit hard across the cheek. She turned her head in anger, and upon seeing Chu Fuanvu, instantly glared at him. The moment the 2 brushed past each other, Han Dong shoved Chu Fuanvu hard and growled, "Get out of the way." Chu Fuanvu wanted to chase after her to ask what was wrong, but Vu Mwit stopped him. "Just let her go." Then she forced a smile and turned to him. "Fuanvu, I have something I need to tell you." Vu Mwit and Chu Fuanvu sat opposite each other on the stone bench beneath the arched doorway. Behind them lay a quiet garden, bathed in pale silver moonlight. Suddenly, she asked, He is 9 years old this year, isn't he?" Chu Fuanvu smiled sheepishly and replied, Probably. Kids, you know, they're all around that age." Hearing this, Vu Mwit chuckled. "You're such a careless father. It's a good thing Tu Fong is there to help you take care of the house." The atmosphere suddenly grew heavy, her eyes wavering slightly. Vu Mwit lowered her voice and looked straight at him. "Fongvu, you have to listen very carefully to what I'm about to say." At that time, Chu Fongvu had no idea that the words she was about to speak were a revelation of heaven's secrets. And by simply listening, he helped her complete this very link in fate. Vu Mwit had seen Chu Hei's future. She foresaw that Chu Hei would be coveted by the ambitious Silver Ring families because of his beast soul fusion. A week later, the boy would be kidnapped by Chao Kuang, the leader of the second action squad of the peacekeeping force, to become a living test subject. Less than greater than. A beast transformation drug that enhanced physical abilities would be developed, and the Silver Rings would use it to wage war, plotting to overthrow the Gold Ring's rule. As for Tue He himself, he would also, in this very war that originated from him, walk towards his own destruction in endless remorse and self-blame. Hearing those words, Chu Lan froze in shock, unable to utter a single syllable. Only able to stare at Chu Fengvu's deathly pale face as he recounted everything. I would also die that same year trying to save him. Chu Lan startled in confusion. What? But Tue He is already 11 this year, and none of this has happened. Chu Fengvu's voice suddenly spiked, losing control of his emotions as he yelled, exactly. These things didn't happen to Tue He. All the blood drained from Chu Lan's face. Completely panicked, she lunged forward, shaking Chu Fengvu and demanding, wait, what? What do you mean it didn't happen to Tue He? Tell me, Dad. Tell me. Every family has the right to refuse being a protector, except for our Chu family. Chu Fengvu recalled in agony, blaming himself so deeply that he couldn't help but pound his own chest heavily. His voice choked as if shattering. She bore it all. After Vun Guiet revealed the entire future, that chain of karma completely detached from Tue He. Instead, the corresponding backlash would fall upon Vun Guiet, the one who revealed the future. She shouldered the entirety of it. This is an exchange of fate. As if sensing this change in destiny, Tue He seemed to feel something. At that very moment, his heart suddenly clenched in pain. Vun Guiet immediately fell unconscious after revealing heaven's secrets to Chu Fengvu. He stayed by her side without leaving, sinking into his own chaotic thoughts. A few minutes later, Vun Guiet gradually woke up. Chu Fengvu rushed over in a panic to check on her.
Are you uncomfortable anywhere? Vun Guiet smiled, grasping his hand and replied, I'm sorry for scaring you.
Chu Fengvu's voice began to break, his lips trembling visibly. He lowered his head, gripping Vun Guiet's hand even tighter. You saved my son, but... What about your son? I've doomed him to be a motherless child. Knowing he was in a state of sheer panic and fear, Vun Guiet quickly reassured him. Fengvu becoming a god tier wasn't my choice, and seeing the future isn't a blessing from the heavens. My fate was sealed long ago to become a sacrifice of this era. Since that's the case, I might as well pay this price for Tue He's fate. At least between the two of us, one person's future will be slightly better.
Suddenly, Chu Fengvu asked, Which time is this? How many times have you attempted this exchange of fate? Vun Guiet's eyes widened, and then she brushed it off with a vague reply. Does the answer still matter? Help me up, Fengvu. The kids are probably bored out of their minds waiting. Just like that, everything went back to normal. The children quickly gathered around Vun Guiet and Sam Guiet, playing happily. She turned to Fengvu and said, See, didn't I tell you? My son would really like Tue He. The boy even wanted to hold and coax Sam Guiet for a long while more. At this point, Chu Lan and Chu Fengvu seemed to have resolved their misunderstanding. He looked down at his daughter, who was sobbing uncontrollably in his arms. Lan, I believe this is the destiny we must bear. Only Tue He himself can complete this salvation. Back in the present, Chu Lan had now grown up. Seeing her parents standing outside in the cold, she ran out to call them both inside. Tu Fan and Chu Fengvu embraced each other, slowly walking back inside. The previous conversation between Han Dong and Vun Guiet was gradually revealed. Before Chu Fengvu arrived, Han Dong seemed to have already known Vun Guiet's plan. She spoke up, desperately trying to stop her. If we already know, then we can join forces to prevent it from happening. Wouldn't that work? Let's rely on our own strength to change things, not make some kind of transaction. What if none of it happens? What if we successfully prevent the future? Why do you always choose the most merciless path? Vun Guiet cradled her face, her eyelids drooping heavily as she replied, Han Dong, it will happen. The moment I saw it, fate turned from uncertain to predestined. Han Dong's expression changed, her face darkening. And she slapped Vun Guiet hard across the cheek, closing her eyes tightly as she screamed in heartbreak. I don't want to hear it. How much backlash do you think you can endure? I don't agree. If you dare to make this exchange, I will never forgive you. I will hate you forever. Cutting to a certain location within the management research facility, Dao Quang was covered in an array of wired connections, his gaze dull and lifeless as he was tightly bound to a chair. Lang Tu stood outside the glass window looking in as he asked, On what basis do you claim he's ready? What if there are still remnants left? Hearing his question, the man beside him turned and answered carefully. Mr. Tu, you're worrying too much. The test we prepared today doesn't just measure a single metric. From the autonomic nervous system to brain cognition, will simultaneously monitor over 10 physiological and neural responses of the subject. So you see, heart rate, pulse, and blood pressure are just the most basic aspects. What truly determines the result is seeing if he retains any stress, cognitive, or emotional responses.
Besides that, we also check breathing rate, galvanic skin response, EEG, and track eye movements, coupled with infrared brain imaging, micro-expression recording, and body temperature and pressure analysis. If there's even the slightest remnant left uncleared, we'll immediately send him back to the first round of trials. Once the official test begins, you'll understand, Mr. Tu.
Rest assured, our personality stripping test has never made a mistake. Moreover, we've conducted extremely meticulous pre-processing steps on him. For example, this escape simulation or this brain restructuring. Just recreating the scene of his teammates' deaths alone, we've repeated it up to 600 times. Let me show you one more highly convincing case. Saying this, the silver ring man suddenly smiled and pressed a button on the keyboard. A documentary video of Lam Dao Sin's current body appeared before their eyes. He happily introduced it. Please watch, our most successful prototype. Lang Tu couldn't bear to watch. He firmly shut his eyes, turned his head, and ordered, turn it off. Don't use Mr. Lam as your exhibition piece. Upon hearing this, the researchers turned and smiled at each other, replying casually, I understand how you feel. But we advise you to mentally prepare yourself as soon as possible, because the next one to be born is the next Mr. Lam. Lang Tu scowled, clicking his tongue and turning away. Cut the nonsense. Soon after, the trial began with questions and answers alternating continuously. Less than, greater than. What do you see? A tournament. Describe the image in detail. There are many spectators. Knockout format. 7 participants. What else? The countdown clock isn't running. The match hasn't started. The top right corner shows the time. This is a recording from 3 years ago. Please answer. How many times did the room with the red chandelier appear in total? 3 times. Image recognition. A ring. Where have you seen it? Exactly like the one I used to wear around my neck before. Everyone has one. At this point, the two researchers turned to look at each other and nodded, then ticked completed in the cognition box. Following that, a static-filled screen appeared, and the images of the remaining 5 members of the hybrid group showed up. The silver ring man asked, do you recognize anyone among them? If so, state their names. Dao Kuang remained silent, sitting still in the corner like a mere doll. Seeing this, the silver ring man's voice rang out once again. Answer. Dao Kuang parted his lips and replied fluently, I know all of them. From left to right, they are Koi Tu, Fak A, Ha Mi, Thin Lang, Du Du. Hearing this, the man continued, please describe this scene. A hallway. 5 people appearing at the same time. They look as if they have all died. Determine your relationship with them. Teammates. Does the sight of their deaths make you uncomfortable? No. The moment the word no echoed, the silver rings immediately ticked completed in the emotional memory category. Next, to test his personal emotions, they began issuing commands along with a series of words. When you hear a word that triggers a reaction, raise your left hand. Family. Embrace. Friends. Safe. Going home. Warmth. Death. Trust. Discard. Pain. Suppression. Failure. Betrayal. Solitude. Punishment. Freedom. Escape. Imprisonment. Orders. Obedience. Choice. Awakening. Ability. Special entity. Fusion. New high tier. Dream fall. At this word, Dao Kuang's finger twitched slightly. The silver ring man noticed the sign and immediately spoke the final word. Son of God. A flicker of wavering flashed through Dao Kuang's pupils before snapping back into place in the blink of an eye. The scientist quickly checked the data. Pupils deviated slightly. It didn't exceed the threshold. Everything is normal. Lang Tu seemed to sense something. His usually amiable face didn't relax in the slightest. Then came another barrage of questions aimed at Dao Kuang. You want to stop all of this right now? Do you want to leave here? Do you want to fight back? Do you wish that the people you just saw on the screen were still alive? After a period of testing, Dao Kuang's neural indicators remained completely stable. Emotional memory, feelings, willpower, ego, all were completed. Now there is only one final question. Who are you? Sometime later, the test proved successful. The silver ring man happily congratulated Lang Tu, telling him he could bring this good news back to Heavenly Being City. Lang Tu turned around to instruct them. Remember to take good care of this body. Of course, the man replied eagerly, well, nurse it carefully, until it reaches its optimal state. Let me see you out, shall I? Yeah. The white door of the room closed with a heavy thud. Immediately after, all the lights went out at once and a thick darkness swallowed the entire room. Dao Kuang remained motionless on the spot. The moment the light vanished, his body seemed to lose all sense of existence. Beneath his feet was no longer solid ground. His consciousness began to plummet, falling through the layers of his own memories. Familiar faces flashed before his eyes like shattered reels of an old film. Laughter, tears, the voices calling his name, all fading into the dark, one by one.
Dao Quang tries to reach out and hold on, but every time he touches them, they turn to ash and slip through his fingers. Dao Quang plummets into a freezing abyss where countless skeletons are piled high. Bleached skulls, withered arms, and shattered ribs interweave into a macabre bed, completely enveloping his body. Even the slightest movement causes the bones beneath him to emit a spine-chilling crunch. Dao Quang lies motionless among the bones. His eyes are wide open, as if nothing had ever happened. Beneath the thin white fabric of the curtains fluttering in the wind, a familiar voice softly calls out, "Doctor, Dr. Fitch, wake up. Wake up now, we have important things to discuss." Phich Thon Dai vaguely hears the voice and groggily wakes up, then stares blankly at the person in front of her. Lam Dao Sin, inside Dao Quang's body, sits by the windowsill, his eyes glowing blood red as his gentle voice speaks. "I did it, doctor. I am Mr. Lem now." Saying this, Dao Quang lightly touches his face, his lips curving into a joyful smile. "From now on, I am the one who dictates the rules. Are you happy, doctor? We finally did it. We killed him." Phich Thon Dai is so shocked she can't articulate a word, mumbling as if she's lost her tongue. She screams Dao Quang's name in panic and jolts awake from the most terrifying nightmare. Drenched in sweat, she pants in fear, staring into the void. Cutting to the exile zone. Sam Gwit has been standing completely still for 5 minutes, gazing up at the sky. Though Ao Lei and Liu Chai Suian don't understand, they stand there following his lead. Suddenly, Sam Gwit murmurs in a daze, so the sky is actually black. Without hesitation, Ao Lei calls out, "Dr. Liu." Liu Chi Suian approaches with a giant syringe resting on his shoulder, ready to jab it into Sam Gwit's rear. Sam Gwit struggles, looking wildly from side to side and shouting, "I'm not sick. Wait, where did you even get that?" Suddenly, Sam Gwit freezes and looks in a specific direction. "Do you guys hear that? There are a lot of vehicles heading this way." He immediately activates his clairvoyance to observe, then crouches down, preparing to sprint away. Liu Chi Suian asks curiously, "Where are you going?" Sam Gwit quickly replies, "I'm going to test the results of my training." With that, he dashes off like the wind, shooting forward like a rocket. Sam Gwit sprints down the road, leaving a streak of blue light trailing behind him with every stride. The armed men in the vehicles are none other than the reinforcements from the Silver Fox gang. They suddenly feel tremors coming from outside, and immediately open the doors to step out and investigate. But the moment they see the tracks causing the disturbance, they are all struck dumb, not daring to make a sound. It's an ability user. The entire convoy of the Silver Fox gang is obliterated in the blink of an eye. Meanwhile, Sam Gwit is already long gone. With one arm, he cradles a pure white cat, while shaking his other hand to ease the stinging pain from the recent strikes. Sam Gwit gently strokes the cat and softly warns, "Don't run out into the traffic lanes by yourself, okay?" On Liu Chi Suian's side, ignoring Oh Li's incessant nagging, he remains intensely focused, flipping back and forth through the files in his hands. He thinks to himself, according to these records, Sam Gwit was sold to the Silver Fox before being transferred to the bathhouse. Family. Aside from F1, Sam Gwit has never mentioned anyone else. Who is it? He definitely knows something. Liu Chi Suian suddenly recalls Teal Hack's face and casually incinerates the entire stack of files. Suddenly, Oh Li's shout breaks through his train of thought. "Liu Chi Suian Oppa, aren't you worried? At least show a normal reaction for once." Liu Chi Suian smirks, then tosses the charred remnants of paper behind him. "Try to get used to it, Oh Li. The Son of God has awakened." Cutting to the Lum family estate, Lum Dao Sin is submerged in an ice bath, quietly watching the video sent by Dao Quang. On the screen, a barrage of questions keeps repeating endlessly, until the final question rings out. "Who are you?" Lum Dao Sin's body suddenly undergoes a violent reaction. His face slowly melts and sags like hot wax, his pupils gradually fading to a lifeless ash gray. He opens his mouth but can only let out broken, guttural groans. His entire body convulses violently, as if something inside is desperately struggling to tear its way out of this rotting skin. Suddenly, a question emanates from the phone beside him. "Mr. Lum, are you satisfied?" Lum Dao Sin unconsciously tightens his grip on the arm of the maid massaging him. Amidst those hoarse groans, a desperately numb cry for help suddenly echoes out. Right then, the monotone voice of the man with the silver ring continues through the phone. "Based on the vessel's physical condition, we can arrange for it to enter the city of Devas in a month." The convulsions gradually subside. Lem Dao Sin's distorted face slowly returns to normal. He slowly releases the maid's arm and signals her to continue massaging him. Seeing no response from Lem Dao Sin, the voice continues, "Mr. Lem, if you find a month too long, we can adjust the process to speed it up." Lem Dao Sin gently brushes the maid's hands aside and leisurely rises from the ice bath. From the neck down, his entire body is fully necrotic. Only his head retains the semblance of a living human. He speaks in a calm tone. "No. I want you to run one more test on him." A day later, the Supply Management Bureau receives a massive backlash from the public for failing to provide adequate necessities. It takes 2 full days before the head of the Bureau finally addresses the situation. Our entire Supply Management Bureau, from top to bottom, has mobilized over 500 personnel to coordinate resources. The first shipment of supplies completed loading at 10 a.m. this morning. Less than greater than. We are currently just waiting for the traffic control system to grant clearance. Hearing this statement, countless reporters fire back with questions. Are you shifting the blame onto the Traffic Management Department? The Bureau Chief carefully replies, that is your personal interpretation. I have not expressed any such views. Today, I will only answer questions regarding supplies. I urge you reporters to focus on the supply issue. Soon after, the broadcast spreads widely across the entire city. The traffic control system officially issues a statement. 30 supply trucks will arrive at the exile zone at 12 p.m. today, and the pedestrian walkways will open at exactly 6 a.m. tomorrow. By then, all Black Rings may freely travel to and from the exile zone to reunite with their families. Understanding everyone's desire to return home, there will be no secondary identity checks for Black Rings tomorrow, ensuring a smooth transit. Is the sympathy and consideration shown by the Traffic Control Department toward the Black Rings an attempt to compensate for the recent lockdown? The severe supply shortage caused a wave of chaos, yet the exile zone has surprisingly displayed rare solidarity. In light of this incident, the Black Bear Gang, having played a crucial role, has applied to relocate to the management zone. In the past, the management zone has received numerous relocation requests from gangs, but the approval rate has always been 0%. Could this set a precedent for the Black Bear Gang? Regarding the Son of God's absence during this crisis, fervent discussions about him continue to boil over. Will he make an appearance during this reopening? The city of Devas has remained completely silent on the matter. Is there an ulterior arrangement? Or are they trying to divert the flames of public opinion toward the conflict between the management zone and the exile zone? Our station will continue to monitor the situation closely. At the base, Chu-hee constantly relies on his flock of birds to gather intel, then conveniently relays it to the group. The gates are opening soon. Let's head out and welcome them. Behind him, Bui Tin Hua feels an unrelenting anxiety gnawing at her heart. Even though she's kept in contact with Bui Fi Nian, a deep-seated fear continues to well up inside her. Finally, the day has come when the gates are completely open for the Black Rings to pass through without restrictions. Sam Wheat sits in the car, gazing out the window in absolute silence. Suddenly, Liu Chi-suian's voice pulls him back to reality. What's on your mind? You look so full of worry. Sam Wheat slowly turns to look at him and says, it's nothing. I just feel like nothing has changed, and yet it feels like everything is completely different. Over with Mu and Da, since getting heavily wrecked by Thak Ah before, the AI incessantly demands that people be kicked out. Tun Thien, sitting in the driver's seat, can feel the mounting pressure. In the back, Ha Mi and Thien Lang are also constantly yelling to jump out of the car because of the massive headache. Suddenly, Thak Ah furiously turns around and firmly commands. No one is allowed to leave the car. At that exact moment, Wien Da automatically slams on the brakes in the middle of the road, forcing the car behind them to swerve out of the way frantically. Sam Nguet's inner voice echoes far and wide, Mom. Can I truly lead everyone further in this journey ahead? My power feels so incredibly small. Maybe I can't fulfill your prophecy. At least, I can't do it right now. But I still want to get as close to that goal as possible. As long as even one person speaks up, this tiny resonance will begin to create ripples. When those ripples grow large enough, more and more people will wake up from their numbness. I will make this tiny resonance echo until the day it awakens everyone. Mom, I will become stronger. This day has finally come. Sam Nguyen sadly bids farewell to Tun Thien. Uncle Tun Thien, I'm really going to miss you. Can I call you? Tun Thien chuckles in response. Every stage of life comes with partings. You have to slowly get used to it, Sam Wit. Besides, I'll still be going to the city to fight in the arenas. If Boss Home's application gets approved, we'll see each other again sooner or later. Just don't call and ask me to tell you bedtime stories. Saying this, Tun Thien gently reaches out and ruffles Sam Wit's hair. We have a long road ahead of us. Goodbye, Sam Wit. With that, Tun Thien gets in his car and drives off with his crew. Sam Wit's group stays behind, watching the car fade further and further into the distance, a lingering melancholy in their hearts. But eventually, what must come comes. As soon as Hao Mi's voice chimes in, all the peacefulness vanishes into thin air. Is the tearjerker session over yet? It's time for you to fulfill your promise. Sam Wit nods, his eyes resolute as he turns back to answer. Let's go. To the White House. At the same time, at the Han family estate, Han Thu remains unconscious in his hospital bed. The female headmaid's voice echoes continuously throughout the room. She seems to be talking to Oh Lee on the phone, showering her with relentless concern. Young miss, I've sent over the pictures of the young master. Where are you right now? Everyone misses you so much. Are you eating well? Are you sleeping properly? You must take good care of yourself, okay? At that moment, a faint glimmer of light suddenly radiates around Han Thu's body. Right after, his eyes shoot wide open, jolting awake from his long coma. The headmaid hears the noise and turns around, but her body is instantly frozen in place. Before she even knew it, the entire room was engulfed in frost, freezing the very space around them. From deep down the hallway, a bone-chilling wind blows in, accompanied by the heavy thud of footsteps. Liu Qin's son leisurely strolls step by step until he stands right in front of Han Thu. Han Thu grinds his teeth, desperately trying to lift his heavy hand. He wanted to take off the oxygen mask, but at that moment, Liu Qin's son approached and grabbed his wrist, causing the atmosphere to freeze for a second. Han Thu gasped weakly, "Come closer." Liu Qin's son's eyes narrowed, a sinister glint flashing in his gaze, as he leaned in close to Han Thu's pale face. Han Thu smirked mockingly, "Brother, you've gotten uglier." Hearing this, Liu Qin's son let out a soft chuckle, then quickly regained his usual arrogant expression, looking down at him. He gently stroked Han Thu's hair, his tone bitter. "My little brother has learned quite a bit of your sharp tongue, hasn't he?" His large, rough hands slid down to caress his cheek, then slowly moved down to his left chest. "You've been waking up a lot more frequently lately. Haha, both you and I are in trouble, aren't we?" Han Thu's vision gradually darkened. In his delirious state, only one thought occupied his mind. "I have to report the matter of the ring, too." At the White House, down in the basement, it seems something remained completely hidden. A few days ago, Tiet Jiang Tin of Shual Tech personally visited the management zone to check on the peacekeeper survivors of the flying car crash. This was reportedly the first accident since the Shual flying car was launched. Less than greater than. The exact cause of the crash is still under investigation. Tiet Jiang Tin stated that all damages would be fully compensated to the two involved. Right after the incident video was recorded, the two peacekeepers were dragged from the hospital and locked inside a white room. The young man with parted hair constantly peered out the glass door, yelling, "Hey, is anyone there? We were fine at the hospital. Why did you suddenly move us to this place?" "Captain, are you there?" Seeing him refuse to stay quiet, the other member lying on the bed spoke up to remind him. Tu Tang stopped shouting. Tu Tang felt it was strange, looking around suspiciously. They said they'd let us go after filming. What are the higher-ups thinking? Before he could finish, the door next to them slid open. A tall man with an icy expression walked in. Tu Tang immediately called out, "Team Leader Cao." This man was Cao Kuang, leader of Action Team 2 of the Peacekeepers. Seeing Cao Kuang remain silent while a crowd of others suddenly appeared, Tu Tang began to panic. "What are you doing, Team Leader Cao?" "Is this an interrogation? I want to see Commander Diu." Tu Tang was pinned against the glass wall by two burly men. His face turned pale as he looked anxiously at his teammate. "What are you going to do? I want." Before he could continue, Cao Kuang barked, "Shut up. Stop making a scene." The atmosphere grew increasingly tense and suffocating, as a girl stepped forward and placed her hand on the head of the man on the hospital bed. She shut her eyes tightly and began using her ability, sweat dripping down, quickly turning into a bright crimson hue. Just like that, the man on the bed instantly stopped breathing. Unable to bear the shock, Tu Tang desperately repeated the association's creed, "One heart, one life. Keep the peace, protect the people. One heart, one life." Ha! It's all bullshit. The moment his words faded, a gunshot rang out, ending Tu Tang's life. Then every image the girls saw in their minds began to materialize stroke by stroke. Everything from the battle, culminating in the crystal-clear face of Chu He. Cao Kuang took the sketchpad, staring at it with an unchanging, emotionless expression. He then looked up and asked the girl, "Did you miss anything?" "No, sir." Seeing her assurance, Cao Kuang decisively turned away. "Clean up the bodies. I don't need to remind you about this, do I?" "Of course not." Shifting to the white residential area, the stiff voice of a robot rang out, "Please state your viewing preferences and I will smart match the best home for you." White residential area always maintains a spacious distance between households, guaranteeing absolute privacy. This is Tu Nang's first time receiving so many viewing guests at once. If you aren't moving in immediately, Tu Nang can register a caretaking service for you. Cleaners will arrive daily, ensuring your home stays as clean as new. Ha Mai stepped forward, demanding the robot extract information on Block 4, Building 6. But it refused instantly after looking up the data. "So sorry, Block 4, Building 6 is currently not open to outside guests. Tu Nang advises you not to keep searching for it. Tu Nang recommends Block 3, Building 9, better lighting and a more comfortable living experience." Ha Mai didn't say a word, just pointed forward. Without a single command, Thak-A automatically ran up and beat the robot to a pulp, its pitiful mechanical cries echoing all around. "Illegal operation detected. Illegal operation detected." Hui Tin Hoa didn't dare to look, covering her eyes. So violent, so cruel. Not only that, the other members quickly hug each other, chanting prayers at the sight. Sam and Gwyet, fearing Tram would feel sympathy for his fellow machine, held him tight so he couldn't intervene. Koi Tu, utterly baffled, stood aside, looking at them with endless disdain. What gives you guys the right to say such things?
A few minutes later, Tu Nang had been completely dismantled, lying in a corner emitting a pitiful static noise.
Sam Wit quickly called out to Tu Tram, who was staring at it intently, telling him to get back into the car. He carefully reassembled Tu Nang's parts, then immediately returned. Soon after, everyone gathered in front of another house. Faka wouldn't stop throwing a tantrum out of jealousy over Dao Quang's massive fortune. They quickly entered the house and split up to search every corner for any information. Sam Wet and Lu Chi Zuen even checked under all sorts of furniture, leaving no spot unsearched. Even inside the trash cans, He found nothing, not even a scrap of garbage.
Finally, only the bottom basement remained. Faka groaned. Still looking? It's definitely a wasted trip. Seeing Thien Lang's face darken at her words, Koi-tu rushed over to stop him. Thien Lang, calm down. They went down and opened the door. Inside, there was only a single computer. Thien Lang immediately shoved Faka's shoulder. Time for you to show off your skills. Faka pouted, glaring back at them angrily. Treating me like disposable chopsticks, using me whenever you want. You people are total tech idiots. You'll just half-ass it. Though she thought that, with people standing guard over her 247, Faka had no choice but to focus intensely and search for information on the computer. A while later, Hami came up from the basement, seeing Bui Tin Hua and Sam Wiet waiting by the stairs. Any clues? Hamai replied with a hint of disappointment. Faka said she only found 2 types of data so far. One is fight videos from the Living Dead Club, and the other is a large number of news reports about the management zone. Wei Chin Hua found it strange and turned to ask Sam Guiet, news reports? If they were just useless news, he wouldn't have gone out of his way to back them up on this computer. What do you think, Sam Guiet? Sharing her thought, Sam Guiet turned and murmured, you're right. Even though Dao Quang and I only interacted briefly, he seemed like someone who plans everything carefully. These news reports must be connected. With that in mind, Sam Guiet leaned over the hallway and called out to Tram. If we cross-reference all the news and data to find a connection, how long will it take? To Tram shouted up from the basement, probably a few hours. Then can you give us a copy? Well, look through it up here too. Constantly annoyed by the chattering in her ear, Thak Asubmis screamed, can you guys stop being so noisy? Hearing that, Hami and Sam Wyatt could only sigh, not daring to make any more noise. Suddenly, Bui Tin Hua turned to him. Sam White, I have an old friend who lives right nearby. I want to step out and see them for a bit. They'll be back before dark. Sam White's eyes looked straight at her, as if he could see through anything. Do you need someone to go with you? Bui Tin Hua shook her head. I want to go alone. Hearing this, Sam White smiled, tilting his head slightly. Come back early then. A while later, everyone was busy hauling thick stacks of paper up from the basement. Bui Tin Hua stood outside looking in, her heart feeling incredibly at peace. Then she turned and walked away. The others continued reviewing the documents while chatting, hoping this peaceful moment could last forever. But more terrifying things were always lurking, ready to pounce on them at any moment in the future. At a house not far away, Bui Tin Hua stood quietly in front of the gate, then pushed the door open and walked inside. As soon as she entered, a beautiful, fragrant garden appeared before her, alongside a dog sleeping soundly in its kennel. Bui Tin Hua walked up to the front door with a heavy heart. From inside came a sweet, melodious tune and the voices of a couple. Hubby, remember to add a few lemon leaves to the lamb chops for garnish. It'll taste better. Oh, where can I put the lemon leaves? Check if there are any left in the glass jar by the window. If not, go pick some from the yard. Wifey, the oven keeps clicking. Is there a glitch? What did you put inside? Wei Tin Hua was about to raise her hand to knock, but thought of something and let her hand drop. She turned on her heel and walked away, and picked up her phone to record a message for her father. Father, the old friend I mentioned last time is unavailable. I will contact someone else for help. Right at that moment, a voice called out from behind Bui Tin Hua. Dewey Nat. Wei Tin Hua froze and turned her head to look, only to see Than Fatch wearing a floral apron, his face covered in flour, coming out to greet her. Why didn't you knock? Come in, this is the perfect time to introduce you to my wife. Back at the White House, they uncovered a series of terrifying, irregular deaths. Famous competitive eater A Thon chokes to death in the preliminaries. Show suspended indefinitely. Mall elevator malfunctions. Man falls to his death, crucial camera footage missing. Multi-car pile-up on Route XX. 3 dead, rescue delayed by thick fog. Accidental poisoning. The undefeated champion of the Living Dead Club ambushed and killed on his way home after a match. This couldn't be a coincidence. Electrocuted. Attacked by animals. Sleepwalking off a building. Hit by falling objects. Everyone's thoughts were in turmoil reading these articles. Moreover, the victims were almost entirely black rings and gray rings. There was even news about Koi Tu's parents, which Dao Quang had never told him. Tu Tram leaned in and asked curiously, How is it, Sam Guet? Sam Guet immediately shook his head.
Aside from their ring tiers, the causes of death, locations, identities, and ages are all different. I can't see any direct connection between these accidents at all. I don't understand what Dao Kuang's intention was in collecting these. So frustrating. We've been sitting here reading these paper printouts for over 2 hours. Lang seemed to realize this method was ineffective, his face gloomy and devoid of energy. He irritably slammed the stack of papers onto the table, then stood up and walked away. Mai slightly raised her eyes to watch Lang, and was called outside by him to talk. The two of them just left amidst an uncomfortable atmosphere among everyone. At this moment, Lu Chi Suyen spoke up. These documents in front of us may be thorough, but in the end they are just curated official information. Compared to these media outlets, there must be someone else who understands the Black Ring Group much better. For example, before you could finish, Sam Guiet seemed struck by an idea, excitedly turning to Tu Tram. Let's try a different approach. Tell FAC A to piece together relevant online discussions from recent years, especially secret chat groups and websites commonly used by Black Rings in the management zone, as well as posting and deletion histories before and after the incidents. Tu Tram quickly grasped the situation and nodded, setting off to do so. Sam Guiet suddenly gave Lu Chi Suyen a playful glare. What are you doing? Are you bowing down to my brilliant intellect? Lu Chi Suyen couldn't even be bothered to reply, quickly standing up to leave with Chu He and Ao Li. The living room was now left with only Sam Guiet, Koi Tu, and Do Du. The atmosphere was eerily quiet, broken only by the occasional rustling of papers. Suddenly, the sound of Ha Mi and Thian Lang arguing outside drifted in, startling Koi Tu into looking up. You saw it too, didn't you? Staying here is just a waste of time. Those things absolutely cannot save Dao Kuang. I want to go back to the lab. Are you coming with me? Go back? You make it sound so easy. How do we go back? We've been with Sam Guid's group for so many days. Do you think the lab will still accept us? Do you think they still trust our loyalty? Listen to that tone, so self-righteous. You don't need to be so sarcastic. Thian Lang taking a huge step back. Even if we really could go back, just the few of us wouldn't be able to save him anyway. So you just want to give up? No, I'm analyzing the reality right in front of us. I'm seriously sick of you all using grand words to justify your own cowardice. If you want to stay by their side so much, then just stay. We're all cowards and only you are noble, willing to risk your life for a friend while the rest of us couldn't care less if Dao Kuang lives or dies. Are you happy now? Their argument grew louder and more intense. Du Do couldn't hold back his tears anymore, crying silently. To a child not even 10 years old, Dao Kuang was no different from a parent. At this point, Koi Tu couldn't do much else. He could only hug Du Du tightly, cover his ears, and comfort him. Don't cry, Du Du. Your Hyung and Nuna are just really worried. Sitting opposite them, Sam Mi Wyatt felt a surge of empathy, his heart unconsciously aching along with theirs. Just then, Tu Hack's voice suddenly rang in his ear. What is all this? Sam Guet turned around with a glint of joy. Tu Hack, you're just in time. I haven't even had the chance to thank you for taking care of the Cannibal and Silver Fox gangs. Before Sam Guet could finish his sentence, Tu Hack coldly ordered, kneel and thank me. Unlike previous times, in less than a second, Sam Guet's entire body simply dropped to its knees. His sparkling eyes blinked continuously up at Tu Hack as he shamelessly poured out a stream of flattering praise. Even though we look alike, Tu Hack, you're still way more handsome and dashing than I am. Hee hee. You're the almighty telekinesis king. I'll let you in on a little secret. In my heart, you're even stronger than a certain someone named Lu. A little while later, Sam Guet recounted the entire situation to Tu Hack, who stood completely still like a statue in front of the stacks of papers. Then, using his telekinesis, he began lifting them up one by one. In the blink of an eye, the papers were fluttering everywhere, swirling all around them. Sam Guet quietly looked at Tu Hack, thinking to himself, before Tu Tram and Fac, figure out the connection, maybe Tu Hack can lend a hand. I can also use this chance to observe if my growing powers are affecting him in any way, if I get stronger and he gets weaker. Before he could finish his thought, Tu Hack suddenly let out a cold chuckle. Then he vanished right before Sam Guet's eyes. Suddenly, a hand reached out from within the pages behind him and grabbed his collar. In a flash, the space was left with nothing but case files flying everywhere. Ambushed and killed on the street, Tu Hack dragged Sam Guet right into the very first case file. He stated, if you want to see it, naturally, you have to see it up close. Open your eyes. Following Tu Hack's voice, Sam Guet slowly opened his eyes, but the very first sight he saw made his gaze completely freeze. Right in front of them was the stiffened corpse of a man, with a massive bowl of food spilled all over the floor next to him. Stomach King, a Huang chokes to death during qualifiers, show suspended indefinitely, was the headline of this article. Right after that, Tu Hack continued to pull Sam Guet through various other pages based on their headlines. 3 dead, rescue efforts delayed by dense fog. Everything played out so vividly right before Sam Guet's eyes. Astonished, he asked him, are all of these restored by your telekinesis? Tu Hack suddenly appeared in the guise of another man, cheerfully replying, bingo, He then reached out to cover Sam and Gwet's deep blue eyes. Can your eyes see it clearly? You better look closely. Sam and Gwet squeezed his eyes shut, then abruptly opened them. His previously blue eyes suddenly shifted into a brilliant, radiant pink. They reflected every single death of the people right before him. Starting from Wang's corpse, everything was crystal clear. These people are all. Did they die from abilities? Meanwhile, outside the White House, the arrival of an uninvited guest was about to throw the entire place into chaos. While Hack was relaxing by the lotus pond, Sam and Gwet asked him this question. Under what circumstances is a person absolutely forced to die? Seeing him remain silent, Sam and Gwet called out to Hack once again. Hack suddenly woke up, turning his head to reply. I'm busy playing dead. You living people can think for yourselves. Just like that, he morphed into the victims from those murder cases and lay there motionless. Living people can think for themselves. Don't ask a corpse. Use your own brain. Realizing that asking further wouldn't help, Sam DeGuayet was forced to think it through himself, just as Hack had said. A group of black rings and gray rings living at the very bottom of the management zone. What could possibly cause these people to be assassinated one after another? And why would someone deliberately disguise these murders as accidents? The truth was like a lake, calm on the surface but violently churning underneath. The first person to throw a stone appeared. The stone sank into the lake and the ripples began to spread. One ripple, then another. Until all the frogs at the bottom of the lake, who thought they had hidden away perfectly, were swept up into it. Not a single one escaped. Lost deep in thought, Hacks suddenly closed in, gripping the back of Sam Gwet's neck and interrupting him. How long are you going to keep thinking like that? He then forcefully shoved Sam Gwet's head down toward the corpse below, violently plunging it straight into the lake's water. Taken completely by surprise, water flooded into Sam Gwet's nose and mouth, suffocating him. A second later, Hack abruptly yanked Sam Gwet back up, asking, "See anything?" Coughing violently, Sam Gwet angrily turned to him, about to snap. Cough, cough. Hack, you. But once again, his neck was gripped tight, and he was forced back down. Is your sensory synchronization just for show? Open your eyes. Everything around him devolved into absolute chaos. Sam and Gwet thrashed wildly, desperately trying to break free, but to no avail. His hand reached out blindly, suddenly brushing against something. Instantly, it forced him to synchronize his senses with the corpse beside him. He experienced every excruciating detail of the other person's death as if it were his own. Sam and Gwet felt a red string wrapped tightly around his body, struggling helplessly in the freezing water. The sounds slowly faded away, leaving only Sam and Gwet's trembling voice. So cold. Hack narrowed his eyes as he looked down, seeing his panicked, soul-crushed state. Drenched to the bone, Sam and Gwet hugged himself, murmuring, I know now. Hack immediately stepped over, dispelling the freezing chill with just a gentle press of his hand on his forehead. Sam Gwet gasped heavily for air, then was suddenly forced to look up as Hack gripped his cheeks tightly. He tilted his head, leaning dangerously close to Sam Gwet's still panicked face. The corners of Hack's eyes curved up like a sly fox toying with its prey. Brimming with excitement, he asked, How are you going to thank me this time? But contrary to Hack's expectations, Sam Gwet's reaction was incredibly rigid. He stayed completely silent for a moment, then demanded that Hack apologize to him. Hearing this, Hack's expression did a total 180-degree flip. The space suddenly plunged into pitch darkness, consumed by an eerie silence. Sam Gwet abruptly unleashed his telekinesis, pushing Hack away from him. His voice dropped to a low, grave tone. You knew damn well that empathy would make me experience that death firsthand. The suffocation, the helplessness, and the utter despair. Apologize to me. Hack glared intensely at Sam Gwet, spitting out a single word. Boring. He opened his mouth, about to do something, when a strange sensation suddenly welled up inside his body. Reacting on pure instinct, Hack forcefully shoves Sam Gwet away. Everything turned black in a split second, leaving him entirely alone in the void. Startled, Hack looked left and right, then smiled as he looked down in his own hand. At the same time, Sam Gwet was violently thrown out of his subconscious, accidentally screaming, I'm sorry. It took him a few seconds to process what just happened. He had meant to force Hack to apologize, but ended up blurting it out himself instead. The main issue is more important. Pushing the thought aside, Sam Gwet hurriedly stood up and ran down to the basement. Lu Chi Suen, I figured it out. Koi Tu, could you go get Tian Lang and Ha Mi in here? Everyone, listen to me. I know what happened. Those people who died in accidents were actually all. Before he could even finish his sentence, Lu Chi Suen jumped in to complete it. Ability users. Those people who died in accidents were ability users undergoing a second awakening. Sam Gwet nodded, breaking out in a cold sweat. To Tram and Thak.
A swiftly pulled up concrete evidence on the screen. We cross-referenced the number of accidental deaths in the management zone in recent years. We found that these kinds of fatalities have been steadily increasing at an abnormal rate. Look here, we followed your advice and investigated a few forums with a high number of bottom-tier ring users, and sure enough, we discovered some unusual topics. These are all deleted data. Fac smugly claimed the credit. In the one who recovered it. Too lazy to argue, Tram instantly played along. Right, you recovered it. Frowning from behind them, Chuhi muttered, a second awakening. I've never heard of such a thing. Faka pouted and retorted, you high and mighty elites obviously wouldn't have heard of it. It's called an information cocoon, understand? Hearing Faka say that, everyone instantly shifted their gaze toward her. You say that as if you know it so well. After a brief chat, Tak-Ah quickly returned to the main topic. The situation is definitely not as simple as what we've uncovered. Judging by the increasing number of accidental deaths in recent years, there's likely a serious flaw in the ring inspection system. And these deaths are just a cover-up for the system's errors. In short, if the system is truly flawed, then a black ring could actually be a gray ring. A gray ring could be a bronze ring. A gold ring could even be a silver ring. Or there might be other possibilities altogether. It's a total mess. Drink it while it's hot. Gulp, gulp, gulp. At this, a wave of unease washed over Oh Lee. She stumbled and knocked into the cup on the table, and quickly apologized to everyone for her clumsiness. Seeing her tension, Fak-Ah reassured her. These are just speculations. Moreover, the intel Dao Quang gathered mostly focuses on black and gray rings. We don't have enough data for a proper comparison yet. Suddenly, Fak-Ah's tone shifted. She tilted her head, her eyes rolling back. However, to awaken a black ring's abilities without having to endure those agonizing experiments, that's quite a stroke of luck. Meanwhile, up in the living room, Dodo was sitting in a corner, wiping away his tears. He suddenly glanced out the glass door, and his eyes widened in sheer shock. The happy doll he usually never let go of fell to the floor in a rush. Dodo sprinted away just as Ha Mai's group returned. Seeing him run to the glass door, she called out curiously, Dodo? Staring intently outside, Dodo mumbled, brother. Outside, he saw a man slowly pulling back his hood. The moment he saw the man's face, Dodo gasped and screamed, Brother Dao Quang. Startled, everyone simultaneously looked in the direction Dodo was pointing. But when they turned, the figure had vanished without a trace.